Welcome to Sally Fox Audiobook, Gospel of Blood, Chapter 152 to 200, Chapter 152, Embark on a New Journey. 2,304 words. Charlotte had no idea that her actions during the sacrament ceremony and bloodsucking had alarmed almost the entire holy court and the holy statues worshipped there. However, thanks to her keen blood-borne senses, she quickly picked up on the astonished expressions of the priests and the whispered discussions among the guests, revealing the strange occurrence that had just happened to her. But unlike the priests and guests, Charlotte was very clear that the holy light on her body was not a divine blessing. In truth, the recent phenomenon was more like divine wrath. The brilliant descent of the holy light was not meant to bestow divine favor upon her, but to purify her, a wicked heretic. It was only because Charlotte absorbed the holy light meant to purify her that the onlookers couldn't feel the destructive power contained within it. They merely witnessed its splendor and sanctity. It seems I need to be more careful when encountering rituals involving the holy light in the future, Charlotte thought to herself. Among the present priests, the highest-ranking one was Raoul, a second-tier silver moon. If there had been a blazing sun or even legendary priest here, they might have discerned the true nature of the holy light's descent. After the sacrament ceremony, the atmosphere in the hall became noticeably subtle. The priest's gazes towards Charlotte grew increasingly fervent as if she were a treasure, and even the elderly priest Raoul couldn't hide his excitement. As for the noble guests, their expressions were far more complex. There was curiosity, amazement, fanaticism, contemplation, and worry. Particularly among the representatives from Castell County. With her keen senses, Charlotte noticed that most of these vassal nobles' emissaries had become almost uniformly serious. Charlotte, it seems your affinity with the holy light is indeed remarkable. In my over 30 years of conducting sacrament ceremonies, I've never seen such a dazzling divine favor. Are you sure you don't want to join the church? Dean Raoul asked again, unable to contain himself. Charlotte smiled slightly. Thank you for your invitation, Grandpa Raoul. But, after all, I am a noble, and I have my own responsibilities and duties. She knew very well whether the descending holy light was divine favor or divine wrath. The Holy Court, with its 1,000-year history, certainly had experts who could discern her problem. If she truly joined the church, it would be like dancing on a tightrope, constantly flirting with danger. Even if she wanted to take advantage of the church, she wouldn't be crazy enough to court death so openly. Wouldn't it be better to stay in her own territory and discreetly leverage the church's resources whenever she wanted? Seeing Charlotte's polite refusal, Dean Raoul nodded regretfully. I understand. However, remember, the church's doors are always open for you. With that, he smiled slightly. All right, let's proceed with the final succession ceremony. After the coming-of-age ceremony, the next event was the succession ceremony for her title. The succession ceremony could vary in scale, but typically involved two main steps. The first step was to receive the scepter symbolizing authority and status from the family elder or head, marking the official transfer of land management rights and becoming a substantive feudal noble. The second step was to swear an oath of allegiance under the witness of the holy light, pledging loyalty to their lord. Since Charlotte was the last remaining member of the Castell family and Duke Board, the feudal lord was bedridden and unconscious. Dean Raoul officiated the ceremony for the young girl. Charlotte knelt on one knee, received the scepter engraved with the Castell family crest from Raoul, and then faced the temporarily hung Board family crest on the hall wall to swear her allegiance. Although she didn't like Duke Board, she still went through the necessary procedures. After swearing allegiance and returning to her territory, no one could control her, as she would be far from the central authority. Perhaps because the sacrament ceremony's phenomenon was so shocking, the succession ceremony seemed relatively low-key and ordinary. After the ceremony, Charlotte was officially recognized as the Countess of Castell. Whether Duke Board acknowledged it or not was irrelevant, the church had already recognized her. The succession documents were ready, and regardless of the old duke's resentment, the Castell County had a new lord. From today on, others would no longer address her as Miss Charlotte but as Countess Castell. News of Charlotte's formal succession as the Countess of Castell quickly spread throughout Board's streets. As one of Board's most prominent noble families, such a transfer of title was always a popular topic. Besides the succession, the miracle during the sacrament ceremony also became a subject of widespread discussion. Regardless of the truth, a widely believed narrative among many of Borde's priests began to circulate in the streets. Charlotte de Castel was seen as a favored one of the god Harold, a pure saintess blessed by the holy light. Particularly combining the sacrament ceremonies phenomenon with her status as the sole survivor of the blood-borne incident, this belief solidified. Because she was a pure saintess protected by the holy light, the evil blood demon cult couldn't kill her. Charlotte found the whole situation absurd, yet somehow, these spectators managed to piece it all together. It's said that when the bedridden Duke Borde heard about this, he started coughing violently, spitting up a lot of blood before passing out again. Rumors were spreading that Duke Borde had little time left and could pass away at any moment. As Duke Borde's condition worsened, the atmosphere and situation in Borde City became increasingly tense and unpredictable. The nobles were keenly interested in the succession issue of the Borde Duchy. Considering that Duke's illegitimate son, Leno, had voluntarily renounced his claim to the inheritance to form a mercenary group in eastern Unette, and the original heir, Count Tulip, had died of illness, the new heir was Duke's only daughter, Eleanor. News from the capital stated that Eleanor and her husband, Prince Philip of Crescent Kingdom, were already on their way south to Borde. Some opportunistic Borde nobles had even sent people north to welcome and pay homage to their new rulers. This was partly because Duke Borde had been excessively harsh over the past year through the use of the Dreaming Salon, leading to alienation and abandonment. As a result, the ducal residence had become increasingly deserted, with fewer nobles visiting. It was foreseeable that the Borde family, which had controlled the Borde Duchy for 900 years, would likely last only one more generation before everything reverted to the Crescent royal family. However, Charlotte was no longer concerned with these matters. Having formally inherited her title, she planned to leave, distancing herself from Borde and its power struggles. She had decided to pay her contract taxes on time and provide troops as required by her vassal contract, but beyond that, she would stay out of the nobles' intrigues and ensure they left her alone. The next day, Charlotte embarked on her journey back to her territory. When she first arrived in this world, she bore the title of nobility but was alone. A year later, her entourage now exceeded 500 people. Among them, nearly 300 were from the Castel County's escort team, with over 100 being armored extraordinary knights, led by Baron Sharon. In addition, there were over 30 representatives of vassal nobles from her territory who had attended Charlotte's coming-of-age ceremony and would return with her. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. The remaining 170 or so were people Charlotte had recruited herself, including boys and girls from the outer city, members of the Rose Society, and a few demon hunter knights. Yes, demon hunter knights. After Kara left the Demon Hunter Bureau, many other demon hunter knights, dissatisfied with the Church and the Inquisition, chose to resign and were recruited by Charlotte with a financial lure. This group even included Chatham, a former squad leader of the Demon Hunters and an extraordinary Starry Sky Knight, who had a good relationship with Charlotte. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos in the Borde Church, with Raoul becoming the new high priest, Charlotte dared to poach from the church. Additionally, Sebastian and Nice would accompany Charlotte. Sebastian was her trusted butler and primary bodyguard, essential to bring along. Though the Black Cat Nice was unreliable, it knew a lot and often had unexpectedly strong abilities. Charlotte didn't plan to leave it behind. However, she left Quasimodo in Borde City. Quasimodo wasn't an extraordinary person and had never been to Castel County. He was more valuable in managing the family affairs in Borde City, overseeing the Castel Manor, and handling the family's business interests in the city after Charlotte left. The large group of over 500 people, more than half of whom were extraordinary individuals, with over 20 being first tier or higher, set off. Alongside the Castel family's grand entourage were some armed merchant caravans seeking protection by traveling with Charlotte. The journey from Borde City to Castel County was long and fraught with potential dangers, including bandits, robbers, and magical beasts in the forests, making the route unsafe. Naturally, armed merchant caravans wouldn't miss the opportunity to travel with such a powerful group for temporary protection. Of course, this protection came at a fee. Charlotte welcomed the extra income and didn't turn any of them away. Including these additional merchant caravans, the final group gathered at Board City's north gate numbered over 1,000. From a distance, it resembled a small army. Only a noble as prominent as the Castell family could muster such a grand escort to return their lord to their domain.
"Master, everything is ready. Shall we depart now?"
At the city gate, Sebastian, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat, bowed gracefully to Charlotte and respectfully inquired. Standing under the black parasol held by the maid Sherry, Charlotte, dressed in a black and red Gothic dress, looked toward the city gate and gently shook her head.
"Let's wait a little longer."
As time passed, more and more residents gathered at the city gate to watch the Castell convoy. When she couldn't spot the person she was waiting for, Charlotte felt a bit disappointed and was about to give the order to depart. However, just then, the sound of hoofbeats came from the direction of the gate. Charlotte felt a stir in her heart and turned to look. She saw Lottie, dressed in clerical robes, riding towards her. Charlotte's expression relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. Lottie quickly arrived in front of Charlotte and dismounted, speaking with a hint of apology.
"Sorry, Countess, I was delayed at the cathedral finalizing my transfer order." "Just call me Charlotte,"
Charlotte said with a smile.
"A transfer order? Is it to Castell?" "Yes, after verifying some details, Lord Raoul found that there were several vacant priest positions in the Castell territory and arranged a transfer for me," Lottie replied. Charlotte's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful." Lottie had been working at the church hospital, technically not a full-time church employee. Charlotte had planned to bring her to the territory as a privately hired noble priest. But now things were different, or rather, even better. With the transfer order, Lottie would officially be a church employee, transitioning from a temporary worker to a formal position within the church. This development opened a potential path for Charlotte to gain influence over church affairs in Castell, enabling her to achieve true autonomy in her domain. It goes to show that having the right connections is truly beneficial. With Lottie's arrival, Charlotte no longer felt the need to delay. She gave the order to depart as the Countess of Castell. At her command, the knights mounted their horses, merchants and nobles boarded their carriages, and Charlotte, accompanied by the maid Sherry, entered the most luxurious Castell family carriage at the center of the convoy. 8 starry sky knights surrounded the carriage to guard it. The black cat knight tried to enter the carriage with Charlotte but was unceremoniously tossed out by the girl. It sighed and slunk into another carriage to find comfort among the maidens. Amidst the clatter of hooves, the large convoy set off, raising dust as they began their journey. Sebastian rode beside Charlotte's carriage. As he mounted his horse, he suddenly felt something and glanced back at the merchant's convoy. "What's the matter?" Charlotte asked, lifting the curtain. "Nothing. I thought I sensed something familiar for a moment," Sebastian replied, uncertain. In an inconspicuous carriage at the back of the Castell convoy, an elderly woman in a grey hood pulled a peeking young girl back inside, her expression serious. "Rena, don't look around. We're following secretly. That person's senses are beyond your imagination. Don't get us discovered." Hearing this, the girl tilted her head in confusion. The old woman paused, shaking her head. "I don't mean Sebastian." She looked toward the center of the convoy, a solemn expression on her aged face. "I mean the one he follows." Meanwhile, deep within the Unite Empire, in the heart of the Holy Court, at the Grand Cathedral of the Holy See's capital. In the brilliantly lit hall, the Pope of the Holy Court rose slowly, facing the solemn statue. He gently placed the holy scepter in his hand aside and turned to the reverently waiting priests, his aged voice imbued with gravity. "The reports from various regions have arrived. The phenomenon did not only occur at the Grand Cathedral. Investigate the source of these phenomena." With their orders received, the priests respectfully departed. The Pope turned back to the statue, devoutly drawing the circle cross. "O the merciful and supreme Lord! Are you about to awaken?" Chapter 153, Turing. 1,752 words. The Castell County is located in the northern part of the Crescent Kingdom. Traveling from Board in the south to Castell in the north takes about a month by land. While powerful individuals might make the journey faster on their own, for Castell's 1,000-person caravan, a month is already considered quick. Of course, there is also the option of traveling by sea. The western region of the Bord Duchy is coastal.
If one heads west to the coast and then sails north through the Starmund Strait, they can also reach Castell in the north.
Traveling by sea might be faster. However, Charlotte did not choose this route.
Firstly, the war between the Falling Star Kingdom and the Crescent Kingdom just ended not long ago, and the control of the Starmund Strait has always been dominated by the Falling Star Kingdom. Additionally, the Boit Duchy, which borders the sea to the west, is a longtime enemy of the Bord Duchy. Even if Charlotte doesn't have a favorable view of Duke Bord, she is still a part of the Bord Duchy when traveling, making her a potential target. Moreover, passing through the Starmund Strait would require traveling through the Falling Star Kingdom's enclave, the Roman Duchy. Therefore, Charlotte decided it was better to be cautious. Castell County has always been a coveted land for the Falling Star Kingdom during the decades-long Star Moon War. Secondly, Charlotte wanted to take this opportunity to better understand the world she was in. Although she had already learned a lot from books, practical experience is invaluable. Unlike the predominantly urban Bord city, leaving Bord and entering the vast countryside gave Charlotte a true glimpse of a feudal kingdom's reality. Bord city is the capital of the duchy. Such large cities are rare even in the kingdom. In the Crescent Kingdom, there are numerous castles, mansions, churches, and villages. Each castle represents at least one baron, each mansion often signifies an extraordinary knight, each church usually houses a priest. Whether or not these individuals are of high rank, they are extraordinary beings, much stronger than ordinary people, and they have their own retainers or servants. Most villages are built around mansions, churches, and castles, receiving protection from nobles and priests. Cities often develop around noble castles. Cities that develop generally are either located at key transportation routes or belong to influential local nobles, usually starting from the rank of Viscount. These cities are much smaller than Bord, most being towns with populations of 2,000 to 3,000. Towns with over 50,000 people are considered large cities. However, there are many such cities, scattered like stars across the land. These cities, castles, mansions, and villages form the lifeblood network of the kingdom's governance. Around cities, castles, mansions, and villages are vast farmlands, but beyond them lies an endless wilderness. The wilderness is not safe, harboring bandits and robbers who attack passing merchants. However, these bandits and mercenaries rarely include extraordinary individuals, posing a greater threat to common people. What truly drives common people to seek protection from nobles are the magical beasts roaming the wilderness. The origin of magical beasts is uncertain, but a widely accepted belief is that their power comes from fallen gods. The extraordinary powers in the world of Myria come from gods, and magical beasts also possess such powers. They are believed to be monsters born from the corpses of fallen gods, breeding over generations and spreading across the Myria continent, posing a significant threat to civilization. Because of these magical beasts, nobles with extraordinary powers become the main protectors of common people and rulers of various territories. Compared to bandits and robbers, magical beasts are the greatest fear for traveling merchants. Bandits often seek wealth, but encountering even the lowest level of magical beasts can spell disaster for unprotected merchant caravans. Charlotte's caravan encountered a magical beast shortly after leaving Bord. In her view, it wasn't particularly powerful, just a pack of zero-tier demonic wolves called wind wolves, capable of using wind blades and light body magic. However, the problem was that it was a pack of over 30 wind wolves. A first-tier extraordinary individual could easily wipe them out, but for an ordinary caravan that couldn't afford to hire such a person and happened to miss any passing mercenary adventurers, survival was unlikely. Of course, Charlotte didn't let them go. She personally led the knights, and the 30-plus wind wolves quickly turned into over 30 fine wolf pelts. A merchant in the accompanying caravan remarked that each wolf pelt could fetch 10 gold tanna on the market. That expensive? Charlotte was surprised. Yes, master, anything related to extraordinary powers is pricey. Wind wolf pelts are quite decent magical materials and are among the best materials for making mage robes. Sebastian explained. He continued. By the way, don't be fooled by Castell's abundant income, that's without a large-scale investment in extraordinary power. If you want to develop extraordinary power on a large scale, the income from your territory won't look as impressive. Charlotte pondered this.
Castell County is a vassal of the Bord Duchy, and the duchy often shoulders much of the burden of extraordinary affairs. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now.
Take the Bord Mage Corps that once followed the Castell Count and Countess, for example. While the Castell family covered most of the salaries, many extraordinary resources were provided by the duchy. Bord Duchy's income might not be much higher than Castell County's, but due to its vast land, it has far more extraordinary materials than Castell County. Extraordinary materials often can't be measured in money, they're strategic resources that are both expensive and scarce. Charlotte knew that the future might see Castell and Bord grow distant, so she would need to develop her own extraordinary power. She wasn't extravagant enough to use her divine power of blood to nurture extraordinary subordinates. Spending money on extraordinary resources was far less practical than controlling the sources of those resources. Charlotte thought of her silver mine an essential strategic resource for Castell, as it also contained mithril. Mithril was not only valuable but also a hard currency for trading extraordinary materials. It seems that the first thing to do when I return is to investigate the depletion of the mithril mine. Charlotte thought. In the past 6 months, she hadn't been idle. Comparing the territory's accounts, she found that the depletion of the mithril mine coincided with the old Castell Countess sending all accompanying extraordinary individuals back to the territory. This was too coincidental. Charlotte suspected there might be a connection, and the depletion of the mithril mine might not be as simple as it seemed.
The caravan continued northward, drawing attention along the way.
In the Second Star Moon War, the Castell family made a name for themselves, especially in the Battle of Roman, where they stopped the falling Star Kingdom from invading Castell, earning fame throughout the kingdom.
Although the Castell couple were gone, the family's territory remained wealthy and significant within the kingdom.
Thus, Charlotte received warm welcomes from local nobles wherever they stopped. From minor viscounts and barons to counts and even marquises, many sent envoys to invite her to banquets and social dances when the caravan rested.
Nobles are like that.
Unless there's an irreconcilable blood feud, most meetings are cordial and friendly. Even on the battlefield, many would spare each other's lives, capturing instead for ransom.
This seems to be an unspoken rule among Myria's nobles.
It's better to have more friends than enemies, and nobles value expanding their social circles, especially among peers.
A historically significant and wealthy family like Castell naturally attracts many friendly nobles. Castell also had numerous businesses in the kingdom's heartland.
While more nobles were engaging in commerce, most still lived off manors and taxes.
Few, like Castell, had flourishing commercial enterprises, maintaining many business connections.
Therefore, nobles along the way showed immense enthusiasm for Castell's caravan, and Charlotte, adopting a tourist mindset, didn't refuse, attending banquets almost every day.
The only thing she found challenging was the intense gazes given by many nobles inviting her to dance.
Despite a year since her arrival, Charlotte still wasn't used to such attention. However, she had changed. The Bloodborne's innate magic, such as memory manipulation, mental shock, or charm, could quickly subdue any inappropriate advances. A single glance from Charlotte could make a previously audacious noble fall at her feet. She found using mental magic to control others quite satisfying, though Sebastian gently cautioned her.
"Master, your identity is special. We should be more discreet." "Don't worry, I know my limits," Charlotte replied. Along the way, she encountered only mid to minor nobles, with the highest being of Silver Moon rank. As long as she was careful, it was relatively safe. Thus, Charlotte's leisurely journey progressed slowly, with the caravan moving even slower. Half a month had passed, yet they hadn't left the Moon Guardian Duchy. But Charlotte enjoyed it. Each stop brought enthusiastic receptions, new friends, and broadened horizons, providing insights into the Crescent Kingdom's noble circles. More importantly, she gleaned information about the Bloodborns, specifically the Blood Demon cult. Despite being eradicated in Bord, traces of them remained elsewhere. As a peace-loving and just person, Charlotte naturally wouldn't let these cultists run rampant.
When encountering confirmed information, she decisively acted to eliminate them, aiding local nobles. Unexpectedly, she even acquired 2 more pages of the Gospel, proving the blood demon cult's penchant for hoarding cursed pages. Charlotte grew fond of these cultists. Her actions also had a noticeable impact, as her reputation spread through merchants and bards. Stories of her coming-of-age ceremonies anomalies further exaggerated her legend. Tales of her being a divine favored one, a natural saint, and a purifier of the bloodborne proliferated, causing Charlotte some anxiety. Such high-profile attention might help conceal her bloodborne identity, but it could also attract the Holy Court's higher-ups. Half a month into her journey, Charlotte finally reached another city comparable to Bord in size but even more prosperous, Anro City, the capital of the Moon Guardian Duchy, with a population exceeding 500,000. The Duke of the Moon Guardian Duchy, having received the news, sent an envoy to invite Charlotte to a banquet at the ducal palace before the caravan entered the city. Meanwhile, Charlotte learned from other merchants that another distinguished guest was also at the ducal palace, the third prince of the Crescent Kingdom, Philip de Valois, traveling south with his wife, Eleanor, to the Bord Duchy. Chapter 154, Official Army of the Kingdom. 2,128 words. As soon as Charlotte entered the city, she saw the army escorting Prince Philip south. This was the first time Charlotte had seen a professionalized official army of the kingdom since coming to this world. They were uniformly equipped with standard armor and all were extraordinary individuals. Although most were not of high rank, their equipment was exceptionally refined, and a significant proportion of them were first or higher tier individuals. Comparing them with her own armored knights, Charlotte quickly realized that her team was significantly inferior in both extraordinary strength and equipment. Her knights wore chainmail and scale armor made of refined iron, while the kingdom's official army wore brighter, more reflective plate armor made of refined steel, with magic crystals and mithril embedded in their chest plates. Having lived 2 lives, Charlotte knew a bit about the differences between plate armor and chainmail or scale armor. Chainmail was made of interlocking iron rings, each ring connecting with 4 others, forming a mesh. Scale armor was made of overlapping metal scales, but plate armor was different, made of large, shaped metal plates and was considered top-tier protection, being more challenging to craft. At the same weight, plate armor offered much better protection and flexibility compared to other types. Even on Earth, they were not of the same era. Plate armor became common after the 14th century, while chainmail and scale armor had been around since before the calendar. Moreover, the ranked officers in the kingdom's army wore even more impressive plate armor, adorned with intricate magical engravings and embedded with mithril, offering protection comparable to the physical bodies of Silver Moon Knights. In a direct clash, her side would likely be utterly crushed. In short, it was very enviable. Sebastian, can you take on these official soldiers by yourself? Charlotte glanced at the accompanying flame elf, curiously asking. Sebastian looked at the kingdom's official army patrolling the streets, pondered for a moment, and said, "As long as it's not on the battlefield, of course, I can." "Oh? You can't on the battlefield?" Charlotte's interest was piqued. Sebastian explained. On the battlefield, they form battle arrays and anti-magic arrays, receive blessings from mages, and become like an iron wall. They're often led by Silver Moon extraordinary individuals. Unless you're at the Blazing Sun rank, only a madman would fight them head-on. Anti-magic arrays? Charlotte was curious. Yes, Master. Do you see those magic crystals on top of their armor? Those are part of the anti-magic array. These official soldiers form a walking magic array on the battlefield, capable of suppressing the extraordinary powers of enemies within a certain range, reducing the resonance and external projection power of the Silver Moons. Seabass continued. The professional armies of the various kingdoms are among the few forces capable of overcoming higher-ranked extraordinary individuals on the battlefield, a nightmare for mid to low-ranked extraordinary individuals. Charlotte pondered on Sebastian's words. After a year in this world, she was no longer a novice regarding Myria's extraordinary system. In Myria, there are 4 extraordinary ranks: Starry Sky, Silver Moon, Blazing Sun, and Legendary, corresponding to low, mid, high, and divine domain powers. Leaving aside the Legendary rank, which involves law mastery, among the other 3 ranks, the low rank breaks the human limits, the mid-rank allows for power projection and resonance, and the high rank involves a qualitative change in mental power, directly affecting reality. If the anti-magic array can nullify power projection and resonance, then a Silver Moon Extraordinary would indeed struggle against these armored soldiers. Of course, if a blazing sun appears, they would have to retreat. On the battlefield, blazing suns are true calamities, all are ants beneath the blazing sun.
Sebastian added. Blazing sun.
Charlotte reflected. Indeed, blazing suns are the true trump cards of many major powers. She had seen the terrifying power of a Grand Knight of the Inquisition, who could easily destroy a town with a mere gesture, far more frightening than a silver moon. However, blazing suns are extremely rare. Since leaving the Board Duchy, Charlotte hadn't encountered a single blazing sun on her journey. Also, due to the immense destructive power of blazing suns, they are prohibited from participating in domestic conflicts between lords within Myria's countries, only engaging as strategic forces during wars between kingdoms. As for legendaries, they probably only appear in annihilation wars. Seabass continued to explain. Charlotte nodded in understanding. From this perspective, even if she returned to her territory and had conflicts with other lords in the kingdom, the highest rank she would face on the battlefield would be Silver Moon. Even if other lords had blazing sun individuals, they wouldn't participate directly in battles. As long as they didn't, she should be able to handle them with the power of the true ancestor. The power of high-ranking individuals is heavily regulated in Myria's conflicts, determined by the extraordinary system rules. Without such rules, Myria would have long been torn apart by high-ranking extraordinaries. As a result, mid to low-ranked extraordinary individuals, when gathered in large numbers, form a considerable force. Unless one possesses rule-breaking power, unless one can rival the civilization of Myria, one must play by the rules of the civilized world. This led Charlotte to think about the gods' rule over Myria. In Myria, gods are even more powerful, but they rarely descend to the mortal world. Aside from their overwhelming power making it difficult for them to descend, perhaps there's also a reason to protect Myria from being destroyed by divine power. When I return to Castell, I must raise an army like this. Looking at the well-equipped kingdom's official army, Charlotte said enviously. Then we'll need to find ways to earn more gold Tana. You know, the enchanted armor of these official soldiers costs tens of thousands on the black market, and the officers' plate armor is even more expensive. Being enchanted gear, their maintenance is also costly. The kingdom has a stable source of extraordinary materials, so their costs are relatively low, but we can only purchase them. Sebastian said. Charlotte. Damn, suddenly I don't feel so rich anymore. The Castell convoy was arranged by Moon Guardian Duke's envoy to stay at one of the most luxurious hotels in Anro City, while Charlotte was invited to rest at the ducal mansion. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. By the time the convoy was settled, it was already evening, and Charlotte naturally attended the Duke's banquet, accompanied only by Sebastian, Nice, and Lottie and Sherry, her attendant priest and personal maid, respectively. The Moon Guardian Duchy, located in the heartland of the Crescent Kingdom, was much more prosperous than Board, as evidenced by the more luxurious decor of the ducal mansion. The banquet hall could easily accommodate 1,000 people, with sparkling crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and exquisite murals and decorations adorning the walls. Charlotte instinctively compared it to her own manor. Though her manor wasn't much less luxurious, it was not nearly as large. Not to mention the elite knights at the entrance of the Duke's mansion, Charlotte had never seen any below the starry sky rank, all clad in standardized plate armor similar to that of the kingdom's official army. Black Cat Nice mentioned that the Board Duchy and Violet Duchy were the two most impoverished regions in the north and south of the kingdom. Charlotte had already sensed Board's poverty to some extent. The comparison makes everything clear, whether it's the density of towns in the duchy, the appearance and infrastructure of the capital, the luxury of the ducal mansion, or the number of extraordinary individuals, all highlighted Board's shortcomings compared to the Moon Guardian Duchy. Furthermore, as soon as Charlotte entered the banquet hall, the gospel of blood in her consciousness faintly alerted her. There was a blazing sun individual present. Charlotte immediately became vigilant, setting aside any thoughts of using her blood magic to sway the noble's attention. Just like at every banquet in the past half-month, Charlotte became the center of attention as soon as she entered. Being beautiful naturally attracted attention, and Charlotte's beauty, enhanced by her half-elf lineage, was almost beyond compare. The Castell family was known for their attractiveness, and Charlotte's elegance, augmented by the gospel, made her even more captivating. Additionally, the noble dress chosen by Sebastian for his mistress accentuated her elegance and pure beauty to the fullest. Once everyone learned of Charlotte's identity, even more nobles gathered around, becoming increasingly enthusiastic. A young, wealthy, unmarried, beautiful countess, this was an irresistible combination for many. Even though Charlotte had once made vows, many nobles still harbored romantic fantasies and hopes. After all, the scandal with the Holy Court and Board had spread throughout the kingdom, and who knew if the Countess of Castell would still align herself with the church? If one got lucky, they wouldn't just gain a renowned beauty but might also win half of Board Duchy. Beautiful Countess, may I have the honor of a dance? Lady Castell, you are as enchanting as the moonlight tonight. May I invite you to dance? The enthusiastic nobles vied to invite Charlotte. The banquet at the ducal mansion was on a scale far beyond the banquets she had attended along her journey at the homes of counts, viscounts, or even barons. Here, one could easily bump into the heir of an earl's family or even higher nobility. The nobles surrounding Charlotte eagerly introduced themselves and extended invitations, with hardly anyone below the rank of count, and even 2 marquises who weren't present in Board Duchy. Surrounded by a throng of nobles, Charlotte felt a twinge of frustration but managed to keep her composure. Fortunately, she had gained some experience over the past weeks. She displayed a regretful expression, her beautiful face showing visible fatigue, and spoke in a soft, charming voice, delicately holding the hem of her skirt. Thank you for your kind invitation, but I am really sorry. I've traveled a long way and am very tired today, so I fear I do not have the energy to dance with you. Her tender and lovely voice, combined with her innocent and pure blue eyes, evoked a sense of protectiveness in the nobles. Seeing her large, watery eyes and somewhat pale face, the nobles found themselves unable to press their invitations and fell silent. Finally, Charlotte managed to free herself from the crowd. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a commotion arose at the entrance of the hall. Charlotte looked toward the entrance and saw Moon Guardian Duke, John de Anro, accompanied by a well-dressed man and woman. Moon Guardian Duke appeared to be a somewhat slender middle-aged noble and was a third-tier Blazing Sun individual, specifically a Grand Mage. As far as Charlotte knew, he was one of the 4 Legion commanders of the Crescent Kingdom and also held the title of advisor to the royal cabinet. Incidentally, according to records in Castell Mansion's study, the Duke of Moon Guardian had some ties with the Castell family. This was linked to a bit of history. During the Second Star Moon War, Board Duchy's army fought under the command of the Duke of Moon Guardian's 2nd Legion. At that time, the Duke of Board was not yet the kingdom's military commander but the Duke of Moon Guardian's deputy, and the Count and Countess of Castell were among their ranks. Seeing Charlotte, Moon Guardian Duke immediately greeted her warmly. It's Countess Castell, isn't it? Ah, it's been years, and now you've grown so, beautiful. Charlotte. Did he just hesitate before talking about my height and then change his mind? He hesitated before speaking, didn't he? What's wrong with being short? Did I eat your candy or something? She took a deep breath, gracefully held up her skirt, and curtsied to the Duke, looking up and smiling. Charlotte de Castell, at your service, Duke of Moon Guardian. After her courtesy, Charlotte couldn't help but glance at the 2 nobles beside the Duke. To the left was a handsome black-haired man wearing a splendid robe with the crescent emblem of the royal family, smiling and looking energetic. To the right was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, also smiling. She wore a burgundy gown and had facial features resembling Leno's, with golden brown curls and a pair of blue-gray eyes. However, when Charlotte met the woman's blue-gray eyes, her heart skipped a beat. Despite the smile, Charlotte saw no emotion in those eyes, just an inexplicable emptiness. That emptiness gave her a strong sense of déjà vu. Let me introduce you. This is the 3rd prince and his lovely wife, Eleanor. Noticing Charlotte's gaze, the Duke introduced them proactively. Chapter 155, Chapter 156, Attack from the Undead. 2016 words. After leaving the Moonshield Duchy, Charlotte quickened her pace. The Castell convoy didn't stop in the two neighboring counties but continued heading north. After traveling for about 10 more days, they finally entered the northern part of the Crescent Kingdom, arriving at the Violet Duchy, which bordered Castell County. As they entered the Violet Duchy, the surrounding landscape changed noticeably.
The vast plains disappeared, replaced by rolling hills and endless forests.
Under the azure sky, rivers like silver ribbons meandered through the hills and low mountains, flowing quietly and shimmering in the sunlight, reflecting fluffy white clouds. Every now and then, they could see carefree deer and rabbits leaping out from the woods, drinking and playing by the streams.
Large clusters of wildflowers dotted the bushes, attracting colorful butterflies.
Charlotte found it hard not to be captivated by such picturesque scenery, and similar beautiful landscapes were everywhere in the Violet Duchy. However, contrasting with this idyllic beauty was the noticeably sparse population. Villages and towns were few and far between, making the area seem almost deserted. Sometimes, they would come across old battlefield remnants. Ruined and moss-covered war chariots, faintly discernible bones, and rusted pieces of armor or weapons.
Violet was once one of the main battlefields of the Star Moon Wars over a decade ago. Sebastian explained when he noticed Charlotte's curious gaze.
Charlotte nodded slightly. During her time on board, she had read records about the Star Moon Wars, which had spanned decades and nearly halved the northern population of the Crescent Kingdom, especially in Violet Duchy, the main battlefield. Only Castell County had escaped disaster, protected by the kingdom's heavy garrison. At this point, the importance of the mithril mine became evident. To prevent such a critical strategic resource from falling into the hands of the falling Star Kingdom, the Crescent royal family had heavily invested, stationing an entire legion on the border between the falling Star Kingdom's continental enclave, the Roman Duchy, and the Castell County. Decades of war had ravaged the north, but the Castell County, located slightly further north, had become increasingly prosperous, partly due to this reason. With the chaos of war, it had received many refugees from the northern kingdom and was situated on key trade routes and crossroads. With its own mines, it was no wonder Castell thrived.
In contrast, the Violet Duchy, as the main battlefield, suffered considerably.
Its breathtaking, sparsely populated landscapes were enchanting, but they also signified poverty and backwardness. War is never grand and heroic, it's cruel and filled with tragedy. As they traveled, Charlotte occasionally saw the remnants of villages, including skeletal remains, evidently casualties of the war. What surprised Charlotte was that despite the abundance of skeletal remains in Violet, she sensed almost no presence of the undead. Battlefield ruins are often breeding grounds for the undead. It's challenging for priests to perform holy rites for all fallen soldiers, guiding their souls back to the divine realm, so some spirits inevitably linger on the battlefield. But on this journey, Charlotte hadn't encountered a single undead. Not even at night, only the howls of magical beasts could be heard. Maybe they were all hunted down by mercenaries? The vast forests of Violet are a haven for magical beasts, and many mercenaries operate here. Of course, there are also plenty of bandits. Sebastian speculated. Magical beasts are feared by ordinary people but are seen as walking treasures by extraordinary individuals. Violet's extensive forests are not only a paradise for magical beasts but also for mercenaries. The Violet Duchy, Eastern Unette Blacklands, and the Snake Ridge Mountains. These three places are hotspots for freelance mercenaries in Myria. However, Charlotte wasn't entirely satisfied with Sebastian's answer. As a bloodborne proficient in necromancy, Charlotte had a fair understanding of the undead. Undead are special spiritual entities skilled at hiding and retaining some of their former intelligence. Such beings aren't easily hunted down, not even by mercenaries. Moreover, upon entering the Violet Duchy, Charlotte noticed that the ambient magical energy was significantly higher than in other places. Violet's numerous magical beasts were likely linked to this high magical environment. Such conditions also favored the emergence of undead. The magical energy in Violet was notably chaotic and mixed, further facilitating the birth of the undead. Charlotte doubted mercenaries could hunt down wandering undead so thoroughly. An organization like the Holy Court intervened, periodically purifying the entire region. But Charlotte doubted the Holy Court had that much free time. Though curious, Charlotte buried her questions. She was merely passing through Violet.
Although strange and somewhat intriguing, it wasn't worth staying to investigate. Due to the hilly and mountainous terrain, the roads in the Violet Duchy weren't particularly easy to travel. Nevertheless, the Castell convoy maintained a decent pace. The pace wasn't due to an increased speed but rather the scarcity of settlements in Violet, including noble castles and cities. With fewer places to stop and rest, and with Charlotte's orders to press on, the convoy naturally moved quickly. Unlike the Moonshield Duchy and the Board Duchy, the settlements in Violet Duchy, even the smallest villages, were often fortified with tall wooden walls. Towns surrounding castles were surrounded by sturdy stone walls, resembling fortresses. Charlotte knew this was another legacy of the decades-long Starmoon Wars. For Violet's people, only tall walls could provide enough security. Charlotte could clearly see the scars left by the Starmoon Wars on this duchy. Many of the villages and towns they passed displayed deep caution towards the Castell convoy, tightly shutting their gates. Only after confirming the convoy's identity and gaining enough trust would they cautiously allow them in for rest. However, once aware of the convoy's identity, the villagers became extremely hospitable. For the impoverished Violet, the prosperous Castell in the north was a place to aspire to. The Violet Duchy was indeed much poorer. This was evident even in the noble banquets Charlotte attended. The overall impression was less grand than similar gatherings in Board. Both the castle decorations and the banquet food appeared rather modest. In contrast, Charlotte noticed that the martial prowess in Violet was much stronger than in Board or even the Moonshield Duchy. In the nobles' castles, the proportion of extraordinary individuals was high. Even a baron had followers who had stepped into the extraordinary realm. The villages, too, were guarded by militias, almost all of whom were extraordinary individuals. Charlotte speculated that this was related to the noticeably higher magical energy in the Violet Duchy. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. However, unlike the enthusiastic villagers, although Violet's nobles were very hospitable when inviting Charlotte, she could sense a certain distance beneath their cordiality during the banquets. While they were outwardly courteous, Charlotte could feel that the nobles of Violet didn't truly welcome her. However, she didn't mind. Passing through without being welcome saved her from the hassle of socializing. After bidding farewell to yet another lord, the Castell convoy continued northward, entering the northern part of the Violet Duchy. This area was even more sparsely populated, and the forests were denser. The northern part of Violet is covered by the Violet Forest, which spans the northern part of the Crescent Kingdom. Once they passed through this forest, they would reach the Castell territory. As for Linty City, the capital of Violet, it was located further west. Charlotte, traveling northeast, wouldn't pass by and naturally wouldn't visit the Duke of Violet. The Violet Forest was vast, and it would take several days to traverse it. Fortunately, along the way, the merchant caravans traveling with Castell had gradually reached their destinations and parted ways. By now, only a few merchant caravans headed towards Castell County remained, reducing the convoy to less than 700 people. With fewer people and caravans, the convoy could move faster. Even so, it would still take at least 3 days to cross the Violet Forest, meaning the entire convoy would have to camp in the forest overnight. That night, the moonlight filtered through the dense trees, illuminating the forest floor. The convoy, having traveled all day, set up camp, pitching tents, and lighting bonfires around the wagons. They scattered a circle of a spice called Avira around the camp, which repelled magical beasts and insects, ensuring the camp's safety. Of course, the spice alone wasn't foolproof. The forest was teeming with magical beasts, some immune to its effects. Thus, the extraordinary knights camped at the perimeter, remaining vigilant. Ordinary people, including the accompanying merchants, stayed within the camp. The forest was cold at night, and they huddled around the crackling bonfires, warming their hands and listening to a traveling bard sing ancient ballads. Occasionally, the howls of unknown magical beasts echoed from deep within the forest, startling bats and birds and making the forest seem even more mysterious and dangerous. This made the ordinary people in the camp shiver and huddle closer for comfort. Charlotte, however, enjoyed the environment. Night was the domain of the Bloodborns, and as a natural magical being, Charlotte appreciated the high magic environment of the Violet Forest.
She stayed alone in her tent, eyes closed in meditation, revisiting the various bloodborne magic she had learned. Her body would occasionally transform into a cloud of black mist with a puff or turn into countless black bats with a swish. The black mist was Dark Resonance's shadow magic and the bats were Wild Resonance's polymorph magic. She had truly mastered these abilities. In the next moment, the bats coalesced back into the form of a girl, though this time with large bat wings on her back. A flash of red crossed Charlotte's pupils, and shadows enveloped her, blending her into the night. With a leap, Charlotte flew out of the tent. No one noticed her departure. Only Sebastian glanced skyward, sensing a familiar presence before returning to his leisurely wine drinking. Charlotte flapped her wings and soared into the sky, initially unsteady but quickly gaining stability, reveling in her bloodborne talent. She usually had to conceal her identity, cautiously hiding her strength wherever she went. Only in the deep forests of Violet could she freely experience the might of the extraordinary. Having mastered over 10 bloodborne magic, Charlotte had significantly improved, even without tapping into the power of her true ancestors' liberation. However, as she prepared to fly around the nearby woods, a piercing scream suddenly broke the night. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. She stopped playing around and descended to the ground. Returning to her normal form, she headed to the camp's edge. There, several extraordinary knights had already taken up their weapons, ready to head into the forest. "What happened?" Charlotte asked. The knights bowed respectfully to her before one of them explained. "Countess, it's Darren. He went into the woods to relieve himself and likely encountered a magical beast." "A magical beast? He didn't take any Avira spice?" Charlotte frowned. The knights looked at each other, unable to answer. The strong scent of blood drifted from the forest, making Charlotte's heart race. "Let's go check," she said solemnly. With that, she led the way into the forest and the knights quickly followed. When Charlotte reached the dense woods, she soon found Darren, the extraordinary knight, lying on the ground. Unfortunately, he was already dead. His death was gruesome and horrifying. His armor was torn off, his body covered in claw marks, and his chest and abdomen were ripped open. A shadow shrouded in darkness was crouched over him, greedily devouring his flesh. "Bloodborne?" exclaimed the two extraordinary knights beside Charlotte, eyes wide in terror. Charlotte's gaze sharpened. "Not a bloodborne." Looking at the shadow, she squinted. "It's an undead." The clouds obscuring the moon dispersed, and silver moonlight pierced through the branches, illuminating the shadowy figure. The knights could now clearly see the attacker. It wasn't a monstrous bloodborne but a rotting corpse clad in tattered armor. Its eye sockets glowed with eerie green flames. At that moment, more howls echoed from deep within the forest. Countless green lanterns lit up and spreads across the dense woods. Chapter 156, Chapter 157, The Countess is truly amazing. 1899 words. Undead. So many undead. Countess, be careful. The extraordinary knights cried out in alarm, immediately raising their swords and steel shields to protect Charlotte. Roar! Hearing the knights' voices, the undead in the dense forest let out a low growl and charged towards them like a horde of zombies from a movie. The battle erupted instantly. The extraordinary knights swung their swords, cutting down the undead that came at them. However, the next moment, the fallen undead wobbled back to their feet and continued to charge at the knights. Cut off their heads. Extinguish their soul fire. The experienced leading knight shouted. The remaining extraordinary knights immediately adjusted their attacks, aiming for the heads of the undead. One by one, the rotting heads were severed, spraying foul black blood. The headless bodies staggered and then collapsed, reverting to ordinary corpses. These undead were not very strong. Although they were much stronger than ordinary people and felt no pain, none of them had entered the tiered strength. As long as they weren't caught off guard, they were no match for the extraordinary. However, the sheer number of undead was overwhelming. The forest was filled with the eerie light of countless soul fires, and more undead surged forward, overwhelming the extraordinary knights. In no time, Charlotte and the others were surrounded. Protect the Countess. Break through. the leading extraordinary knight decapitated another undead and commanded loudly. As the only starry Sky Knight accompanying the Countess on this investigation, he led the charge, carving a path back to the camp. However, just as he gave the order, a sudden gust of foul wind blew, and an undead far faster than the others lunged at him. This undead clearly had first-tier strength and higher intelligence. It leaped with a rusty sword, executing a sword technique aimed directly at the Knight Captain's head.
It's a ranked undead. Captain, watch out! The extraordinary knights exclaimed in shock. The Knight Captain's heart tightened, and he quickly turned to defend. But he had just parried a blow and didn't have time to gather his strength for a proper defense, let alone against the sudden attack of a ranked undead. As he barely managed to assume a defensive stance, the undead's attack descended. The Knight Captain felt a tremendous force at his wrist, causing his hands to go numb, and his sword was knocked to the ground. But the undead's assault wasn't over. It twisted its body at an unnatural angle, raising its rusty sword again to slash at the captain. Captain! The extraordinary knights shouted in alarm.
Seeing the rusty sword coming down at him, the Knight Captain's face turned pale.
He knew he couldn't block this attack.
However, just as he thought he was about to die, a sharp whistling sound came from behind. A crossbow bolt pierced through the head of the ranked undead, sending its rotten head flying and pinning it to a nearby tree. The headless undead staggered a bit before collapsing. The astonished extraordinary knights blinked in surprise, as did the Knight Captain. Instinctively looking back, he saw their beautiful and composed Countess calmly putting away a hand crossbow and reloading it with practiced ease. Unlike her elegant demeanor at banquets or her innocent and playful behavior on ordinary days, Charlotte now appeared calm and fearless, utterly unafraid of the horrifying undead, looking nothing like a 16-year-old girl. She walked over, stepping past the fallen corpses, and picked up the rusty sword the ranked undead had used, weighing it in her hand. But after unsheathing the rusty sword, she seemed to notice something, frowning slightly and sniffing the blade. Then, raising her eyebrows, she narrowed her eyes.
Countess!
The Knight Captain hesitantly called out, noticing her contemplative expression. Hearing his voice, Charlotte snapped back to reality. She waved the rusty sword, looked toward the horde of undead, took a deep breath, and calmly said, "Follow me to break through." With that, she moved past the Knight Captain, heading towards the camp. Attracted by her vibrant life force, the undead roared and lunged at her.
Countess!
The Knight Captain's expression changed. He quickly picked up his sword, ready to assist. But before he could reach her, he saw their Countess taking the initiative to attack. In the clear moonlight, her golden hair shimmered with a touch of silver. She swung the rusty sword, cutting down the undead rushing at her. Her movements were simple and direct, but incredibly fast. The Knight Captain realized he couldn't keep up with her speed. Very fast. Charlotte's sword flashed in the moonlight, severing the heads of the undead charging at her. Those in the front were cut down, their ragged armor split in two. Despite this, she moved effortlessly, shaking the black blood from her sword.
A faint crimson glow flickered in her blue eyes.
For the first time, the extraordinary aura carrying strong magical waves emanated from Charlotte. That powerful aura made the Knight Captain, a starry Sky Knight, feel a slight prickling sensation on his skin.
She was first-tier extraordinary.
The Countess was a first-tier extraordinary. The Knight Captain's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, another swift figure dashed out from the horde. It was another ranked undead. Like the first, it cunningly chose the perfect moment to attack, launching a surprise assault from behind Charlotte. The Knight Captain's expression changed dramatically, about to warn her, but saw the Countess raise her crossbow and shoot a bolt with pinpoint accuracy. The bolt pierced the undead's head, pinning it to a tree, and extinguishing the green fire in its eyes. An eerie silence fell over the extraordinary knights despite the undead's roars. They stared at the girl leading them as if seeing their newly appointed Countess for the first time.
Unaware of Charlotte's strength, the knights from Castell territory only knew she was also extraordinary from her loyal retainers. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now.
But her true power remained a mystery, as the journey had been peaceful until now. The knights initially assumed that their young countess had merely awakened her bloodline powers. It was difficult for them to associate the beautiful, innocent, and endearing countess, who instinctively evoked their protective instincts, with a powerful, extraordinary being. However, at this moment, the girl's combat prowess exceeded their expectations.
By the gods, the countess was indeed a first-tier extraordinary. A rather powerful one at that.
Such formidable strength at such a young age, could it be that Castell would produce another blazing sun in the future?
Sensing the knights' gazes, Charlotte turned slightly and looked back. Seeing their focused attention, she smiled and said, "What are you standing there for? Break through with me."
As she spoke, she put away the now empty crossbow and casually threw the rusty sword behind her, pinning another sneaky undead to a tree. Silver moonlight bathed the girl, enveloping her in a layer of mysterious radiance. Casually, she pulled the rusty sword from the pinned corpse, flicking off the black blood once more.
"Oh, by the way."
As if remembering something, she placed her left index finger on her lips, smiled slightly at the knights, and a trace of blood-red color flickered in her eyes.
"Keep my strength a secret, okay?" With a light laugh, she turned and continued fighting her way towards the camp. The extraordinary knights stared blankly at her petite figure, a touch of red flickering in their pupils, their faces showing confusion and admiration.
It took them a while to snap out of it and quickly follow her lead. Watching the seemingly delicate yet Valkyrie-like figure effortlessly maneuvering through the horde of undead, the knight captain couldn't help but murmur,
"The Countess is truly amazing." Night was the domain of the Bloodborns.
Having trained for over half a year in board, Charlotte's strength had vastly improved. These undead attacking her were no match. Bringing the zero-tier extraordinary knights back to the camp unharmed was more challenging than clearing out the undead. However, they hadn't strayed far from the camp, and under Charlotte's lead, they soon returned. But the camp was in chaos as well. As Charlotte emerged from the dense forest, she saw a holy light enveloping the camp. Lottie and a few apprentice priests were casting purification and blessing spells. Additionally, a silver light shot up, forming a translucent shield that protected everyone. Charlotte recognized it as nice contract magic. Around the camp, countless undead were attacking the defensive structures temporarily erected with earth element magic by the accompanying mages. Looking down the road, Charlotte saw the dense green soulfires.
These were not ordinary undead.
This was clearly an undead army controlled by someone.
"Countess."
Seeing Charlotte safely return with the extraordinary knights, Baron Sharon, who was leading the camp's defense, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly had the knights clear a path for them. Charlotte entered the camp, tossing aside the blood-stained rusty sword.
The black cat Nice soon jumped over. "Miss Charlotte, you're finally back. We were about to go out and rescue you."
Charlotte disdainfully grabbed him by the scruff, stopping his leap, and asked,
"How's the camp?" Nice's expression turned serious. "Not good. There are too many undead attacking. And many of them are ranked. Although they can't breach the camp yet, everyone will tire eventually, unless a god intervenes. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it becomes." Nice emphasized God with a clear implication. Charlotte gave him an understanding look, while Nice cleared his throat and said, "Miss Charlotte, I think we're being ambushed. So many undead must be controlled by someone, and they wouldn't set up an ambush without being fully prepared." Charlotte remained non-committal. She nodded slightly, glancing around to find another figure. "Where's Sebastian?" "Meow. That guy disappeared as soon as the fight started." Nice indignantly replied. Charlotte gave him another calm glance. Under her deep gaze, Nice's tail drooped slightly, and he honestly said, Probably went to find the necromancer behind this?" Charlotte then set him down. She considered calling Sebastian back through their mystical connection but then noticed a movement above. Sebastian, agile as ever, leaped down from the towering trees along the road, landing directly in front of her. "Back already? What's the situation?" Charlotte asked. Sebastian glanced at the other knights, his expression serious. "Master." Noticing his gaze, Charlotte felt a slight unease and ordered the other extraordinary knights to continue fighting,
leaving only Sebastian, herself, and Nice. "Tell me, how many undead are there, and how strong are they?"
"A lot. Probably more than 5,000. Maybe more. There are Death Knights among them," Sebastian replied solemnly. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Death Knights were second-tier Silver Moon.
However, the absence of third-tier Blazing Sun Dark Knights in such a large undead tide suggested the necromancer behind it was likely of Silver Moon tier, but probably not alone.
"Did you find the necromancer's locations?" Seabass looked grim.
"No, they're very good at hiding their presence."
Charlotte nodded knowingly, as if expecting this. That makes sense, given that Night is the domain of Bloodborns. Bloodborns?
Sebastian's eyes widened, his expression turning odd.
"Yes, Bloodborns.
I smelled a familiar scent in the blood of those undead," Charlotte said, narrowing her eyes.
Chapter 157, Chapter 158, Castel's Enemies. 1875 words. Bloodborns, that means the ones attacking us are probably from the Blood Demon cult.
"Those disgusting people love playing with corpses," Sebastian said with a slight shiver.
Charlotte frowned. "Those people really are persistent."
After all, the Crescent Kingdom is the main activity area for the Shedite clan, Dark Clan.
"Master, what do you plan to do with these traitors who betrayed you?" Sebastian asked respectfully.
He had already adopted the role of the true ancestor's steward, viewing all Bloodborns who attacked Charlotte as traitors. As for locating the necromancers, Sebastian no longer inquired, trusting that his great master would have a way to handle it. After witnessing Charlotte awaken slumbering undeads in board with just a wave, sparking an undead calamity, he knew these Bloodborn-controlled undeads were no threat to her. He believed that if his master wished, she could seize control of all these undead instantly. His confidence grew, but Charlotte had no intention of confronting the Bloodborn necromancer head-on. Her true strength was only at the first-tier Starry Sky. Although she had improved greatly over the past year through intense training, she was still a low-rank extraordinary. Competing with the Bloodborns for control over the undead would require tapping into her divine power of blood and partially activating the true ancestor's liberation, which would likely consume a lot of divine power as it did in board. Charlotte had learned over the past year how difficult it was to replenish divine power.
She preferred not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Using divine power against these mid to low level undeads would be overkill. Plus, seizing control of the undead would escalate the battle and create more unpredictability. The best way to deal with a necromancer is to catch the leader.
Knowing that Bloodborns were behind this, Charlotte already had a better idea. Glancing at the camp fortifications, still holding under the protection of divine and magical powers, she pondered for a moment and said, "Guard the outside for me, don't let anyone disturb me." With that, she entered her tent alone.
Black Cat, Nice and Sebastian exchanged glances, Nice feeling a slight tremor. Is she going to use the ancestor's authority? Sebastian smiled, showing his white teeth. Guess? Nice.
Charlotte, once inside the tent, immediately sank into her consciousness to connect with the Gospel of Blood. The night belonged to the Bloodborns, and they were adept at hiding. Finding the Bloodborns controlling the undead in the vast violet forest would be challenging. Even if the necromancers weren't at the Blazing Sun level, they were at least Silver Moon level. Without using the divine power of blood, she might not be a match. However, Charlotte had the Gospel of Blood. She could summon any Bloodborn consciousness into the Dark Knight Castle through blood summoning. Once she summoned the Mastermind's consciousness, the undead horde would lose their mental connection and collapse. Regardless of the necromancer's real strength, in her mind realm, they would be at her mercy. To locate the necromancer, she would find the nearest crimson star with the same aura as the undead blood she sensed. With this plan, Charlotte decisively entered the Dark Knight Castle mind realm. Transforming back into her adult form, she sat on the ethereal blood throne, gently flipping through the thick gospel, and began the blood summoning. Crimson mist filled the Dark Knight Castle, and crimson stars gradually appeared. The first stars she saw were those representing Sebastian and Nice. Both had traces of her power in them, being her blood servant and contract servant, making them observable through blood summoning.
Following them was the star symbolizing Marie, Lottie's sister. When Charlotte saved Marie and Borde, she used her bloodborne power, leaving a trace of bloodborne in Marie's soul.
Of course, since they hadn't found a suitable body, Marie's soul was still in a crystal ball, temporarily kept by Lottie. These were the closest stars representing her people. Next would be the star representing the bloodborne necromancers behind the undead horde. When the fourth star appeared, Charlotte was stunned.
The fourth star was very close, almost overlapping with the first three stars. Moreover, its crimson glow was incredibly pure, far more than Sebastian's, giving Charlotte an unprecedented sense of closeness. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Was there another bloodborne hiding in her convoy? And it seemed closely related to her by blood? Charlotte became intrigued. The person hid so well that she hadn't noticed all this time. However, although curious, Charlotte quickly suppressed the thought. The Gospel of Blood had grown stronger with the addition of dozens of pages. Through the crimson star, she sensed this wasn't the necromancer. This was just a bloodborne hiding in the convoy. And their strength wasn't high. The star's glow wasn't bright, though pure, it was weaker than Sebastian's. Charlotte didn't act rashly. Even though she was curious about the person's purpose. They probably didn't know they were discovered. She could investigate after dealing with the undead horde. For now, finding the necromancer was most important. With this resolve, Charlotte focused on the vast crimson star sea. The mist spread, and soon, two new stars appeared. One had a mixed aura but a brighter glow, and the other had a purer aura but dimmer glow. Charlotte was surprised. Summoning so many undead, she expected more, but only two stars were near the convoy. Moreover, these two stars' auras weren't strong, at least not stronger than Sebastian's. This instantly piqued Charlotte's curiosity. How did the other party manage to summon such powerful undead waves? Did they have some other method? Or had they controlled other necromancers? Charlotte wondered. Meanwhile, she also keenly sensed a familiar aura from the star with a purer aura. It was similar to the undead scent, and only this star had it. Found you. Charlotte's lips curled into a slight smile. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Catch the ringleader first. Having identified her target, Charlotte did not hesitate and immediately pointed at the star, beginning the blood summoning. Crimson light flared, and the mist churned. However, just when Charlotte thought she was about to pull the opponent into the Dark Knight Castle, the summoning failed. The star representing the necromancer merely trembled slightly before becoming still again. Failed? Charlotte was astonished. She knew that the blood power of this star was not strong, even weaker than Sebastian's. Yet, she had summoned Sebastian successfully on the first try. Why did this summoning fail? Charlotte's interest was piqued. She tried summoning again. But again, it failed. Vaguely, Charlotte felt a faint resistance preventing her summoning. Charlotte frowned. She strengthened her connection to the Gospel of Blood, enhancing her power. But as her power grew, so did the resistance. Determined, Charlotte intensified her summoning, even starting to use her divine power. However, at that moment, the entire Crimson Star Sea trembled slightly. In the depths of the Star Sea, which Charlotte had screened off, a brilliant star suddenly shone brightly, almost blinding her. Whoa! Charlotte exclaimed, quickly stopping her summoning. The dazzling star slowly faded. Charlotte's mood darkened slightly. There were 5 giant stars in the depths of the Crimson Star Sea, likely representing the 5 princes of the Bloodborne. Her failed summoning suggested only one thing: the summoned was under the protection of a Bloodborne prince. Charlotte believed she could break through this resistance with enough divine power of blood. But that would also likely draw the attention of the Bloodborne prince. Is the mastermind a vassal of a Bloodborne prince? Charlotte frowned. She became alert, her mind racing with possible reasons why her convoy was targeted. She had to be cautious, her identity was too special. If a Bloodborne prince discovered the existence of the Gospel of Blood, Charlotte doubted her fate would be good. It shouldn't be my identity that's exposed.
If it were, it would be normal for a bloodborne duke or marquis to come after me. The other party probably just has the protection of a bloodborne prince.
A divine favor?
Or just a devout follower?
Charlotte pondered.
Besides Sebastian, she hadn't performed blood summoning on anyone else, so she couldn't be sure what this meant. Even when she pulled the perverted high priest into the Dark Knight Castle, it was because he prayed to her first. Although the summoning failed, her actions allowed her to sense the opponent's general location. Since she couldn't summon them to the spiritual world, she would go directly.
The opponent's aura wasn't strong anyway. With this thought, Charlotte withdrew from her consciousness and exited the tent. Sebastian, come with me.
In the depths of the violet forest, atop a raised hill. From there, through layers of trees, one could faintly see the winding road to Castell. At the horizon, holy light flickered, and the battle between the convoy and the undead tide on the road could be vaguely seen. A girl, appearing about 17 or 18 years old, stood under a tree, gazing into the distance. She wore a black long dress, her beautiful flaxen hair slightly fluttering in the night breeze, and her crimson eyes were indifferent. In her hands, she held a thick book with a deep black cover inlaid with dark golden patterns. She flipped through the heavy book, its yellowed pages emitting a profound glow. Around her, one undead after another rose, roaring and rushing towards the distant road.
The night breeze blew, making her flaxen hair a bit messy.
She gently brushed her hair aside with a delicate hand and withdrew her gaze from the distant camp, murmuring,
"It seems the intelligence wasn't accurate. There's a powerful contract priest hidden in Castell's convoy."
She glanced at the heavy book in her hands, her eyes flickering. As if making a decision, she bit her fingertip, squeezing out droplets of blood onto the open pages. But the next moment, a strong hand stopped her.
"It's enough. We've summoned enough undead,"
said a robust middle-aged man. He was nearly 2 meters tall, wearing heavy knight armor, with a resolute expression.
The girl frowned slightly. "No, Lahel.
The Castell family has deep foundations.
You can't imagine their hidden strength. To keep the young Countess of Castell here, we must go all out and avoid any mistakes." Lahel, the middle-aged knight, hesitated.
He glanced at the distant holy light, hesitated for a moment, then asked in a deep voice,
"Miss, do you truly believe that person's promise?"
"With all due respect, I don't think a bloodborne can truly gain a title in the Crescent Kingdom.
Walking in the sunlight means death for them.
Besides, you never intended to leave any survivors." The girl fell silent at his words. She bit her lip, a flash of deep hatred crossing her crimson eyes.
"So what? For our goal, I won't let our enemy return to their territory easily. Everyone in Castell deserves to die."
Her voice was resolute. At that moment, a graceful laugh suddenly came from beside them.
"Hee, I never heard that the noble Castell family had any enmity with the Bloodborne." "Who?" Lahel instantly turned, drawing his weapon.
From the shadows of the forest, a tall red-haired elf emerged.
Chapter 158, Chapter 159, The Hypocritical Book Spirit. 2,161 words. An elf?
The middle-aged knight was momentarily stunned. However, when he noticed the opponent's distinctive red hair and the powerful aura emanating from him, his expression quickly became serious.
The scarlet flame blade. Sebastian.
The red-haired elf's posture stiffened slightly, and his expression seemed somewhat unnatural upon hearing this title. The smile on his face faded considerably, and he gracefully took a step forward.
The next second, his entire figure vanished in an instant. "Miss, fall back." The middle-aged knight's heart tightened, and he shouted loudly.
Instinctively, he raised his long sword in defense, but as soon as he did, he felt a tremendous force coming from between his hands.
Bam!
A flaming sword appeared out of thin air, striking the knight's longsword and sending it flying. On the other end of the flaming sword was the reappeared red-haired elf. The knight let out an angry roar, his body erupting with dazzling silver light. External manifestation of source power, a sign of silver moon strength. He drew a backup short sword from his waist, the silver light flowing over the blade, exuding a sharp aura like the shimmering moonlight. Lightly tapping the ground, the hill beneath him cracked and caved in, and he shot toward the red-haired elf like an arrow released from a bow. The two clashed instantly. The intersection of the silver light sword and the flaming sword burst into a dazzling brilliance. The terrifying intertwining of source power and magic formed a powerful energy storm, shredding the surrounding trees to pieces. Boom! A loud explosion. The girl holding the heavy book had already retreated to a distance. She bit her lip, watching the sudden battle with tension. But the fight was over in the next moment. In the moonlight, the swirling dust of wood chips and stone fragments settled, revealing the two combatants. The knight was still holding his short sword high. But the next second, the short sword shattered into several pieces. He staggered slightly, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood before slowly collapsing. Barely managing to drive the broken sword into the ground, the knight maintained a kneeling position on one knee, staring in disbelief at the red-haired elf standing before him. Haven't fallen in rank? The red-haired elf was unscathed. He didn't answer the knight's question but stood there elegantly, his flaming sword still burning. He looked the knight up and down with interest, a hint of surprise in his gaze. Silver Moon source power, is this Crescent swordsmanship? How does a bloodborne like you know the royal sword technique of Crescent Kingdom? The knight remained silent. He struggled to lift his head, glaring at the elegant and indifferent red-haired elf with a solemn expression. The elf chuckled lightly, about to speak when frenzied roars suddenly came from all around. The elf raised an eyebrow, looking around to see several 2-meter-tall, armored undead wielding longswords charging at him, accompanied by a horde of zombies. In the elf's somewhat surprised gaze, he was instantly engulfed by the undead tide. La hell! Nearby, the girl finished her spell and quickly put down the heavy book, rushing to the knight's side and helping him up with a worried expression. Miss, forget about me. We can't defeat him. The knight coughed up blood as he spoke. Meanwhile, a rumbling sound came from the undead tide surrounding the elf. Scarlet light burst forth, and red flames shot into the sky, tearing all the undead apart and turning them into fireballs. When the light faded, the unharmed elf reappeared before the pair. He remained elegant, his tailcoat without a single crease. The girl stared blankly, looking at the red-haired elf in disbelief as if seeing a monster. The elf smiled slightly, asking with interest. The strength of these undeads is too weak. Do you have any other tricks? Feeling the disdain and mockery in his words, the girl's expression darkened. She bit her lip, opened the book again, and let her crimson blood drip onto the heavy pages. The red-haired elf did not stop the girl's actions but watched her with great interest. As the blood dripped, dark shadows converged on the heavy book, gradually forming a dark figure before the girl. It was a grotesque, twisted shadow, exuding an ancient and eerie aura. With the appearance of the shadow, the girl's aura grew visibly weaker, as if she had paid a great price. Mortal, speak your wish. The dark shadow looked down at the girl holding the book, its voice cold and indifferent. Summon the strongest undead and kill him. The girl nearly gritted her teeth as she shouted. Upon hearing her words, the dark shadow turned into a deep light, re-entering the book, which then emitted a ghostly glow. In the next moment, several complex and mysterious blood-red magic circles appeared around the elf, and one after another, formidable undead emerged from the circles. Their armor was more intact, the soul flames in their eye sockets burned brighter, and their figures were taller. They roared and charged at the elf. The red-haired elf remained calm. A flash of light appeared in his hand, the scarlet flaming sword vanished, and he elegantly reached out, drawing a black flaming sword from the void. Seeing the black flaming sword, the girl's expression changed dramatically. The blasphemous sword. With a swing of the elf's sword, the undead charging at him burst into black flames, quickly turning to ashes. Utter and blatant crushing. The girl bit her lip, reopening the wound on her already healed finger. But before she could let the blood drip onto the book in her hand, a black flaming long sword was suddenly at her neck. My beautiful bloodborness, didn't your elders tell you that summoned creatures through ancient book spirits cannot exceed your rank by more than one level? A few second-tier Silver Moon undead servants might trouble a camp, but they're hardly enough for me. The elf spoke with a calm smile. Hearing the red-haired elf's words, the girl stiffened slightly. She looked up, pale-faced, meeting a pair of playful, scarlet eyes. The next moment, she felt a tightness around her body, and a magic restraining chain bound her tightly.
"Miss!"
The middle-aged knight called out anxiously, but in the next instant, he too was bound by a magic restraining chain and thrown beside the girl. With the girl's magic sealed, the heavy book lost some of its mysterious connection, and its deep glow faded. Under the somewhat surprised gaze of the red-haired elf, the summoned undead trembled slightly before turning to ashes. The ashes then transformed into dark streams of light, converging back into the book from all directions.
We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now.
The red-haired elf seemed thoughtful. He stroked his chin and leisurely picked up the heavy book from the ground. Seeing her book taken, the girl glared at him furiously, as if she wanted to devour him alive. However, just when she thought he was going to open the book or put it away, she saw the elf suddenly turn gracefully. Holding the book in one hand and placing the other on his chest, he bent slightly, offering a respectful and elegant bow towards the distance. "Great Master, your loyal Sebastian has captured these little flies."
"Master?"
Both the bound bloodborne girl and the middle-aged knight were stunned. They couldn't help but look in the direction the elf had bowed, hearing slow footsteps approaching from the darkness. Clouds drifted, and clear moonlight illuminated the hill, piercing through the dense forest. From the darkness, a petite figure slowly emerged from the woods. It was a girl who looked about 13 or 14 years old, dressed in an elegant and noble black and red Gothic dress, starkly contrasting with her surroundings. She had beautiful golden hair and clear blue eyes, her delicate and lovely appearance stunning even the bloodborne girl who prided herself on her beauty. However, noticing the distinctive hair color and the emblem on the black and red dress, the girl quickly recognized her.
Her eyes widened in shock, confusion, and anger. "You are Castell?"
The one emerging from the woods was Charlotte. She looked curiously at the two bound individuals, squinting as she asked,
"Know me?"
The bloodborne girl did not answer, but glared at her with hatred, as if she wanted to tear her apart and drink her blood.
Faced with such intense hostility, Charlotte was puzzled. How had she provoked these people? Even if it was the blood demon cult, they shouldn't know that she was the one causing trouble in Board, right? Why did someone suddenly show up to ambush her? Wait, did they mention having a grudge against Castell? Castell's enemies? And Bloodborns at that? Could her family be hiding some secrets she didn't know about? Charlotte frowned.
At this moment, Sebastian interrupted her thoughts.
"Master, I found an interesting item on them. It seems to be the key to their ability to summon undead on a large scale. Please inspect it."
Charlotte was intrigued and looked at Sebastian, who offered her a heavy book with both hands. She took the book, feeling its weight. The cover was black with dark gold magical patterns, and on the cover, there was a line of strange golden text. Charlotte did not recognize the script, but it seemed somewhat similar to the mysterious text in the Gospel of Blood, possibly related. However, she instinctively understood its meaning, as if she naturally knew how to read it. Charlotte almost unconsciously read aloud,
"The Path of the Undead?"
As she pronounced the mysterious words, the heavy book glowed faintly. Charlotte sensed a dark, decayed, and aggressive power flowing from the book into her body. Frowning, she activated the Blood Divine Power's absorption effect, assimilating all the invading power. In the next instant, the book trembled slightly and stopped its assault, retracting its deep glow and curling up. She felt a hint of fear from the book.
"Interesting."
Charlotte stroked the cold cover of the heavy book. As she touched it, the sense of fear grew stronger.
"What is the origin of this book?"
She looked at the two bounded bloodborns.
The bloodborne girl continued to glare at her angrily, without responding.
Instead, the middle-aged knight hesitated for a moment before asking,
"If we tell you its origin, will you let us go?"
You don't have the right to negotiate with the master when she asks you questions.
However, the great master is always magnanimous.
If you please her, she might consider sparing you," Sebastian said with a smile. The knight fell silent.
After a moment, he spoke.
This is a sacred artifact of the undead executor, bestowed by the Bloodborne Duke during the Vampire Civil War, the legendary Book of the Dead. By paying a certain price, the book spirit can summon the undead stored within.
Hearing his companion's explanation, the Bloodborne girl's eyes widened, looking at the knight in shock. However, seeing his flickering gaze, she suddenly understood and remained silent.
As the owner of the Book of the Dead, she knew its evil nature better than anyone. Summoning undead with the book required signing a necromantic contract and paying a hefty price, especially for the contract holder.
For non-contract holders, attempting to use the book would only result in a more terrifying backlash.
Though the knight revealed the book's function, he only told half the story.
She realized he was setting a trap for their enemies.
Given the number of undead she had summoned for this attack, those closest to them had been reabsorbed by the book after their connection was severed. However, undead farther away, especially those fighting the Castell family convoy, continued following their last orders. Clearly, their captors wanted to address this problem.
The Book of the Dead was a divine artifact, and provoking its spirit could lead to a backlash even a blazing sun couldn't withstand. If they tricked their enemies into activating the book, they might turn the tide.
With this thought, the girl lowered her eyes and coldly looked at Charlotte.
A book spirit? Charlotte mused.
She weighed the book, gently stroking its cover, and said,
"Book spirit, come out and meet me." Silence.
The Book of the Dead remained unresponsive. Seeing the girl awkwardly calling the book spirit, the Bloodborne girl pressed her lips together and decided to nudge her.
"You haven't paid the price. You need to offer blood essence. Only after drinking the blood essence will the book spirit be willing to."
Before she finished her sentence, the Book of the Dead was already reacting. In the stunned gazes of the middle-aged knight and Bloodborne girl, the book glowed brightly, and the dark shadow emerged, clear and distinct, bowing deeply to Charlotte.
Its respectful voice was tinged with fear. "Noble and great one, what can your humble servant Goss do for you?" Bloodborne girl. Middle-aged knight. Chapter 159, Chapter 160, Escape. 2,303 words. She, how did she manage to summon that arrogant book spirit just like that?
Seeing the spirit acting obediently and respectfully like a servant, the Bloodborne girl widened her eyes, almost questioning her entire life. Heavens, she regularly fed her essence blood, yet it always treated her with disdain, barely acknowledging her. Charlotte, however, was not surprised by the spirit's appearance. Earlier, this entity had tried to invade her body, but she had directly siphoned off a significant portion of its power. She could sense that it now feared her immensely.
This was normal.
After all, Charlotte had the ability to destroy the Book of the Dead completely at any time. Sacred objects like this were not unfamiliar to Charlotte. Ever since she gained the power of the divine blessing, she had spent the past half-year studying how to imbue items with divine power to create artifacts. Though she hadn't managed to create a matching set of artifacts for herself due to the preciousness of her divine power and a lack of sufficient materials, her extensive research had deepened her understanding of both artifacts and sacred objects. Like artifacts, sacred objects were also creations of divine beings and contained divine power. Broadly speaking, since sacred objects were divine creations, they could be considered a type of artifact. However, many extraordinary beings in the world of Myria liked to categorize them separately.
Unlike artifacts, sacred objects always possessed a spirit.
This meant that sacred objects were intelligent weapons.
However, this did not mean that sacred objects were stronger than artifacts. In fact, it was the opposite.
Sacred objects were generally much weaker than artifacts. This was because the power of artifacts came directly from divine power, whereas the power of sacred objects came from the offerings and sacrifices of their contractors. In essence, artifacts were equipment crafted by gods for their avatars to use in the mortal realm.
While mortals could also use them, it often came with a heavy price.
Sacred objects, on the other hand, were specifically made for divine agents. Although they also had a cost, it was within a mortal's ability to bear.
Sacred objects could not use divine power as their primary source of strength. For them, divine power was necessary to maintain the spirit within.
If a sacred object contained too much divine power, the spirit could be overwhelmed and consumed by it. Conversely, if the sacred object lacked enough divine power, the spirit could fall asleep or even dissipate, reducing the sacred object to an ordinary weapon.
Charlotte was not sure if there were any artifacts with spirits. The texts she had read never mentioned such artifacts. Having a spirit seemed to be a taboo for artifacts.
Therefore, Charlotte knew that if she wanted to destroy this book, all she had to do was drain the tiny bit of divine power within it. Alternatively, she could inject divine power into it, polluting and consuming the spirit.
If she did that, the sacred object might even transform into a more powerful artifact.
Of course, doing so would cause the spirit to dissipate, which for an intelligent weapon like a sacred object would be akin to death. Charlotte knew this, and the spirit of the book, sensing her divine power of blood, knew it too.
The spirit's submission was understandable. Of course, the blood-born girl and the middle-aged knight were unaware of these intricacies.
They could only stare in disbelief at the once aloof spirit, now acting like a groveling dog.
Retrieve all the undead.
Charlotte gave a casual glance at the spirit and commanded.
O mighty one, as you command.
The spirit bowed deeply to Charlotte, and the Book of the Dead emitted a deep, eerie glow. The tide of undead immediately collapsed, all of them turning into streams of light that flowed back into the book.
At the same time, the bound bloodborne girl turned pale, feeling dizzy, and even weaker.
She widened her eyes, glaring at the spirit with a mix of shock and anger.
That vile, shameless, damned spirit.
It followed someone else's orders but used her power to retract the summoned undead. Noticing the girl's gaze, Charlotte smiled knowingly. She had studied artifacts and sacred objects extensively over the past half-year and knew that sacred objects required a contractor. She also knew that these two were trying to set a trap for her. But with her advantages, the spirit was forced to turn on its contractor. It was the girl's own doing. Having resolved the issue of the undead tide, Charlotte closed the Book of the Dead. The spirit, as if granted a reprieve, bowed to her once more before swiftly retreating into the book, seemingly afraid of staying out any longer. Naturally, she handed the Book of the Dead to Sebastian for safekeeping. Charlotte then sat elegantly on a noble chair that Sebastian had conjured up at some point, crossing her legs. Sebastian quickly presented her with a glass of sweet milk, served in a crystal goblet. Charlotte accepted it almost instinctively, sipping with practiced elegance. Only when she brought the goblet to her lips did she realize when had she become so adept at this. She couldn't help but glance at Sebastian, who returned a bright smile, standing respectfully by her side like a loyal butler.
Charlotte. She felt like her behavior was increasingly influenced by Sebastian's over-the-top aristocratic style. This whole scene left the bloodborne girl and the middle-aged knight dumbfounded.
Although they wanted to question why someone would carry a fancy chair and drink milk from a crystal goblet while traveling. Admittedly, paired with Charlotte's unique aura, it did give off an air of distinct elegance. Charlotte took another sip of the milk and then handed the crystal goblet back to Sebastian, who promptly offered her a neatly folded silk napkin. Charlotte wiped her mouth gracefully and placed the napkin back on the tray Sebastian procured from somewhere.
Only then did she leisurely ask. So, who are you, and why did you attack my convoy? My time is limited, and so is my patience. You have 1 minute to answer.
She sat on the chair, legs crossed, looking down at the bound girl and knight. Charlotte could tell these two were not members of the blood demon cult. Though they were bloodborns and wielded a sacred object left by the bloodborne Archduke of Baden, and although summoning them into the Dark Knight Castle had attracted the attention of a bloodborne prince, Charlotte did not sense the repulsive aura of blood demon cultists on them. She believed she would never forget that foul aura, the corrupt and fallen scent of souls tainted by blood sacrifices. Ever since unlocking True Ancestors' liberation, Charlotte had become highly sensitive to it. This only piqued her curiosity further. Hearing Charlotte's words, the girl glared at her but quickly encountered Sebastian's innocent smile. Beautiful lady, if you continue to look at my master so rudely, I might just have to pluck out those pretty eyes of yours. The girl hesitated, her demeanor instantly deflating. She bit her lip and looked away. The middle-aged knight, maintaining a solemn expression, stared at Charlotte and her companion. After a few seconds, he spoke. Mercenaries. We are freelance mercenaries operating in Violet. Hearing his words, the girl glanced at him, bit her lip, and fell silent. Charlotte, however, narrowed her eyes. Her gaze lingered on the girl's dress, which, despite being washed to the point of fading, still showed signs of high-quality craftsmanship from a top-tier textile workshop. She also noted the knight's armor, though damaged, clearly of royal military style.
Mercenaries?
The knight noticed Charlotte's scrutinizing look and the amusement in her tone but remained composed, replying firmly.
Yes, mercenaries.
No matter what identities we had in the past, at least, now we are freelance mercenaries in Violet.
The past, huh? Charlotte's curiosity was piqued.
To be honest, the girl in the knight's attire greatly resembled that of fallen nobles, making her suspect they might belong to a family that had past grievances with Castell.
We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now.
However, she did not delve deeply into this issue.
Since they claimed to be mercenaries, their meaning was clear.
Their attack on her convoy was not just due to personal grudges but because they were hired for a task.
Someone didn't want her to return to her territory.
Who hired you? Charlotte asked. This time, the middle-aged knight did not speak. Charlotte frowned, and noticing her displeased expression, Sebastian snorted and snapped his fingers.
With his gesture, the anti-magic chains binding the middle-aged knight tightened, releasing a series of electric sparks. The middle-aged knight gasped, his face instantly paling, and he almost collapsed.
Sorry, this.
I cannot say. It's a mercenary's code. He gritted his teeth and said, trembling.
The third prince. The person who hired us to ambush your convoy is the third prince of the Crescent Kingdom. On the other side, the silent bloodborne girl suddenly spoke.
Miss?
The middle-aged knight's eyes widened. The girl bit her lip and gave him an apologetic glance, then straightened up, her figure even flatter than Charlotte's, and calmly said,
Lahel is my blood servant. I am the one in charge here. If there's anything, come at me. Miss.
The middle-aged knight couldn't help but try to get up, but the girl stopped him.
Enough, Lahel. Surviving is more important for us than the mercenary code. I don't want to see you suffer for me anymore.
Hearing the girl's words, the middle-aged knight opened his mouth, his expression complicated.
Charlotte, however, frowned. The third prince? Was it the third prince who didn't want her to return to her territory? To be honest, learning this answer didn't surprise her much.
Although she had only met the third prince Philip once, Charlotte instinctively didn't have a good impression of him.
It seemed to be some kind of instinct.
Moreover, Charlotte was sure that her feeling about Eleanor, the daughter of Duke Bord, acting strangely that day was not an illusion. The third prince was not that simple.
Charlotte felt a bit of a headache. She could roughly guess why the third prince targeted her. Count Tulip was dead, Duke Bord could pass away at any moment, Leno had given up his claim, and her promise to the church had become ambiguous due to the fall of the high priest. If one considered the current first-in-line heir to the Castell County, it would undoubtedly be Eleanor.
Thinking of this, Charlotte sighed softly.
It seemed Sebastian was right, the strategic position of the Castell territory was too important, and too many people wanted to take it.
Of course, she did not immediately believe the girl's words and looked at Sebastian. Noticing Charlotte's gaze, Sebastian immediately understood. He picked up the Book of the Dead again and, imitating Charlotte's tone, asked.
Book Spirit, is what she said true? The Book Spirit didn't respond. Charlotte glanced at the book indifferently. Book Spirit? It's true, it's all true.
The book flickered slightly, and a respectful yet urgent voice came through.
Bloodborne girl. Middle-aged knight.
Both of them widened their eyes, seemingly shocked once again by the shameless betrayal of the Book Spirit. Having confirmed it, Charlotte squinted slightly. She looked at the two and said,
Where is your mission contract?
For such a large-scale task as attacking a convoy, the two would certainly have signed a mercenary contract with the third prince.
Calculating the time, the third prince should have already arrived in Bord by now.
Bord was too far from Castell, and as a royal, Philip would certainly be protected by Blazing Sun Knights. Besides, her own territory likely had many issues that required her personal attention, so Charlotte didn't have the energy to go after the third prince immediately. But this didn't mean she would let it slide. Hiring mercenaries to attack other nobles was a serious taboo. While some nobles might do such things secretly, it could never be done openly. Obtaining the mercenary contract and exposing this incident would be enough to trouble the third prince. Hearing Charlotte's words, the blood-born girl bit her lip and finally said through gritted teeth, "The contract. I put it in the storage ring." "Miss, you can't." The middle-aged knight couldn't help but change his expression. For mercenaries, breaking a contract meant ending their career, and they would be blacklisted by the Mercenary Association. The two didn't seem to be living well off, clearly indicating that mercenary work was their main source of income. "Storage ring? Where is it?" Charlotte asked. "In my backpack." The girl indicated the bag placed on the ground not far away. Charlotte gave Sebastian a look, and Sebastian nodded, retrieving the bag. After some searching, he quickly found a ring. However, just as Sebastian took out the ring, the vampire girl suddenly shouted, "Now!" With that, she suddenly collided with the middle-aged knight, who fell backward in the direction where Sebastian had just picked up the bag. The two quickly fell to the ground, and the next moment, a dazzling light emerged from the ground. In Charlotte's surprised gaze, the two figures flickered and disappeared in an instant. Sebastian's expression changed. He rushed to the spot where the two had vanished and, after a quick inspection, looked grim. "Master, it's a one-time long-distance teleportation array." The bag on the ground was the trigger. An escape plan? Charlotte was somewhat surprised. At the same time, in a certain castle. In a dark chamber, the ground shimmered with light, faintly revealing a large circular array. Accompanied by a series of spatial fluctuations, the blood-born girl and the middle-aged knight, both tied up, fell out of the light. Chapter 160, Chapter 161, What? Trying to run away? 2,179 words. Ouch, 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 ouch. Falling out of the teleportation, the blood-born girl felt like her head had hit an iron plate, causing her to grimace in pain. Until a weak voice came from beneath her. "Miss, you're pressing on my wound." The girl's face stiffened as she realized she had fallen directly onto the knight. The rough contact she felt was from his dented armor. At that moment, blood was seeping through the cracks in his chest plate. "I'm sorry, Lahel. I didn't mean to," she exclaimed, quickly wriggling her bound body like a large caterpillar to the side. Then she cautiously brought her face close to his, worriedly asking, Are you in pain?" "You're bleeding." "Not mortally." The elf's attack avoided the vital area. The knight coughed weakly, his face pale. He struggled to get up, but the girl stopped him. "Don't move, I'll untie you." Then she realized she was also bound. "Dagger, there's a dagger at my waist," the knight said weakly. The girl looked at the knight and quickly found the dagger. She wriggled into position and awkwardly used her hands, tied behind her back, to take the dagger from his waist. Slowly, she cut through the anti-magic chains binding her. Once free, she wasted no time and immediately cut the chains on the knight. "Quick, treat your wounds." She struggled to help the knight up and took a flask from her pocket. Opening it, a strong smell of blood wafted out. The flask didn't contain water, but blood, which had long coagulated. However, the girl seemed used to this. Biting her fingertip again, she let a drop of her blood fall into the flask. Like a magical reaction, the coagulated blood quickly liquefied. The knight tried to take the flask, but she stopped him again. "Don't move, I'll feed you. Lahel, you're my last family. I don't want anything to happen to you." "That's an order." Seeing her determined eyes, the knight reluctantly opened his mouth, and she fed him the blood. As he drank, his eyes glowed a strange crimson. With each gulp, his pale face regained color, and his wounds began to heal. Seeing the knight recover, she breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Being a bloodborne isn't all bad.
This healing method is far beyond human capabilities.
Good thing I prepared the teleportation array, or we would have been prisoners of Castell today.
She then asked, puzzled. Lahel, isn't the Scarlet Flame Blade Sebastian supposed to have fallen in rank? Why is he still so strong? Even you, undefeated at night against another silver moon, aren't his match? And, what's the deal with Castell's heir? Why did that annoying book spirit betray me for her? Strange. It's really strange. Even the sadistic Count Sherdad didn't get that level of respect, and he's a devout follower of the Bloodborne Archduke. The Knight Lahel thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. As a Bloodborne, my power at night far exceeds that during the day, but I clearly felt I was no match for the Scarlet Flame Blade Sebastian. He's not an ordinary silver moon, he originally fell from Blazing Sun rank. Before his fall, he was famous in the mercenary circles of Eastern Unet Blacklands in Korea Kingdom. It seems he has found a way to regain his power. Though not fully restored to Blazing Sun, he's far beyond an ordinary silver moon. As for Castell's heir, I've heard some mercenary rumors, some uncertain guesses. The girl was intrigued. Tell me. The knight hesitated, then said. There are rumors that a year ago, when Charlotte de Castell was attacked by the blood demon cult, she awakened and received the favor of the god Harold. Recently, there were also rumors that during her coming-of-age ceremony, a miracle occurred, with the holy light of Harold descending directly. She might be a saint chosen by the gods. If that's true, the Book of the Dead likely sensed Harold's power. You know, for such an evil artifact, the power of the Holy Court is its greatest fear. Hearing this, the girl frowned. A saint of the Holy Court, can she be called a saint? The knight shook his head. I don't know. Unless she's a reincarnated god? If that were the case, the theocratic state would have dispatched the Templar Knights to escort her. But look at Castell's convoy, only 100 or so of their own armored knights came, clearly not heavily guarded. Hearing this, the girl's face remained troubled. She sighed. Fine, I'll ask that damn book spirit directly later. After some thought, she muttered in frustration. That squinty-eyed prince's information was too inaccurate. Had I known Castell's side was so strong, had I known there were so many secrets, I would have extorted him more. At least doubled the commission, no, tripled. No, quadrupled. Even with quadruple the commission, such opponents are beyond us. But I could have sought reinforcements. Many Bloodborns are very interested in this castle. Using it as a trade, I could find a Bloodborne count. I bet a Bloodborne count could handle them. An awakened extraordinary for just a year can't be that powerful. La hell! Miss, this castle is worth far more than any commission. The knight pointed out. But it's not our castle. We might stay here for now, but we'll have to leave eventually. We can't sell it to humans, that would endanger them. Trading a destined-to-be-lost castle for Castell's head, a hefty commission and a Bloodborne count's friendship seems worth it. She exclaimed excitedly. Hearing her reasoning, the knight was speechless. Remembering something, he asked. Miss, did you really put our task contract in the storage ring? Of course not. I tricked them. The contract is here in the castle. She shook her head, smiling proudly. Surprised by her response, he stared at her, making her uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I just didn't expect you to lie. The knight shook his head. She fell silent. After a moment, she spoke softly. After all, people grow. Since becoming a Bloodborne, I'm no longer who I was. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Sighing again, she added. However, our mission has failed. As long as there's a backup plan, there's always hope, miss. We'll have another chance. His words brought a faint smile to her face. She patted her cheeks and forced herself to cheer up. You're right, we still have a chance. She pursed her lips, took out a pre-drawn scroll, and said through gritted teeth. All right, time to summon that damned book spirit back. Don't stop me, today I'm going to give it a proper lesson. It needs to know who its true contractor is. Contractors have a binding link with their sacred objects. No matter where the sacred object is, it can be summoned back through the contract. That's why, even though the Book of the Dead was taken, the girl wasn't worried. However, when she injected magic power to activate the summoning scroll, the Book of the Dead didn't respond. The scroll burned to ashes in the flames of magic power, confirming the contract was active, and she could feel the Book of the Dead receiving her summon, but nothing happened. The girl's eyes widened and she exploded. Not coming back? It dares not come back? Master, there is no mercenary contract in the storage ring. We've been deceived. Sebastian reported, holding the tattered package with a grim expression. Hearing this, Charlotte slowly opened her eyes, withdrawing from her inner thoughts. She had suspected as much when the girl and the knight escaped, but knowing for certain they had been tricked still irked her. She quickly adjusted her mood and chuckled. Never mind, let them go. They'll come back. She had just used blood summoning to search and found that the stars representing the girl and the knight had vanished from the nearby vicinity. Clearly, their teleportation destination was far away, blending them into the vast sea of stars, making it difficult for Charlotte's current perception to track them unless they were nearby or unless she used divine power. But she wasn't planning to expend extra divine power to find them. She knew they would return. The Book of the Dead was still with her, and it was clear the girl was its contractor. Unless a legendary force intervened, the sacred object contract couldn't be unilaterally terminated. Though the contract prevented the Book of the Dead from outright betraying its contractor, and Charlotte likely couldn't extract specific information about the girl, holding the book gave her leverage over the girl's life. The reason was simple. The Book of the Dead would draw power from its contractor to function. For the Bloodborne girl, this meant using her blood and life force to maintain the book's operations. This book, which bullied the weak and feared the strong, wouldn't dare trouble Charlotte. If she used the book, it would continue to drain the Bloodborne girl's strength. In other words, Charlotte didn't plan to sever the contract but instead used the Book of the Dead to continuously bleed the girl dry. With this lethal leverage, the girl would undoubtedly try to reclaim the book. Thinking this, Charlotte's gaze shifted to the Book of the Dead in her hand. It was shimmering faintly, emitting a soft glow. Feeling a mysterious rhythm, Charlotte smirked. Trying to run? The Book of the Dead trembled slightly, its glow extinguished, and it immediately settled down, acting as docile as the Gospel of Blood. That's better. Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. After confirming that the remnant teleportation circle couldn't track the girl and knight, Charlotte and Sebastian returned to the camp. With the undead tide retreating, the battle in the camp had ended, and the knights and mercenaries were tallying casualties. Thanks to nice high-level area protection spell, the caravan had few casualties. Apart from the knight Darren, who ventured alone into the woods and was ambushed, only 4 died, all during the initial surprise attack of the undead tide. 30 others were injured, but the accompanying priests were treating them. If it weren't for Miss Reyna's support, I would have been killed by the undead. A mercenary undergoing treatment by Lottie remarked. Indeed, me too, others echoed. Reyna? Charlotte was slightly curious. Reyna? Sebastian was puzzled, finding the name familiar. A young mercenary lady from the Kane Trading Company. She's very young. A mercenary enthusiastically introduced her to Charlotte. A mercenary. Charlotte became interested. Where is she? She's. Where did Miss Reyna go? Huh? Where is she? She was just here. The mercenaries were puzzled. Seeing no sign of her, Charlotte didn't press further. She knew not all mercenaries liked nobles. Many young mercenaries particularly disliked them. Reyna's disappearance seemed to indicate she was avoiding Charlotte, so she let it go. For those who died in battle, triple compensation. Back in her tent, Charlotte instructed Sebastian. Quietly check the people in the caravan for anyone suspicious. Don't reveal yourself. Suspicious people? Sebas raised an eyebrow. For example, a hidden bloodborne. Charlotte said. Seabass was taken aback but then nodded solemnly. I understand.
Additionally, spread the word that the attackers were mercenaries skilled in necromancy, hired by the third prince of the Crescent Kingdom. Seabass raised an eyebrow again and bowed.
As you command. With the orders given, Sebastian went to make arrangements.
Charlotte leisurely took out a cup of extraordinary blood and began to sip.
She hadn't forgotten there was still a hidden bloodborne in the caravan.
However, since they hadn't caused any trouble, they were likely just catching a ride with the Castell convoy. Curiosity didn't compel Charlotte to use divine power to root them out. This task was better suited for Sebastian, who had become more sensitive to the presence of bloodborns due to his connection with the blood magic. As for the third prince, who allegedly orchestrated the attack, Charlotte was inclined to believe the bloodborne girl's claim. But for now, returning to her territory took priority, and she didn't have time to confront the prince directly. The prince, being a member of the royal family, was well protected, unlike the more vulnerable Count Tulip. Without the mercenary contract to prove the prince's conspiracy, rumors would suffice to handle many things. As for concrete evidence, that would come when the bloodborne girl returned for the Book of the Dead. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous tent within the Castell convoy, an elderly woman, Anna, frowned at the girl before her.
Reina, didn't I tell you not to act recklessly on this journey? Reina trembled slightly and looked up with big, pleading eyes at Anna.
Seeing those beautiful eyes, the elderly woman's heart softened, and she sighed.
All right.
I had planned to observe a bit longer, but since you've taken action, we might be exposed.
In that case, tomorrow, come with me to meet her in person.
Chapter 161, Chapter 162, Pay respect to the great true ancestor.
1995 words.
Charlotte's pointed command caught Sebastian's attention.
There were other bloodborns hidden within the Castell caravan.
As the one responsible for personnel inspections before departure, Sebastian felt deeply embarrassed that even he hadn't detected the bloodborne's stealthy infiltration. He, the steward of a divine being, felt utterly humiliated. Thus, after leaving Charlotte's tent, he immediately began a thorough personnel inspection. He had a solid pretext: the undead assault had frightened everyone, and as the Castell family's steward, he needed to check on the family's knights who had defended their ground and apologize to the accompanying merchant convoy.
What was he apologizing for?
Naturally, for the trouble caused by being associated with the Castell family. The undead targeted Countess Castell, and the necromancer was acting under the orders of the Crescent Kingdom's third prince. If it weren't for their association with the Castell family, they wouldn't have faced such a threat. This served a dual purpose. Not only did it give him an excuse to investigate the entire caravan, but it also spread the news that the third prince was behind the attack through the merchants and their hired mercenaries. Merchants and mercenaries are often key spreaders of information. Sebastian didn't even need to seek out anyone specific to spread the news, just hinting at it during his rounds ensured that this explosive news would quickly travel throughout the Crescent Kingdom. The royal family of Crescent, a wealthy and beautiful unmarried countess, orphans, noble conspiracies, inheritance rights, and necromancers, all these elements were perfect gossip material that would quickly become the talk of the town in taverns and brothels. As Sebastian had anticipated, the Castell family knights weren't likely to spread rumors about their own lord. However, the accompanying merchants, upon learning the truth of the knight's attack, were instantly energized, bombarding Sebastian with questions. Outwardly, they expressed outrage at the third prince's actions and sympathy for Countess Castell, perhaps even flattering the young countess by saying that traveling with the Castell caravan might have saved them from bandits or treacherous mercenaries. In reality, their eyes gleamed with excitement, practically spelling out gossip on their foreheads. Traveling far and wide, these merchants and mercenaries often supplemented their income by selling valuable information. The conflict between the third prince and the Castell family was prime intelligence. It signaled that Castell might further strain relations with the Board Duchy, perhaps even indicating the young countess's intention to break away from the duchy and swear direct allegiance to the king. Such developments held vast implications and opportunities. Even Charlotte hadn't anticipated how seriously the merchants and mercenaries would take the information Sebastian had spread. In her current position, she might not yet fully grasp the full weight of her power as a feudal lord. Every word she spoke carried significant implications, influencing the future of the entire Castell County and its millions of inhabitants. When the representatives from various vassal families visited Charlotte's tent in the middle of the night, expressing their concerns and interpretations of her supposed intentions to secede from the Board Duchy, she was bewildered.
Independence from the duchy? Charlotte stared in confusion at the envoys, taken aback.
Sebastian mentioned that tonight's undead attack was orchestrated by the third prince.
One of them started. Such despicable behavior. To treat our Castell family this way.
But, Lady Charlotte, we must carefully consider our relationship with the Board Duchy.
Another added.
Indeed, if you do intend to seek independence, you should discuss it with the vassals of your domain.
One more chimed in. But I think independence is the right move. Our county has long been dissatisfied with the duchy. The Castell County has paid enormous taxes, but what has the duchy done for us? They just leech off us, argued another.
That's foolish. Without the protection of the Board family, Castell would have been devoured by the surrounding greedy lords long ago, someone countered.
Charlotte watched the representatives argue, feeling increasingly frustrated. She never intended to declare independence right away.
Though she had considered the idea for the future, she never meant for it to be misinterpreted and discussed so prematurely.
Enough, stop arguing. I'm tired and need to rest.
She finally said, her voice cold as she issued the order for them to leave. She refrained from explaining further, fearing they would misinterpret her words even more, concocting new theories. Releasing her first-tier aura, not yet as formidable as Silver Moon's, but still enough to make the non-awakened representatives turn pale, she silenced them quickly. The representatives, now facing a young but powerful noble, bowed respectfully before retreating. Far from the tent, they sighed in relief, marveling at her prowess. So young and already first-tier.
The Castell family has a promising future. But she's too impulsive. Announcing the third prince's involvement with the undead, true or not, is reckless.
That's royalty, a potential future duke, another cautioned. Indeed, she's still just a child. Hearing these words, Charlotte, with her sharp senses, couldn't help but crush the crystal glass in her hand, her lips twitching in frustration. Damn, these nobles are impossible to please. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself down, recognizing the challenges of her new authority. The vassal nobles clearly did not take her seriously, but now was not the time to deal with them. Even if she wanted to address this issue, Charlotte would first need to return to her domain and thoroughly understand the situation. Although Bloodborns had many methods of mind control, Charlotte did not want to rely on extraordinary powers to forcibly gain the nobles' loyalty. There was no magic in this world that couldn't be broken. Shortcuts might be easy, but they were not sustainable and carried significant risks. If she wanted to turn Castell into a solid and unified foundation for her power, Charlotte needed the genuine loyalty of her subjects from top to bottom. For now, it was time to have a conversation with the newly acquired Book of the Dead. Although she didn't expect the book to provide much information, one could never be sure. With this thought, Charlotte focused her gaze back on the Book of the Dead. The book trembled slightly, as if shivering. Sebastian was unaware of the late-night visit by the representatives of the Castell family to their countess. In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He believed that the great lady of the night could handle those individuals. The diligent and responsible elven steward continued to search for the Bloodborn hidden within the caravan. After inspecting the Castell family's own knights and merchants, he found nothing amiss. This did not surprise him. The screening process for their own people was the most stringent, with each person's background being clear and complete. It was clear that if there was a Bloodborn hidden in the caravan, it would likely be among the accompanying other merchant groups. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Seabass visited one tent after another, offering his condolences while using his enhanced senses from his blood nature to their fullest. Yet, he did not detect any Bloodborn aura from the accompanying groups, although he did uncover several freeloaders who hadn't bought tickets to join the caravan. Sebastian greeted them warmly and persuaded them to purchase their tickets. After leaving yet another merchant tent, Sebastian elegantly adjusted his hair using a mercury mirror. But as he was about to move on to the next tent, he suddenly halted. In the distance, an elderly woman, stooped and leaning on a cane, was being supported by a beautiful young girl in a tattered maid outfit, both smiling at him.
"Mr. Sebastian, what are you looking for?" the old woman asked. Seeing her, Sebastian was momentarily taken aback and couldn't hide his surprise. "Lady Anna? What are you doing here?" The night passed quickly.
As the first rays of sunlight penetrated through the forest and into the camp, Charlotte awoke from her sleep. She yawned lazily and reached out, satisfied to find the Book of the Dead still beside her. It hadn't dared to escape. After the representatives of various families had left the previous night, she had a deep conversation with the book spirit.
It was indeed a deep conversation.
The Book of the Dead, crafted by Bloodborne Archduke Abaddon, possessed bloodborne powers and was a unique form of intelligent life. Charlotte could summon it into her spiritual world. In her spiritual world, she had complete control. She marked it with her divine power, ensuring she could track it even if it fled. But the book had clearly been intimidated. It hadn't dared to escape even after she slept. As she suspected, the book spirit didn't know much. It spent most of its time in a dormant state, only being summoned when needed by its contractor. According to the spirit, it had been sealed for hundreds of years until it was discovered by a fourth-generation Bloodborne about 20 years ago. The spirit knew little about its contractors since it rarely communicated with them. It only knew that its last contractor was a fifth-generation Bloodborne named Agnes, once a human noble and the progeny of the fourth-generation Bloodborne who had found it. Over a decade ago, Agnes had killed the fourth-generation Bloodborne and inherited the book. Bloodborns were categorized into generations. Charlotte had learned from her research that the true ancestor was the first Bloodborne in the world of Myria, belonging to the first generation. Perhaps out of loneliness or the need for war, the true ancestor created the second generation of Bloodborns, known as the Blood Legion. The second generation wasn't very powerful and mostly perished in ancient wars, but they left behind descendants, the third generation. Recognizing the weakness of Bloodborns, the true ancestor enhanced the third generation's power, making them the strongest. These third-generation vampires were now legends. The current vampire princes and archdukes belonged to this generation. Fourth-generation vampires, naturally, were the offspring of the princes, true descendants of legends. Even the weakest fourth-generation vampire was at least a Bloodborne count, at the third tier Blazing Sunday. To have killed a fourth-generation Bloodborne was impressive, and Charlotte now looked at the Bloodborne girl who had escaped from under her nose with newfound respect. She also learned another surprising piece of information from the book spirit. After killing the fourth-generation count, the girl named Agnes did not flee but assumed the count's identity and infiltrated Bloodborne society with her blood servant, Lahel. Bloodborne society, huh? Charlotte mused. Bloodborne society was highly secretive. Most Bloodborns active in board were outcasts from mainstream society, belonging to cults. As a new Bloodborne, Charlotte had no chance to penetrate the inner circles. But now it seemed she might have an opportunity soon. Stretching lazily, Charlotte rang a bell, summoning her cold, beautiful maid, Sherry, who quickly entered to assist her with her morning routine. Over the past year, she had fully embraced the comforts of her new lifestyle. Once she was ready and had finished her breakfast, Sebastian returned. "Master, I have a friend outside. She and her granddaughter wish to see you. I believe they are the ones you asked me to find," he said hesitantly, with respect. "A friend?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow, finishing her sweet milk. "Please, let them in," she said, wiping her mouth elegantly with a napkin. Sebastian bowed and soon, an elderly woman, supported by a maid, entered the tent. As they entered, Charlotte's gaze locked onto the maid. In that instant, she felt a strong resonance in her bloodline. Even the gospel of blood within her seemed to emit a faint response. This girl was the Bloodborne she was looking for. And her bloodline was very high. Charlotte's heart raced. At the same time, the elderly woman, supported by the girl, trembled and bowed deeply. "Anna the Witch of Prophecy, with my granddaughter Reyna, greets the great true ancestor,"
Chapter 162, Chapter 163, The Last Bloodborne Royalty. 2,155 words. Charlotte knew she was just a transmigrator who happened to be recognized by the Gospel of Blood and not the long-lost bloodborne true ancestor of the Myria world. However, with the Gospel of Blood, she had bound herself to many characteristics of the bloodborne true ancestor, and the power she exhibited indeed resembled that of a resurrected bloodborne true ancestor. In fact, it was quite possible that the Gospel of Blood was designed to cultivate a new bloodborne true ancestor. From this perspective, Charlotte, for convenience, had in a sense tacitly acknowledged the guesses of her identity made by the Black Cat Nice and Sebastian. But she never imagined that someone would see through her disguise upon their first meeting. To recognize her as a bloodborne was already unprecedented, let alone addressing her as the true ancestor right away. This moment even made her doubt herself. Could her disguise be so easily seen through by certain beings? Charlotte couldn't help but glance at Sebastian from the corner of her eye and noticed that the elven butler had turned his head awkwardly after the old woman revealed her identity, clearly feeling a bit guilty. Charlotte. Goodness, could it be that Sebastian had leaked her disguised identity? But Charlotte quickly dismissed this suspicion. After a year of getting to know him, she understood this elven butler very well. To become her closest follower, Sebastian would rather be the only one in the world to know her true identity. He couldn't possibly leak her secret. Perhaps this guilt came from inadvertently revealing some information that led the old woman to guess her identity. The Witch of Prophecy. Similar to a prophet? Charlotte's thoughts were racing. Though her mind was racing, Charlotte maintained her composure. Witch of Prophecy. What is your relationship with the Nez family? She asked, slightly tilting her body with interest. The Nez, the Insight clan, is one of the 5 existing bloodborne clans, specializing in divination and prophecy through the bloodline resonance. Only humanoid females with strong magic can be called witches, whether human, bloodborne, elf, or other humanoid species. For instance, the head of the well-known bloodborne clan, the Vadalat, who follow the path of wildness, is known as the White Witch. And calling her true ancestor indicated that the other party was also bloodborne. However, Charlotte did not sense any bloodborne power from the old woman. What Charlotte did notice was that the Book of the Dead at her side quivered slightly when the old woman and the maid entered the tent, as if sensing something. Great true ancestor, as you can see, I was once a member of the Nez family, though. I left the family many years ago and have not been in contact with other bloodborns for a long, long time. The old woman answered respectfully. Charlotte was intrigued. Seabass couldn't help but look at the old woman, visibly surprised, clearly hearing this for the first time. The old woman then turned to the girl beside her, showing a kind smile. Of course, that was in the past. Now, I am just a grandmother who wants to see her granddaughter safe and sound. Saying this, she pulled the girl and bowed to Charlotte again. Great true ancestor, please forgive Anna for her disrespect. From the moment Sir Sebastian first visited me to inquire about the history of bloodborns, I had already guessed your arrival, but it wasn't until today that I formally came to pay my respects. Please forgive my negligence, forgive my arrogance, forgive my selfishness. I do not wish to deceive you, and I know I cannot deceive you. It's just that you have long become a legend among bloodborns. Gods are too far from mortals, mortals cannot fathom the thoughts of gods. Without sufficient understanding of you, I truly did not know if I should bring Reyna to meet you. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat, understanding the implication. This mysterious woman named Anna, in her uncertainty about Charlotte's temperament and due to some unknown concerns, was afraid to meet her. And this attitude and mindset indicated one thing. Like Sebastian once was, she was also a non-believer. But why was she afraid to meet Charlotte? Could it be that she thought Charlotte would harm her? Are you very afraid of me? She asked. The old woman trembled and bowed lower. Must be feared by mortals, especially a great being like yourself. In Board, you severely wounded the flame demon Valeroka with a single strike, taking half of its power. Your immense power left a deep impression on me and indeed deserves respect and fear. Ha! Even Sebastian hadn't clearly seen how she defeated the flame demon Valeroka, yet this woman did? It seemed her rank was much higher than Sebastian's. Charlotte was thoughtful, yet she didn't sense any strong extraordinary aura from the woman. This bloodborne named Anna must have encountered some problem with her body.
Meanwhile, Charlotte also perceived from this encounter some of the bloodborne's attitudes towards their true ancestor. The old woman used the word fear. Charlotte believed this fear wasn't just from mortals but likely included the bloodbornes themselves. This piqued her curiosity about the relationship between the true ancestor and ordinary bloodbornes. Anna clearly knew many bloodborne secrets, but it wasn't convenient for Charlotte to directly ask now. Additionally, from Anna's words, Charlotte vaguely guessed the source of Anna's fear. Bloodbornes crave blood, and Charlotte could strengthen herself by consuming the blood of extraordinary creatures. The battle with the flame demon Valoroka had revealed a lot. In her true ancestor state, she possessed a similar blood-sucking ability, or rather, it was more like devouring. As a bloodborne, if they discovered that their newly resurrected ancestor could restore their strength through devouring, anyone, except the true fanatics, would feel a jolt of fear and suspicion, right? After all, if the ancestor sought to restore their power through devouring, what in this world would be more suitable than bloodbornes themselves? That would be a kindred power. Gods are lofty and detached, and in the eyes of gods, mortals are mere ants. If gods could restore their power by consuming ants, what would they do? Of course, Charlotte had never considered this path. She was not a true god and was not that bloodthirsty. Unless someone was her enemy, she would not harm others without reason. After some thought, she smiled gently and said, "Madame Anna, let me reintroduce myself.
I am Charlotte de Castel, the Lord of Castel County, Countess Castel, and noble of the Crescent."
Charlotte preferred a human perspective over that of a god.
Gods do not speak idly.
If the other party truly saw her as a god, Charlotte believed she understood her intentions. Moreover, constantly being regarded as a god worried Charlotte that she might slowly start to believe she was one, gradually losing herself in the power of the gospel.
We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now.
Upon hearing Charlotte's words, the old woman visibly relaxed and respectfully replied, "Of course, esteemed Lady Charlotte, you have been kind to the Rose Society, and over the past year, you have repeatedly helped families shattered by the blood demon disaster.
Are a true noble."
Charlotte smiled slightly. She knew the other party understood. "So, Madame Anna, please state your purpose," Charlotte said. The old woman took a deep breath, gently pushed the girl beside her forward, and respectfully said, "Lady Charlotte, Anna wishes to ask you to shelter Reina and provide her a place of refuge."
Reina. Charlotte couldn't help but look at the girl beside the old woman. This name was not unfamiliar to her.
If there was no other person with the same name, then the girl who helped those mercenaries fend off the undead yesterday must be her. Charlotte could sense the extraordinary power within her, not weaker than her own, and a certain bloodline connection. "I can feel her restless bloodline power."
"Can you tell me the reason?"
Charlotte asked. The old woman respectfully replied,
"Esteemed Lady Charlotte, Reina's full name is Reina Palma Coralli.
She is the last descendant of the Coralli.
Due to the other clan's fear of the Coralli, they have been hunted for millennia.
You are the source of all bloodborne. If possible, I hope you can protect her, the last of the Coralli. After all, they are the only clan that steadfastly believed in your return during the millennia of the Holy War.
It is precisely because of this unwavering belief that they have been ostracized by other clans." Coralli? The extinct royal bloodline?
Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but look closely at the girl, her heart stirred, and she suddenly said, "Lift your head."
The girl named Reina did not move.
It was only when the old woman nudged her that she timidly lifted her head, revealing a pair of crimson golden eyes filled with unease and confusion. "Lady Charlotte, please forgive Reina's rudeness. 10 years ago, she was pursued by the Shedite, the Dark Clan, and cursed by the bloodborne Archduke, causing her mind to regress to that of an 8 or 9-year-old. The old woman sighed deeply.
A god's curse? What did she do to deserve this?
Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the old woman wanted her to take in the girl not only for protection but also in the hope that she could lift the curse. But Charlotte knew her limits. she was not a true god. Even with the power of the true ancestor's liberation, she was only at a legendary level.
Purifying a god's curse would not be easy. A misstep could even attract the attention of a god.
However, she saw this as an opportunity. First, Agnes, who had infiltrated the Bloodborne Society, now, Anna, who had left her clan for many years but knew many Bloodborne secrets. Setting aside the elusive Agnes for now, through this old woman, Charlotte felt she could further deepen her understanding of Bloodborns.
To enhance her power, she could not avoid dealing with Bloodborns.
As her power grew, she would inevitably step into Bloodborne Society. Charlotte saw no reason to refuse the last royal bloodline seeking her protection. If Miria's true ancestor had truly fallen, Charlotte could use this as a starting point to cultivate her own bloodborne force. And if the real true ancestor returned in the future, gathering the loyal forces for them could help her maintain her disguised identity and perhaps even gain their favor. Of course, Charlotte was just thinking. Given the various traits of the Gospel of Blood, she believed the real true ancestor was likely truly fallen, and she might be the next true ancestor chosen by the Gospel of Blood or the real true ancestor. With this in mind, Charlotte pondered for a moment and said,
"Since leaving Bord, many of my maids have stayed at the manor.
Let her stay at Castell, and for now, she can work with Sebastian on some tasks. As for the curse on her,
I will help lift it when the time is right."
Upon hearing Charlotte's words, the old woman brightened up.
"Thank you, esteemed Lady Charlotte."
She quickly pulled the girl to bow to Charlotte.
"Reyna, quickly bow to the great true ancestor."
Under the old woman's gentle push, Reyna dazedly bowed to Charlotte.
"True ancestor."
"Just call me Countess or Lady Charlotte,"
Charlotte said.
Then, she looked at the old woman.
"As for you,
Madame Anna, stay by my side for a while and talk to me about the Bloodborns." Keeping her close was both for questioning and monitoring. Charlotte did not completely trust her yet. However, upon hearing Charlotte's words, the old woman fell into a brief silence.
She sighed deeply and respectfully but apprehensively said,
"Lady Charlotte, thank you for your kindness, but forgive Anna's rudeness. After entrusting Reyna to you, I must leave."
"Leave?" Charlotte was slightly taken aback.
Reyna also trembled slightly, looking up at the old woman with eyes full of reluctance.
"Madame Anna, do you know what you are saying?" Sebastian frowned on the other side.
The old woman sighed softly.
"I know.
I understand Lady Charlotte's intentions, and I believe Lady Charlotte can grant me more time, but my heart cannot deceive itself. I don't think I will ever follow any god in my life. Forgive me, but I cannot stay by your side. I know Lady Charlotte has just awakened and may not yet have all the divine memories. I have recorded everything I know about the Bloodborne in a book, which I will present to you. Entrusting Reyna fulfills my last wish, I have no regrets," the old woman said with satisfaction. As she spoke, her body began to emit photons of light, indicating that she was starting to fade away.
Chapter 163, Chapter 164, Traitor. 1914 words.
"Lady Charlotte, entrusting Reyna to you fulfills my final wish, leaving me with no regrets," Anna said with a look of relief. As she spoke, her body began to gradually turn transparent, tiny photons emanating from her form, signaling her imminent dissolution. This happened so suddenly. Reyna's eyes widened, and she whimpered, "Ah," while lunging towards the elderly woman, only to pass right through her and tumble to the ground. Charlotte, momentarily stunned, instinctively stood up from her seat, only to witness the old woman vanish, leaving behind a thick scroll of parchment.
Sebastian was equally astonished.
In an instant, he dashed to the spot where Lady Anna had disappeared, sensing for a moment before picking up the parchment scroll. Glancing at its contents, his expression shifted from initial disbelief to a look of understanding and a hint of sadness. He quickly approached Charlotte, presenting the scroll with both hands, his voice tinged with complexity. "Master, she's dead. She has been dead for a long time." Charlotte took the scroll and began to read. The first page bore a confession to the great true ancestor, filled with remorse but without specifying the cause. It also contained her hopes and regrets for Reyna, explaining her condition. She should have been dead already, or rather, she was already dead. Anna had been a bloodborn, but after awakening the eye of prophecy, she suffered from a familial curse that left her nearly depleted. The current her persisted only to secure a future for Reyna and to meet the true ancestor foretold in her visions one last time. With her wish fulfilled, her lingering obsession dissipated. Yes, obsession. The Anna they had just conversed with was merely the lingering will of Madame Anna. After the blazing sun, an extraordinary individual's mental power undergoes an unimaginable transformation, and at the legendary level, one's will can significantly affect reality. This witch of prophecy, she must have once been a legendary figure. Looking at the disheartened girl, Reyna, sitting on the ground, Charlotte sighed. She cast a spell of mental calmness on her before calling for Sherry to take care of her. Meanwhile, the tense entrance shook, and the stout body of the black cat Nice burst in, exclaiming, "Meow! What's happening? Has Sebastian ascended?" Nice found himself staring directly into the eyes of the flame elf, both blinking at each other in surprise. Sebastian. His expression darkened momentarily before he quickly masked it with a gentle smile. "Lord Nice, it seems you've eaten too much again and want to exercise to lose weight." "Nice. If it's not you ascending, then who?" "I just sensed the aura of a spirit ascending." The black cat looked around, scratching his head in confusion. But he quickly noticed the unusual atmosphere. Charlotte and Sebastian were both staring intently at him. Nice, feeling uneasy under their gaze, muttered, "Lady Charlotte, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Spirit ascending?" Charlotte raised her voice. Nice became even more uneasy. "Did I say something wrong? I had some unique experiences in my early years, making me sensitive to the auras of ascending spirits." Hearing Nice words, Charlotte gave him a meaningful look. This creature certainly had many secrets. Even though she controlled the gospel of blood, she couldn't detect any such aura, yet he could. Who knows what he was before becoming a cat? Of course, Charlotte's inability to detect might also be because she hadn't utilized the divine power of blood. Thinking of this, Charlotte subtly connected with the gospel of blood, releasing the power of the true ancestor's liberation. Instantly, her hair turned silver, and her eyes took on a golden hue. At that moment, she indeed sensed a faint, dissipating aura in the tent. The aura wasn't repulsive, it even felt somewhat familiar. It was the aura of a familiar bloodborne. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat, immediately linking it to the disappearing elderly woman. She looked at the parchment left by the woman and asked suddenly, "Sebastian, how much do you know about the Witch of Prophecy?" "Master, I've only been on the continent for 15 years, previously living on Luna Island. I'm not very knowledgeable about human civilization," Sebastian replied. He continued, "However, I've heard that the Witch of Prophecy is a powerful human mage, though I never expected her to be Madame Anna and even less that she was a bloodborne." "Really? The Witch of Prophecy? You should have asked me. I know about her. I even collaborated with her once, but that was a long, long time ago. The Witch of Prophecy I knew must have long been dead, the grass on her grave probably taller than me by now." Nice chimed in proudly. "The Witch of Prophecy." Charlotte frowned. "Master, I don't know what secrets Lady Anna was hiding, but there's one thing I'm sure of, we've known each other for over 10 years, and she, like I once was, is an unbeliever." Seabass pondered before adding, "Heh, that's likely true. The Witch of Prophecy could see many things, including some divine secrets. To make them believe in false gods would indeed be difficult for them." Nice sneered. Realizing his words might have been inappropriate, he quickly looked at Charlotte, stammering an apology. "Of course. I didn't mean you. I mean those hypocritical gods." Charlotte ignored Nice rambling. She frowned slightly, feeling a sense of contradiction in the elderly woman. An unbeliever, yet possibly ascending to the divine realm? Strange, truly strange. She felt that the elderly visitor was shrouded in mystery, but alas, all secrets were buried with her disappearance. The only certainty was that the faint aura detected after using her blood divine power indeed linked the woman to the bloodborne lineage.
We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now.
Prophets are often eccentric, either living brief lives like mayflies or enduring like ancient turtles.
For some reason, Charlotte had a feeling. Perhaps she would see Anna again in the near future.
For now, regardless of whether the other was alive or dead, at least Charlotte sensed no malice from her. After thinking for a moment, she said to Sebastian, "Seabass, take good care of that girl from the Corelli clan."
Reyna was entrusted to her.
Regardless of the other's motives for approaching her, perhaps everything was connected to this last bloodborne royalty.
In a grim and solemn castle hall.
The black stone walls of the hall were intricately carved with elaborate patterns and ancient reliefs depicting the myth of the stargazer, Casey, following the bloodborne true ancestor in battles, ultimately achieving divinity. In the center of the hall stood a solitary black coffin, wrapped in chains that emitted an ancient and time-worn aura. Around the coffin, four black demon statues with bat wings stood at the four corners, holding tridents, standing tall like sentinels. Suddenly, the coffin trembled slightly, and the black chains seemed to come to life, slowly retreating.
Next, the coffin lid creaked open, and grayish-black mist spilled out.
The mist quickly dispersed, revealing an elderly figure slowly sitting up from the coffin.
It was an aged woman.
If Charlotte were here, she would notice the striking resemblance to Lady Anna, though this woman, unlike the plainly dressed Anna, wore a luxurious and mysterious black nightgown that clashed with her aged appearance. However, the elderly woman's appearance soon began to change remarkably. As if reacting with the outside air, the wrinkles on her skin gradually vanished, her white hair turned brownish-black, and her once-aged face regained its youth. A beautiful and dignified woman emerged. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red irises. Simultaneously, the four demon statues around her began to move, their eyes glowing red. With creaks and groans, they moved their long-neglected bodies, bowing slightly to the woman in the coffin.
Lady Eugenia.
The blood-born woman, Eugenia, coldly surveyed the demon statues and asked,
"How long have I been asleep?"
"Lady Eugenia, you have slept for 73 years. The demon statues answered respectfully.
73 years, lost almost 5 years. Eugenia frowned.
She rubbed her temples, sighing lightly, her expression filled with worry.
The day of the prophecy's fulfillment is drawing nearer.
Saying this, she stood up from the coffin, snapping her fingers, transforming her nightgown into a formal and mysterious dress. She walked towards the hall's exit. However, just as she was about to leave, the demon statues blocked her path.
"Lady Eugenia, the Duke has ordered that you may not leave until you are willing to prophesy again." Eugenia's expression darkened.
"However, the Duke also said that if you share the details of this reincarnation and your prophecies with the clan, although you can't leave the castle, you will have the freedom to move within it." The demon statues added.
Eugenia narrowed her eyes, silent.
"Lady Eugenia, do not persist. No matter how you try to circumvent the seal, after each reincarnation, you will inevitably lose most of your memories and be hunted by the clan. No matter how many times you try, you will fail, because you will never have your own node.
Lady Eugenia, betraying the clan, will only lead to destruction."
The demon statue's voice was solemn.
Eugenia glanced at it. "Is this his warning?"
The demon statue bowed slightly, acknowledging.
Eugenia sneered.
"Then convey this message for me: I will never yield to the traitor. Traitors will never end well, and all betrayals will eventually backfire." With that, she turned and re-entered her coffin.
The castle echoed with her final sigh. "That includes me." Madame Anna's entrustment was just a small interlude.
Charlotte kept the girl, Reyna, initially planning to have Sebastian take care of her, but later decided to keep her by her side as one of her personal maids. Without Anna's company, the already silent bloodborne girl became even more reticent, stirring Charlotte's sympathy. Regardless of Reyna's true age, she seemed like a child to Charlotte, reminding her of her sister from her previous life. Reyna, after all, is a bloodborne, and a royalty at that.
Keeping her close might be the best option.
During her spare time, Charlotte carefully read through the parchment Madame Anna left behind. These records were indeed useful, detailing internal bloodborne information, especially the distribution of bloodborne forces in the Crescent Kingdom, the Falling Star Kingdom, and the Unit Empire, as well as notable bloodborne within these regions. The records were peculiar, mainly focusing on the Insight clan, Nez, spread across the Falling Star Kingdom and the Roman Duchy, and spanning a vast time period, often fragmented.
Charlotte figured many were things Anna had read from ancient texts. The clearest records were from recent decades. However, Anna's experiences seemed unpleasant, as she was described as being continuously hunted by the Nez clan bloodborns.
She barely remembered her past, only that she had betrayed her clan and seemed to be searching for something, though the details were vague. Charlotte found the information somewhat confusing, but it wasn't without value.
At least, she gained considerable insight into the bloodborns of the Roman Duchy.
The Roman Duchy neighbored the Castell County, making it the closest bloodborne society to Charlotte.
As for the Crescent Kingdom, those blood-crazed lunatics were better left unmentioned. Thus, while browsing through Anna's records and traveling, Charlotte and her companions finally exited the Violet Forest and arrived at the Castell territory. Chapter 164, Chapter 165, Castell County. 1985 words. As they emerged from the dense Violet Forest, their view suddenly broadened. What lay before Charlotte was a vast plain. Standing on the hill, she could see a network of rivers crisscrossing the landscape, dotted with lakes and ponds. Interspersed among the waterways were clumps of reeds, groves of shrubs, and large patches of farmland. Winding stone roads stretched into the distance, cleverly linking one farm to another. At the crossroads, villages sent thin columns of smoke into the sky. Windmills of various sizes stood around the villages and fields, turning slowly. If one looked closely, one could see farmers busy at work and artisans guiding donkey carts loaded with goods to and from the windmill workshops. The sky was clear and blue, with occasional blackbirds soaring above, gliding between the waterways. These northern hawks were the inspiration for the Castell family crest. What a beautiful pastoral scene! Charlotte could keenly sense the vitality here, a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the Violet Forest and the sparsely populated countryside of the Bord Duchy. Looking further northeast, one could see a city and castle nestled among the waterways, surrounded by silver-gray walls. Following the city's direction northward, the view extended to the horizon where the sea met the sky. That was the ocean. More precisely, it was the Star-Moon Strait, which separated the Falling Star Kingdom from the Crescent Kingdom. Castell County was indeed a coastal domain. Standing on the hill, Charlotte gazed into the distance. After leaving the forest, the wind grew noticeably stronger, likely due to the proximity to the sea. Though not harsh, it was stronger than a breeze, tousling her beautiful blonde hair. Charlotte smoothed her hair, her eyes alight with excitement as she looked at this idyllic land. She could not help but feel a surge of emotion. She had finally arrived, in her own territory. From now on, everything her eyes could see belonged to the Castell lands. The convoy left the Violet Forest, and everyone's expressions became lighter and brighter. As soon as they emerged from the forest, a knight in full armor led a group of over 30 cavalrymen from afar, seemingly waiting at the forest's exit. The leading knight and Baron Sharon were evidently acquainted. After a brief exchange, they approached Charlotte. The unfamiliar knight, guided by Baron Sharon, came to the carriage and respectfully saluted. "Angus de Wale, commander of the Castell County's cavalry, at your service, Countess." Sherry, sitting in the carriage with Charlotte, lifted the gauzy curtain, allowing Charlotte to see the kneeling knight clearly. This middle-aged man, around 40 years old, had a resolute expression. Charlotte had studied the relevant information about Castell County in advance and quickly recognized the knight by his name. Angus de Wale, one of the 17 barons directly under Castell County, head of the Wale family, and commander of the Castell County Knights. He was also the Lord of Wale City, the gateway to Castell County from the Violet Duchy. The city Charlotte had seen from the hill was Wale City. Looking at the determined knight before her, Charlotte recalled the documents she had read in the Castell Mansion study. The Wale family was one of the most loyal noble families to the Castell family in Castell County. Angus de Wale had taken over at 17, followed the Count and Countess of Castell in battles for over a decade,
and participated in the Roman campaign to repel a large invasion from the falling Star Kingdom.
Angus de Wale was known to be taciturn, disliking socializing and forming alliances.
His only passion was fencing, being a dedicated swordsman and a stern knight. Unfortunately, he lacked talent and remained at the Starry Sky tier throughout his life. These details were in the documents left by her predecessor, the former Count of Castell, her father. Though only 10 years old, they were still valuable. By the way, Baron Sharon's family, the Leon Castell, was also one of the families noted for their loyalty to the Count, as Charlotte later discovered by carefully reviewing the records.
Unlike the Wale family, the Leon Castell held the title of Viscount, one of the 3 Viscount families in Castell County. Their fief was northeast of Wales City. "Rise, Sir Angus."
Setting aside her wandering thoughts, Charlotte spoke warmly. Her voice was gentle, neither overly enthusiastic nor distant, but perfectly balanced to make people feel comfortable and naturally drawn to her. After training in the blood-borne magic of mental resonance for so long, even without using majesty or charm magic, Charlotte had developed quite a knack for it. Following her command, Angus stood up and solemnly said,
"Countess, you must be weary from your journey. The Wale family has prepared a banquet in your honor. On behalf of the people of Wale, I welcome you."
Angus's aversion to socializing was evident in his stiff expression and serious demeanor, which matched the descriptions in the Castell Mansion documents.
Charlotte did not immediately accept Angus's invitation.
Instead, she looked past him and asked,
"Is the Wale family the only one here?" "Countess, the Wale barony is the gateway from the Violet Forest to Castell County.
We are closer and received the news earlier. Other families, being farther away, probably do not know yet.
We knew you were coming this way and came to meet you." Angus replied solemnly. "Charlotte. What an honest answer. Shouldn't he be making a good impression on the Lord and subtly criticizing the nobles who didn't show up?"
Charlotte gave the Baron a curious look, confirming that he was indeed a straightforward person. As for the excuse about the other nobles not showing up, she didn't believe it at all. Fooling an honest person, there were so many family representatives in the convoy that Charlotte couldn't believe they hadn't sent word before entering the Violet Forest. In a magical world, it's quite convenient to send magical messages from the city's Mage Association. However, no one coming to greet her was to be expected. This wasn't an imperial tour of the Heavenly Dynasty. Even as a countess, the centralization of Castell County wasn't that high, and the Lord's control over the vassals wasn't that strong. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. It was more of an optional matter, come if you want, don't if you don't. No one was forced. Moreover, Charlotte had just ascended to the title and had no authority. "Sir Angus, thank you very much for your invitation. However, I have already spent too much time on the road, and I don't plan to attend any banquets before reaching Northport," Charlotte said gently. Yes, she won't attend any banquets. Charlotte had decided this before entering Castell County, no more noble banquets until she returned to Northport, the main city of Castell. Actually, it didn't matter whether people came to greet her after entering the territory. The Duke of Bord didn't always have all the nobles flocking to his mansion like sycophants every time he returned. He was a lord, not their father. From the messengers sent by various families to her coming-of-age ceremony and ascension, it was clear they didn't think much of her. To be clear, Quasimodo had informed all the families in the territory. It wasn't the first time he had sent messages. He had summoned the nobles after the Castell Mansion Bloodborne incident to protect her. Of course, no one showed up, claiming the Mage Tower of the territory's Mage Association was broken. Charlotte could foresee that attending banquets would only involve more superficial politeness and deceptive kindness. Lack of respect indicated indifference, which meant disregard, pretense, and potentially breeding ambitions. Charlotte was tired of these games. On this journey, she had attended various banquets and seen enough scheming to know that nobles were experts at pretending. If possible, before returning to the main city, she didn't want to enter any noble's territory and receive a crafted first impression. Though the Castell family archives gave her a preliminary understanding of the territory's nobles, first impressions still mattered, and incorrect ones could lead to misjudgments. She wanted to see the true attitude of these nobles toward her and their genuine nature. She wanted to see how many nobles would come to see her if she didn't visit them first. Of course, the Whale family might genuinely want to invite her. But since she had decided not to attend any banquets, she couldn't make an exception. Charlotte's refusal clearly caught the middle-aged knight off guard. He hesitated, not knowing how to respond, then scratched his head and said in a deep voice, "Well, then. I shall escort you to Northport with Baron Sharon." Charlotte looked at the knight in surprise, now convinced that he truly was a loyal supporter.
"Thank you, Sir Angus."
She smiled warmly.
That bright smile visibly stunned Baron Angus for a moment.
A smile from someone as beautiful and charming as Charlotte had a strong effect, even on a reserved middle-aged knight. He quickly recovered, bowing respectfully. Then, the Baron Knight mounted his horse again and, along with Baron Sharon, escorted Charlotte's carriage. One on each side, like two guardians.
"The Whale family, was it Baron Angus's younger brother who attended my coming-of-age ceremony?"
Charlotte asked as she lowered the curtain.
"Yes."
Opposite her, Sherry replied while pouring her a cup of milk.
Charlotte nodded slightly.
Having the head of the family's brother attend her coming-of-age ceremony was among the higher-ranking representatives of all the noble families that visited.
Angus's cavalry joined the Castell convoy, and Charlotte set off again.
This time, they didn't detour to Whale City in the northeast but continued north along the main road of the county.
The merchant convoys that had finally reached their destination also parted ways with Castell's convoy.
Throughout the journey, Charlotte had earned nearly 2,000 gold tanna in protection fees. Without the merchant convoy, the Castell convoy moved faster. According to Baron Angus, they would reach their destination in 3 days at most.
Castell County was vast, very vast.
According to Charlotte's knowledge, it was about a third the size of the Bord Duchy, with an officially recorded area of around 120,000 square kilometers. From the map, the whole county was shaped like an obtuse triangle with a 120-degree angle, the obtuse side facing slightly northeast. The northern side faced the Starmoon Strait, where the capital Northport was located. Incidentally, the county had a population of over 5 million. When Charlotte first learned these numbers, she was astonished. Seriously, this scale was comparable to a duchy. Even in similar historical contexts on Earth, it would be a significant fiefdom. Of course, the world of Myria had extraordinary powers, and administrative divisions were much larger than in similar historical periods on Earth. For example, the Crescent Kingdom reportedly had a population of 80 to 90 million. But even so, Castell County was undoubtedly a grand noble domain. Even if it were separated from Bord Duchy, it would be a significant power in the Crescent Kingdom. As the convoy headed north, more towns appeared along the way, and the roads became busier.
The people of Castell County were clearly wealthier. Even the farmers dressed similarly to residents of Bord's outer city. In Bord's countryside, the farmers dressed almost like beggars. However, what puzzled Charlotte was the reaction of passers-by upon seeing the Castell convoy.
Their expressions changed, and they either stepped aside or avoided them, casting complicated and even hostile glances at the Castell family crest.
"Why are they looking at us like that?"
Charlotte frowned and looked outside, puzzled, at Baron Angus on horseback.
Baron Angus hesitated.
Seeing his reaction, Charlotte felt a pang of anxiety.
"It's okay. If there's anything, just tell me," she said.
Baron Angus hesitated a moment before speaking solemnly.
"Countess, there have been some unpleasant rumors circulating in the county recently." Chapter 165, Chapter 166, Northport. 2056 words. Chapter 166, Northport. Rumors? What rumors?
Angus's words piqued Charlotte's interest.
"Countess."
Angus glanced at the accompanying priest Lottie and several former demon hunters in the convoy, carefully choosing his words before continuing. "The rumors say that you betrayed the family, betrayed Castell, and in order to successfully inherit the title, you sold out Castell's interests to the church."
Charlotte. Damn, how is it that even though she wants to refute it, she doesn't know how to do so? Is this because of the oath I took last year in board?
Charlotte asked.
Baron Angus thought for a moment and said, It has some relation, but it's not entirely because of that.
Charlotte was puzzled.
How so?
Baron Angus respectfully replied. Your promise in board last year is well known in Castell. It had a significant impact among the noble circles, with many families strongly opposing it. However, when the High Priest of Board was later arrested and tried by the Church's Inquisition, everyone realized your promise was a bluff.
So, gradually, no one mentioned it. But after you inherited the title, it was brought up again. But that incident isn't the root cause.
Perhaps the nobles care greatly about who their feudal lord is, but I think most of the common people don't care whether they are ruled by the church or the nobility. After all, in many cases, the church's taxes are even lower.
Charlotte said.
After speaking, she looked at Baron Angus again. Moreover, after I inherited the title, I also hinted to the envoys who came to the territory that the empty promises I made were just a tactic to balance the pressures from the Duke's family and other nobles. The problem lies in the fact that, to this day, most nobles, including myself, believe you don't genuinely intend to give Castell to the church in the future, but the fact that you stand with the church remains.
Baron Angus said.
Charlotte's heart skipped a beat.
So, the nobles and commoners of Castell don't want to see me getting too close to the church? Baron Angus nodded.
Yes, the fact that you departed from board with a priest appointed by the church was relayed back to the county through magical communication as soon as you began your journey. And recently, a new narrative has emerged. It claims you don't truly intend to pledge Castell to the church in the future but plan to bring Castell back under the church's religious rule. Many people are saying that with your ascension, the church will also re-establish religious control over Castell, reinstating the tithe tax, and that you will pay all the past taxes owed over the years in one go.
Charlotte.
She knew what the tithe tax was. Similar to a historical practice in her previous world, it was a religious tax imposed by the Holy Court, requiring residents to give 1/10 of their agricultural products. The Sacred Code clearly stated that paying the tithe tax was a duty for all residents under the Holy Court's faith, with the amount set at 1/10 of their agricultural or pastoral harvest.
Incidentally, Board Duchy imposed a tithe tax.
Not just Board, every duchy or county she had passed through on her journey also imposed a tithe tax. Paying the tithe tax had become a daily obligation for the people of Myria. In some theocracies, in addition to the tithe tax, residents had to pay land tax, trade tax, and various other taxes. The Holy Court was not a charity, and the church's protection came at a cost.
But that wasn't the main issue.
The main issue was the two implications revealed by Baron Angus's words.
First, Castell's religious beliefs were not unified. Second, based on this, the Holy Court likely hadn't enforced substantial religious control over the area for many years. Are Castell's beliefs not unified?
Charlotte asked in surprise. This matter was never mentioned in the documents at Castell Mansion. Yes, our Castell has always been on the periphery of the Holy Court's religious control.
When the first Count of Castell established the territory, there were indeed many Holy Court believers.
But as the territory developed, more immigrants from the mainland and the north arrived, and most of those from the mainland were opponents of the church, while those from the north were mostly non-believers and heretics.
Today, the beliefs in the territory are quite mixed. Baron Angus said.
Charlotte. No wonder the Holy Court supported her as the ruler, despite her disavowing last year's promise. The real situation in Castell was that it was full of heretics. Her grand divine miracle at the coming-of-age ceremony almost solidified her reputation as a saint, so it was no wonder the locals were hostile to her.
How long has it been since the Holy Court collected the tithe tax in Castell? Charlotte asked again. Baron Angus scratched his head. Probably, over 100 years? Charlotte. Compared to the church's supernatural protection, the tithe tax was neither too heavy nor too light.
But if the rumor suggested repaying it all at once, 100 years' worth of taxes, was a bit excessive.
However, Charlotte had never mentioned anything about repaying the tithe tax.
She didn't even know that Castell hadn't paid the tax for over a century until now.
Clearly, someone is fueling these rumors. This is completely baseless.
This is the first time I've heard that the church's rule in Castile has long been non-existent,"
Charlotte said, shaking her head. Baron Angus visibly sighed in relief, breaking into a smile. "Indeed, I didn't think you would do such a thing. We rely on your support." Novelplex.org. Donate now. Charlotte. Your obvious relief shows you thought I might actually do that, didn't you?
Though Baron Angus was a noble, he was a straightforward, serious, and rather dull knight. If even he couldn't grasp Charlotte's true intentions, it's no wonder the rumors spread throughout Castile.
Honestly, Charlotte didn't take the tithe rumors seriously.
Such an outrageous claim of repaying 100 years of taxes would collapse on its own. Charlotte never even considered reinstating church taxes, as she wasn't a genuine believer in the Holy Court. However, she could clearly sense the malice behind the rumors. Moreover, though the tithe tax issue seemed the most critical due to its direct impact on the commoners, it wasn't the real danger. The true threat was the rhetoric that positioned her against her subjects by aligning her with the church, the deeper implication behind the tithe tax rumor, and the notion of bringing Castile back under the church's religious rule. Charlotte initially intended to operate under the banner of the Holy Court. But now, she might need to reconsider her stance. On the bright side, the chaotic state of Castile's faith could be advantageous for Charlotte, allowing her to exploit the situation. She wasn't aiming to preach for the Holy Court but rather to spread her own beliefs. Therefore, she also needed to investigate who was behind the rumors. If she were a devout saint, such rhetoric would be a direct attack on her Achilles' heel. As the saying goes, to identify your enemies, you must consider who benefits from your misfortune or whose interests are affected by your arrival in Castile. Though the mansion's archives had records, the details were insufficient, given that the documents were over a decade old.
Charlotte needed more information.
She had a gut feeling that the nobles in the territory were involved. After all, spreading rumors across Castile required considerable resources. The convoy continued forward. Despite sensing the indifference and even hostility from the locals, it hadn't escalated to the point where people blocked their way. Besides Baron Angus, Charlotte didn't encounter any other nobles along the journey. Castile was noticeably more urbanized than both Bord and even the Moonshield Duchy, especially as they traveled further north. Towns of various sizes were almost everywhere, and the population density seemed to surpass that of the two counties directly under the kingdom's ducal authority.
There were also many petty nobles.
Many small nobles visited along the way, but apart from inviting Charlotte to banquets, none accompanied them like Baron Angus.
Charlotte could clearly sense it.
Though she had successfully inherited the title, she lacked authority and control in Castile, appearing more like a figurehead. However, this situation improved significantly upon entering the directly governed territory of the Count of Castile.
Indeed, the directly governed territory. The Count of Castile had a directly governed territory.
Besides the 3 viscountcies and 17 baronies, Castile retained 1/5 of its land as directly governed, about 26,000 square kilometers, with a population of around 1.8 million, accounting for 1/3 of the county's population. Honestly, this was a significant area, enough to be a prosperous county in the Crescent Kingdom. This territory was divided into 2 parts, located at the obtuse angles of Castile's triangular shape, one to the left and one to the right. The left area, in the northernmost part of Castile, included the capital, Northport, also known as Northport Viscounty.
Yes, a viscounty.
Strictly speaking, Charlotte held the title of Viscount of Northport in addition to Count of Castile. Northport Viscounty covered about 16,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of the capital of China, concentrated in Castile's most prosperous region, with a population exceeding 1.5 million, which was Charlotte's destination. The right area was the Castile Silver Mine District on the border, about 10,000 square kilometers, mostly hilly lowlands, with a population of around 200,000. Unlike Bord duchies directly governed land with baronial vassals or the Crescent Kingdom's ducal territory with count vassals, Castile's directly governed land had no noble lords with ranks of baron or higher. In this area, the territory was directly governed by the Castile family through city officials and court nobles without fiefdoms. They only had administrative authority, no land ownership, and no military authority. Of course, they owned personal land, but it was limited to some estates.
Northport Viscounty was visibly wealthier than other parts of Castell.
The public roads resembled city roads in Bourd's outer district, travelers were better dressed, and the roads were filled with carriages. As soon as Charlotte entered the directly governed territory, she was warmly welcomed by long-awaiting city officials. It was a truly warm welcome, making Charlotte instinctively think of inspections in her previous life, with many officials present, and even a large number of onlookers. Moreover, there were soldiers on both sides, well equipped, with a significant number of extraordinaries, indicating Northport's armed forces. Looking around, the welcoming party for Charlotte probably numbered 300 to 400 people, and with the onlookers, it likely exceeded 1,000. It seemed not everyone believed the rumors, or perhaps in the directly governed territory of Castell, the people had more trust in the Castell family. And this was just at the entrance to the directly governed territory, not yet in the capital, Northport. Leading the welcoming party was Northport's mayor, Maddock Orlon, a city official of common origin. Maddock appeared to be a middle-aged man around 50, with quite a bit of gray in his hair. He looked more like a businessman than a mayor, chubby and always smiling, resembling a Maitreya Buddha, reminding Charlotte of Duke Bourd's chubby steward. As soon as he saw Charlotte, his eyes lit up, and he, along with the other officials and nobles, rushed over, delightedly saying, "Lady Charlotte, you're finally back. It's been years, and you've become more beautiful." Great, another familiar stranger. Not to mention Charlotte's inherited memories were incomplete. Even if they were complete, the people she met as a child would be hazy after so many years. Charlotte could only smile and nod in greeting. "Lady Charlotte, after your long journey, the Count's mansion in Northport is ready for you to move in at any time," Maddock said cheerfully. Then he took the reins of the carriage himself, personally driving it for Charlotte. Surrounded by the crowd, Charlotte's carriage continued north. After about half a day, Charlotte finally reached her ultimate destination, the capital of Castell County, the economic and trade center of the northern lowlands, one of the super cities in the Crescent Kingdom with a population exceeding 500,000, known as the Pearl of the Sea, Northport. Chapter 166, Chapter 167, History of the Castell Family. 2,150 words. The capital of Castell, Northport, is a city established near the sea, located near the estuary of the Dun River, the largest river in the western Unet region. It is said that 800 years ago, this area was just a coastal swamp, uninhabited and surrounded by dense forests, teeming with magical beasts, and was once part of the Violet Forest. Back then, the Violet Forest wasn't called the Violet Forest, it spanned the northern lowlands and was known as the Dark Forest. Many magical beasts frequently formed beast tides in the spring, attacking the southern human kingdom's villages. Later, to permanently solve the problem of northern beast tides, the king of the Crescent Kingdom implemented a policy of granting pioneering knights lands for development. Anyone willing to head north and venture into the Dark Forest to establish settlements, regardless of being noble or commoner, could obtain the title of pioneering knight. All the land they developed belonged to them, with any rare resources discovered on the land being shared equally with the royal family. All pioneering knights who gained land could also receive corresponding hereditary noble titles. The Castell County, the Violet Duchy, and even the Roman Duchy, now an enclave of the Falling Star Kingdom on the continent, were all developed in this way. The origins of the Castell family date back to 700 years ago. At that time, the prominent Bourd family in the southern part of the kingdom had a magical genius named Castell. At that time, the theory of 4 extraordinary ranks hadn't been proposed, and the ranks were not clearly defined, but historical records suggest that the founder of the Castell family was likely a legendary figure at his peak in middle age. Being the posthumous son of the old duke, Castell did not inherit any fief or title. To obtain his own land, he chose to become a pioneering knight upon reaching adulthood. With the support of his elder brother, the Duke of Bourd at the time, he organized a pioneering team of 1,000 people. The Castell County was developed by Castell leading his pioneering team. With his formidable magical prowess, Castell slew countless magical beasts, carving out a territory in the Dark Forest. He chose to build a city on an island at a shallow sea beach along the Dun River, marking a large part of the Dark Forest as his domain. There were 4 main reasons for building the city there. First, the shallow sea served as a natural barrier against beast tide attacks.
Second, proximity to the Dun River allowed upstream travel, facilitating trade with the kingdom's interior and even the Unet Empire in Korea Kingdom to the east. Third, according to the pioneering Night Treaty, noble fiefs were divided radiating from a central stronghold. A stronghold deep in the dark forest would secure a vast territory. Fourth, Castell had pre-scouted the area, ensuring the chosen stronghold included the flattest and most fertile parts of the dark forest, which could be converted into arable land once cleared of magical beasts. Thus, Northport City was built, becoming the northernmost city of the Crescent Kingdom, with the Castell family acquiring a vast 120,000 square kilometers of land. The Bord Duchy, already the largest duchy in the Crescent Kingdom, also benefited significantly, enjoying great prestige. Many believe the Castell family was favored by the gods. During the Great Expansion, when extraordinary power flourished in the human world, materials from magical beasts were highly sought after in all kingdoms. Utilizing the rich resources of the Dark Forest, Castell's Northport became a haven for adventurers and mercenaries. Merchants from all over Myria flocked there to trade with mercenaries and adventurers, purchasing precious magical materials and selling them worldwide. In a sense, the Castell family's wealth originated from commerce from the very beginning. Over the next 200 years, the Castell family, using Northport as a base, gradually eradicated the magical beasts from their lands. Northport City continually expanded from a population of less than 2,000 to a burgeoning new city with tens of thousands of inhabitants. Magical beasts gradually disappeared from the Castell County, and the once dense forests were completely cleared. The residents of Castell began farming, and villages started to emerge. However, because the land was no longer forested, the trade in magical beast materials gradually shifted away from the Castell County to the southern, Violet Duchy, and the northern Tribal Alliance. Logically, Castell County might have declined because of this. But the gods' favor came once again. While clearing the hilly area in the eastern part of their territory, the Castell family unexpectedly discovered rich silver mines. The then Count of Castell, also a mage, personally surveyed and found high-quality mithril in the mines. Thus began the great silver mining era of the Castell County. The mining of silver and mithril brought enormous wealth. Not only did the Castell family benefit, but the Bord family and the Crescent royal family also reaped rewards. Especially with mithril. The extraction of mithril led to the emergence of the precious metals processing industry in Castell, which gradually developed into workshops for jewelry and extraordinary materials. Merchants from all over the world flocked to Castell once again, this time in pursuit of the precious mithril. As the mithril workshop industry grew, Castell County became the most famous mithril production site in all of Myria. This made it the most important trade hub for elves and humans who prized mithril. From that moment, Castell's commercial value became increasingly evident, positioned at the center of five powers: the Luna Island of the overseas elves, the Falling Star Kingdom across the Starmoon Strait, the Crescent Kingdom on the Crescent Peninsula, the Blacklands Mercenary Alliance in eastern Unet, and the Northern Grand Duchy formed by the Northern Tribal Alliance. The Castell family amassed immense wealth, becoming one of the richest families in the Crescent Kingdom. As the capital of the Castell County, Northport underwent multiple expansions, transforming from a city built to fend off magical beasts into a megacity with a population exceeding 500,000. To this day, Charlotte, upon seeing Northport for the first time, instinctively thought of two cities from her previous life on Earth. One was Venice, renowned as the City of Water on the Apennine Peninsula, and the other was Amsterdam, the capital of the Dutch Republic, known as the Sea Coachman during the Age of Exploration. Indeed, they were very similar. Entering the city through the outer walls rebuilt during the Starmoon Wars, one would find canals and waterways everywhere, with numerous bridges. While not as extreme as Venice, where waterways replace streets, Northport could certainly be described as inhabited on water, water entering the city, people and water coexisting. Northport's prosperity surpassed even that of Bord City, the capital of the Bord Duchy, and Anro City, the capital of the Moonshield Duchy. One would hardly believe it was just the capital of a county. The city was crisscrossed by canals, with spacious roads on either side. Merchant ships traversed the waters, while carriages moved ceaselessly on the roads. It is said that every expansion of Northport was personally designed by the reigning Count of Castell, each time involving a grand mage in the renovation.
As an immigrant city, Northport's architectural style was influenced by various regions of Myria, with Gothic architecture from the Crescent Kingdom being the most prevalent. The Count's residence, located in the center of Northport, was built on the foundation of the Castell fortress constructed by the first Count of Castell, resembling a solemn manor-like castle palace.
We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now.
Due to the long-term absence of a resident lord, the mansion had few servants. Yet, as Charlotte alighted from her carriage, 200 stewards and maids lined up on either side to greet her respectfully. Charlotte nodded slightly and, accompanied by her followers, entered the Count's residence. Standing beside her was Sebastian, dressed in a butler's tailcoat, elegantly and respectfully holding an umbrella for her. The black Katniss followed behind, head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon entering the castle palace of the Count's residence, Charlotte felt an intense sense of familiarity, as its decor was very similar to the Castell mansion in Board. Clearly, the Castell mansion was a scaled-down version of the Count's residence. The layout of the residence was also very similar. After passing through stairs and corridors, Charlotte easily found the Count's master bedroom and study. The only significant difference in the nearly identical corridors was the portraits of the previous counts hanging on the walls. Charlotte even noticed a decorated blank space next to the last portrait, clearly reserved for a new portrait. And it was likely intended for her. In addition, from her time at the mansion, Charlotte knew that the Count's residence had a secret chamber dedicated to the magical research of the Castell Counts. Entering the master bedroom, Charlotte followed the records of the previous counts, feeling along the walls until she found the mechanism. With a gentle infusion of magic, the wall rotated, revealing a passage to the secret chamber. Charlotte walked down the passage, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. This wasn't just a simple secret chamber. In fact, after passing through the passage, Charlotte discovered a hidden bedroom. This room was just as luxuriously decorated, with an opulent bathroom and bath. She immediately realized its purpose. It was likely a place where previous counts kept secret lovers or engaged in illicit affairs. It might not have been her father, but certainly some ancestor, perhaps even used by multiple generations. However, deeper inside was the real magical research chamber recorded in the archives, a circular room equipped with various intricate magical devices. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with books, serving as both a research lab and a study. As a bloodborne mage, magical research wasn't very useful to Charlotte, and she wasn't inclined toward research. However, this space was perfect for honing her innate magical abilities or studying the powers of the Gospel of Blood. After familiarizing herself with the residence, Charlotte was quite satisfied. Countess, the Mage Tower is ready for a mass transmission. You can notify all the nobles of your arrival in Northport whenever you wish. Do you want to order them to come for an audience as soon as possible? After a round of inspection, Charlotte returned to the main hall, where Northport's mayor, Maddock, greeted her with a respectful smile and inquired. The Mage Tower? The one that broke down last year? Charlotte's curiosity was piqued. Maddock looked slightly embarrassed. Cough, yes, but that was an accident. Our county has only one Mage Tower capable of long-distance transmissions. It was renovated the year before by elven craftsmen and is now the most advanced in Myria. It can transmit messages to all nobles in the territory at any time. This is the highest level of elven magical craftsmanship, but it's also somewhat unstable. Last year's mishap was due to stormy weather disrupting the magic array. At that time, the elven craftsmen had returned to Luna Island for the Lunar Festival, so it took 2 months to repair the transmission. Listening to Maddock, Charlotte gave him an unexpected look. You know magic too? Maddock scratched his head. To be honest, I dreamed of becoming a mage in my youth, but unfortunately, I lacked the talent to awaken a magic circuit. However, I've always been interested in magic and have learned a bit about it. Charlotte nodded in understanding. Countess, do you want to send the transmission? Maddock asked again. Inform them of my arrival and I will host a banquet at the Count's residence in a week. Invite the nobles from across the county. Until then, I want to tour the territory without interruption. Charlotte decided after some thought. Meeting the nobles upon arriving at the county was necessary. Charlotte needed a banquet to assess the situation of the county's nobles.
Maddock bowed respectfully. As you command. I will arrange it immediately. The news of the new count's arrival in Northport quickly spread throughout Castell County via the Mage Tower. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated ancient castle near the Violet Duchy in Castell County, middle-aged Knight Lahel looked at the blood-born girl Agnes, who was trying on various maid outfits in front of a mirror, and hesitated. "Miss, are you really going to attend her banquet?" Agnes turned and glared at him. "Of course. Why not? The Book of the Dead is still in her possession. This is a great opportunity to infiltrate the Castell Count's residence. I'm definitely going." Charlotte was unaware that the two Bloodborns who had previously attacked her had learned about her upcoming banquet. With 7 days left until the banquet, she had other plans. Most importantly, she intended to visit the Castell silver mine to the east. Chapter 167, Chapter 168, Do the Elves Also Discriminate? 2,125 words. The next morning, outside Northport City, Charlotte, dressed in noble attire suitable for traveling, sat in the carriage, gazing eagerly at the street scenes of Northport through the window. On the clear waterways, boats glided by slowly, and the ancient city streets along the banks bustled with pedestrians. Occasionally, the melodious sound of bells rang from afar, startling a flock of seagulls. Regardless of the state of the Holy Court's church here, the regularity of the bell tolls was impressive. The distant majestic castles, the nearby quietly flowing canals, the variety of Gothic buildings lining the waterways, and the fashion of the pedestrians, which was significantly more advanced and ornate than in Bourd's countryside, all of this gave Charlotte the illusion of being in a Renaissance-era Venice from a historical film. At first, she thought that wearing noble attire might be too ostentatious, but after observing the passers-by in Northport, she realized that even commoners here dressed as finely as rural nobles in Bourd. Though Bourd was already considered a relatively impoverished duchy within the kingdom, this disparity was telling. Thanks to the Castell silver mine, it not only brought immense wealth to Northport but also countless business opportunities and capital for initial accumulation. This place was not only wealthy but also populous, with a large influx of immigrants from all directions, providing ample labor, truly a blessed land. If this were on Earth, it would be the perfect place for an industrial revolution, undoubtedly the origin of new ideas. Even in a world with extraordinary powers like Myria, Charlotte felt that a magically modified version of an industrial revolution was not out of the question. Enjoying the gentle breeze and the picturesque scenery, Charlotte idly waited, lost in her thoughts, only missing the harmonious accompaniment of some soothing music. When Sebastian's familiar figure appeared in her view, Charlotte perked up and gestured for Sherry to open the carriage door. Sebastian smiled at Sherry, thanked her, and then elegantly entered the spacious carriage, which could comfortably accommodate 4 people, and sat opposite Charlotte. As for Nice, he also leaped into the carriage. He first looked at Charlotte's lap, then at Sherry's, weighed the pros and cons, and finally obediently jumped onto Raina's lap at the opposite of Sherry. Raina, initially startled, instinctively began stroking Nice's head, causing the fat cat to display an extremely content expression. Charlotte gave him a peculiar look. But noticing Raina relax after holding the black cat, she ultimately sighed softly and averted her gaze. "So, all done?" she asked Sebastian, who was seated comfortably opposite her. Just as Sebastian was about to speak, Nice, being petted by Raina, spoke up boastfully. "Hey, of course, it's all done. Lady Charlotte, don't you know who's handling this?" "With me, Nice, on the job. Those guys, no matter how well hidden, had to be flushed out." Unexpectedly, this time, Sebastian didn't bicker with Nice but nodded in agreement. "Yes, as you predicted, Nice is indeed very sensitive to their presence. We've captured all those lurking around, every single one, and tied them up at the City Hall's entrance." "The City Hall?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I did a brief interrogation. They were spies sent by the nobles of the territory to monitor your movements. Handing them over to the City Hall seemed appropriate," Sebastian explained respectfully. Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly upon hearing this. "I've just arrived in Northport, and they're already spying on me."
It seems there's some intrigue among the Castell nobles.
We've already informed that chubby city official. When we return, you'll have a detailed list.
Nice chuckled.
Let Maddock deal with this. It'll be a good test of his loyalty to me.
Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. With her keen senses, Charlotte had noticed the surveillance as she finished breakfast and prepared to leave for the eastern mines. And there were quite a few spies. So, she stopped and directly sent Sebastian and Nice to root out these spies. Sebastian was the most powerful combatant aside from Charlotte in her true ancestor state, virtually unbeatable in the Castell territory without any blazing sun presence. As for Nice, after the incident with Anna the Witch of Prophecy, Charlotte discovered its sensing abilities were extraordinarily strong, completely disproportionate to its inconsistent combat abilities, perfect for a feline detector. Thus, following their mistress' orders, the cat and dog team worked together surprisingly well.
Alright then, now that there are no more flies, let's set off. If we hurry, we can have dinner at the mining area.
Remember, for the next few days, we're nobles from the Moonshield Duchy here to trade for Mithril, and my name is Agnes de Broy. Charlotte said with a smile. The Castell territory was full of merchant caravans and nobles conducting business, making this disguise perfect for blending in. Charlotte even had a noble's sun hat ready to obscure her face and shield her from the sun.
Hearing this, Sebastian smiled slightly and gave a courteous bow, then. Miss Agnes, I shall be your butler, Lahel.
I'm the maid, Lisa.
Sherry said coolly and succinctly.
She then looked at Reyna across from her.
You will be the maid.
Leah. Reyna glanced at Charlotte, then at Sherry opposite her, tilted her head in confusion, and nodded obediently.
Hey, Lady Charlotte, I'll be your coachman, Carl.
Came an eager male voice from the front of the carriage. It was Rand, the only one of Charlotte's loyal knights who had reached the starry sky tier. Sebastian, Nice, Sherry, Reyna, a royal bloodline descendant picked up by Charlotte along the way, and the young knight Rand, who was in charge of driving, made up Charlotte's entourage for the journey to the eastern mining area. Seabass and Nice, both highly capable, were definite inclusions. As for Sherry, she was such an excellent maid that the increasingly indulgent Charlotte couldn't resist bringing her along for assistance. The round trip was estimated to take at least 3 days, potentially involving further disguises and infiltration. Given Charlotte's lack of skills in this area and Sebastian being a man, having a reliable maid was very practical. Reyna, who was likely the last of the royal bloodline, had been deeply despondent since Anna's disappearance. Charlotte didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone at the Count's estate, so she brought her along to lift her spirits.
Despite being there to relax, Reyna was quite capable.
During a recent undead attack, she had assisted the convoy, demonstrating her own significant combat skills, likely on par with Charlotte's without her true ancestor's liberation. It turned out to be a good decision, as Reyna visibly relaxed during the trip, especially when holding the mischievous Nice. Though Charlotte suspected the Black Cat might take advantage of the situation, she was surprised to find Nice behaved unusually well around Reyna. Charlotte decided to let it slide. Rand was brought along simply because Charlotte needed a coachman, and he was the strongest among her followers. The carriage set off, heading east toward the Castell mining area. The Castell mining area was located at the eastern border of Castell, adjacent to the northern Grand Duchy. Unlike most of the Count's territory, this area was characterized by low hills and mountains rather than plains. Although referred to as the East, relative to Northport, it was more southeast.
The mining area wasn't far from Northport.
Frequent trade caravans had resulted in a wide, smooth road being built, ideal for fast travel, making it a day's journey by carriage.
We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now.
Charlotte and her party set out in the morning and arrived at the main settlement of the mining area, Silver Mine City, by dusk. As its name suggested, Silver Mine City had developed from silver mining. Once just a miner's outpost, it had grown into a mid-sized city with a population of about 70,000. The city was protected by high walls, 12 meters tall, reportedly built to defend against incursions from the northern Grand Duchy. In contrast to Northport's Renaissance style and refined atmosphere, Silver Mine City was rugged, with a distinct steampunk vibe. Metal workshops were everywhere,
and abandoned mines could even be seen within the city.
The population here was remarkably diverse. Charlotte saw not only humans but also elves, dwarves, beastmen, and demi-humans. Elves and dwarves were mostly artisans and held high status, while beastmen and demi-humans were relatively lower in status, many working as miners, either hired or enslaved.
"Miss Agnes, where should we go next?" Rand asked respectfully, stopping the carriage amidst the bustling streets.
Charlotte exchanged a glance with Sebastian.
"Did you send the message?" she asked. "It's been sent,"
Sebastian replied respectfully.
"And the location?" "The Fir Tree Inn.
Love said it's the best inn here and the preferred place for most merchant caravans and nobles."
Charlotte nodded and instructed Rand. "To the Fir Tree Inn."
Rand drove the carriage, asking for directions along the way, and about 10 minutes later, they arrived at an inn with a distinct elven style.
The group disembarked, with Sebastian standing beside Charlotte as her butler, and Sherry and Reyna in maid outfits flanking her. Rand, serving as an attendant, followed behind.
Nice had already jumped out of Reyna's arms and walked alongside Charlotte, seemingly competing with Sebastian for position.
The inn's interior also had a strong elven theme.
Upon entering, an elf hostess quickly approached with a smile, addressing Charlotte directly.
"Welcome, guest. Are you here for accommodation or dining?"
Charlotte, still taking in the surroundings, gestured for Sebastian to respond. Stepping forward with a smile, Seabass replied. "Accommodation, and please reserve a private dining room as well."
The elf hostess, noting his handsome appearance, nodded lightly. Today, Sebastian had hidden his ears, preventing him from being recognized as an elf.
The accommodation was arranged swiftly, a suite reserved for nobles, with multiple rooms, 1 master bedroom and 4 secondary ones. Charlotte took the master bedroom, while Sebastian, Sherry, and Reyna each took a secondary bedroom. Nice shared a room with Rand.
Nice grumbled. "Sebastian, you're targeting me."
Sebastian, smiling, retorted. "Be grateful.
As a cat, you're lucky to have a bedroom." Nice fumed. "Discrimination. This is discrimination." Rand, scratching his head, reassured Nice.
"Don't worry, Master NYSS, I don't snore at night."
Nice. After settling in, the group went to dine.
The dinner had a typical elven flair, with hardly any meat, just one neat dish, but everything was exquisitely prepared and tasted excellent. Charlotte particularly enjoyed the elven-made mead, which reminded her of pineapple beer from her previous life but was even more refreshing. The maids and knight indulged heartily, but Charlotte only sampled a bit, as did Sebastian.
Once everyone finished dining, Charlotte addressed the maids and the knight. "You may go explore the area for a while. Sebastian and I have a guest to meet."
Reyna and Rand were not yet in Charlotte's inner circle, and Sherry hadn't fully committed to becoming Charlotte's retainer, so there was still a barrier. Following her orders, they respectfully left, and Charlotte had the inn bring another round of dishes. Nice stayed, as despite its playful nature, it was part of Charlotte's inner circle due to their contract. The two waited with Nice until about 15 minutes later when there was a knock on the door. Sensing the identity of the visitor, Charlotte smiled slightly and said,
"Come in."
The door opened to reveal a tall, burly figure, dusty from travel, none other than Luff, the leader of the Beastman tribe that worshipped the true ancestor in Bord. 2 months ago, the Beastman tribe received a divine oracle to head north to Castell. Simultaneously, Charlotte, as the head of the Rose Society, tasked Luff with investigating the silver mine. By now, he should have some findings. Unlike his appearance in Bord, Luff was dressed in rough miner's attire, exuding a rugged, weathered aura. "Lady Charlotte, Lord Sebastian, sorry for the delay.
I got held up at the bar,"
Luff said with an embarrassed smile. Charlotte was surprised.
"The bar wouldn't let you in?"
"Well, the elves initially mistook me for a beastman slave from the mines," Luff said, scratching his head.
Charlotte's expression turned peculiar. She glanced at Seabass. "Elves discriminate too?"
Seabass shrugged. "Many elves, especially those who value arrogance as a tradition, discriminate against anyone who isn't an elf or doesn't possess elven beauty.
Charlotte. She looked at Luff's face, scarred and hairy, clearly not friendly looking, and averted her gaze. Clearing her throat, she asked, "Sir Luff, you've worked hard. May I ask, what have you found about the Castell silver mine?" Luff's expression turned serious. "Lady Charlotte, there's something wrong with the Castell silver mine." Chapter 168, Chapter 169 There is a dragon in the mine? 2,338 words. There's an issue with the Castell silver mine? Charlotte's heart stirred. The silver mine is the cash cow of the county, and the precious mithril is almost priceless. Although the revenue from trade has been taking an increasingly larger share of Castell's income in recent years, until the mithril mine is exhausted, the main source of income for the territory remains the silver mine, especially the mithril mine. The timing of the depletion of the Castell family's associated mithril vein coincided with the Old Witch sending all the nobles around her away. Charlotte felt something was off when she learned about this, and now it seems. Perhaps there really is something fishy going on. With this thought, Charlotte instantly became more alert and asked seriously, "What's the issue?" "Lady Charlotte, there might be some kind of terrifying monster hidden beneath the Castell mine," Luff said solemnly. "A monster?" Charlotte was taken aback. She frowned and said, "Explain in detail." Luff nodded and recalled. "It all started when we first arrived at Castell. About 20 days ago, after our Blood Wolf tribe arrived at Castell, we headed straight to the renowned Castell silver mine. I selected a few of my strongest tribesmen, and we entered the mine as hired workers. After about a week, we gained the trust of the mine's overseer nobles and were allowed to work deeper in the silver mine, with our wages quadrupling as a result. However, after delving deeper into the mine, I noticed some strange phenomena." "Strange phenomena?" Charlotte's curiosity was piqued. Luff nodded. "Yes, strange phenomena. For example, despite the silver mine's emphasis on efficiency, there were very few strong miners like my tribesmen and me. Most of the miners looked rather frail. That's why the overseer quickly noticed us. But it's odd because we've seen the main silver vein inside. Even if the associated mithril vein is depleted, the silver mine itself is not exhausted. I don't believe the mine can't attract strong miners. Moreover, after joining the miners, I noticed that the old miners looked at us strangely, so I became cautious and invited one of the old miners for a few drinks at the tavern to ask about my concerns. At first, he was reluctant to talk, but after a few drinks, he couldn't help but advise me to leave, to stop working in the mine. After pressing him further, he finally revealed the mine's secret. The Castell silver mine, there's a monster inside. The strong miners who venture deep into the mine end up being eaten by the monster." "A monster that eats miners?" Charlotte frowned even more. "Does the mine management have any explanation for this?" she asked. "I've hinted at this question, but the mine management completely denies it, saying it's just a rumor among the miners." "But among the miners, it's an open secret. Not only do strong miners disappear, but some have also reportedly heard terrifying roars and strange noises from deep within the mine. Apparently, these roars are deep and heavy, like the legendary dragon's roar. Therefore, some miners believe that deep within the mine lives a dragon that feeds on the veins in the miners." Luff's revelation left Charlotte both amazed and puzzled. Charlotte was completely stunned. She had a feeling something was wrong with the mithril veins depletion, but how did an investigation into that lead to discovering a dragon? "Are you suggesting that the mithril vein was also consumed by this suspected dragon monster?" Charlotte asked. This time, Luff shook his head. "No, I haven't seen the mithril vein. It has been sealed off. The mine's official reason is that the vein is exhausted and at risk of collapse, so it's off limits. However, I asked the old miners, and they told me there's definitely something hidden in the mithril vein area. One miner sneaked in to get some mithril ore fragments. You know, mithril is valuable, and even the ore fragments are worth a fortune. But after he went in, he quickly escaped, and when he came out, he was insane. Later, he disappeared, and the mine management never mentioned this again. As for the miners, none dared to approach the sealed mithril vein anymore. But the old miner had a theory.
He said he once heard a legend about a type of dragon that lives in underground caverns and feeds on various precious metals. He said that deep within the Castell mine, there might be such a dragon.
Luff's explanation left Charlotte both amazed and curious. She was amazed to hear of a dragon in her territory.
Charlotte, familiar with various fantasy stories in her previous life, was no stranger to dragons. In many tales, the protagonist often had some unresolved connections with dragons, with some stories even featuring dragons as companions or mounts. After transmigrating, Charlotte searched for related information out of curiosity and found that dragons did exist in the world of Myria and were incredibly powerful. Upon reaching adulthood, they had at least the strength of a blazing sun, and some old ones could even reach legendary. However, Charlotte was also puzzled. She wondered, if there really was a dragon in the Castell mine as Luff suggested, why would the mine management suppress the news? On the contrary, they would likely publicize it widely and recruit mercenaries to slay the dragon to prevent further damage to the veins. But in reality, the mine's overseer nobles simply announced that the vein was exhausted and sealed it off. What's even more surprising is that none of the other nobles in Castell seemed to question this. If they had, someone would have informed her when she reconnected with the territory over the past year. After all, even if she lacked authority, she was still the count of the territory, the lord of the domain, and the nominal owner of the Castell silver mine. She would be a natural ally to seek support from. Charlotte had even asked Baron Angus, a silent, socially anxious knight who accompanied her to Northport, about the mithril vein. He confirmed that the vein was indeed exhausted, and his son had even personally inspected it as part of a noble delegation.
Unless Angus was lying to her.
But she really didn't want to believe that the only loyal noble who came to meet her and personally escorted her to Northport was also a traitor.
Or perhaps Angus's son was lying to him?
Charlotte's intuition told her that there was a secret in the Castell silver mine, especially in the mithril vein area, which might hold a big secret.
What do you think? After some thought, Charlotte looked at Sebastian and Nice.
These two, one being a long-lived elf and the other a mysterious extraordinary being, surely knew more than she did and might be able to infer something from Luff's investigation.
A dragon that feeds on veins, huh?
I've indeed heard of such dragons, but I also know that dragons that feed on precious metals do not eat meat.
Sebastian pondered and said. Charlotte then looked at Nice.
Nice put down his greasy paw, reluctantly swallowed the food stuffed in his cheeks, and mumbled.
I'm curious about one thing.
If there really were a dragon in the Castell silver mine, even if it were just a rumor, mercenaries from eastern Unette Blacklands would flock here.
There have always been many people eager to make a name for themselves by slaying a dragon. They'd line up from Crescent Kingdom all the way to Coria. Luff nodded in agreement.
Indeed, I've heard from some miners that there was a time when mercenary groups came because of the rumors.
Then nothing happened. Nothing happened? What do you mean?
Charlotte asked.
Luff explained.
It's just as it sounds, there were no further developments.
No news of dragon slaying, nor any news from the mercenary groups involved. Some say the mercenaries left because they found no dragon.
Others say those mercenaries disappeared, just like the strong miners.
We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Charlotte fell into deep thought upon hearing Luff's words.
It was clear that there was a significant issue beneath the Castell silver mine, one that was far from ordinary.
Mercenary groups confident enough to hunt dragons wouldn't be weak.
For such a group to vanish without a trace was indeed suspicious.
I understand. Luff, thank you for your efforts.
For your safety, I advise you and your people to stay away from the mine for now.
Charlotte said. Luff was moved.
Lady Charlotte, are you planning to investigate this matter yourself?
Charlotte didn't hide her intention and nodded. Yes, that's my plan.
Luff hesitated but then sincerely said. Lady Charlotte, even though only strong miners have gone missing, the mine is still too dangerous.
Hey, Luff, don't worry.
What may be dangerous for others is no danger at all for our master.
Sebastian said confidently.
Even Nice, who was busy eating, nodded, seemingly unconcerned about Charlotte's safety.
Seeing their nonchalant expressions, Luff couldn't help but want to persuade them further.
But before he could speak, he noticed something. Sebastian's wrist, once marked by a ghostly curse, was now almost clear, seemingly fully suppressed.
Luff had a sudden realization. Could it be that Sebastian has regained his strength? Don't look at me like that.
It's not my strength that's been restored, but don't worry, there's no safety issue here.
If there is, it'll only involve Nice. Sebastian said, seemingly reading Luff's thoughts. Nice instantly glared. What do you mean by me?
Let me tell you, if something happens, I have plenty of ways to escape first. I'm much better at this than a certain someone who had to rely on our master to escape the pursuit of a blazing sun.
Sebastian. And yet you've become a servant chasing after a carriage for exercise?
He retorted coldly.
You. Nice puffed up angrily, and his food instantly lost its appeal.
The cat and the dog quickly started arguing again. Ignoring their bickering, Charlotte looked at the stunned Luff and smiled.
Luff, is there anything else? Luff hesitated before responding. If Sebastian is confident, then there should be no problem.
But he still looked hesitant.
Charlotte noticed and asked. Is there something else you want to say? Luff sighed. To be honest, yes. My people and I don't plan to leave the mine just yet. You don't plan to leave? Why? Charlotte frowned, curious.
Luff and his people were her followers, though they were unaware of it. She didn't want to see any of her precious followers perish. Luff scratched his head awkwardly.
The main reason is the income from the mine is pretty good, and we like it there. Moreover, we've made many friends among the miners.
If we leave now, it feels like we're abandoning them.
If possible, I'd like to stay until everything is settled and ensure the miners' safety. Don't worry. As long as we stay on the outskirts and avoid deep areas, it's relatively safe. If possible, I'd like to accompany you down. I'm familiar with the mine and can guide you.
Charlotte didn't want him to take the risk, but seeing the determination in his eyes, she sighed and said,
I understand.
After talking with Luff, Charlotte decided to investigate the mine herself. She wouldn't go alone but would bring Seabass and Nice with her. Moreover, she planned to disguise herself rather than enter openly. Luff left the inn after finishing his meal, arranging to meet Charlotte later that night to avoid detection. Leaving the inn, Sebastian accompanied Luff. After walking a few steps, Sebastian suddenly said,
The last thing you said to our master during the meal wasn't the real reason you insisted on staying in the mine, was it? Luff hesitated and then admitted. Lord Seabass, you see through everything. Yes, I did hide something. Some things.
I don't want Lady Charlotte to know.
Sebastian's expression turned cold. Luff, do you know what you're saying? You're hiding something from our master?
Don't forget who saved your life 8 years ago. It was me. A year ago, it was Lady Charlotte. And Charlotte is my master.
Luff's expression turned complex. I know, Lord Seabass. We werewolves never forget our debts. I'll always remember your and Lady Charlotte's kindness. But, there are things we werewolves cannot go against.
I won't betray you or Lady Charlotte, but we and Lady Charlotte are not the same.
Some things can't be fully shared.
Sebastian was confused by Luff's words.
Not the same? What do you mean? Luff sighed.
Yes, we arrived in Castell a month earlier and heard some rumors from board. Lady Charlotte's coming-of-age ceremony had divine manifestations. She is the chosen of the god Harold, a saintess walking on the mortal realm. The people of Castell believe she's here to spread the faith of the Holy Court. But you know we worship the blood-born true ancestor, and the Holy Court was once the reason for the decline of the blood-born. I did hide something because I met many demi-humans in the mine, slaves, and workers who live poorly and face discrimination. Their strength comes from the blood totem. After regaining our Lord's favor, I feel my long-stagnant power steadily growing. I believe they can too. They were once part of us, but now, they're lost in their faith. I want to bring them hope and the faith of our Lord. I want to contribute to our Lord's revival. You taught me how to gain the true ancestors' favor, so I know you're not against our Lord.
That's why I'm telling you this.
But Lady Charlotte, she's a saintess of the Holy Court.
Love sighed, conflicted. Sebastian. He didn't know what to say. Seeing Luff's pained expression, torn between faith and loyalty, Seabass couldn't help but suggest. Isn't it possible that our master, you, and I are all on the same side? Luff was stunned. What?
Underscore 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 underscore.
Chapter 169, Chapter 170, I am really cute. 1901 words.
When Seabass returned to the hotel room, he found Sherry applying makeup to Charlotte. Without turning around, Charlotte could see the flame elf entering through the mirror and smiled lightly.
Done talking? Yes, we are done.
Sebastian nodded, instinctively glancing at Charlotte, who was sitting at the dressing table with her back to him.
This glance left him stunned.
Charlotte had replaced her noble attire with a patched-up commoner's outfit. But what was truly surprising were the furry wolf ears on top of her head and the wolf tail somehow fixed behind her. Her hair color had also been changed to the same gray as the werewolves. Sherry continued her work carefully, sticking werewolf-like fur onto Charlotte's cheeks.
Sebastian was speechless. How do I look? Do I resemble one?
Charlotte signaled Sherry to stop and turned to smile at Sebastian, revealing a pair of red eyes. Those eyes were the only part of her that wasn't disguised.
Sebastian, momentarily dazed by her sweet smile, couldn't help but say, "You look very much like a fallen noble lady of the werewolf tribe, and the outfit is quite authentic." Charlotte rolled her eyes at him.
She looked back at the mirror, pondered for a moment, and then told Sherry,
"Make my skin rougher and duller."
Sherry nodded and continued her work. Sebastian marveled at how Sherry's hands seemed to fly over Charlotte's face like magic, rapidly transforming her appearance. As he watched her become more and more like an ordinary werewolf girl, Sebastian couldn't help but remark, "Sherry's makeup skills are as good as a magician's."
Charlotte laughed.
Of course, Sherry is a professional maid. After saying that, she looked at Sebastian through the mirror, thought for a moment, and asked,
"I noticed during dinner that Luff seemed to have something on his mind?" Seabass's expression became strange, and he nodded. "Yes, he does. He just told me everything." "Does it concern me?" "Yes, it does." "Speak."
"Thanks to the miracle at your coming-of-age ceremony, he truly believes you are a saintess of the Holy Court."
Charlotte was speechless. "Even Luff thinks so. It seems this label is sticking more firmly than I imagined,"
Charlotte said helplessly. She had indeed planned to use the title of saintess to make her actions in the territory more convenient.
However, if it became too widespread and conspicuous, it could backfire.
On one hand, it meant she became a target representing the Holy Court, potentially leading to misunderstandings or even harming her allies. On the other hand, it could draw the attention of the Holy Court's higher-ups. Charlotte wanted to benefit from the situation, not get herself caught up in it. "Indeed, the rumor of you being a saintess is spreading more widely than we expected.
Moreover, it seems to be even more intense in the Castell territory. Someone must be fueling the fire behind the scenes," Sebastian said.
Hearing this, Charlotte narrowed her eyes. "It must be those nobles who oppose me.
Let them have their fun for a few more days."
Then she changed the subject.
"Tonight, you and Nice will come with me. We will pose as new miners. You will be my brother, and Nice will be my pet."
In the Castell silver mine, strong miners mysteriously disappeared, so most of the miners were actually old, weak, sick, and disabled, with countless child laborers. Of course, for non-humans and beastman, even child laborers could have the strength of slightly weaker adult human males. The wages for the old, weak, and sick were certainly lower than those of ordinary miners, except at night. The Castell silver mine operated day and night throughout the year, with miners working at night as well. To earn more money, many child laborers chose to work at night. However, many non-humans naturally preferred nocturnal activities, making them more efficient at night. This information was all provided to Charlotte by the werewolf Luff. Charlotte felt a bit conflicted when she learned about the large number of child laborers in the mine. After all, the Castell silver mine was nominally her property, meaning she was the one exploiting child laborers. However, she also saw it as an opportunity to inspect the mine's conditions.
"What do you think, Seabass, my brother?"
Charlotte turned her head, wiggling her fake ears, and smiled brightly at her butler.
"Be brother." Seabass couldn't help but gasp, standing straighter and feeling both pressured and oddly satisfied. "Is there a problem with brother? How about big brother?"
Charlotte tilted her head cutely. Seeing her adorable expression, Sebastian swallowed and, with a spirited look, said,
"Brother is fine. No need to use names. I feel like you're actually enjoying this." Charlotte teased. "You misunderstand. I've always wanted a lovely, beautiful sister like you."
Sebastian blushed, straightened up, and respectfully replied. He almost said cute but changed it to beautiful to show respect to his goddess.
Charlotte didn't mind.
She knew she was indeed very cute. Every morning, she would look in the mirror and admire her stunning beauty, thinking, "I'm really cute," which would keep her in a good mood all day. It was a way of self-consolation. Although her gender had changed, many people would love to become such a beautiful and cute bloodborne with powers and wealth, but couldn't.
We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now.
After Charlotte finished her makeup, Sebastian also got his done. Soon, a pair of fresh werewolf siblings were ready. The only issue was that the sister was much shorter than the brother, making them look more like father and daughter. Charlotte's body seemed to develop late. Even at 14 or 15, she looked 12 or 13. After becoming a bloodborne, she stopped growing. But Charlotte was satisfied. Except for her height, she wasn't burdened by her fully grown true ancestor form. When they were ready to leave, Nice was already prepared. He seemed to have gotten fatter, especially with his round belly, indicating he had been eating while everyone else was busy. "Lady Charlotte, you're finally ready. When do we leave?" Finally being able to accompany the great god on a mission, Nice appeared very excited and sprang to the front of Charlotte, his cattail held high. However, Charlotte looked at Nice, whose weight would surely prompt a vet to say, "Your cat is severely overweight and needs to lose weight, or it might develop arthritis, heart disease, and have a shorter lifespan," and quickly fell into deep thought. A pair of impoverished werewolf siblings wouldn't have such a fat pet cat, right? She asked, glancing at herself and Sebastian in their patched-up clothes.
"No, unless it's their food. After all, werewolves eat meat." Sebastian replied with a smile. Nice was speechless.
Charlotte sighed, squatting down to pat Nice's chubby head. "Nice, you really need to lose weight." With that, she walked past the black cat and headed out. Sebastian also patted Nice's head, sighing, "Sir Nice, did you hear? Master hopes you'll lose weight. After this mission, you should walk instead of taking the carriage. Get more exercise." Nice remained silent. Despite Nice being as fat as a pig disguised as a cat, Charlotte decided to take him alone. Not as a pet to be carried but letting him follow behind under the cover of darkness. With his black fur, he would be practically invisible at night without lights. The mine's overseers were human nobles, not demi-humans with night vision. The Castell Silver Mine was located east of Silver Mine City, spanning inside and outside the city. This wasn't the original mining site, the initial site was elsewhere. Over centuries of continuous excavation, the mine grew deeper, and the main mining area moved here. Castell's underground vein was vast, divided into the southern and northern districts. The southern district, the largest, belonged to the Crescent royal family, while the smaller northern district was owned by the Castell family. The two districts were connected, and managed together by the Castell Mining Workshop, under the Castell family's jurisdiction. Originally, the main Castell family owned the entire mining workshop. However, after centuries of division and interest allocation, the main family now held less than 50% ownership, with the remainder scattered among other noble families of Castell.
Notably, the Crescent royal family did not participate in the workshop's operations.
They only collected silver in Mithril, with 1,500 supervisors and soldiers stationed there.
This puzzled Charlotte. If there was a dragon in the mine, why hadn't the royal supervisors and soldiers reacted?
Only extraordinary individuals, at least Silver Moon, were appointed as supervisors and guards by the Crescent royal family. As for the army, Charlotte had witnessed the kingdom's regular troops escorting the third Prince Philip on her way to Castell, demonstrating their considerable strength. A dragon might be formidable, but the Crescent royal family could easily muster forces to slay it, unless it was a legendary dragon.
But a legendary dragon wouldn't allow humans to mine under its nose. Or perhaps there was no dragon in the mine, but something else? Charlotte pondered.
With these questions in mind, Charlotte met with the werewolf Luff outside the mine at the agreed time.
Seeing Charlotte's appearance, Luff was visibly taken aback. "How do I look? Do I resemble one?" Charlotte asked with a smile.
Luff nodded, looking emotional.
"You look very much like one.
If I didn't know it was you, I would have thought you were a tribesman from afar."
"From afar? So there are still flaws up close?"
Charlotte caught the key in Luff's words.
Luff scratched his head, hesitating to speak. "Go ahead, it's all right,"
Charlotte encouraged.
After a moment of hesitation, Luff said,
"It might only be noticeable to werewolves with keen senses.
Humans probably wouldn't notice."
He looked at Charlotte cautiously.
"You smell too good."
Charlotte was speechless. Luff's words made her realize a problem. No matter how well she disguised herself, she was still essentially a noble who bathed daily.
The local Mirian nobles weren't as hygienic as she was, let alone werewolves who did various laborious tasks. True, bloodborns excel at concealing their aura, but that hides magical energy, not scent. Charlotte couldn't help but look at the black cat Nice.
As a sensitive, extraordinary creature, she doubted he missed this flaw.
Feeling uncomfortable under Charlotte's gaze, Nice cleared his throat and said,
"Lady Charlotte, we haven't entered the mine yet.
I've prepared a scent concealing spell." Satisfied, Charlotte nodded. "With Lord Nice's spell, there shouldn't be any problem," Luff said. Nice cast a scent concealing spell on Charlotte and Sebastian, and then they followed Luff into the mine.
At the mine's entrance, about 20 miners were waiting, all demi-humans with beast-like features and human-like appearances. Most were werewolves, both male and female, young and old. Charlotte even spotted a werewolf boy who seemed her age, dirty, thin, and weak. Given her appearance, she seemed younger than her actual age. Considering demi-humans' lifespans, he was likely a 12 or 13-year-old child. The leader was an elderly werewolf, hunched over, with a wine flask at his waist. Seeing Luff, he frowned. "Why are you late today?" He then looked at Charlotte and Sebastian behind Luff, puzzled. "Old Logan, these are my tribesmen, Bars and his sister Risa. Tanan and Roka had matters to attend to tonight, so they volunteered to fill in,"
Luff said solemnly. Chapter 170, Chapter 171, It's indeed very dangerous. 2088 words.
The old werewolf's eyes scrutinized Sebastian and Charlotte, finally settling on Charlotte.
He frowned. "Luff, let's set aside your brother from the tribe for now. What's the deal with this little one?"
"Old Logan, although Risa is young, she's quite strong and can handle the work," Luff responded, pretending not to catch the underlying question in the old werewolf's eyes.
"The old werewolf. You know that's not what I meant," he said with a frown.
"Old Logan, Risa insisted on coming.
She wants to contribute. Besides, there are others around her age in the tribe." Luff gestured towards the dirty young werewolf in the group.
The old werewolf had nothing more to say. With a sigh, he shook his head.
Fine. Since they're from your tribe, they can be considered one of us. They can come along, but they must stay in the outer area and not venture into the inner mining zone."
You know, the supervisors of the mining workshop turn a blind eye to the outer zone, but the inner zone is strictly monitored. After all, it's easy to find mithril ore there.
Luff immediately smiled and said, "Of course, they're novices. Working in the outer area is enough."
The old werewolf hesitated and added, "Also, I advise you not to venture into the inner mining zone with us. We have been doing this for years and can handle the risks, but it's different for you."
Luff nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, old Logan. I know what to do."
His response did not satisfy the old werewolf, who grew serious.
"Luff, I'm serious. You need to take this seriously too."
Glancing at the curious beastmen behind him, the old werewolf suddenly extended his withered arm, pulling Luff aside and whispering, "Luff, you're the only werewolf I've seen in years who can still unleash their bloodline power. I don't know how you do it or what you've been through, but you might represent the future of our kind.
A person like you shouldn't be in the mines, you should be out in the world, finding better opportunities for our people."
The old werewolf sighed, his expression complex.
"Our kind hasn't awakened their totem powers in many years."
Hearing the old werewolf's heartfelt words, Luff felt a warmth in his heart.
"Old Logan,
The old werewolf interrupted.
"Let me finish.
I know you have ulterior motives for offering me drinks and asking for information, but
that doesn't matter.
Whether you're here to scavenge for silver or gather secrets for someone, it's irrelevant. I've observed you for days. I can see you care about everyone and genuinely want to make Castell your tribe's settlement."
"That's enough. Luff, the mining zone is more dangerous than you think. Just because you returned safely last time doesn't mean you'll be safe this time.
Most of those who disappeared in the inner mining zone vanished on their second visit.
You might have been marked by the monster the last time you were there." Hearing the old werewolf's heartfelt advice, Luff's gaze grew complicated. He sighed and said, "Don't worry, old Logan.
Since I'm with Bars and Risa, I'll stay with them."
The old werewolf finally relaxed and nodded in satisfaction. "That's for the best."
Then he turned back to Sebastian and Charlotte, who had been disguised as werewolves by Sherry, and addressed Sebastian sternly.
"You're called Bars, right?" "Mr. Logan." Sebastian greeted with a slight nod.
Despite being disguised as a werewolf, his smile remained as elegant and charming as ever. The old werewolf paused, taken aback by Seabass's radiant smile. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke solemnly, half warning, half advising.
"I can see you have a distinguished aura, likely with an impressive past. You seem well educated.
But, now that you're in Castell's mining zone, you must follow the rules.
The most important rule here is to stay within the designated mining area. I assume Luff has told you about the monster legends in the mines, so I won't repeat them.
Just remember, not only is it dangerous to venture into the inner zone, but even leaving your designated area can be perilous.
If you want to earn your keep, follow the rules."
He then looked at Charlotte beside Sebastian, his expression softening slightly.
"And take care of your sister. Don't let her be seen. Though werewolves like her might not disappear due to monsters, it's still unsafe." "Unsafe?" Sebastian probed.
The old werewolf responded with a disdainful scowl, spitting.
"Don't you get it? Do I need to spell it out?
The mines are no place for someone like her.
The mine supervisors are far more dangerous for her than any monster." "Sebastian."
He nodded and replied respectfully.
"You're right. If the mine supervisors act recklessly, it could be very dangerous."
The old werewolf nodded in approval.
"That's better. All right, come along now.
Hide your sister's hair to make her look like a boy, it'll be safer." He gestured for Sebastian and Charlotte to follow. Sebastian looked at Charlotte, who nodded, indicating he should help her tuck her hair into a headscarf. As for why she didn't do it herself, she simply didn't know how to tie her hair up. That's right, after a year, she still hasn't learned to do her own hair.
Living a life where maids serve you every day can turn a person into a useless mess.
After a year of being here, not only has she not picked up any new life skills, but some of the abilities from her previous life have also become rusty due to being served so well.
With a bit of tidying up, Charlotte transformed into a young werewolf boy.
Unfortunately, despite the makeup and tied-up hair, her natural beauty made her stand out among the dirty, grimy werewolves. The old werewolf sighed and suddenly dug a large chunk of dirt from the ground.
"Smear this dirt on your face,"
he said, approaching Charlotte.
"We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now."
Seeing the dirty clump of soil, both Luff and Sebastian hesitated to speak. However, Charlotte boldly grabbed a handful and smeared it on her face, much to Sebastian's astonishment.
"All right, let's move out."
The old werewolf nodded in satisfaction and led the way to the mining area. Under the moonlight, although his figure was hunched and small, Charlotte felt his shadow was tall and grand. Being a bloodborne, Charlotte had sharp senses and had overheard the conversation between the old werewolf and Luff. Over the past year, most of the nobles she encountered were eccentric and perverse. Seeing such a responsible and dedicated old werewolf leader in the mining area filled her with a sense of admiration. It was ironic that those considered barbarians by the civilized world, struggling to survive, still had hearts yearning for the light. Yet, many human nobles, who held power and privilege, had fallen into depravity.
Blending into the group of demi-human miners, Charlotte successfully infiltrated the mining area.
It proved to be the right choice because, upon entering, she noticed numerous defensive formations and patrolling soldiers. The Castell mining area had stringent security. Charlotte estimated that without using her bloodborne powers, it would have been difficult to sneak in. Divine power was precious and should be used sparingly. Soon, someone from the mining workshop came to greet the group. Charlotte noticed it was a human steward, but not a noble. His relationship with the old werewolf seemed unexpectedly good. He didn't trouble them much, merely giving the group a cursory glance before letting everyone through without thorough checks. This surprised Charlotte, making her think that the seemingly tightly guarded mining area might not be without its loopholes.
"Mail is a friend of Grandpa Logan.
Generally, he doesn't give us a hard time. He knows we often bring other tribesmen to mine for money and turns a blind eye,"
said a crisp, young voice beside Charlotte, as if answering her curiosity.
Charlotte turned to see it was the young werewolf boy around her age.
"Noah, you can call me Noah,"
said the werewolf boy. Despite his dirty appearance, his voice was clear and pleasant. Charlotte smiled warmly at him.
"Hello, Noah, I'm Risa." Noah was momentarily dazed by Charlotte's smile but quickly recovered.
Charlotte was slightly surprised. Even with layers of dirt on her face, a year of using bloodborne charm magic had given her a natural charm. Usually, few could resist her smile, especially those driven by base instincts.
However, this young werewolf's quick recovery was much faster than those aristocrats at fancy banquets.
Intrigued, Charlotte found herself curious about this young boy. But Noah solemnly advised. "Risa, never smile at strangers like that.
It's too dangerous for you." "Charlotte."
She felt as if she was being lectured by a child younger than herself.
"Actually, you shouldn't be here.
The mines are no place for a little girl, even if we're werewolves,"
Noah continued.
Charlotte smiled, pointing to Sebastian beside her.
"It's okay, my brother will protect me." Noah fell silent.
He glanced at Sebastian, his expression complicated, but said nothing more and retreated back into the group.
Sebastian, surprised, remarked,
"I thought he would say that if he were me, he wouldn't let his sister come along."
Charlotte sighed. "It seems everyone here has a story. Hey, who doesn't have their own story in this world?" Sebastian replied, shaking his head with a smile, lost in his own thoughts. "Be quiet."
The old werewolf's stern voice came from the front of the group.
Seeing Charlotte quiet down, Sebastian immediately fell silent. As they passed through the open mining area on the outskirts, the group quickly followed the old werewolf into the actual mine.
Despite being called a mine, to Charlotte, it looked like a steampunk underground city.
After hundreds of years of mining, the Castell mine's tunnels crisscrossed to form a massive underground network.
The mine was brightly lit, with hundreds of miners busily working. Some pushed mine carts along tracks, others hammered away at the ore with crude tools, and dwarf craftsmen operated large, steam-emitting alchemical devices. Surprisingly, Charlotte saw no magical devices. In a magical world, she had expected to see some magical apparatuses, believing magic to be the ultimate productivity tool. However, after a moment's thought, she realized that the extraordinary powers in the world of Myria were monopolized by the nobility. Operating magical devices required magicians, and there were no magical tools usable by ordinary people. Developing such tools was taboo, considered blasphemous by the Mage Association against magic and the elemental gods. Many magicians were nobles, and even those who weren't were often employed by nobles or became renowned mercenaries with high fees. In such a scenario, it was too expensive to employ magicians in a mine. Even for a mithril mine, hiring magicians would be akin to letting mice guard the granary. Most magicians knew a few tricks to steal some precious mithril for themselves. So, in the end, it was still ordinary people and non-magical, low-level extraordinaries who worked in the mines. Charlotte curiously observed everything in the mine, inspecting what was nominally her underground city. But she didn't stay long and soon followed the group deeper into a mining tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a mining cavern, flickering with spots of silver light under the dim oil lamps. Some demi-human miners were already working there. The old werewolf stopped and addressed Charlotte, Sebastian, and Luff. Luff, Bars, and Risa, you can work here. The tools are ready. Do what you can, wages will be settled according to the amount mined, but don't overexert yourselves. Your health is most important. And don't try to smuggle ore out. There are magical devices to check for that. Then, he looked at the young werewolf boy. Noah, you stay here and work too. Why? I want to go into the inner mines. I've been there so many times before without any trouble. Noah protested. The old werewolf Logan glared at him. No trouble, my foot. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You say you're mining, but you're actually looking for the dragon in the cave. Do you have a death wish? But there really is a dragon in the mine. That's even more reason not to let you go. If you anger it, do you want everyone to die with you? Logan scolded. I believe it won't. Noah shook his head stubbornly. Chapter 171, Chapter 172, Are you from Castell? 1887 words. Enough. If you want to join us in the inner mines to find the legendary dragon, then talk to me when you can lift a mining cart. The old werewolf, Logan, glared fiercely at Noah. I can lift it. The young werewolf, full of defiance, approached the mining cart, rolled up his sleeves, and squatted down. However, he was too small. He couldn't even grasp one side of the cart, let alone lift it. Despite using all his strength, his face turned red from exertion, but the cart didn't budge. In fact, he strained so hard that he stumbled and fell backward with a thud, sitting down on the ground. This elicited laughter from the other miners who had arrived earlier in the cave. Ha ha ha. Noah, try again when you're older. Save your strength. With that small frame, even when you grow up, you might still not be able to lift it. Oh my, Noah, you just can't do it, really. Alright, give Noah a break. He still needs to find a wife. Ha ha ha. The miners laughed heartily until old Logan gave them a fierce look, and they quickly fell silent. Humph, stubborn kid. Logan smirked and stopped arguing with the young werewolf, leading the group deeper into the mine. Noah sat by the mining cart, sulking by himself. Charlotte and Sebastian exchanged a glance and nodded subtly. Receiving the cue, Sebastian stepped forward, approaching the young werewolf with a smile. Noah, have you seen the dragon in the mines? Mentioning the dragon perked up the young werewolf immediately. However, before he could answer, the surrounding miners burst into laughter. Haha, him? Seeing a dragon in the mines? If he had really seen a dragon, he wouldn't have come back alive. Hey, not necessarily. Didn't Noah say that the dragon in the mines? Oh, wait, the monster doesn't eat people? Really? Then where did the missing miners go?
Who knows, maybe they were kept by the monster in the deep mines to continue digging. Ha ha ha. Shouldn't they be paid then? Dragons are very wealthy, they should pay more than the Castell family, right?
The miners chattered away, clearly not believing the monster in the deep mines was really a dragon. While they joked about the monster, they would lower their voices when mentioning it, indicating a deep-seated fear of the legend. Charlotte noticed that while there were rumors of a dragon in the mines, not all the miners believed it.
However, the young werewolf seemed to believe firmly.
Besides him, old werewolf Logan seemed to believe there was a dragon in the mines, as suggested by the information he had previously shared with Luff.
But unlike Noah, who thought the dragon didn't eat people, Logan seemed to believe it was dangerous. Clearly, both Noah and Logan knew or had seen something. Noah glared angrily at the jeering miners, which only made them laugh harder.
That was until Sebastian, under Charlotte's signal, smiled and released a bit of his aura, silencing the miners instantly. They turned away and resumed their work quietly.
An extraordinary.
One miner widened his eyes, almost speaking out, but was quickly silenced by his companion.
Shut up, keep your head down and keep digging.
At that, almost all the miners lowered their heads, focusing on their work. Having worked in Castell's silver mine for years, they were used to seeing the occasional audacious extraordinary, but even the lowest level ascendants were beyond their challenge. Avoiding trouble was the best survival strategy for these bottom-tier non-human miners. Furthermore, the pressure of being near such a mysterious extraordinary made them instinctively move away, soon distancing themselves. Some even tried to take Noah with them, but after seeing Sebastian in their way, they silently retreated with lowered heads. Soon, only Charlotte and her group were left in that part of the mine.
An extraordinary? Are you an extraordinary? Noah's eyes widened. But he quickly became wary. You didn't come here to mine. You tricked Grandpa Logan.
With that, the young werewolf stood up, ready to chase after Logan and the others, but Luff stopped him quickly.
Noah, calm down. We are not bad people. Uncle Luff. Noah stared at Luff, eyes full of confusion and suspicion. Are you with them? Are you deceiving us too? Luff sighed.
Noah, although I brought them here, I genuinely want to be friends with everyone in the mines. You must have seen my clansmen, we sincerely plan to settle in Castell.
Then, him. Noah glanced warily at Sebastian. Luff hesitated and then said.
He is my benefactor and friend.
He means no harm. Luff's words didn't completely erase the young werewolf's doubts.
He remained on guard, looking at Charlotte and the others.
Who exactly are you? Mercenaries? Bounty hunters? What are your intentions? Charlotte gave Sebastian another look, and Sebastian understood immediately.
He took a step forward, gave a slight bow to Noah, and elegantly said, Noah, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Bars, an extraordinary hired by the Castell family to investigate the disappearance of miners in the silver mines.
The Castell family? Do you mean the legendary Castell family? The owners of the mining workshop? The incredibly wealthy nobility? Noah's eyes widened.
But quickly, he frowned again, still filled with suspicion.
How can I believe what you say? The Castell family has never inquired about the disappearance of miners. Why are they suddenly sending investigators now? We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Moreover, if you truly are extraordinary from the Castell family, why would you sneak in secretly?
Of course, because we don't trust the noble overseers of the Castell mining workshop. As for why we suddenly came to investigate, you might have heard it is naturally due to the orders of the recently returned Count of the family. Sebastian replied confidently.
Hearing Sebastian's words, the young wolf boy's eyes widened even more. For a young child, Sebastian's answer was overwhelmingly shocking. The Count, do you mean the legendary Holy Court Saintess, the daughter of the god Lord Harold? Charlotte. How did the rumors get so twisted? Sebastian couldn't help but glance at Charlotte, then smiled at Noah. The Count is indeed holy, but the talk about the Holy Court saint is just a rumor. Noah then looked at Luff, who nodded and said in a deep voice,
Noah, I swear by the great blood totem that he is indeed from the Castell family, sent by the Count of Castell.
Noah fell silent.
Perhaps older, more experienced subhumans would be much more cautious and harder to trust, but for a young wolf boy, this conversation was enough to convince him somewhat. I know that the overseer nobles of the mining workshop possess something like a black eagle emblem, which is supposedly a symbol of the Castell family, and each is a magical artifact of great value.
If you truly are from the Castell family, do you have such a token? He continued to probe, though his tone had softened considerably. The Black Eagle emblem? The Castell family's magical equipment? Sebastian's thoughts stirred.
He looked at Charlotte, who smiled slightly and pulled out a handful of Black Eagle emblems from her bosom.
Is this what you mean?
Seeing the handful of emblems in the girl's hand, Noah's eyes widened further.
It's really the overseer's token. But why so many? Did you steal them from Castell's warehouse? No, wait. Risa, are you also an investigator hired by the Castell family?
Charlotte smiled slightly.
Yes, I am also here to investigate the truth of the mines.
I have a good relationship with the Count of Castell, and she gave these to me.
If you can assist us, I can even give you one. Noah.
Who knows if they are real or fake? He muttered, swallowing hard while looking at the shiny emblems. But by now, he was more than half convinced. After all, an extraordinary wouldn't need to deceive a weak wolf boy like him.
If they truly wanted information, they had many ways to make him talk. Come with me. There are too many eyes here. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Noah said, looking around.
Charlotte and the others followed Noah to a corner of the cave, where Noah leaned against the wall and sat down.
I can tell you everything I know, but I have a condition. Sebastian smiled. Please, go ahead. Noah's expression became firm. If you plan to enter the mines to find the dragon, you must take me with you. Sebastian didn't agree immediately but instead asked, Why are you so obsessed with the dragon rumored to be in the mines? Noah was silent for a moment, then said, Because I want to ask it how my brother went mad. Where did my brother go? I want to know what my brother did. I don't believe he would be so bold as to steal mithril slag. Your brother?
Charlotte's heart stirred. Yes, my brother used to be a miner here, but he's been missing. He was accused of stealing mithril slag and punished by the workshop, causing all the demi-human miners to be whipped, which ruined his reputation among the clan. The young wolf boy's ears drooped as he pursed his lips.
Stealing mithril slag?
Charlotte recalled what Luff had said about the old wolf's story of missing miners. She hadn't expected the protagonist to be Noah's brother.
She sighed. My condolences. No, it's okay, I've already come to terms with it. Want to know what happened to him?
I know my brother's character, he was always upright.
I don't believe he would steal. Maybe only the dragon can tell me the truth, and that's why I started working in the mines. Have you really seen the dragon in the mines? Sebastian asked with interest. But Noah shook his head. No, I haven't seen it. He continued. But my brother did. Not only that.
My brother and it were friends. My brother often told me their stories.
They met in the mines and became friends there.
He didn't tell anyone about it, fearing mercenaries would come after the dragon. For years, my brother was the most famous miner, always extracting large amounts of mithril, all thanks to the dragon. So there really was a dragon in the mine? Charlotte couldn't help but exchange a glance with Sebastian, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. A dragon that could befriend humanoids and lived in the depths of a mithril mine, could it be a gold dragon? Before coming, Charlotte had indirectly learned that if any dragon in Meria loved precious metals, it would be the gold dragon. Kind and metallic dragons were indeed likely to become friends with humanoids. So, the mithril vein of Castell was really being devoured by a dragon?
Sebastian asked.
Charlotte perked up her ears too.
However, Noah frowned. Mithril vein?
Despite all the rumors, my brother said the dragon ate meat, not ore.
He used to secretly bring food to it.
The mithril issue has little to do with the dragon.
Eats meat? Charlotte was taken aback. Gold dragons don't usually eat meat. Yes. Noah nodded.
My brother said it was a black dragon, a real black dragon.
Chapter 172, Chapter 173, Master, your offering has arrived. 2,449 words. Black dragon? Seabass and Luff were both stunned. No wonder, as among all dragons, black dragons had the worst reputation. These chaotic dragons were synonymous with evil and betrayal.
They had a strong desire to dominate other intelligent beings, and unless they encountered a stronger presence, they were almost impossible to engage with on equal terms.
You mean to say that there is an evil black dragon, the most vicious and brutal of all dragon kinds, living in the mine, and this black dragon became friends with a miner? Seabass looked skeptical and couldn't help but question. It's true, I'm not lying to you.
My brother said it's definitely a black dragon. Seeing their disbelief, Noah insisted.
The werewolf Luff shook his head and said, Noah kiddo, you are too young.
When I was young, I once had the misfortune of seeing a black dragon in the eastern Unet Blacklands. Such a creature, arrogant, powerful, evil, and insane, far beyond your imagination. In an instant, it destroyed a city built by mercenaries just because they refused to submit to it.
The so-called black dragon might be a mistake by your brother. Besides, how do you explain the disappearance of the miners? Recalling his past, Luff's face showed reverence, obviously still haunted by the memory.
Sebastian, however, suddenly changed his tone. However, if everything is as he said, it seems there really is some monster in the mine.
If it's not a black dragon, it could be a dragonkin. He looked at Charlotte and asked with a respectful tone that Noah didn't notice. Risa, what do you think? Charlotte glanced towards the depths of the mine and said, It doesn't matter what it is. We'll know once we go inside.
She stroked her chin with interest and said eagerly, If it is a dragonkin, I hope it is indeed a black dragon.
Luff was taken aback by Charlotte's fearless words and hesitated to speak.
Sebastian, on the other hand, brightened up, respectfully bowed slightly, and looked at Charlotte with admiration. For the great lady of the night, for the returning bloodborne true ancestor, only a terrifying legendary dragon like a black dragon would be worthy of her attention.
Let's go and see the depths of the mine, Charlotte said. She raised her head and looked into the depths of the cave, her gaze becoming deep. Yes, she was very interested in the legendary black dragon.
However, more than the black dragon, she was more interested in the role the Castell nobles played in this matter. If a monster that resembled a black dragon had appeared in the mine, the nobles should not have kept it a secret and declared the mithril mine depleted. There must be something hidden in the depths of the mine that cannot see the light of day.
The nobles in the know must be hiding something.
Thinking of this, Charlotte took a step forward and walked towards the depths of the mine.
Sebastian and Luff quickly followed, taking the oil lamps given to them by the old werewolf Logan for illumination in the mine. I want to go too.
I know the way to the mithril mine area.
The young werewolf Noah patted his backside and hurriedly caught up.
Sebastian glanced at Charlotte, who nodded slightly, indicating her approval of Noah's participation. The information was provided by Noah, and he was also involved.
Moreover, he knew the way. As for encountering danger,
Charlotte was confident in ensuring their safe retreat.
Whether to let the young werewolf retain his memory would be another matter.
With a deliberate or inadvertent embrace around Charlotte, the group quickly ventured deeper into the mine. The deeper parts of the mine were more complex, with interconnected passages, some clearly not well dug and others seemingly in disrepair, as if they could collapse at any moment. Soon, the group stopped at a fork in the path. Grandpa Logan and the others should have gone to the deeper part of this passage. There are still some scattered mithril ores there, which the workshop is currently focusing on.
Noah pointed to the left passage and said.
Then he pointed to the right. This way leads to the restricted area, where the main mithril vein is. Charlotte and Sebastian exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement.
Let's go in.
Entering the right passage, the surrounding temperature noticeably dropped, and Charlotte noticed that the air's magic concentration increased. Mithril is a precious magical material with properties of magic conduction and storage, so it's normal for places with mithril veins to have a high magic concentration. After winding through the passage for about 10 more minutes, the group finally reached the end. The passage ended in a cavern, which appeared to be an abandoned or transfer center, with the underground tracks for transporting or ending there. Inside the cavern was an entrance sealed with chains, with a sign that read "No entry."
In the dim light of the oil lamps, it looked eerie.
That is the entrance to the mithril mine, completely sealed with anti-magic chains.
No one can get in. Noah shivered and said.
By now, the surrounding temperature had dropped significantly. The three of them, being extraordinaries, didn't feel any discomfort, but the young werewolf was shivering from the cold. Suddenly, a coat fell on Noah, covering him tightly.
Noah was surprised and looked back to see the werewolf Luff with his upper body exposed. "Uncle Luff? Put it on. Don't catch a cold. We are all extraordinaries." Luff shook his head. "We?" Noah was taken aback.
He couldn't help but look at Charlotte beside him and found that this girl, who was about the same age as him, indeed showed no signs of being cold, which shocked him again.
"An extraordinary. Risa, you are also an extraordinary." Charlotte smiled at the young werewolf, neither confirming nor denying it.
She stepped forward and approached the sealed entrance to the mithril mine. Sebastian also stepped forward, closed his eyes, extended his hand to sense the seal, and said in surprise,
"A compound seal?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "Is it easy to break?" Sebastian's expression was somewhat awkward. "Breaking seals is not my specialty. It can't be broken."
"I've heard mercenaries in the tavern say that to prevent extraordinaries from sneaking in, the mine invited the Mage Association to place a powerful and clever seal here.
Even a legendary archmage would have a hard time breaking it." Noah shook his head.
"My brother told me about a secret tunnel. If we squeeze through, we should be able to crawl in,"
he added.
However, after he finished speaking, he noticed that no one responded to his suggestion.
Noah looked at the group and saw the girl suddenly speaking into the darkness. "Since you're already following us, stop hiding and come out to help."
As soon as she finished speaking, a plump black cat jumped out of the darkness, meowed, and approached Charlotte. "Lady Risa, I didn't want to interrupt since you all were having such a good conversation."
"A pig? A talking little black pig?" The young werewolf was once again stunned, looking bewildered. The black cat Nice stumbled slightly. "Open your wolf eyes wide and take a good look. I'm a noble, elegant, and handsome Coria Shorthair cat." The black cat gave the young werewolf a displeased glare and proudly lifted its head. "A cat?" Noah's eyes widened even more, unable to reconcile the round creature in front of him with the image of an elegant, agile cat. "All right, stop fooling around and get to work." Charlotte gave Nice a stern look. "Hee, right away."
Nice rubbed his paws together, eager to get started.
He approached the seal, threw a challenging glance at Sebastian, as if to say, "Is this the best you can do?"
Then, with Seabass gritting his teeth in frustration, Nice confidently placed his paw on the seal. A flash of silver light later, the chains on the seal slid off by themselves, much to Noah's astonishment. "We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now." "A talking black cat that can break legendary seals?" he muttered in disbelief, feeling numb with shock. "Hee, just a simple third-tier sealing magic. Probably set by a few Silver Moon mages who have dabbled in seal magic for a few years. The technique is a bit lacking, no magical torsion matrices or dual-layer spell reinforcements, and they didn't even utilize the dense magic in the area. Far inferior to Master Cat here." Nice proudly flicked his tail. "This guy, his grasp of magic theory is really impressive. Just who is he?" Charlotte couldn't help but give Nice another look. "Not bad." She put aside her curiosity, nodded in satisfaction, and led the way into the now unsealed mine tunnel. Inside the tunnel, the magic was even denser, so much so that Charlotte felt like every pore on her body was rejoicing. As a Bloodborne, a magical creature, she naturally preferred places rich in magic. She instinctively took a deep breath, but almost choked on the air she inhaled. The removal of the seal by Nice had caused a pressure differential, creating an inward wind filled with a strong stench of decay. Charlotte was all too familiar with this smell. Or, more precisely, it was something she would never forget. It was the same stench she had smelled on the living corpses the day she was hung on the cross by the old witch. The stench of corpses. Ugh! Behind her, the young werewolf who had also taken a mouthful of the foul air was already vomiting. Stay alert and let's go in and take a look. Charlotte's expression turned serious. Seabass and the others nodded, drawing their weapons and preparing for any potential threats. The group ventured deeper into the mine. Soon, Charlotte noticed shimmering silver patterns on the walls. These patterns, like molten silver, were fused with the rock, glimmering in the dark, dazzling and surreal. Is mithril ore. So, the mithril mine hasn't run dry. Sebastian spoke solemnly. The mithril mine hasn't run dry. Charlotte's eyes glinted. Learning this, she felt a bit relieved. The income from the mithril mine made up 80% of the Castell mine's revenue, and the mines contributed 70% of the county's income. Additionally, half of the remaining 30% was related to the mithril industry. In other words, 70% of her income was tied to the mithril mine. If the mithril mine was intact, it meant she could reveal the truth and regain control of the mine, restoring her income. However, this also made Charlotte more cautious. Whoever had the power to disguise an intact mithril mine as depleted must have significant plans. At that moment, Charlotte's keen senses picked up a faint tapping sound from deeper within the mine. Do you hear something? She looked at Seabass and the others. Luff shook his head in confusion. Nice sniffed the air with his eyes closed. Sebastian, after a moment of listening with his ears raised, looked surprised. It sounds like mining. Charlotte narrowed her eyes. Proceed carefully. The group advanced with heightened caution. The tapping sound grew more distinct as they moved forward. Eventually, even the weakest among them, young werewolf Noah, could hear it. Really sounds like mining. He muttered in disbelief. Charlotte's expression became increasingly serious. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench became. Recalling the missing miners, a bold hypothesis formed in her mind. Stay vigilant, we might encounter old friends again. She squinted, warning the others. They continued deeper. After about 3 more minutes, they reached the end of the tunnel. The tunnel opened into a massive cavern, larger than any they had seen before. The sound of tapping was now unmistakable, a dense and oddly synchronized rhythm, like machinery. Noah nervously peered into the cavern and instantly froze in terror. He was about to scream when Charlotte swiftly covered his mouth. Charlotte's expression was graver than ever. Her gaze fell upon the cavern's interior. Under the brilliant light of the mithril veins, numerous decomposed miners were swinging their tools, chipping away at the mithril ore. There were thousands of them. Their eyes were hollow, glowing with a greenish light. Behind them, heaps of mithril were being loaded onto mine carts and transported deeper into the cave. Charlotte peered further into the darkness, her crimson eyes glowing. In an instant, her pupils dilated, and her irises expanded, covering her entire eyes. Eagle eye vision. This was a bloodborne magic she had learned from the gospel pages after defeating the blood demon cult. With eagle eye vision, Charlotte's already sharp sight became even more precise and clear. She instantly spotted the scene at the far end. It was a massive workshop hidden in the darkness. Countless undead were mechanically operating various tools, tirelessly working. On one side of the workshop was a mountain of mithril. Meanwhile, in a room within the Castell mining workshop, a door was gently knocked. Come in. A lazy voice responded from inside. The door opened, and a middle-aged steward in a robe entered. If Noah were here, he would recognize this steward as Male, who often turned a blind eye to the demi-humans, favoring them and letting them pass. It was also Male who had permitted Charlotte and the others to enter the mine. Mail approached the desk and respectfully addressed the shadow in the dark.
Master, your offerings have arrived.
The shadow in the dark slowly turned. A pale face emerged, with red eyes glowing like lanterns in the dark.
Is it those 3 werewolf miners from last time? The lazy voice asked faintly. Mail hesitated.
Only one of the 3 came today, the other 2 didn't. They were replaced by newcomers.
Replaced? Then why are you here? Aren't you afraid I'll devour you?
The voice suddenly grew sharper, tinged with dissatisfaction.
Mail's face turned pale.
He bit his lip and said, Master, although they were replaced, after they entered the mine, I received reports from some miners that they might all be extraordinaries.
Extraordinaries?
The voice finally showed a hint of interest.
Understood. Well done. Go and claim your reward.
The voice said indifferently.
Mail left, beaming with joy.
The shadow also stood up, fully revealing itself.
It was a black-haired man in a black robe.
His arms were covered in black scales, and black dragon wings grew from his back. He licked his lips, eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, and chuckled softly.
Extraordinaries trying to steal mithril, huh?
Hee, it's been a while since I tasted extraordinary blood.
Chapter 173, Chapter 174, Help Me. 2,180 words. Noah, take a close look. Do you recognize anyone among these zombies?
Charlotte shifted her gaze from the zombie miners to Noah. The young werewolf was clearly shaken by the sight, whether from the cold or fear, as he continued to tremble. However, upon hearing Charlotte's request, he mustered the courage to peek at the zombies digging the mine. As he looked, he quickly froze in shock, almost crying out.
That's Uncle Dor. Oh my gosh. It's him. He's still wearing his favorite Korea tunic. He wasn't eaten, he's turned into a zombie. Kubo. And brother Kubo, he's here too. He disappeared a month ago, and he's here. It's them, it's really them. They're the missing miners. They're all here.
Sister Risa, they've all been turned into zombies.
In the darkness, Noah's voice trembled as he looked at the vacant eyes of the zombies.
Charlotte sighed lightly, confirming her suspicions. So, this is the secret of the mine. The mithril mine wasn't exhausted, it was deliberately sealed off. Someone is turning the miners into undead to continue mining mithril. This is too big to cover up easily. Master, it seems the waters run deeper in the county than we thought. Seabass couldn't help but comment, even changing his address for Charlotte. Master. Noah stared blankly at Sebastian, unsure if he should still show surprise or confusion. Charlotte considered the attitudes of the territory's nobility toward her and nodded slightly. Indeed, it needs to be sorted out. Nice looked at the blank-eyed zombies and after a moment of examination, said, These zombies are not very intelligent, very sluggish. The necromancer who turned them must be of a low level, probably not above Silver Moon. They can only do simple, mechanical work, they can't do much else. However, I see many zombies have been here for some time, some even showing signs of skeletal transformation, indicating this operation has been running for years. Hearing Nice's analysis, Charlotte became thoughtful. She looked at Noah and asked again. Noah, when was the mithril mine sealed off? 7 years ago. It was sealed 7 years ago, and the miners started disappearing around that time. Noah answered, his face pale. 7 years ago. Charlotte recalled the records she had read, realizing the income from Castell County began to plummet around that time. Incidentally, it was 7 years ago that her stingy grandmother dismissed all the high-ranking nobles following the Castell family and sent them back to their territories. 7 years ago, the Castell family lost control over the local nobility. And 7 years ago, the mithril mine had its incident. Covering up the mithril mine and arranging thousands of zombie miners to continue mining required the cooperation of the mining workshop's high-ranking officials. Clearly, there were nobles involved behind the scenes. The Castell's mithril mine represented the interests of many nobles, and hiding the truth about the mine wasn't easy. To keep such a big operation hidden for so many years, there had to be significant power involved.
Or rather, a figure uniting all the relevant nobles. Charlotte fought over the family records again.
There was no such dominant local power among the Castell nobility.
In fact, the Castell family had always been far more powerful than their vassal nobility.
This made Charlotte ponder deeply.
Noah, the rumors of a dragon in the mine also started 7 years ago? Sebastian suddenly asked.
Noah, still dazed by the shocking revelations, kept his eyes on the horrifying zombies but mechanically nodded. If it's a rumor, yes, but my brother said it's been here much longer.
Really? Sebastian, do you think it's related to that black dragon? Nice eyes widened, looking incredulously at the flame elf. Sebastian nodded slightly.
Although it sounds unbelievable, it's not impossible. I've heard that some powerful dragons can even take human form. Dragons always love wealth, and precious mithril is just as attractive to them.
Is a black dragon controlling the Castell nobles to mine for it? Nice gasped. Wow, you really dare to think that? A black dragon infiltrating the human world.
You're treating black dragons like silver dragons.
Such a creature, even if it mastered transformation, wouldn't bother turning into a human.
Not to mention, black dragons are magic idiots, with all their talent in magic resistance and physical strength.
Except for those ancient ones, most black dragons can't master transformation. And for those ancient ones, a small Castell county wouldn't even catch their eye. Sebastian looked at Nice in surprise.
You seem to know quite a lot.
Nice looked smug. Hey, unlike a certain useless elf, I have a wealth of adventure experience.
Back when you were still sipping honey, I was already rubbing shoulders with legendary dragons.
Sebastian. Oh really? Then how did such an experienced adventurer end up as a cat who can't even defeat a low-level bloodborne?
He smiled slightly.
Nice cat face turned black, clearly hit where it hurt, and he bristled instantly. Who says I can't beat them? A single void banishment from me could take it down. Forget bloodborne, I'm not afraid even if they are resurrected evil god. The Holy Court once asked me to seal an evil god.
And then you became a pet constantly on a diet.
Sebastian nodded in agreement.
The cat and dog stared at each other, looking ready to fight again.
Silence. Charlotte glanced at them.
Humph.
They snorted at each other and turned away. Charlotte. Both of them had good abilities and plenty of secrets, but they couldn't seem to cooperate without bickering. But a black dragon.
Charlotte considered Sebastian's theory.
Though it sounded plausible, something felt off.
As she looked again at the piles of mithril in the cave, she realized what was wrong. A greedy dragon wouldn't leave so much mithril unprotected, nor would it seal the mine with an easily breakable seal.
With this thought, Charlotte looked at Nice again and asked. Nice, do you sense any dragon's aura here? Nice immediately became serious. That's what puzzles me. I don't smell any dragon's aura here. Either it left a long time ago, or it never existed. Sebastian. He looked at Nice speechlessly. Since you didn't smell any trace of the dragon, why didn't you say so earlier? Nice let out a sly laugh.
Why say it earlier? I enjoy watching certain people squirm when their judgments are wrong.
You.
A cat and a dog were on the verge of another fight until Charlotte's cold gaze swept over them, silencing them both. Charlotte turned her gaze back to the undead in the cave, a faint light flickering in her eyes. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze and said,
We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now.
These undead are indeed of the lowest rank, even inferior to those that attacked us the other day.
Despite their terrifying appearance, they aren't dangerous.
They likely just follow the caster's orders mindlessly. I haven't sensed any mental waves from a necromancer, so these undeads must have been left here to mine on their own.
Let's go.
We should investigate further, maybe we'll find something. With that, she took the lead and entered the cave.
Sebastian and Nice quickly followed, flanking her on either side, with Luff behind them. Little werewolf Noah, though trembling with fear, felt even more anxious, staying behind and hurriedly caught up.
As Charlotte moved deeper into the cave, just as she had anticipated, the mining undeads paid no attention to the intruders. They continued their rigid, mechanical mining motions. Only those that appeared to have been recently transformed seemed to have a bit of awareness, turning their stiff heads towards Charlotte's group with glowing green eyes. Some, not yet fully decayed, still had their original eyeballs, making their rotting, hollow faces especially eerie. This sight caused Noah to turn pale with fright, clutching Luff's coat tightly as he hid behind him. "If you're scared, you don't have to look at them," Luff said, glancing at the little werewolf. However, despite his fear, Noah's gaze remained on the undead, seemingly searching for something. Charlotte noticed this and asked, "Noah, how long has your brother been missing?" Noah's ears drooped. 7 years. Charlotte sighed. "This place should be safe for now. We're short on time, so let's split up. Luff, take Noah to look around the more decayed miners." 7 years. If Noah's brother had been turned into an undead, it might be hard to recognize him now. Luff nodded silently and led the little werewolf toward the older-looking miners. "Sebastian, check out the workshop area," Charlotte instructed Sebastian. There was nothing unusual about the workshop, but its design seemed elven. Sebastian might discover something. Sebastian complied and left, while Charlotte continued examining the undead miners, hoping to find something new. As she passed one that seemed to have been recently transformed, it suddenly reached out to her. Even though Charlotte's keen senses had prepared her, she was still startled. However, the undead didn't attack. Instead, it trembled and, with a vacant look, said, "Help, me." Charlotte was momentarily stunned, then her expression turned solemn. This undead still retained some consciousness. But when she looked again, it had resumed its stiff mining actions. Living transformation. This is a method even the most wicked necromancers find abhorrent. Nice, beside her, spoke with a grave tone. Charlotte's heart stirred. Living transformation? Yes, some evil necromancers, lacking sufficient skill, will forcibly turn living people into undead to retain more of their sentience. They're dead, but not completely. Before they truly die, their souls retain their consciousness. They witness their own decay, and feel the pain of their bodies being eaten away, until their sentience fades, turning them fully into undead. Their bodies then eternally repeat their final commanded actions. Because it's so cruel, even among necromancers, living transformation is a forbidden practice. Nice explains solemnly. Charlotte fell silent. She glanced at the vacant-eyed undead and extended her hand before it. Soft light flickered in her red eyes. At that moment, just like she had done for the tormented young female spirits before, Charlotte initiated a memory sharing with the undead. But this time, instead of memory fragments, all she received was a bone-deep terror and pain. It was the miners' agony, their suffering as they were forcibly turned into undead, losing control over their bodies, watching themselves rot, feeling the worms consume them, their souls extinguishing bit by bit. That fear and pain were like an endless abyss. When Charlotte withdrew from the memory sharing, her back was drenched in cold sweat. She panted slightly, that immersive pain and fear making her shudder. "Lady Charlotte, you shouldn't read memories of undead created through living transformation," Nice said gravely. "Even though it's strange for a little cat like me to explain this to you, it seems you've forgotten more than I thought." Charlotte was silent. She gave up on the memory sharing. After another glance at the trembling undead, she sighed and moved forward. But as she walked, Nice suddenly stopped. Charlotte turned, noticing he was staring at a patch of mushrooms on the ground with a peculiar expression. "What's wrong, Nice?" she asked. "Lady Charlotte." Nice's expression was odd. Perhaps Noah was right. There might have been a dragon here. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Nice pointed to the mushrooms on the ground. "Lady Charlotte, these scaly mushrooms are called dragon spittle mushrooms. They only grow where dragons have been. However, these mushrooms seem to be deteriorating, suggesting the dragon left a long time ago, which is why I couldn't smell it.
A dragon had really been here. Charlotte pondered.
Soon after, Sebastian, Luff, and Noah returned. The little werewolf looked a bit disappointed but also somewhat relieved.
Didn't find anything?
Charlotte asked.
Noah nodded with a complicated expression. Not finding anything might be a good thing. It might mean your brother is still alive.
Charlotte consoled him. She then looked at Sebastian.
The workshop only has a few working undead.
Master, did you find something?
Sebastian asked after reporting. Nice, found some dragon spittle mushrooms.
Charlotte said.
Dragon spittle mushrooms?
Sebastian was surprised.
So, my guess might have been right? Who knows? We might find out soon.
Charlotte looked at the surrounding undead miners. With that, she closed her eyes again, extending her hands as magic surged around her.
Nice eyes widened.
Lady Charlotte, are you planning to
free them?
They are in too much pain.
Charlotte sighed.
And, by doing so, we might draw out the one behind this. Necromancers and their undead share a connection. Even without a contract, they can sense disturbances among their creations. Having discovered the secret of the mithril mine, Charlotte was done playing hide and seek. With her trump card as a true ancestor, she feared nothing. She would destroy this place and force the mastermind to appear. However, just as Charlotte finished speaking, a lazy voice echoed through the cave.
Were you referring to me, lovely werewolf lady? Chapter 174, Chapter 175, you, who exactly are you? 2,143 words.
Oh?
Were you referring to me, lovely werewolf lady?
A lazy voice echoed through the cave, immediately capturing everyone's attention.
Who?
The werewolf Luff instantly became alert, drawing out his concealed weapon. Charlotte and the others looked towards the source of the voice. On the other side of the cave, behind a cluster of jagged rocks, a massive shadow flickered in the light of the mithril. Accompanied by clearly audible footsteps, a creature in a black robe appeared before them. It was indeed a creature. It had menacing dragon wings, claws on both its hands and feet, and although its head was human-like, it had cold-blooded crimson reptilian eyes and a pair of fearsome horns. A vast aura emanated from it, bringing a faint sense of oppression. This pressure seemed to come from its bloodline and soul, making the weakest among them, the werewolf Noah, momentarily breathless and his face turned instantly pale.
A monster.
He widened his eyes, staring in terror at the mysterious figure. Only when Luff shielded him did that oppressive feeling gradually lift.
Monster?
Hearing the young werewolf's words, the mysterious creature narrowed its crimson eyes, showing a dangerous glint.
You dare call the great true dragon Jicode a monster?
You, a lower werewolf with no sense of reverence, must pay for your words. As if touched on a sore spot, the previously lazy and indifferent creature flew into a rage. With a roar, its black robe shattered, its body rapidly expanding, and black scales spreading all over. In an instant, it transformed into a 6 to 7 meter tall black dragon.
A dragon, it's a dragon! Noah exclaimed again. The black dragon roared and charged towards them. Be careful, Lady Charlotte! Luff's expression changed as he moved to protect Charlotte and Noah.
However, Sebastian was faster. He elegantly drew a flaming sword from the void, stepping forward and blocking the black dragon. The clash between the dragon's claws and the flaming sword produced a deafening explosion, sending ripples of magical energy throughout the cave. The mountain trembled slightly, and fragments of mithril mixed with or rained down like a meteor shower, incredibly beautiful.
Under the tremendous force, Sebastian only took a half step back, but no more. He had blocked the black dragon's attack. An elemental sword of the elves? You're not a werewolf?
The black dragon halted its assault, its crimson eyes fixed on Sebastian. Under the fierce magical wind, the wolf ears Sebastian had glued on were blown away. He elegantly adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothes, his gray hair turning blood red, quickly restoring his original appearance as a flame elf.
Of course I'm not a werewolf. Jicode, who claims to be a black dragon, what about you? Despite being a mighty black dragon, you were blocked by me. Should I say that I am too strong, or that you, as a black dragon, are too weak?
Sebastian twirled his flaming sword with a smile, looking at the ferocious black dragon before him.
Hearing this, a flash of anger appeared in the black dragon's eyes. With a roar, it charged at Sebastian again. Arrogant elf! How dare you disrespect the great black dragon G-Code? The great G-Code will devour you and drink your elven blood. An even more immense pressure erupted from the black dragon. Its body expanded once more, and it struck at Sebastian. However, just as the dragon's claw was about to strike, a deep, hoarse voice echoed in the cave. Contract Cage of Order. Silver light blossomed, and shining silver bands descended like serpents, surrounding the black dragon and forming a square cage of light. It was a sealing spell from Mitra, the god of contracts. The black cat Nice had intervened. The charging black dragon collided with an invisible barrier, and abruptly halted. A black dragon, and divine magic. The young werewolf stared blankly at the unfolding scene, feeling his recently reconstructed worldview shatter again. The black cat Nice, uncharacteristically, didn't bicker with Sebastian. Instead, it squinted at the black dragon trapped in the cage of order and chuckled. Indeed. The powerful black dragon is trapped by a single spell from Master Cat. Since when did Master Cat become so strong? Hearing the sarcasm in Nice words, the black dragon grew even more furious. Roar! Wretched insect! The great black dragon G-Code will devour you all. Black and red mist erupted from the black dragon, and its aura intensified further. Its crimson eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness as it raised its head and struck the cage of order. The black cat Nice lazily watched the struggling black dragon, but its expression quickly stiffened. Under the black dragon's strike, the black-red mist enveloped the silver light, causing cracks to appear in the supposedly unbreakable cage of order before it shattered completely. Is that divine power? For the first time, Nice showed a look of uncertainty. The black dragon, infuriated by Nice's sneak attack, ignored Sebastian. After breaking free, it roared and charged straight at Nice. Nice was startled. Feeling the black dragon's overwhelming aura, it didn't hesitate to turn and flee, hiding behind Charlotte. Only its round head peeked out to watch the ferocious black dragon. Now, the black dragon's target naturally shifted to Charlotte. Luff's eyes narrowed. He raised his sword, shielding Charlotte, but was swiftly swatted away by the dragon. Uncle Luff! The young werewolf beside Charlotte cried out in alarm. Ignoring the fallen Luff, the black dragon continued its charge toward Charlotte and Nice. However, just as it was about to reach them, the familiar flaming sword blocked it once more. Don't forget, your opponent is me, Sebastian said with a slight smile. Elf! The black dragon roared in fury, redirecting all its wrath at Sebastian. Sebastian elegantly swung his sword, a brilliant arc of moonlight emanating from him as he transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the black dragon. A dragon and a man instantly resumed their battle. The terrifying elemental fluctuations erupted once more, turning the entire cavern upside down and making it feel like it could collapse at any moment. The aftershocks of the fight shattered the mithril ore, scattering dazzling silver light. The zombie miners, who were still working, became innocent victims, frequently being knocked over by the horrific magical storms. After a prolonged struggle, neither the black dragon nor Sebastian could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Noah was already stunned. Sir Bars, so strong. Sir Bars can actually fight a legendary dragon one-on-one. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. However, Charlotte beside him gently shook her head. No, it's not that he is too strong. She watched the black dragon battling Sebastian with great interest. It's that this black dragon is too weak. The black dragon and Sebastian were locked in an intense battle, unable to determine a winner. After a prolonged high-intensity fight, the bloodlust and madness in the black dragon's crimson eyes gradually faded, returning to normal. With a long roar, it spread its dragon wings and retreated, instantly withdrawing from the battle. Perched on a distant boulder, it looked down at the unscathed Sebastian, its red eyes flickering slightly. Elemental sword, Archmoon sword technique, you're from Luna Island? An elf from Luna Island appearing here, are you breaking the contract established back then? Sebastian's expression changed almost instantly. He squinted his eyes and raised his voice slightly. Luna Island? Contract? Seeing Sebastian's reaction, the black dragon's expression turned enigmatic, and it suddenly chuckled lightly. I was wrong. It seems the long-eared ones from Luna Island aren't united either. After saying this, it leaped back again, distancing itself from the battlefield. It coldly observed everyone in the cave, its voice carrying a cold authority. Intruders, your strength is indeed formidable. However, you have seen things you shouldn't have. Since you're here, you will remain here forever. With that, it stomped its foot lightly, causing the entrance of the mine tunnel to close with a rumble. Then, it extended its menacing dragon claw, and with a flash of light, a blood-red page appeared in its grasp. The page emitted a crimson glow, enveloping all the zombie miners, and the black dragon's icy voice resounded again. Go, kill them. As soon as it spoke, all the zombie miners began to twitch, rapidly absorbing the magical energy within the mine, their auras rising continuously. Some of the skeletal zombies even ignited with black flames, transforming into advanced undead on the spot. In an instant, thousands of ghostly green flames focused on Charlotte and her companions. The zombies, wielding sharp mining tools, advanced like a silent army towards them. Seeing the quickly forming undead army, Sebastian's eyes narrowed. While the average strength of these undead might not be high, their sheer number was enough to make even a silver moon tremble. However, Sebastian couldn't help but glance back at Charlotte, who was staring at the blood-red page and the black dragon's claw with an astonished expression. His gaze turned slightly peculiar. The black dragon didn't notice the exchange of glances between Sebastian and Charlotte. Even if it had, it probably wouldn't have thought much of it. With its cold gaze on the group surrounded by the undead, the black dragon sneered. Intruders, let's see if your strength is greater or if my undead army is stronger. Go, kill them. It commanded with a sinister grin. The crimson page in its claw glowed brightly, and the undead army raised their mining tools. But just as the black dragon expected its undead army to charge, all the undead froze in place. The black dragon was stunned. Go, kill them. It frowned and commanded again, the crimson page in its claw glowing once more. However, the undead still did not move. Go, kill them. The black dragon roared in anger, kicking the nearest undead to the ground. This time, the undead moved. But instead of charging at the intruders, they stiffly turned their heads, focusing their hollow gazes on Jacode. Their empty eye sockets burned with eerie green flames, silent and oppressive. Being stared at by thousands of undead, even the most hot-tempered dragon sensed something was wrong. What are you looking at? Go, kill them. It ordered angrily again. Of course, the undead did not respond. Instead, in the black dragon's shocked gaze, these undead it had personally created raised their mining tools and took a step towards it. What are you? What are you doing? The black dragon asked, confused and alarmed. It raised the crimson page high, trying to regain control of the undead. Obey my command. Obey my command. The undead ignored it. A soft sigh echoed from behind the undead, clearly audible in the empty cave. The gathered undead suddenly moved aside, creating a path, and the skeletal undead bowed respectfully. The black dragon watched in disbelief as the werewolf girl, who had seemed insignificant, walked out from the crowd of undead. The powerful elf who had fought it stood respectfully half a step behind her, like a devout follower. The mysterious black cat that had cast a divine spell walked beside her, strutting like a pet following its master. The girl held a heavy black book, which glowed with a deep light. In midair, a phantom of a book spirit floated, bowing respectfully to the girl. The girl's hair, previously styled as a tomboy, now fell around her shoulders. No longer gray like a werewolf's, it was a beautiful and mysterious silver, and her eyes, with a mix of red and gold, seemed to hold an extraordinary power. She looked at the confused black dragon with pity and shook her head.
Lost in the wild path transformation, your self-awareness completely twisted.
How pitiful.
As she spoke, Charlotte gently closed the book in her hands, eyeing the crimson page and the black dragon's claw with a meaningful expression.
Jacode, has anyone ever told you that relying too much on the cursed pages, power that isn't yours, will drive you mad? Even for a bloodborne.
The black dragon's gaze fixed on the heavy book in the girl's hands, its expression changed completely.
The Book of the Dead? How is the Book of the Dead in your hands? You are not a werewolf either. Count Hole? You're not Count Hole. You're not his maid either. Who are you?
Meanwhile, in a castle somewhere in Castell, a bloodborne girl named Agnes, who had just finished washing up and was about to go to bed, suddenly stumbled and collapsed to the ground.
Count Castell. Book of the Dead Spirit. You bastards, how dare you randomly draw on my power again?
She lay on the ground, weak and pale, gritting her teeth in frustration.
Chapter 175, Chapter 176, Overwhelming Superiority. 2047 words.
Looking at the undead army that had instantly turned against him and the mysterious girl surrounded by everyone, Black Dragon Jacode's expression changed completely.
Perhaps he should no longer be called a black dragon. A real black dragon would be much stronger than him.
Charlotte's voice seemed to carry some mysterious power, ringing like a bell in Jacode's mind. His aura quickly became chaotic, and his hideous dragon form began to twitch and change, sometimes appearing to want to revert to a human form, other times trying to maintain his dragon shape.
I am Black Dragon Jacode. I am Black Dragon Jacode.
He roared and bellowed, his eyes blood-red, quickly descending into madness once again.
Jacode let out a dragon's roar, and his terrifying dragon might exploded again, stronger but more chaotic than before.
Cracks began to appear on his dragon body, and through these cracks, black and red flesh could be seen constantly churning, breaking down, and regenerating beneath his scales. Feeling the unprecedented power, Sebastian and the others immediately became serious. However, Charlotte remained calm, her gaze towards the black dragon filled with pity.
As a bloodborne, she was not unfamiliar with his current state.
She had experienced something similar once. It was shortly after she had become bloodborne, when she had not drunk blood for a long time, leading to a blood frenzy and a rampage of her bloodline. But unlike the creature before her, Charlotte did not completely lose herself then and was able to recover from the bloodline rampage. However, the bloodborne named Jacode before her had obviously completely lost himself to the dragon's power. After dealing with the blood demon cult of Bord and obtaining over 30 pages of the Gospel, Charlotte further completed the Gospel of Blood and gained a deeper understanding of the resonance of the 5 major bloodlines.
The Wild Path.
It is a bloodline path that resonates with all living things, allowing the user to unleash their nature, borrow and integrate the powers of other creatures, and even transform into other creatures. For example, Charlotte had acquired the ability of the Night Bat from the Wild Path, allowing her to transform into a bat. And this bloodline resonance is most crucial in that, when using its power, one must always remember their true self, staying aware of who they are. Losing oneself would lead to a power rampage.
The power of bloodborns is strong but also dangerous. Any bloodborne has the potential to rampage.
The strange power grants bloodborns great strength but is also a curse passed down through their bloodlines.
Bloodborns must continually drink blood to delay the outbreak of a bloodline rampage. But if there is a problem with the bloodline resonance, even drinking blood would be useless.
Taking the wild path as an example, once the power rampages, the mild result would be becoming completely deranged and turning into the creature one transformed into, losing oneself. The severe result would be an inability to bear the powerful form, leading to self-destruction and madness.
After the rampage, the power is indeed strong. But the line between strength and collapse is often very thin.
Seeing the cracks spreading on Black Dragon Jacode and the flesh buds growing and breaking down beneath them, Charlotte knew that even if she did nothing, this bloodborne, having lost himself and been provoked by them, would self-destruct. At the moment when his perception completely collapsed, Jacode had no future left.
However, Black Dragon Jacode didn't care about his gradually disintegrating body.
Feeling his increasingly powerful strength, his blood-red eyes gleamed with unprecedented madness and triumph. After a long roar, he charged at Charlotte again. "Lowly mortal, tremble before the great black dragon Jacode.
No matter who you are, Lord Jacode will devour you. Master! Watch out!"
Sebastian and the others' faces changed slightly. But Charlotte remained calm. She did not accept Sebastian's protection but instead stepped forward, directly facing the charging black dragon. Crimson light flickered in Charlotte's eyes, her gaze turning cold as an ancient and majestic aura rose from her body. Charlotte's lips moved slightly, and a crisp, ethereal yet authoritative reprimand echoed through the cave.
"Kneel!"
In an instant, an invisible, strange wave spread out from Charlotte, sweeping over everyone present.
The first to be affected was the weakest among them, the young werewolf Noah.
When the reprimand, as if resounding in his soul, reached him, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood when his mother scolded him. His whole body trembled, and he almost instinctively fell to his knees. At that moment, even he didn't realize how or why he had knelt. Nice, sensing something wrong when Charlotte opened her mouth, had a vague idea of what was coming. However, having experienced kneeling once in the mansion, he felt somewhat prepared this time and thought he could withstand this power with some characteristics of a spoken command. He smiled knowingly, ready for the impact, while watching Sebastian, expecting to see his embarrassed reaction under the sudden reprimand. But when the reprimand fully sounded, Nice realized he was still too naive. He had been mentally prepared, but Charlotte was no longer the Charlotte of the past. As the voice reached him, he felt this reprimand was even more terrifying than before, an unquestionable command interwoven with laws, like the majesty of a god.
"Damn!"
Under the immense pressure, he involuntarily cursed, a coarse word he had learned from Charlotte, watching helplessly as his limbs fell to the ground, his tail curling up.
As for Sebastian,
before the power of the reprimand reached him, at the moment when Charlotte uttered the knee of kneel, he had already knelt on one knee. He knelt elegantly, naturally, and with a clear conscience.
Nice watched in amazement. Thud! Thud!
As the reprimand echoed through the cave, thousands of undead in the mining area knelt down like wheat being harvested, prostrating before Charlotte as if worshipping their king.
But these were just the aftershocks of the reprimand amplified by the cave's echoes.
The true center of the storm was Black Dragon Jacode, charging at Charlotte. When the reprimand reached him, he felt a deafening thunderclap in his mind, tearing apart the stormy chaos of his spirit world. For a moment, his maddened eyes cleared, but the next moment, they were filled with fear and dread seemingly from his soul. His hideous dragon form collapsed instantly, black scales falling off, his massive body rapidly shrinking. And when he fully realized what had happened, he had already reverted to his human form and was kneeling.
"We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now."
He tried to stand up but found he couldn't control his legs. It wasn't because his body was seized by some power. Jacode could feel his legs trembling, his body trembling, his very soul trembling. He was terrified, he was scared, and at this moment, he couldn't muster any thought of resisting her. The werewolf Luff had also knelt down. He struggled to lift his head, blankly staring at the petite figure standing alone in the cave. This incredibly powerful and strange force faintly overlapped with a certain legend from his tribe. Especially when the black dragon Bloodborne, who had lost all reason and gone berserk, was suddenly awakened and then knelt down directly on the ground. Luff's eyes widened, and he looked at Charlotte in disbelief, muttering,
"Royal authority. This is the authority of a royal Bloodborne. By the true ancestor.
Lady Charlotte is actually of the royal Bloodborne?" Luff's expression was a mix of shock, absurdity, and bewilderment, but gradually, he began to understand. He looked sharply at Sebastian, meeting the eyes of the elegantly kneeling flame elf, who responded with a slight smile.
That smile seemed to say,
"See, our master is indeed one of us." Luff hesitated, then lowered his head again, kneeling with even more reverence. This time, it wasn't due to the command of the Majesty magic. It was from the heart. Though he had many questions unanswered, and he didn't understand why the royal Bloodborne, which was said to have vanished, had become the saintess of the Holy Court, he believed there must be a reason.
The demi-human tribes, led by the werewolves, originated from the blood totem, worshipping the true ancestor of blood, loyal to the royal bloodborne. That was enough.
However, at the center of the storm, the fully awakened bloodborne Jacode knew the truth was far from simple. The power that awakened him in an instant was not just that of the lost royal bloodborne. That power was grand and vast, ancient and timeless, as mighty as divine will. It was an unimaginable power. An absolute suppression of his very essence. At this moment, Jacode felt the cursed pages he held trembling, cheering. They seemed to be calling out, wanting to break free, wanting to return somewhere. Jacode dumbly raised his head, his now clear red eyes reflecting Charlotte's silver hair and crimson gold pupils. That petite figure suddenly overlapped with certain ancient legends he had heard from the third-generation bloodborns. No, you are. He widened his eyes, speaking with a mixture of absurdity and terror. But he couldn't finish his sentence. A gleam flashed in Charlotte's eyes, and Jacode's mind instantly collapsed. His clear red eyes quickly turned dull and vacant.
Mental domination.
One of the renowned spells of the Bloodborne's mental path, it was also one of the innate spells Charlotte acquired from the gospel pages she had taken from the blood demon cult. Due to its overpowering nature, frequent use of this spell could easily lead to an addiction, causing one to see all beings as ants and oneself as supreme, devoid of regard for others. Thus, although Charlotte had mastered it, she avoided using it whenever possible.
People need different voices around them. In ancient times, wise emperors often became corrupt as their reigns lengthened.
The main reason was that, as they centralized power to an incredible extent, their unparalleled prestige left no room for opposition, leading them to become lost and corrupted by absolute power and flattery, eventually becoming what they once despised.
Mental domination works similarly.
Frequent use of this innate spell worried Charlotte that she too might become lost. Moreover, this spell could significantly impact the sanity of its target, sometimes leaving permanent damage, reducing the victim to a state of idiocy. So, generally, Charlotte refrained from using it. However, at this moment, facing Jacode, she chose to use it. No matter what he thought she was, for safety, she couldn't allow him to finish his sentence. Moreover, for an evil bloodborne who had turned thousands of innocent minors into living corpses, she had no need for mercy. Charlotte stood before Jacode, looking down at him. Though she was smaller in stature, at this moment, before the prostrate Jacode, she seemed like a sovereign holding the power of life and death.
Tell me your origin, and your purpose in the Castel silver mine.
Charlotte's eyes flashed red as she coldly asked. He slowly raised his head, speaking respectfully.
Great Master, I am Jacode Black Vadalat, from the Coria Kingdom.
I was tasked with overseeing the mining of mithril in the Castel silver mine, protecting our mithril mining, and ensuring its timely transport.
V.A. Vadalat?
Sebastian, who had been kneeling respectfully, suddenly twitched, almost losing his composure.
Charlotte gave him a curious glance. The Vadalat clan, one of the 6 major bloodborne clans, controlled the Wild Legacy.
The pure white witch who once chased Sebastian across half a continent was the head of the Vadalat clan.
You are a bloodborne of the Vadalat clan? Who is behind you? Is it the Vadalat clan? Charlotte asked again.
But this time, Jacode didn't answer, instead starting to tremble slightly. He looked conflicted, his eyes unfocused, his mental state becoming unstable. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. She recognized this state, a sign that her question had touched upon a soul-bound contract.
Who is behind you?
Charlotte asked again, her eyes flashing as she increased the power output.
Jacode's trembling intensified.
He struggled, his eyes rolling back, shaking like an epileptic as he stammered.
Nez. The one behind me is Nez. Chapter 176, Chapter 177, Jacode's letter. 2,269 words. Nez? The Insight clan, Nez?
Charlotte's eyes flickered. She hadn't expected that just 2 questions would directly implicate 2 bloodborne clans. Charlotte knew a bit about the Nez clan, especially after reading the information provided by the Witch of Prophecy, Anna. This is the most low-key and mysterious clan among the 6 major bloodborne clans, possessing a bloodline that masters the Insight path, often active in the Falling Star Kingdom and Luna Island.
Yes, Luna Island.
Due to their unique embrace mechanism, any intelligent life form could become a Bloodborne, and Luna Island, home to the Elf Alliance, also has Bloodborns with legitimate elven bloodlines.
As a result, the Nez clan is divided into two branches, Falling Star Kingdom and Luna Island. Both branches believe themselves to be the most authentic Nez lineage.
The branch in the Falling Star Kingdom is more enthusiastic about infiltrating the human world and is more active, while the branch on Luna Island is more influenced by the elves, relatively more reclusive and indifferent to worldly affairs. They have a relationship of both competition and cooperation, each having their own Bloodborne duke, yet they all revere the same Bloodborne prince, the Stargazer Casey. Externally, especially when contending with other Bloodborne clans, they unite and act as one. Recalling Jacode's surprise at recognizing Sebastian's elven identity, Charlotte's heart stirred, and she asked, "Is the Nez clan behind you from the Falling Star Kingdom? Does the Nez branch on Luna Island also participate in the affairs of the Castel Mithril mine?" Hearing Charlotte's question, Jacode trembled even more but did not deny it.
Charlotte knew she had asked the right question. Recalling what she knew about the Bloodborns, she continued to ask, "Why is the Nez clan intervening in the Castel Mithril mine?"
Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Jacode trembled, foaming at the mouth. "Nez has taken a fancy to Castel's Mithril. They need Mithril."
"A lot of Mithril."
Charlotte frowned slightly. This was obvious. Intervening in the Mithril mine was certainly for the Mithril, but the crucial point was their underlying purpose.
Why do they need so much Mithril? To what extent have they infiltrated Castel? What is their ultimate goal? She asked again. This time, Jacode convulsed more violently but did not answer. Charlotte's frown deepened.
She knew this reaction meant her question had touched on taboos within the opponent's soul contract.
If she continued to press, it might directly lead to the other's death.
The soul contract on Jacode didn't seem to belong to divine ritual, as Charlotte hadn't received any information indicating divine ritual counteractivation. For now, she couldn't deal with this contract and had to stop with this line of questioning. After thinking for a moment, Charlotte changed direction and asked, "The Vadalat clan holds a transcendent status in the Korea Kingdom, always disdainful of joining forces with other Bloodborns, let alone being subordinate.
Why are you, a Vadalat, working for the Nez clan?"
The Vadalat clan is one of the two Bloodborne clans with the greatest influence in the civilized world. They mainly operate in the Korea Kingdom, secretly controlling the real ruling power of the kingdom, referred to with awe by knowledgeable nobles as the Blood Court. Although the Korea Kingdom also falls within the Holy Court's sphere of influence, the Holy Court's faith only exists among the populace, having long lost its influence within the actual ruling class. Strangely, whether it's due to the Blood Court's cooperation with the Holy Court's spread of faith or some unknown agreements between the two, the Holy Court has always turned a blind eye to the affairs of the Korea Kingdom.
Charlotte knew these details from Sebastian.
Back when this elven butler traveled through the Korea Kingdom, unaware of the true situation, he offended the Vadalat's pure white witch at a Bloodborne gathering and was hunted by the entire Vadalat clan for over a decade until he fled to the Crescent Kingdom. One could say that Vadalat is the strongest and most assertive clan among the 6 major Bloodborne clans.
Charlotte looked at Jacode, waiting for his answer. Jacode, showing pain, trembled and said, "I am an exile from Vadalat." "Exile?"
Charlotte frowned. Exile is what Vadalat calls its banished members. He must have committed some betrayal or become a victim of internal political struggles.
In short, he should be a disgraced and banished Vadalat Bloodborne. Sebastian explained.
Charlotte understood and nodded slightly. She glanced at the piles of mithril in the cave and asked indirectly,
"Where are these mithril ultimately being transported to?"
However, this time, Jacode trembled more violently than ever. His eyes rolled back, his whole body convulsed, veins bulging on his face, his throat making gurgling sounds, and his aura began to rapidly destabilize. Charlotte's expression changed slightly. This was a direct touch on the deepest taboo of the soul contract, a sign of contract backlash. In an instant, she flashed in front of Jacode, placing her hand on his forehead, attempting to counteract the restraints of his soul. However, it was already too late.
"These mithril are to be sent to Castel's
Jacode convulsed a few more times, his eyes losing their luster, and he fell to the ground, dead.
Charlotte's eyes darkened.
The soul contract on Jacode was more domineering than she had imagined. Just a slight delay had already resulted in his death.
It's a true soul contract of the Bloodborns, one of the most domineering soul contracts in Myria. The Black Cat Knight stepped forward, solemnly stating.
Yes, I've heard of such contracts too, said to be as notorious as the servant's final oath.
Sebastian nodded solemnly.
The Black Cat's expression froze. Sebastian, unaware he had touched on a sensitive topic, muttered in confusion. To sign such a true soul contract. Even as an exile, he is still a proud Vatalat.
What did the Nez clan offer him?
Puzzled, Sebastian shook his head and respectfully said to Charlotte. Master, it seems that the final destination of this mithril is the key to the Nez clan's scheme.
The Nez clan's headquarters are already quite close to Castel.
It appears they have taken advantage of the Castel family's decline to extend their influence deep into the county.
Charlotte nodded slightly, sharing the same judgment as Sebastian.
It was clear that Jacode, as an exile, had been recruited by the Nez clan. Although his various reactions and answers didn't directly resolve her doubts, they indicated that the hidden force influencing the local nobles' attitudes towards her was likely the Nez clan.
The Nez clan had infiltrated Castel and might have even co-opted some of the local nobility.
They were probably plotting something in Castel. Thinking of this, Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly.
It seemed she needed to pay extra attention to the upcoming banquet in a few days and clean up the traitors within her ranks. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Moreover, the Nez clan.
Charlotte's eyes flashed.
Sebastian, when we return, thoroughly investigate the flow of mithril in the territory over the past few years, especially in the black market.
Although Jacode was dead, he had pointed Charlotte in the right direction.
Finding out where the mithril went might reveal the Nez clan's secrets.
The usually reclusive Nez clan's uncharacteristic intervention in Castel might be tied to a secret they were plotting. And that was definitely not just because Castel produced mithril.
At your command,
Sebastian said, placing his right hand over his chest. After speaking, he approached Jacode's body, retrieved the cursed page he held, and searched his pockets. With Jacode dead, the last dragon scales on his face had fallen off. When Sebas turned him over, a pale, handsome face was revealed.
Seeing this face, the kneeling young werewolf, Noah, couldn't help but exclaim. Ah!
He is the chief steward of the mining workshop.
He is Sir Code, the chief steward of the mining workshop. The chief steward of the mining workshop?
Charlotte glanced at the young werewolf, her mind stirred. As Castel's biggest moneymaker, the appointment of the mining workshop's chief steward required a vote by all the nobles with dividend rights, with the final decision made by the Count of Castel. Of course, the Count's title had been vacant for many years. Although Charlotte had been the titular young Count for over a decade, her father had died in battle without naming her as his successor. Before she took over, her grandmother had interfered in the management of the county and was not recognized by the territory's nobles. Her grandmother had clearly given up control of Castel County, likely not participating in the appointment of the steward, leaving this power entirely in the hands of the territorial nobles. In other words, Jacode's appointment as steward indicated that the nobles of Castel had been infiltrated more deeply than Charlotte had imagined.
Master, your gospel page.
Sebastian said, respectfully presenting the gospel page with both hands. Charlotte nodded slightly, taking it with satisfaction, and was surprised to find a small, exquisite wooden box with intricate thorny rose patterns along with the gospel page. It was the same thorny rose pattern Charlotte had casually drawn when deciding her holy symbol. But she was sure the pattern on the wooden box had nothing to do with her.
Considering the origin of the thorny rose pattern, this should be an item from the Coria kingdom. This was found on Jacode, tightly held to his chest, possibly containing key information. Sebastian said respectfully.
Charlotte nodded and opened the wooden box. The next second, a melodious tune started playing from the box, and two lifelike mechanical dolls appeared, dancing gracefully to the music. Charlotte and the others were stunned. It turned out to be a music box. The music box didn't contain any information, only a luxurious badge and a carefully folded, yellowed parchment. Charlotte first examined the badge, which was a shield-shaped emblem depicting a fierce dragon.
This should be G-Code's family crest. He was likely a noble in Korea, Sebastian surmised.
Charlotte nodded, put away the badge, and picked up the parchment, discovering it was an unsent letter.
She opened it and read, "To my beloved Cece.
As I write you this letter, I am far from home, in the deep of night when I miss you the most.
At this moment, you are all I can think of. Knowing you have been my luck, and the longer I spend with you, the stronger my attachment grows.
I long for your warm embrace, passionate kisses, romantic walks, and the happiness of being with you. My love, I have successfully suppressed the backlash of the Black Dragon's power.
Wait for my return. Once I fulfill my agreement with Nez, I will return to Korea and reclaim what belongs to us. All glory to Fect. Yours, G-Code."
After reading the letter, Charlotte put it away, feeling a bit emotional. It seemed G-Code was a bloodborne with a story, but unfortunately, he ultimately lost himself in the Black Dragon's power, unable to remember who he was.
"Seabass, have you heard of Fect?"
Charlotte asked, thinking of the name mentioned in the letter.
It sounds like the previous royal family's surname in the Korea Kingdom, but they were overthrown many years ago. Sebastian replied with a frown.
Then he curiously asked,
"Master, what did the letter say?"
"It's not information, just G-Code's private letter.
Perhaps his exile was related to political struggles in the Korea Kingdom,"
Charlotte said, handing the letter to Sebastian.
Seabass read it and sighed.
It seems he was a bloodborne supporting the previous royal family in Korea, possibly in love with a noble lady of the royal family.
Could she be Princess Cece of the former Korea royal family?
Charlotte's heart stirred.
Is the Fect family human? Yes, at least the vast majority are. Sebastian replied, handing back the letter. Bloodborns and humans in love,
Charlotte said thoughtfully. She didn't discard G-Code's belongings but instead kept them properly. Then, Charlotte looked at the still kneeling living corpses in the cave. Estimating that the bloodborne girl Agnes on the other side of the Book of the Dead had likely been drained, Charlotte chose not to use the book's power but instead called upon the divine power of blood, softly sighing.
"Your suffering is over."
She opened her arms slightly, and delicate crimson light spread throughout the cave. The living corpses trembled slightly, the ghostly green flames in their eye sockets flickering with more life. They all bowed to Charlotte, their bodies disintegrating into piles of bones. As a breeze blew, Charlotte saw the souls of the miners slowly ascend and dissipate. The living corpse miners, as forsaken beings, were not typical undead. Their souls had been desecrated, losing their sanctity and unable to return to the realm of the gods. For them, returning to the earth was the best fate. Young werewolf Noah, watching the dispersing living corpse miners, looked sorrowful. He pursed his lips and said sadly, "I didn't expect the chief steward of the mining workshop to be the mastermind. So, the Black Dragon my brother believed in, the truth was like this."
"Black Dragon?" Charlotte and Sebastian exchanged a curious glance.
Nis chuckled lightly.
"Black Dragon? Hey, little Noah, he wasn't the Black Dragon your brother saw. Your brother likely didn't lie to you.
There was indeed a dragon here, and it was a black dragon.
The power of the Black Dragon. Just think, where did his Black Dragon power come from?" Chapter 177, Chapter 178, I am the Countess of Castel. 2004 words. Dragon's power? Noah looked a bit confused.
Charlotte glanced at G-Code's corpse and said, "The shape-shifting technique of the bloodborne's wild resonance requires the target's blood. The reason he could transform into a dragon is that he drank the blood of a living dragon. In other words, he encountered the black dragon your brother saw and successfully obtained its blood."
Noah still seemed a bit bewildered, but Charlotte didn't continue explaining.
After all, although they were traveling with the young werewolf now, she might consider erasing part of his memory when they parted ways.
Noah had seen her power.
Although it seemed that the demi-humans had some inexplicable connection with the bloodborne true ancestor, and Sebastian had mentioned that the werewolf Luff was trying to spread faith among the demi-human miners in the Castell mines, it was unwise to expose too many secrets in front of too many people until she could ensure the loyalty of the demi-humans.
However, Noah didn't dwell on this issue for long.
The revelation that Jacode was the mastermind behind the mine made him think of more things, and his expression became more complex. In recent years, many of the new managers in the mine were appointed by Mr. Code, including Mr. Mail, who was friendly with Grandpa Logan and always helped us.
Could it be that the mine turning a blind eye to us bringing in unofficial miners was to convert those strong miners into undead? Charlotte sighed. I'm afraid that's exactly it. Noah fell silent. Let's go. Now that we know the truth, it's time to leave,
Charlotte said, glancing around the cave. After a moment, she added,
Luff, bring Jacode's body with us.
Luff silently nodded, obediently slinging Jacode's body over his shoulder and standing respectfully behind Charlotte. After witnessing Charlotte's power, his attitude towards her completely changed. If his previous attitude could be described as respectful and grateful, now it seemed to have deepened with something more profound: awe, fervor, and a hint of curiosity. He was curious about Charlotte's true identity, wondering if she might be a messenger of the great true ancestor of blood walking among mortals.
After all, such overwhelming regal authority was not something an ordinary bloodborne could possess. Just the body? Aren't we taking the mithril too? Nice looked eagerly at the mountain of mithril in the depths of the cave, rubbing his paws expectantly.
Lady Charlotte, I've never seen so much mithril in my life. Even though it's unrefined ore, it must be worth at least 1,000,000 gold tana.
No need.
Charlotte shook her head. With the commotion we caused, the mine authorities must have already been alerted.
Let the mining workshop handle it. The mining workshop?
Nice was surprised.
Charlotte nodded slightly. Specialized work should be done by professionals.
I have no use for raw mithril ore, what I need is the refined mithril and the gold tana from its sale.
Of course.
Her eyes glinted. Before they can work again, I need to ensure they understand who the true master of the Castell mining workshop is. Nice eyes lit up instantly at Charlotte's words.
Are we going to storm the mining workshop's headquarters? He. Let's go, let's go.
I love doing this sort of thing. I can't wait to see their faces when they find out your true identity.
True identity?
Hearing Nice, Noah glanced at Charlotte, looking even more puzzled. Everything that happened today had been too shocking for him. Especially the moment when everyone instinctively knelt before Risa. He had begun to sense the respect his companions had for Risa. Risa's identity was definitely not just Bars's sister, or rather, Risa and Bars might both be aliases. Moreover, upon leaving the cave, Noah noticed that even Uncle Lulf's attitude towards Risa seemed to have changed. He became more silent but never took his eyes off Risa.
This only made Noah more curious. Who was Risa really?
Noah wanted to ask, but the earlier command to kneel still echoed in his mind, deterring him from speaking. Though curious, he dared not ask. Their original path had been blocked by Jacode.
But that was not a problem for them.
The obstacle was merely a hidden stone door, which the most powerful Sebastian easily destroyed, creating a way back.
The journey back was much quicker since they now knew the way.
However, upon returning to the outer mining area, they found not a single miner in sight. The mining site was in disarray, with tools scattered as if their owners had left in a hurry.
Where are the people?
The young werewolf looked around, confused and puzzled. Charlotte was equally surprised. But seeing the stones on the ground that seemed to have fallen from the cave ceiling, she quickly guessed what had happened. Perhaps the commotion we caused scared them into thinking the mine was collapsing, prompting an emergency evacuation. Sebastian, a peak silver moon, had immense destructive power. Even though he had restrained his strength, the battle with the dragon-transformed Jacode had been intense enough to shake the mine like an earthquake.
Miners, fearing a collapse, would have evacuated immediately.
As if to confirm her guess, when they exited the mine and reached the entrance, they saw a crowd of miners outside, peering anxiously toward the mine entrance. The area around the mine entrance was cordoned off. Sebastian glanced at the guards maintaining order and the manager in the Castell mining workshop uniform and smiled slightly at Charlotte.
"Master, it seems we don't need to visit them specially."
The group emerging from the mine naturally drew everyone's attention. Among them, the old werewolf Logan, who was negotiating with the workshop manager, noticed them and beamed with joy.
"You're alive, Grandpa Logan." Noah, equally delighted, looked like he had found a family member.
Charlotte's gaze, however, fell on the workshop manager next to Logan.
Unlike other managers, this one was dressed more elaborately, even wearing a family crest on his chest. He was a noble. And likely a senior manager. "We rely on your support." Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now.
Charlotte could also sense a considerable extraordinary aura from him. This senior manager was a starry sky extraordinary individual. Charlotte was scrutinizing the senior manager of the workshop, who was also warily watching them. Soon, Charlotte noticed someone whispering into the senior manager's ear, and his expression instantly changed. His face turned cold as he narrowed his eyes at Charlotte and her group. "So you are the extraordinaries who infiltrated the mine to steal Mithril."
"Humph. Guards, seize them."
At the senior manager's command, more than 50 guards clad in chainmail, armed with swords and shields, swarmed around Charlotte and her companions as they exited the mine. Their movements were precise and coordinated, clearly well trained.
Noticing the Black Eagle emblem of the Castell family on the guards' chests, Charlotte nodded to herself. Her family was indeed formidable.
At least, the guards stationed at the mine were quite competent, and the proportion of extraordinaries among them was high.
Moreover, the two leading guards were obviously captains and were also first-tier extraordinaries, although only at the initial stage.
Seeing the mine guards mobilize, the old werewolf Logan was stunned.
"Manager, isn't there some kind of mistake?" "Mistake?
Logan, I have received a report that these people are not miners but extraordinaries trying to steal Mithril." Beside the senior manager, Manager Male, who had always been helpful to the demi-human miners, spoke coldly. He pointed at Charlotte and Sebastian in the crowd.
"Look at them, do they look like werewolf miners?"
"They are clearly disguised humans and elves."
"A human-elf combination is typical of mercenaries. These people must be mercenaries from the eastern Unette Blacklands."
Although Logan had suspected that Sebastian and Charlotte had concealed their identities, he was still taken aback to find that they had changed their species. However, seeing Noah and Luff next to Charlotte, he couldn't help but try to speak up.
"Manager, Noah and Luff. No need to say more."
The senior manager raised a hand to stop Logan, giving him a cold glance. "We are being merciful by not pursuing your demi-human tribe for bringing intruders into the mine. These two werewolves are clearly accomplices of the intruders and must be captured along with them." With that, he ordered the guards surrounding Charlotte and the others.
"What are you waiting for? Seize them."
The guards charged at Charlotte and her companions, but Sebastian moved faster. He instantly appeared before the guards, easily lifting the two leading first-tier extraordinaries like chickens and then throwing them aside. Before the other guards could react, the two extraordinaries were thrown 4 or 5 meters away, landing heavily. The remaining guards immediately halted.
"See, Silver Moon."
Their eyes widened as they warily watched Sebastian, taking a few steps back. The senior manager's expression changed.
He shouted, "Level 2 alert!"
At his command, Charlotte saw the watchtowers around the mineshaft, and the guards started aiming several large, dark devices at them. Her eyes twitched, and with her bloodborne vision, she quickly recognized them as stone throwers, seemingly magically modified and operated by a few mage apprentices.
Clearly, these stone throwers were designed to combat higher-tier extraordinaries.
Additionally, some guards pushed forward several heavy crossbows, their large bolts aimed directly at Charlotte and her group. Charlotte noticed magical runes on the crossbows, indicating they were not ordinary and was also likely designed for extraordinaries. She even sensed the presence of a silver moon. One of the operators was a silver moon mage. It was clear that, although the highest-ranking guards stationed at the mine were only at the Starry Sky tier, the mine was prepared for an attack by a Silver Moon enemy. Seeing this, Noah was visibly frightened, but Charlotte remained calm.
"Nice, time to work," she called to the black cat. He, got it."
Nice jumped to Sebastian's side, waved his paw human-like, and the magical runes on the stone throwers and crossbows began to flicker.
They exploded.
The surrounding mage apprentices and guards exclaimed in surprise, and when they recovered, the stone throwers and crossbows were already destroyed.
High-level elemental resonance?
The only Silver Moon mage in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock and disbelief.
"Luff!"
Charlotte signaled to the werewolf with her eyes.
Luff nodded, stepped forward, and threw Jacode's body at the guard's feet.
"Sir Code." Seeing Jacode's corpse, the senior manager was horrified.
Then, his expression turned even darker. "You killed Sir Code. Are you declaring war on the Castel family?" Declaring war on the Castel family?" Sebastian sneered.
He glanced back at Charlotte, who nodded at him.
Receiving the signal, Sebastian stepped forward again. He snapped his fingers, and his worn miner's clothes transformed into an elegant and formal Castel family butler's suit. Sebastian then elegantly took out a black eagle emblem from his pocket and displayed it to everyone, speaking clearly. "I am Sebastian Flameheart, the butler of Countess Charlotte de Castel."
The chief steward of Castel Mining Workshop colluded with external forces, harming family property.
After investigation, the evidence is conclusive, and he has been executed. The butler of Countess Castel?
The miners and guards were stunned.
They were familiar with the Castel family uniform and emblem.
Seeing Sebastian's appearance, the crowd began to buzz. The senior manager's expression shifted. He frowned and said,
"Who are you really? How dare you impersonate the Countess Butler?"
"Of course, he is the butler of Countess Castel."
From behind Sebastian, Charlotte's clear voice rang out.
The senior manager's gaze shifted to Charlotte. His eyes flickered with vigilance.
"And you, who are you?" Charlotte stepped forward, gently touching a magic ring on her finger.
A glow surrounded her, and her worn miner's clothes disappeared, replaced by a black and red Gothic noble dress. She elegantly smoothed her golden hair, her doll-like face beautiful and her sapphire eyes sparkling like stars.
"I am the Countess, Charlotte de Castel." Chapter 178, Chapter 179, Seize him. 2,400 words. Countess Castel? She is the Countess of Castel? Could it be that the Countess has already arrived in Castel?
The Northern Eagle emblem, indeed it's the family crest of the Castel family, and she does have the distinctive blonde hair and blue eyes. Her appearance too, I've heard the Castel family has a bit of elven blood and is known as the family favored by the goddess of beauty.
The rumors seem true. No wonder. No wonder there's an elven butler. But isn't the Countess supposed to be 16 years old? She looks no more than 12 or 13. Could it be, also because of the elven bloodline?
Charlotte's self-revealing statement instantly set off a commotion throughout the mining site, throwing everyone into a frenzy. In the lowland plains of the Northern Territory, Castel was like the sky, an uncrowned king. With Charlotte's revelation, all eyes were focused on her, and the murmurs grew louder.
The truth cannot be faked, and the fake cannot be made true.
A highly skilled elven butler, the genuine Castel emblem, along with her distinctive appearance, luxurious noble attire, and mysterious noble demeanor, all these convinced many on the spot.
Young werewolf Noah was utterly stunned. His eyes widened, mouth agape, almost big enough to fit a goose egg. He had imagined every possible hidden identity for Risa, but never had he thought she would be the legendary Countess of Castel. The richest young countess of the Crescent Kingdom, the ruler of the northern lowlands, a saint walking the mortal realm, the daughter of the god King Harold. By the ancestors! He had met the legendary Countess of Castel and had even chatted with her casually. Was he dreaming? Noah felt dizzy, as if he had been joking around with someone for a long time and suddenly realized the person was the leader of the country. It was absurd and disorienting. Of course, there was also a sense of delight. He knew the Countess of Castel. He had even gone on an adventure with her before. Noah realized that if this was all true, today's experience would be something he could boast about for the rest of his life. It wasn't just young Noah who was shocked, the old werewolf Logan in the crowd was equally astonished. This old miner who had personally brought Charlotte and her group into the mining site never expected that the person he brought in was such a significant figure. But the most affected were the guards surrounding Charlotte and her group. After hearing Charlotte's words, they too were shocked and soon fell into a commotion. One guard after another began to sheath their weapons, starting with one and then followed by a second, a third. Even the two leading officers looked hesitant, exchanged glances, and slowly lowered their weapons. Seeing this, the senior manager's expression completely changed. He eyed Charlotte with suspicion and a hint of panic. However, his expression quickly turned resolute. He gritted his teeth and sternly shouted, "How dare you?" Impersonating the Countess. The Countess is clearly in Northport. How could she be here in the Silver Mine City? The emblem she carries must have been stolen from Lord Code. She's a fake. Guards, do not be deceived by her. Hearing the senior manager's words, the doubtful guards hesitated once more. However, none immediately raised their weapons again. Such was the power of Castell's name. While these guards were indeed supposed to obey orders, they primarily served as guards of Castell's direct territory, loyal not to the mining managers but to the Castell family. Seeing this, the senior manager was furious. He gritted his teeth and barked at the two officers. "Raymond, Frey. Don't forget your duties." The two officers hesitated. "Frey," the senior overseer angrily repeated. The two officers exchanged another glance, gritted their teeth, and commanded the surrounding guards. "Guards, take up your weapons, and surround them." But after giving this order, they both respectfully bowed to Charlotte and her group. "Even with the Castell family emblem, it might not be enough to prove your identity. Forgive us, but we cannot stand down from our defense. If you truly are the Countess, once your identity is confirmed, we will accept any punishment." Sebastian looked at the two officers in surprise and smiled at Charlotte. "Master, it seems, you do have some decent soldiers." Charlotte smiled and said, "The Castell silver mine is the family's treasury. Those assigned here are naturally the elite of the elite." She then fiddled with the Castell emblem in her hand and muttered to herself, "However, it seems I'll need a unique token of my own. There are just too many family emblems." Perhaps no previous countess has ever gone on an incognito visit without even a noble retainer. Nice chuckled from the side. This entire conversation was conducted openly, without any concealment. Although the guards remained on alert, hearing Charlotte and her group's conversation, they seemed further convinced of their identity, and their weapons lowered slightly. Even the two officers stood more upright subconsciously. Seeing this, the senior manager's expression grew even darker. His eyes flickered, and he whispered to the steward male beside him, "Quickly, go and summon Lord Remigio." He then raised his head and continued to shout at Charlotte, who was surrounded. "Don't move. Until your true identity is verified, you are not to move. Otherwise, we will shoot." Sebastian glanced disdainfully at the heavy crossbows and sneered. He turned to Charlotte and smiled. "Master, it seems he's trying to call for reinforcements again and is even threatening us with arrows." "Let him call." Charlotte was indifferent, smiling as she said, "Perfect, we can resolve the mithril mine issue thoroughly." With that, she gave Sebastian a look, and Sebastian immediately understood. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a noble chair from his storage space and placed it behind Charlotte with respectful elegance. After Charlotte naturally sat down, he then respectfully summoned milk and a goblet. Fortunately, Charlotte stopped him in time with a "not this one," preventing an awkward scene of her drinking milk from a goblet. In private, it didn't matter much. But with so many people watching, she didn't want to do that. It felt awkward. Sebastian quickly got the hint and replaced the milk with tea in the goblet with a beautifully carved porcelain cup from the Far East. This time, Charlotte naturally accepted it and took a light sip. While sipping her tea,
she didn't forget to chat with the surrounding guards and officers.
Which one of you is Raymond? Which one is Frey? From which family? We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now.
The two officers were visibly flattered and respectfully replied.
I am Raymond. I am Frey. Madam, we are not nobles but commoners.
Their nervous and respectful posture, looking more like protectors than attackers, created a rather bizarre scene. The senior manager's face grew increasingly grim. Charlotte, however, appeared somewhat surprised and smiled, saying,
"And awakened from a civilian background? Impressive.
Once this incident is resolved, come back to the Count's estate and serve as my personal guards." Hearing Charlotte's words, the two officers became visibly excited. While being an officer in the mine might offer plenty of perks, following a noble lord as a personal guard knight presented the chance to become a true noble. They almost instinctively wanted to bow, but noticing the senior manager's expression, they quickly realized the inappropriateness of their action and suppressed their excitement, straightening their faces again. Just then, another commotion erupted from the crowd in the distance, with the faint sound of disciplined marching footsteps. Charlotte's interest was piqued. She handed the porcelain cup to Sebastian and looked toward the source of the noise. The crowd parted, and a well-equipped troop of soldiers marched in. They were all extraordinary individuals, clad in enchanted steel plate armor. These were the kingdom's regular army, the ones stationed at the Castel silver mine. The kingdom's soldiers took positions on either side, and then a tall, fully armored knight arrived, surrounded by a group of knights. He appeared to be in his 40s, tall and imposing, with a hooked nose and a harsh countenance.
The sight of this middle-aged knight caused another stir among the onlookers. It's Viscount Remigio,
commander of the 3rd Detachment of the 1st Legion.
The commander stationed at the Castel silver mine?
I heard he's good friends with Manager Code and is a 2nd-tier Silver Moon Knight, just one step away from Blazing Sun.
Oh no, won't this spell trouble for the Countess? Keep your voice down. It's not certain she's the Countess yet.
The miners discussed in low voices, and many seemed fearful at the sight of the fearsome and respected commander of the kingdom's forces at the mine.
What happened here? The middle-aged knight asked, his gaze sweeping over the crowd.
The senior manager visibly relaxed upon seeing him. He quickly approached, gave a flattering bow, and then said angrily, "Sir Remigio, someone is impersonating our Countess and has cruelly murdered Manager Code." He then tearfully continued,
"You are Manager Code's friend and a collaborator of the workshop.
Please, you must avenge him."
Oh? Impersonating the Countess of Castel and killing Code? Who is bold enough to do this? The middle-aged knight's expression turned dangerous. It's them.
The senior manager pointed to Charlotte and her group, who were surrounded by guards. The middle-aged knight's gaze immediately locked onto Charlotte and her companions. Sensing his aura, which was no weaker than his own, and the well-equipped kingdom soldiers ready to engage, Sebastian's expression became serious. He stepped forward to shield Charlotte.
An elf? The middle-aged knight seemed surprised to see Sebastian.
But his gaze quickly returned to Charlotte, squinting slightly. At the same time, the kingdom's soldiers raised their weapons, poised for action.
The atmosphere, once relatively calm, became tense and hostile.
"Sir Remigio, it's her.
She even slandered Manager Code, accusing him of colluding with outsiders."
The senior manager cried out. "Sir Remigio, you know that Manager Code has always been diligent and is a great benefactor to the Castel family. This impostor not only killed him but also bewitched our Castel soldiers.
As a knight of the kingdom, you must uphold justice for the Castel family."
The senior manager's cries caused another stir among the onlookers. He was evidently seeking to have the kingdom's forces directly suppress the girl, who might be the Countess of Castel.
The manager wants the kingdom's military to intervene? Isn't that inappropriate?
It gives the military a chance to interfere in the county's affairs.
What is the manager thinking? This is really bad.
I've heard Viscount Remigio acts without scruples, guided by his whims.
If the Countess can't immediately prove her identity, she might be in real danger. The onlookers continued their discussions, and among them, the old werewolf Logan's expression shifted.
He glanced at Noah and Luff, then looked closely at Charlotte, who remained elegantly seated and extraordinarily calm. His eyes flickered with thought. After a brief hesitation, the old werewolf Logan gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "I can testify. She is the Countess. The Countess has come in disguise to investigate the truth about the depletion of the Mithril mine. That's why she didn't bring any other nobles with her." Logan's words left the onlooking miners stunned. They instinctively stepped back from him. For a moment, all eyes were on the old werewolf. Even Viscount Remigio looked intrigued. "You ungrateful scoundrel! What nonsense are you spouting?" The senior manager's expression changed, and he angrily cursed. "What are you standing around for? Arrest this werewolf who is colluding with outsiders," he commanded the guards. But when the senior steward turned back, he was taken aback. The Castell guards had not acted but instead stood in front of Charlotte, warily eyeing the kingdom's regular army. "What are you doing? Have you gone mad?" the senior manager shouted. The two guard officers glanced at Viscount Remigio and coldly said, "Sir Manager, have you lost your mind?" Regardless of whether this is indeed the Countess, the affairs of Castell cannot be interfered with by other kingdom nobles. Witnessing this, the old werewolf Logan's spirit lifted, and he grew bolder. "That is the Countess. The Countess is here to reform the mine. Come, stand with me. Protect the Countess with the guards. We can't let these kingdom soldiers harm the Countess." With that, he was the first to act, charging out of the crowd and standing with Charlotte and the guards. Some sharp miners quickly followed suit, picking up mining tools and rushing towards the mine entrance. In an instant, the mine was clearly divided into two factions, creating a highly dramatic scene. The senior manager stood there, dumbfounded as he watched the Castell guards and many miners quickly switch sides in the presence of the kingdom's troops. Trembling, he exclaimed, "This is treason! Sir Viscount! These people have been completely bewitched. Please help the Castell family suppress these traitors." Hearing the senior manager's words, Sebastian's expression tightened. "Master, this Viscount is likely on their side as well," he said cautiously, watching the middle-aged knight. However, when Sebastian looked at Charlotte, he found her expression still calm. Not just calm, but with a slight smile as she looked at the middle-aged knight. Sebastian was momentarily taken aback. Then he saw Charlotte rise from her seat and walk forward. The guards and miners hesitated but stepped aside at her signal. Standing before the crowd, Charlotte calmly looked at the emotionless middle-aged knight and suddenly smiled. "Viscount Remigio, long time no see. You still look as imposing as ever. After all these years, how is Lady Camille's health?" Hearing Charlotte's words, the middle-aged knight's eyes narrowed further. Then his expression turned cold. "Seize this offender who dares to impersonate a noble of the kingdom," Viscount Remigio commanded. With his order, the senior manager breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, he was stunned to find the kingdom's soldiers pointing their weapons at him. "Lord Remigio?" he stammered, bewildered, staring at the middle-aged knight. However, Viscount Remigio didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he bowed slightly to Charlotte and said with a smile, "Countess Castell, it has been many years." Chapter 179, Chapter 180, truly deserving of the Countess title. 2,325 words. Countess Castell, it has been many years. Viscount Remigio gave a slight bow to Charlotte, looking at the graceful young girl with a smile. "I didn't expect that after so many years, you would now look just like your mother, Lady Annie." Beautiful. Charlotte. Why is it that every time someone tries to compliment her on growing up, they always look at her height and then subtly change their wording? So what if she's a bit petite and looks young? Had she known this, she wouldn't have absorbed the old witch's power while hanging on the cross back then. Even if she were to become a bloodborne, she should have waited until she developed a bit more. Listening to Viscount Remigio's subtle praise, Charlotte was filled with regret. Meanwhile, the senior manager of the mining workshop was completely panicked.
Sir Remigio, this isn't what we agreed on. What are you standing around for? Quickly take this criminal who slandered the kingdom's noble down. Viscount Remigio looked at the soldiers with dissatisfaction and shouted. Following his order, the kingdom's soldiers roughly gagged the senior manager of the mining workshop and dragged him away. Charlotte's eyes followed the terrified senior manager disappearing into the soldiers, while Viscount Remigio bowed again. Apologies, Countess Castell. I didn't know this man dared to act against the kingdom's nobility. I was deceived into believing he truly represented the Castell family. I just heard that the chief manager of the mining workshop, Code, was executed by you for betraying the family? Charlotte retracted her gaze and smiled slightly, saying, Code wasn't part of the Castell family. He was a spy planted by some covetous individuals. Over the years, he harmed miners, stole Castell's mithril, and falsely reported the depletion of the mine. His crimes were severe, and he has been duly punished. Charlotte's words weren't loud. However, they quickly caused a stir among the people. The miners' disappearances were related to Manager Code? Ugh! These managers are utterly heartless. So the mithril mine hasn't run dry? I knew it. How could Castell's mine have problems when even the royal mines are fine? Viscount Remigio also twitched. So the Castell's mithril mine hasn't run dry? Of course. Charlotte nodded lightly. Viscount Remigio sighed in relief. This is wonderful. The mines are always interconnected. You wouldn't believe the worry that spread through the capital when the news of Castell's mine depletion reached the king. It's a relief to know it was all a false alarm. Yes, a false alarm indeed. Charlotte sighed slightly, looking somewhat regretful. I never expected that after being away from Castell County for so many years, so many parasites would emerge. Not only did they deceive everyone, but they even dared to attack me. Attack you? Viscount Remigio seemed startled. Who had the audacity to attack a kingdom's noble? Charlotte shook her head and sighed. It was many days ago. I was ambushed before entering the county. Fortunately, a strong guardian was with me, allowing us to turn the tables. She continued with some displeasure. Looking back, those who ambushed me were probably connected to these traitors. They didn't want me to return to Castell County and even tried to frame Prince Philip. It's truly despicable. Prince Philip? Hearing a certain name, Viscount Remigio perked up. Despite his fierce appearance, his upright ears and eager expression made him look like a gossip uncle. Yes, they slandered Prince Philip, claiming he was behind the attack on me. Charlotte said with some resentment. After saying this, she sighed and stopped mentioning it. It's all in the past now, no need to embarrass yourself further. Viscount Remigio, however, was clearly intrigued by what Charlotte left unsaid. He looked like he was itching to hear more gossip but couldn't force her to continue. Countess, since the truth is clear now, I won't delay your handling of family affairs any longer. I'll visit again once things settle down. Viscount Remigio scratched his head and said, Of course, thank you for your timely arrival today and for helping to suppress these miscreants. Charlotte smiled. If you need any assistance, just call me. I'm stationed right outside Silver Mine City. It's no trouble at all to help deal with a few traitors. Viscount Remigio laughed. After giving another noble salute to Charlotte, he hurriedly left with the well-equipped kingdom soldiers. Charlotte withdrew her gaze from the departing soldiers and looked at the guards of the mine. This time, the guards didn't hesitate. Led by 2 officers, hundreds of guards knelt on one knee before Charlotte, their voices echoing in the night. Greetings, Countess. Simultaneously, among the gathered workshop managers, some also knelt. Greetings, Countess. At this moment, no one doubted Charlotte's true identity. Charlotte's gaze swept over the kneeling crowd, finally landing on the many managers who were pale, retreating, and even trying to hide among the crowd. Her eyes turned cold, and she issued her first order after regaining control of the mine's guards. Guards, seize these family traitors. Following Charlotte's command,
the mine guards immediately sprang into action, swiftly capturing the managers attempting to flee and bringing them before Charlotte. There were over 30 people. The managers looked ashen, terrified, and despaired, with many wetting themselves and begging for mercy. Charlotte looked at them coldly.
"Take them away and lock them up."
"Yes." The guards saluted respectfully and escorted the managers away, eliciting cheers from the surrounding miners. Normally, the mine's managers were oppressive and bullying, so seeing them in trouble delighted the miners.
Especially after hearing that the managers were involved in the miners' disappearances.
After dealing with the obviously problematic workshop managers, Charlotte looked at the remaining managers.
"Which of you holds the highest position here?" "Why, Your Excellency, that would be me." An elderly steward stepped forward, trembling. "What is your name?" I am Hank de Leon Castel, senior manager of the mining workshop, in charge of logistics."
The old manager answered respectfully.
"Leon Castel? A relative of Baron Sharon?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow.
After a moment of contemplation, she said,
"The management of the Castel mining workshop has been seriously derelict in their duties. As of today, all managerial positions are revoked.
From now on, my steward, Sebastian, will handle all affairs of the mining workshop." She glanced at the old werewolf Logan in the crowd and continued. "Werewolf miner Logan, for his meritorious service in assisting the family during this crisis and given his extensive experience in mining, is hereby promoted to senior manager of the workshop, assisting Sebastian in managing the affairs." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the old werewolf.
Their expressions ranged from shock and envy to confusion and excitement. Some miners regretted not being the one to shout "Protect the Countess" earlier and were extremely envious of Logan's luck.
The old werewolf was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting such a surprise. He quickly regained his composure, his face beaming with excitement, and bowed to Charlotte.
"At your service. Will not disappoint the Countess. As for the rest of you, we rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now."
Charlotte's gaze shifted to the remaining managers.
"You are temporarily suspended pending review. During this suspension, you will undergo a family investigation. Those who pass the investigation may continue to assist Sebastian and Logan in managing the workshop.
The review period will be 3 months, and those who qualify may resume their managerial positions. Hank, you will be the chief responsible manager during this period of suspended management. You will assist Sebastian and Logan in familiarizing themselves with the workshop's operations. If you qualify, you may continue as a senior manager." The old manager trembled slightly and bowed respectfully.
"Obeys."
Charlotte nodded slightly, raised her voice, and addressed the remaining managers.
"Do any of you have any objections?"
The managers looked at each other, lowering their heads.
However, a different voice soon broke the silence. "I have an objection."
"Whom?" Charlotte looked over and saw a young manager standing up.
"What is your objection?"
Charlotte narrowed her eyes.
"The appointment of managers for the Castel mining workshop requires a vote by the Noble Council. Even if you are the Countess, you cannot make unilateral decisions."
The young manager spoke boldly.
Charlotte raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is your name?" "I am Gerson de Legris."
The young manager straightened his back and replied.
Charlotte smiled.
"A manager from the Legris Viscount family." In the next moment, her expression turned cold as she said, "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I have reason to believe that noble families are involved in the betrayal within the mines.
Thus, I am temporarily reclaiming control of the mines. Mr. Gerson, are you representing the Legris family in opposing me? Or perhaps the Legris family is involved in this deceit?" As she spoke, Charlotte's eyes glinted, and a powerful aura emanated from her.
Feeling the immense pressure, the young manager became visibly nervous.
"Not at all."
He hesitated, sweating profusely, and eventually sat back down. Charlotte continued to survey the managers, who now avoided her gaze.
"This matter is settled. Sebastian, I want you to sort out the accounts of the mining workshop within 3 days and uncover any hidden issues.
Also, compile a list of managers who can continue working in the workshop. In addition, list the miners who have gone missing over the years and send compensation to their families in the name of the Castell family.
At your command.
Seabass bowed slightly and performed a respectful yet graceful salute to Charlotte.
After instructing Sebastian, Charlotte addressed the surrounding people.
From tomorrow, the Castell mines will be closed for 3 days for reorganization. If anyone has concerns or needs to report any wrongdoing within the workshop, you may directly report to Sebastian. Those who provide valuable information will be rewarded by the Castell family. Hearing Charlotte's words, the miners' eyes lit up, and their breathing grew heavier as they glanced at the old werewolf Logan.
All right, the matter is settled. Everyone, go home and rest.
Charlotte's gaze swept over the miners as she spoke. With that, she was the first to rise and leave the mine under the escort of the guards. Watching Charlotte's gradually receding figure, the miners spoke with reverence. Although the Countess is young, she has quite an imposing presence. And she's so beautiful. Truly worthy of being the heir of the Castell family and the Holy Court Saintess.
Are you really the Countess of Castell?
In front of the mining workshop's office, the young werewolf Noah looked at Charlotte, who had revealed her true appearance, and finally mustered the courage to ask. Even though he already knew the answer, it still felt like a dream to him.
Do I not look like it? Charlotte smiled. You do, no, I mean, not like. I mean.
Noah stammered, at a loss for words. Charlotte stopped teasing him and looked into his eyes, saying,
Noah, you must keep our adventure in the mines a secret. Do you understand?
As she spoke, her eyes glowed faintly red. The young werewolf appeared dazed.
What secret?
Charlotte smiled gently.
Nothing, just go home.
She had erased part of his memory of their time in the mines, specifically the parts where she had taken action.
After sending Noah off, Charlotte entered the workshop's office. As soon as she entered the chief manager's office, Sebastian followed and spoke in a low voice. Master, that Viscount Remigio took the senior manager away. Charlotte seemed unsurprised and nodded slightly. I know. Master, do you know Viscount Remigio?
He seems to be involved in some workshop affairs and may have collaborated with Jacode.
Yet, you don't seem concerned, what's going on? Sebastian asked curiously.
Charlotte sat down in the manager's chair, and Sebastian immediately handed her a goblet of sweet milk. As she sipped the sweet milk, Charlotte explained. I probably met Viscount Remigio a few times when I was young, but I don't remember clearly.
However, family records mention him. Viscount Remigio has long been stationed as a kingdom military officer in the mines.
My father worked with him extensively and compiled a lot of information.
I reviewed it before coming to the territory. He is a traditional Silver Moon noble with a beloved wife and a happy family.
Despite his gruff nature, he has certain principles and dislikes trouble.
His viscounty has long suffered from the devastation of the Star Moon War, leaving it impoverished, even destitute. To raise funds for his territory's development, he often takes lucrative jobs. Stationing himself at the Castell silver mines also had this purpose. Years ago, my father provided him with many conveniences, so they are somewhat old acquaintances.
He might indeed be involved in some workshop matters, but probably only financially, and wouldn't break ties with the Castell family over it. Taking away the senior manager was likely due to some guilt, as he probably did some dirty work himself. Perhaps he made some promises, but upon seeing you and me, he re-evaluated his position and abandoned those promises. Sebastian nodded in understanding. I see. However, he soon frowned. Such a person cannot be trusted deeply. No need to. Such people are opportunists. Use them as needed, Charlotte said. Then, she smiled slightly. For instance, I was thinking about how to trip up the third prince, and here's an opportunity. Seabass's curiosity was piqued. Charlotte glanced at him, smiling. Family records show that Viscount Remigio is a staunch supporter of the second prince.
Meanwhile, at the kingdom's military encampment near the Castel silver mines.
As soon as Viscount Remigio entered the barracks, he hurriedly summoned his personal guards, eyes gleaming with excitement, and ordered,
"Quick, find out what happened to the young Countess of Castel on her way to the territory." Chapter 180, Chapter 181, Return. 1,740 words.
After sorting out matters at the mining workshop, Charlotte planned to return to the inn, accompanied by the werewolf Luff. Sebastian and Nice stayed behind at the workshop, with Charlotte leaving the management in their hands. The dog and cat would undoubtedly be busy over the next 3 days. Throughout the journey, Luff's gaze never left Charlotte. He tried to speak several times but hesitated, clearly having many questions he wanted to ask. Charlotte was aware of what was bothering the werewolf and decided to address it directly, smiling as she asked,
"Luff, is there something you want to ask?" With Charlotte initiating the conversation, Luff finally mustered the courage to speak.
After carefully choosing his words, he cautiously asked,
"Lady Charlotte, are you of the royal bloodline?" Instead of giving a direct answer, Charlotte responded with a smile. "What do you think?"
This response, which was nearly an admission, energized Luff. Despite his prior suspicions, he couldn't help but feel excited at this confirmation.
Royal bloodline. So you really are of the royal bloodline.
The royal bloodline has not vanished.
It hasn't vanished.
He quickly began to mutter to himself. Of course, with signs of the great true ancestor's revival, it makes sense that the descendants of the true ancestor would also reappear.
Then, unable to contain his curiosity, Luff asked, "But if you are of the royal bloodline, how did you become the saintess of the Holy Court?"
Charlotte gently shook her head.
"Saintess?
I never said I was the saintess of the Holy Court." Luff was momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, he realized that Charlotte had indeed never explicitly claimed to be the saintess of the Holy Court.
However,
Charlotte continued, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, the identity of the saintess can be quite useful at times. Perhaps, occasionally using it isn't such a bad idea.
Luff, does that mean you are not a follower of the Holy Court?" he asked again.
Charlotte glanced at him. Back during the sacred judgment, I mentioned that you were all devout followers of the Holy Court.
Are you truly? Luff hesitated.
This was a question that had puzzled and intrigued him. Their blood wolf tribe did not worship the Holy Lord Harold, but rather the evil god Bloodborne true ancestor, according to the Holy Court. Yet, they had not only escaped the Holy Court's judgment but had even appeared as devout followers under the sacred judgment's scrutiny. Luff had always believed that it was the work of Charlotte, as the saintess, who had saved them.
But if she didn't follow the Holy Lord Harold, how had she managed it?
Divine power can only be countered by divine power, a well-known truth in Myria. Twisting the outcome of the sacred judgment was not something ordinary divine magic could accomplish. Recalling his earlier conversation with Sebastian, Luff's heart raced.
Could it be? Could Lady Charlotte be the divine agent of the true ancestor? It must be. Only a divine agent could alter the sacred judgment's results. Only a divine agent could exert such powerful royal authority.
The Bloodborne royalty were followers of the Bloodborne true ancestor, but Lady Charlotte must be more than just a follower.
Lady Charlotte, are you not the Holy Court saintess, but the agent of the Bloodborne true ancestor? Luff asked, unable to contain himself.
Charlotte laughed, her words filled with meaning.
Sir Luff, Sebastian has already told me the true reason you remained at the Castel silver mine.
I have high hopes for you. Please fulfill your goals well.
Your faith will not betray your loyalty.
Hearing Charlotte's words, Luff's spirit soared. At that moment, he had no more doubts. Lady Charlotte must be the agent of the great true ancestor, their divine envoy. Seeing the werewolf's slightly flushed face, Charlotte smiled gently, putting her finger to her lips like a mischievous little devil. Oh, by the way, Sir Luff, today's conversation must remain a secret.
We rely on your support.
Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Luff soon left, in a daze but filled with vigor. As he departed, his whole body brimmed with enthusiasm. He planned to return to the tribe and quickly attempt to spread the true faith of the great true ancestor among the miners. Previously, he had hesitated, worrying that his actions might displease Charlotte and that their differing faiths might eventually cause a rift between him and his worldly lord. But now, he had no such concerns. Not only was she not an enemy, but she was also likely a forerunner in his faith. All along, they had to hide, even knowing that the true ancestor had begun to revive, always being cautious of the Holy Court's pursuit. But now, they no longer had to worry. Because the highest lord of Castell was one of them, the Countess of Castell was the true ancestor's agent. Great true ancestor. Luff will not fail your expectations. Luff will strive to spread your faith. May your glory fill the world and protect your people, ensuring their prosperity. The excited werewolf prayed in his heart, dreaming of a bright future. Watching Luff leave, Charlotte felt a burden lifted from her heart. The werewolf was her follower, and any misunderstandings needed to be cleared up to avoid future mishaps. However, she did not plan to reveal her true identity to him. Even though his faith pointed to her, she still felt a strange guilt about directly accepting the identity of the bloodborne true ancestor. Despite all signs suggesting that she currently occupied that position, for safety reasons, she preferred to keep her true identity a secret. Even with the true ancestor's liberation power, she could only maintain her invincible state for a short time, so the fewer people who knew her secret, the better. Besides, there might also be an element of keeping some distance to maintain her mystique. Luff was a believer. While Sebastian and Nice were her followers, they were not strictly believers. Conversations with followers and believers were different. Charlotte was not yet ready to face her believers as an object of worship. After parting ways with Luff, Charlotte returned to the Redwood Inn. Entering the city with a grand escort of guards, she experienced the treatment of being surrounded by adoring subjects. The grandeur of her arrival even startled the elves at the front desk, who thought something significant had happened at the inn. It wasn't until some well-informed individuals explained the recent events at the mining workshop that the long-eared proprietors of the inn relaxed. The elves quickly became excited, realizing that having the Countess of Castell stay at the Redwood Inn was tremendous publicity and an endorsement of their establishment. What could be a better advertisement than the Lord personally staying there? The inn's owner, a moon elf from Luna Island, even got up in the middle of the night to personally visit Charlotte, waiving her fees and generously offering many rare gifts from Luna Island. Their enthusiasm contrasted sharply with the aloof and indifferent demeanor often described in books about elves. It seemed that even the proud elves couldn't resist the allure of absolute power and benefits. They were not as rigid and old-fashioned as the books depicted. Many elves engaged in commerce were, in fact, even more shrewd than humans. The following day, after learning about Charlotte's arrival, the mayor of Silver Mine City led a group of officials to personally visit her. This did not surprise Charlotte. Silver Mine City was a direct domain of Castell, and a lord inspecting their territory was bound to attract attention. When Charlotte revealed her identity the previous night, she anticipated that the officials would come calling the next day. They seemed more like they were there to apologize than to pay a courtesy visit. The elderly mayor, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, led the officials in kneeling before Charlotte and apologizing profusely. "Lord Amel, please rise. The mining workshop is managed by various families and is not directly under Silver Mine City's jurisdiction. This matter does not concern you or the city officials," Charlotte said. This was true, as the Castell silver mine had long been used to garner support from various nobles. However, Charlotte didn't fully believe that these officials were completely unaware of the mine's issues. The secrecy surrounding the Mithril mine suggested significant backing, possibly involving some of these officials. Nevertheless, Charlotte understood the need for experienced personnel to govern her territory. A complete overhaul would only lead to greater chaos. After reassuring the Silver Mine City officials, Charlotte announced that she would not accept further visits for the time being, particularly from nobles. Given the turmoil at the Castell silver mine, she knew that nobles would soon come rushing to clear their names. She had no intention of entertaining them before the Northport banquet, where she would formally meet with her territory's nobles. In the following days, various family envoys arrived in Silver Mine City, seeking an audience with Charlotte. Listening to their pleas and declarations of loyalty, Charlotte chuckled.
They're quick to cut ties, aren't they? Each one trying to distance themselves from the mining workshop incident.
Of course, she met none of them. Messages were delivered through various means, including envoys shouting their innocence in the inn's lobby before being escorted out by guards. Charlotte instructed Sebastian to inform them that she suspected collusion between nobles and cultists and would not meet any nobles until the Northport banquet. Reading through the list Sebastian had compiled, Charlotte inquired,
"Is this all the information we've gathered from the workshop managers?"
"Yes, this is all. Apart from identifying which families might be backing them, the crimes are mostly pinned on minor players,"
Sebastian replied.
"Even using the mind control you granted me, the managers seemed genuinely motivated by greed rather than orders.
I suspect they were also under some mental influence.
They were mere pawns, and the masterminds likely planned to abandon them."
"Perhaps," Charlotte mused.
"But even if these managers were expendable, the nobles still need them.
If we can trace the connections back to the families, evidence or not, it's enough."
After a few more days organizing the workshop, Charlotte left Silvermine City, having replaced about 2/3 of the managers. Returning to Northport, she received important news: the Duke of Bord had passed away.
Chapter 181, Chapter 182, The Death of the Old Duke. 1912 words. Bord City, Duke's Mansion. Cough, 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 cough. The violent coughing echoed intermittently as the old Duke of Bord, André, lay in bed.
He was a shadow of his former self, a far cry from the vibrant figure he had been a year ago. A lit incense in the brazier gently emitted pale blue smoke, mixing the aromas of spices and medicines. In the large bedroom, the windows were tightly shut, creating a cold and empty atmosphere. Only a long-serving maid remained to attend to the ailing Duke.
"Duke, it's time for your medicine," the maid said respectfully, holding a tray.
The old Duke opened his cloudy eyes and glanced at the tray, which held a silver vessel filled with black powder and a goblet of water.
"What is this?"
he asked hoarsely, his weak and slow voice sounding like it came from a rickety old carriage.
"This is a secret elixir that Prince Philip found in ancient Eastern texts.
It's made from the powder of a 1,000-year-old mummy and coria ointment, mixed with holy water from the church.
It should help with your condition,"
the maid replied respectfully.
"Cough, cough, cough."
The old Duke's voice rose slightly, and his coughing became more severe.
"Duke."
The maid placed the tray by the bed and quickly stepped forward to help the Duke catch his breath. The Duke opened his mouth, taking a few difficult breaths, and weakly said,
"Help me up."
The maid supported the Duke's arm, which was as frail as a withered branch, and with difficulty helped him sit up. Through the mercury mirror at the bedside, the Duke's cloudy eyes reflected his own gaunt appearance and disheveled gray hair, his expression somewhat gloomy. He trembled as he opened his mouth, and the maid carefully mixed the black powder with the holy water, feeding it to him bit by bit. The elixir with a spicy aroma entered his throat, causing the Duke to cough violently again until he managed to swallow it with a few sips of holy water. As the elixir settled in his stomach, the Duke soon felt a warm strength gradually spreading through his body, revitalizing his increasingly decayed form. With a bit of strength restored, the Duke's sluggish thoughts began to slowly turn.
"You just said, who brought the prescription?"
"Duke, it was His Highness Philip," the maid replied respectfully.
"Already here?"
The Duke was taken aback. "Yes, Duke, His Highness Philip arrived last night. He is waiting outside with Lady Eleanor,"
the maid said. The Duke fell silent.
After a long pause, he sighed and said in a hoarse voice,
"Let them come in."
The bedroom door creaked open, sounding like decaying wood, as Prince Philip and Eleanor entered the room hand in hand.
"Father André."
Prince Philip and his wife approached the bed and bowed respectfully to the old Duke. The Duke stared blankly at his daughter, whom he had not seen for many years. She seemed to have lost weight and the sparkle in her eyes was gone. Life in the royal family must have brought her immense pressure. The Duke felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Perhaps he should not have arranged for his daughter to marry into the Crescent royal family. If not for that marriage, he could have found a son-in-law for her to continue the family lineage. If not for that marriage, his daughter could have stayed by his side, and he wouldn't be facing his final moments alone. But alas, there are no ifs in this world. When he discovered he had an illegitimate son, he had already forsaken his daughter. Perhaps this was the Lord's punishment for him. His daughter became a pawn to solidify his rule, and now, he had lost both her and the heir he hoped for. The centuries-old Board family might end with him. Thinking back to the tall figure who stormed out a year ago, a deep sadness flickered in the Duke's eyes. He couldn't quite describe his feelings now. When the reality of his family's extinction hit him, he found himself surprisingly calm. Maybe he was too tired to think anymore, or maybe he was simply worn out. Reflecting on his life, he remembered becoming Duke at 15 during turbulent times, following the king into battle, defeating enemies in numerous wars. He had participated in countless battles and slain many foes. Soldiers of the falling Star Kingdom trembled at his name, and the people of the Crescent Kingdom cheered his army. He was known as the greatest Duke Board had seen in 1,000 years, Lion Andre. He had his moments of glory, commanding immense power and respect, with even the king seeking his counsel. Yet, in his quest to gain more influence through war, he depleted the family's centuries-old resources. By empowering the nobility for support during his campaigns, he gradually lost control over his territory. The once mighty lion had aged. And as he fell from power, not a single loyal noble stood by him. He had been outmaneuvered even by a mere girl. The Duke understood that his tight grip on power in recent years had contributed to his isolation. But what else could he have done? He didn't want to leave his descendants a shaky legacy. Just like when the king inherited the Crescent throne, he wanted stability for his successors. Maybe he had been wrong from the start. Perhaps he shouldn't have spent most of his life on the battlefield. Maybe he should have paid more attention to his lands and family. He might have treated the Castel family differently, the promising Count and Countess, and their seemingly naive but profoundly astute daughter. A year was enough for the Duke to uncover some truths and gain some clarity. But it was too late. The Duke trembled as he lifted his head and looked at his only daughter. Eleanor. He called out weakly, extending his hand. Eleanor quickly grasped it. Father. She responded, her touch bringing him a sense of peace. In that moment, the Duke suddenly felt that nothing else mattered. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. The Duchy of Board, the Castel family, it was all insignificant now. He was tired and needed rest. As for his daughter, even if she wouldn't become a powerful duchess, with the royal family as her support, at least she could live a happy life. He had owed his daughter all her life. Now, perhaps, it was time to repay that debt. With this realization, the old Duke took a deep breath and, with great effort, tried to sit up. Duke! The maid hurried forward to support him, but he gently waved her away. The old Duke, once a mighty force, now struggled to even sit up on the bed. He looked directly into the eyes of the third prince, Philip, and in that moment, his once cloudy eyes regained their sharpness. Prince Philip. The old Duke clasped the prince's hands, using all his remaining strength. I know your ambition. I know your desire to control Board. Everything I have, I can give to you. Everything of Board can be yours. Prince Philip was taken aback. He hadn't expected such words from the aging Duke, who was known to be stubborn and ruthless, devoted entirely to his family. But I have one condition. The old Duke's tone changed. He stared intensely into the prince's eyes, as if trying to peer into his soul. I want you to treat Eleanor well. I want you to ensure her happiness. Upon hearing this, Eleanor trembled slightly, and a flicker passed through her blue-gray eyes. Prince Philip lowered his eyelids, and when he looked up again, he wore a radiant smile. Of course, esteemed Andre. He said. Eleanor is my beloved wife. I will make her happy. Hearing the prince's promise, the old Duke finally felt a bit relieved.
Cough, cough. Remember what you said. He coughed violently.
Having settled his concerns, the Duke felt his strength ebb away. His body slumped, and his eyes, filled with a mix of guilt and affection, fell on his daughter.
But as his gaze passed over Eleanor's sleeve, he noticed the countless scars hidden in the shadows beneath. The Duke's aura changed instantly.
Suddenly, a surge of strength returned. He struggled to reach out and pull back Eleanor's sleeve, revealing her arm, which should have been smooth and white, covered in bruises and hideous scars.
The Duke's expression changed instantly.
A decayed yet astonishing aura erupted from him, and his once dormant extraordinary power reawakened. Furiously, the Duke grabbed the prince's collar and roared.
"Is this?" Prince Philip remained calm.
He slowly pried the Duke's withered fingers from his clothes and stood up, looking down at him with a sigh. "Duke, if only you had said those words a little earlier." The Duke, filled with rage, glared at him. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and spewed a mouthful of black-red blood. In an instant, he felt his strength draining rapidly, with burning pain spreading from his stomach throughout his body. He looked desperately at the maid standing by, only to see her move respectfully to the prince's side, her eyes cold. "You." The prince stepped forward, blocking his view, and leaned in with a smile. "Duke, I never liked charity, nor being forced into transactions, and I despise being someone else's bargaining chip. I want to obtain what I desire with my own hands, by any means necessary. Board Duchy, Castell County, I will take them myself. And..." He lowered his voice, speaking into the Duke's ear. "You shouldn't have shown a killing intent in front of me." The Duke, seeing the prince's devilish smile, felt a surge of anger. He glared at the prince with a murderous look, as if wishing to tear him apart. But soon, he started laughing uncontrollably. "Cough, cough. Castell. Ha ha." The Duke laughed wildly, more and more frenzied, and increasingly pitying. Prince Philip frowned slightly. "Duke, what's so funny?" But the Duke didn't answer. He continued to laugh, his eyes losing focus. A tear slid down his wrinkled cheek, and his hands fell limp. Even in his last breath, his blue-gray eyes remained wide open. "Dead, huh?" Prince Philip frowned, feeling a sense of futility. Yet, the Duke's eerie laughter left him inexplicably uneasy. He heard soft sobbing beside him and turned to his wife. His expression grew cold. "Did I allow you to cry?" Eleanor trembled, lowering her head, her voice shaking. Sorry. Good girl." The prince patted her head in satisfaction. Then he ordered the maid. "Take care of this. The old Duke has passed. From now on, board belongs to Eleanor and me." The maid trembled slightly and bowed in reverence. Holding Eleanor's hand, the prince left the room. In the grand hall of the Duke's mansion, he naturally took the main seat. Soon, a soldier rushed in, kneeling and presenting a parchment. "Sir, urgent news from the north. The young Countess of Castell has returned to the territory." Prince Philip's brow furrowed as he took the parchment, reading quickly. His expression darkened. Useless, all of them. They couldn't even stop a little girl. With such incompetence, how do they expect to reclaim the falling Star Kingdom? Chapter 182, Chapter 183, The Extraordinary Lifespan. 1996 words. Has he finally died? He held on longer than I expected. Charlotte paused briefly with her raised wineglass before slowly taking a sip of milk. After all, he was a blazing sun knight, with deep reserves. Frankly, I thought the old Duke could have lasted a bit longer. Knights like him tend to have more robust lifespans than mages. Sebastian remarked as he glanced at the letter brought by the messenger. Charlotte showed some interest. "This is the first time I've heard that. Sebastian, under normal circumstances, how long can a blazing sun knight live?" Sebastian was not surprised by Charlotte's sudden question. He knew that their god's memory had not fully recovered and did not expect a god to be particularly concerned with the affairs of mortals, especially since she was an ancient true ancestor, ageless and deathless from birth, with no concept of a lifespan.
It depends on the race.
For instance, we elves generally live for over 1,000 years, with no significant changes before reaching the legendary tier. For short-lived humans, if they remain healthy and uninjured, living to 80 or 90 years old is not a problem.
Sebastian answered respectfully. 80 or 90 years? That short? Charlotte raised an eyebrow. For humans, that's quite remarkable. Their average lifespan is less than 60 years.
Sebastian shook his head and continued.
Not to mention that extraordinary beings often incur hidden injuries. Most Blazing Sun Knights have emerged from mountains of corpses. Even mages achieve breakthroughs through numerous magical surges, which are harmful to the body. Humans aren't naturally magical beings, so it's normal for extraordinary humans to have shorter lifespans than expected. As far as I know, many Blazing Sun Knights in the human world, like the old Duke, burn out early, especially those who have exhausted their life potential in wars. However, the human population is enormous. Even though Blazing Sun and legendary figures may seem fleeting to you and me, there are so many in each era that they push their entire race to the pinnacle of civilization. Charlotte was genuinely surprised. As long as they regularly obtain blood sources, Bloodborns can live forever, so she had not paid much attention to the lifespan of extraordinary beings in this world. The old Duke's passing had stirred a bit of curiosity about their longevity. To her surprise, extraordinary beings didn't live much longer than ordinary people, despite their great power. I thought Blazing Suns could live for centuries. Charlotte mused. Perhaps if they reach legendary tier, they might.
Most legendary humans live to about 120 or 30 years, but that's the limit for short-lived species.
Sebastian replied after some thought. 120 or 30 years?
But I've read that some legendary mages can live for 200 or 300 years. Charlotte remarked with some surprise.
Sebastian continued respectfully.
Master, mortals may not have the strength of gods, but they often find unique ways to extend their lives, creating various strange magic spells. Some can extend life, but such spells usually have significant side effects and require irreversible body modifications. A 200 or 300-year-old legendary human mage might not be considered human anymore in terms of body composition.
Charlotte nodded slightly.
This explained why the Blazing Suns she had seen did not seem very old. Even lower-ranked extraordinary beings were younger than she had imagined. Unlike the cultivation worlds where stronger power equated to longer life, in Myria, extraordinary beings were not much different from ordinary people, aside from their powers. Mortals remain mortals because no matter how strong their power, they cannot escape the ravages of time.
The most powerful legendary human can make even descended demigods wary and might even slay gods in their saint state.
Yet, these god-slaying entities are mere passing stars in a century. Life is too short.
Countless legendary mages would rather turn into liches than return to the divine realm at the end of their lifespan. Even as liches, they are just clinging to life. Eternity truly belongs only to the gods. Sebastian mused, reflecting on the various legendaries he knew.
Seeing the long-lived elf contemplating the brevity of life, Charlotte felt a bit peculiar. However, considering that he was comparing them to eternal gods, it made sense.
Ascension was the main reason Sebastian chose to follow her.
At that moment, Charlotte thought it was great to be a Bloodborn. Despite needing regular blood and facing various restrictions and periodic sleep, Bloodborns, with their immortality, were one of the few beings who could rival gods in longevity. Even dragons, with their 3,000-year lifespans, couldn't outlast the tenacious Bloodborns. Oh, and the undead too, but their quality of life didn't compare to Bloodborns. The undead were ultimately dead, while Bloodborns, despite some similarities, were vibrant living beings. Charlotte could somewhat understand why, according to some documents, everyone wanted the favor of Bloodborns and to be turned during their heyday 2,000 years ago. Aside from the uncontrollable bloodthirst and the difficulty of tier advancement, Bloodborns were indeed quite enviable.
No wonder many Bloodborns looked down on other beings.
However, Charlotte didn't share this arrogance. While Bloodborns might have godlike lifespans, they were still essentially parasites, dependent on other beings for blood.
Including herself.
Charlotte noticed Sebastian's raised eyebrows as he read the letter.
Does the letter say anything else? She asked. Master, the daughter of the Board Duke, Eleanor, succeeded him the day after his death.
She has sent magical messages to all local lords, announcing the old duke's death and inviting them to mourn and pay homage to the new duke. She specifically mentions several counts, including us, Castell. Sebastian said, putting down the letter with a peculiar expression.
Summoning me back to board?
Charlotte paused, then chuckled.
This must be the prince's order, right? Most likely.
From what I observed at the banquet, Eleanor is clearly submissive to the prince, almost to the point of complete obedience.
Sebastian pondered. Are you planning to go back, master? He asked. Of course not.
Charlotte replied, taking a small sip of milk.
What a joke, summoning her back right after ambushing her.
Besides, the issues in Castell still need to be resolved. Even if Castell's problems were settled and the third prince hadn't hired someone to attack her, she still wouldn't go back. The emperor was far away, and she enjoyed the freedom in her own territory. She had already tasted the power and had no intention of relinquishing it to return to board. She had successfully succeeded her position, and no one could touch her. This wasn't like ancient China where vassals had to obey their lords.
We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now.
She might come up with a polite excuse to decline, but as for whether the third prince would be angry, well, he would have to deal with the escalating rumors first. Soon enough, the rumor that he hired necromancers to attack a vassal would reach board.
They say the third prince is domineering. It's true, demanding all lords to pay homage right after the new duke's succession. But Charlotte wasn't the only noble dissatisfied with him.
Charlotte was preoccupied with managing her territory, but she could give others the means to trouble the prince.
Many other nobles would happily take the opportunity to oppose him. Any news from Viscount Remigio lately? Charlotte asked after some thought.
My spies report that yesterday, Viscount Remigio left the military camp and hurried south. He also sent people to Northport to inquire about our journey to Castell.
Sebastian replied. And how did you handle that? Charlotte raised an eyebrow.
Sebastian's lips curled into a slight smile. As you commanded, I spread the news of our attack by necromancers as widely as possible.
Charlotte nodded slightly and then chuckled.
Looks like our dear prince has more headaches ahead. Let him deal with the nobles and ministers first.
The third prince had many protectors from the Crescent royal family. Even with her true ancestor powers, Charlotte couldn't easily deal with him.
But often, she didn't need to act directly, the prince had plenty of enemies. She just needed to provide them with the means to strike. This approach might not solve the problem permanently, but it would certainly trouble the prince. And when she had more time, if he continued to cause trouble, she wouldn't hesitate to deal with him personally.
How's the investigation into the secret mithril embezzlement from the territory going?
Charlotte asked, setting aside thoughts of the prince.
Sebastian's expression turned serious.
I've been busy with the mining workshop, so I haven't had time to investigate thoroughly. But from the manager's confession and some information from Northport, I found some clues related to a business called the Returning Star United Trade Association.
The Returning Star United Trade Association?
Charlotte felt a stirring of interest.
Yes. Sebastian nodded. I checked, there hasn't been much secret mithril traded on the black market in Castell County recently.
But there has been a lot of hidden mithril slag, indicating the mine is still producing, but the mithril itself is being sold directly to a fixed buyer.
Is that buyer this trade association?
Yes.
The association was registered in the Falling Star Kingdom 7 years ago and has dealings with many noble families in the county.
The rumor is it's backed by a noble known as Count Hole.
Count Hole? The same one mentioned by Jacode?
Charlotte sat up straight.
If there's no duplicate name, yes. However, I found no record of Count Hole in the Falling Star Kingdom. Sebastian said.
Charlotte drained her glass of milk and smiled.
It doesn't necessarily have to be the Falling Star Kingdom, or even a human noble. Remember what Jacode said? Sebastian's eyes widened in realization. You mean? Charlotte's eyes narrowed. A bloodborne count is still a count, and I asked the Book of the Dead. Its previous owner was called Hole. Sir Hole, how are the association's operations going lately? In a dark, curtained room, several indistinct figures stood proudly, their crimson eyes faintly visible in the shadows. All eyes were focused on the tallest figure. Everything is proceeding as usual, the tall figure said in a deep voice after a moment's silence. But I've heard there are problems at the workshop, and you took on the third prince's task as a mercenary and failed. The leading figure said discontentedly, his crimson gaze falling on the tall figure again. Sir Hole, I must reiterate, our goal is to control Castell, not kill the Countess. We need to win her over, control her, dominate her. If necessary, turn her into a servant and make her a puppet. That's our best path. Taking the third prince's task as a mercenary was a mistake, it likely alerted the Countess. The workshop troubles might be related to this. The banquet at the Count's estate is approaching. I don't want any more complications in our plan. That's all for today. We'll meet again if needed. The indistinct figure finished, and then the others gradually vanished. The tallest figure remained silent for a moment before also leaving. Visions flickered as middle-aged Knight Lahel returned to reality. As soon as he woke up, the young bloodborne girl Agnes jumped over. Did you get any intel today? Lahel scratched his head, looking conflicted. Miss, I feel I can't keep this up. I know nothing, and they'll find out sooner or later. Lahel said. Don't worry. If anything happens, we'll just run. Now, tell me, what did they say? Agnes pressed. They asked about the association, but I know nothing about it. I followed your instructions and said everything was normal. They also mentioned the workshop and the Countess of Castell, seemingly wanting to control her. Lahel said after some thought. Miss, what's this workshop they mentioned? Agnes shrugged. How should I know? I'm not familiar with them. Chapter 183, Chapter 184, Scare Her. 1979 words. A bloodborne count named Hole? But as far as I know, among the few bloodborne secluded in and around Castell, none hold the rank of count. Seabass frowned as he spoke. After a moment of thought, he added. Of course, my knowledge of the bloodborne is limited. The few bloodborns I do know of are rather prominent in the extraordinary world, particularly in the mercenary circles. Bloodborns are always low profile, with many in constant slumber, some sleep so long that they're forgotten. You know, some wake up to find their castles demolished. So, perhaps it's a bloodborne member I'm not aware of, especially those ancient ones waking from their long slumbers. Master, I recall Madame Anna provided you with some information on the bloodborns. Was there anything relevant in those documents? Charlotte shook her head slightly. Most of what Madame Anna provided pertains to the Nez family bloodborns. The sections on the Crescent Kingdom focus primarily on the Shedite family. These dark families are quite active in the heart of the Crescent Kingdom, especially near the capital. But we are in the northern part of the kingdom. She did mention a few bloodborns members residing in the Roman Principality, but there was no mention of a count named Hole. Why don't we ask the Book of the Dead again? It should have some knowledge of its former owner. Sebastian suggested. Charlotte's expression darkened. I've already asked. That useless book spirit only knows the previous owner's name was Hole and that he was a fourth-generation bloodborne member. It knows nothing else. Perhaps it is, as you said, a very ancient bloodborne member who has slept for countless years. But, who Count Hole was is no longer important. If the Book of the Dead's information is correct, he should have been killed by that bloodborne named Agnes. The current Count Hole is actually Agnes Knight, Lahel, in disguise. Charlotte's expression turned peculiar. From this perspective, the Nez family's plan may have already gone awry. The question is, do they know? Sebastian's expression mirrored Charlotte's peculiarly. That would be interesting.
If that's the case, as long as we have the Book of the Dead, we can just wait for them to come to us.
Charlotte nodded slightly. She had the same thought. But, Charlotte continued, waiting for them to come to us is too passive. Since we've identified the Nez family as the troublemakers, we should visit the Bloodborns in Castell before the banquet. They might know something. The Bloodborns are very territorial. To me, the Nez family are invaders, and to them, they would be the same. Sebastian's interest was piqued, and he eagerly asked, "Are you finally planning to visit the nearby Bloodborns? Who would you visit first?" Charlotte thought for a moment. "Who is the closest Bloodborn you know of?" Seabass respectfully replied, "That would be Viscount Laval." Viscount Laval is an honorary president of the Northern Mercenaries Association, well connected in the mercenary world. I visited him once during my travels in Castell 10 years ago. Of course, though called a Viscount, he is not a noble of the Crescent Kingdom but holds the rank of a Viscount within the Bloodborn clans. Though a Bloodborn, he is quite upright and almost never drinks the blood of intelligent beings, a member of the Bloodborn's ascetic faction. Viscount Laval? Charlotte's interest was piqued. The Vadalat family's Laval? Seabass was surprised. You know of him? He was mentioned in the information provided by Madame Anna. Charlotte said. Is it all right? You seem to have some issues with the Vadalat family. She gave Sebastian a sidelong glance. Sebastian's expression turned a bit awkward. It's fine. Viscount Laval is part of the ascetic faction, and those members are exiles from the Vadalat family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have visited him 10 years ago. Charlotte's curiosity was piqued. Viscount Laval also resides in Northport, right? Yes, he is the honorary president of the Northern Mercenaries Association, whose branch is in Northport. Do you know his exact address? Yes, if I remember correctly, he stays at the branch. How convenient. Since he's so close, we might as well visit tonight. Charlotte smiled. Miss, they're summoning us for void meetings more frequently lately. I'm really worried we might slip up. I even feel they already suspect us, said the middle-aged knight Lahel with concern. And they're collecting Mithril and trying to take control of Castell. They must be brewing some grand scheme. The young Bloodborn girl Agnes shook her head. What are you worried about? Let them plot their schemes. It has nothing to do with us. If the sky falls, there are taller ones to hold it up. If anyone has to worry, it should be the little Countess of Castell. The middle-aged knight couldn't help but grumble. But that little countess isn't that tall either. Agnes rolled her eyes at him. It's a metaphor. A metaphor. The middle-aged knight hesitated. Then what should we? We'll continue to fish in troubled waters. If we can figure out what they're up to, great. If not, we'll try to gain some benefits. If they suspect us, it doesn't matter, we can always run. Agnes said as she nudged the knight's elbow. All right, stop looking so glum. We're in Northport, so enjoy yourself a bit. We still need to go to the association tonight to handle some paperwork and post our commission. The knight's eye twitched. Are you really going to sell the castle? Pardon me, but given that we might already be under suspicion, won't posting a commission on the black market attract attention? Bloodborn counts are very rare. The one you managed to kill was weak from long sleep and poisoned. I'm worried that if we do find a count, they might be one of those guys. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Today's warning also showed that they wouldn't easily kill the Countess of Castell unless absolutely necessary. Agnes fell silent. Her expression changed multiple times before she gritted her teeth and said, In that case, we won't directly seek help from a count. Instead, we'll auction the castle and use the money to hire another powerful being from the black market. It doesn't have to be a Bloodborn count. All we need is to complete the third prince's commission and obtain the kingdom's enfeoffment decree. The middle-aged knight Lahel remained silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed. Miss, will the third prince really keep his promise? Hearing her knight's question, Agnes also fell silent. After a while, she sighed deeply and said, We are already bloodborns. Do we have any other choice? He is still royalty.
Whether he keeps his promise or not, we must try if there's even a slight chance.
Agnes patted her cheeks. One step at a time.
For now, let's sell the castle and make as much money as we can before our cover is blown. Perhaps gradually realizing that the Countess had no intention of seeing any nobles before the banquet, the number of requests to visit Charlotte significantly decreased once she returned to Northport. Charlotte unexpectedly found herself with some rare leisure time. It might seem strange, as a newly appointed lord would typically be extremely busy.
But that was the reality.
Charlotte temporarily declined visits, the county's cabinet was on hold, and municipal officers managed the affairs of the fief.
Apart from reviewing detailed information about the territory, she had no official duties.
The only busy task, managing the mining workshop, was handed over to Sebastian. This was common for Myria nobility. Nobles of Myria, being both lords and managers, often didn't directly oversee their fiefs. They could rely on senior officials and vassal nobles to manage the fief, focusing instead on major decisions. Many nobles, especially those in the lord's cabinet, spent more time fulfilling their obligations to the lord in maneuvering within the higher ranks of nobility. For a lord like Charlotte, who was not yet serving in the duchy and hadn't fully controlled her fief, it was normal to have some downtime. This approach allowed Myria nobles to have more time for other pursuits, though it could lead to problems if the lord lacked power, especially during transitions between generations. Charlotte believed that the new Duchess of Borde, Eleanor, was likely facing similar challenges. Charlotte herself had once been a rebel in Borde. Still, Charlotte kept herself occupied with practicing her innate magic and familiarizing herself with the affairs of the fief, making the time pass quickly. Before she knew it, it was evening, the time she had agreed with Sebastian to visit Viscount Laval at the Mercenaries Association.
Like Borde, Northport was divided into inner and outer districts.
The inner district was on the original island where the city was first built, called the Inner Island, with more land routes than waterways. The outer district was created through land reclamation by mages over the centuries, with more waterways, called the Outer Island.
The Northern Mercenaries Association, established since the city's founding, was in the Inner Island, not far from Charlotte's estate.
Given the special nature of their visit, Charlotte didn't notify Viscount Laval in advance but took her family's carriage with Sebastian directly to the association at night.
Why not during the day? According to Sebastian, Viscount Laval preferred to sleep during the day and visited the association at night.
This was Charlotte's first visit to the Mercenaries Association. While Borde's association was small and simple, Castel's association, in the former adventurer's paradise, was grand like a small count's mansion.
However, with the shrinking violet forest, Castel's mercenary organizations had declined.
Although the association's branch looked grand, it was rather deserted.
The Castel family emblem was still a powerful symbol.
As soon as Charlotte's carriage stopped, the mercenaries standing guard at the entrance quickly ran inside. Soon, a group of staff in uniform emerged. Leading them was an elderly mage, giving Charlotte a slight sense of pressure. He was a Silver Moon Mage. However, the Silver Moon Mage smiled warmly at the sight of the carriage, even somewhat fawningly. He approached the carriage, bowed respectfully, and said with a smile, "I'm Leighton, the president of the Northern Mercenaries Association.
How can I assist you, Countess Lady?"
Charlotte was surprised.
"You know me?" President Leighton smiled. "Of course, the Castel family is a major patron of our association.
Your portrait was circulated in the association the day after you left Borde."
Charlotte. She remembered that her family's trade caravans often hired mercenaries from the association. Seeing the association's enthusiasm, Charlotte got straight to the point. "President Leighton, I'm here to visit Viscount Laval." However, upon hearing her request, the mercenaries exchanged puzzled and strange looks. Even President Leighton's expression stiffened. Charlotte sensed something was wrong. "President Leighton, is Viscount Laval not here?"
The old mage sighed.
Countess lady, it's a long story.
The wind is strong outside, please come inside the association so we can talk. Charlotte was puzzled but nodded and entered the association's branch, surrounded by mercenaries. Not long after Charlotte's carriage entered the association, a pair of figures, one large and one small, appeared at the entrance.
Finally made it. This walk was exhausting, said the young blood-born girl Agnes, wiping imaginary sweat from her forehead.
Miss, if you're too tired, we could hire a carriage,
suggested the middle-aged knight respectfully. A carriage? Too expensive. It costs at least 3 silver tanna for a ride.
We don't have much money, so we need to save.
The girl shook her head. All right, let's get inside and finish our business.
Then we can prepare for the banquet in 2 days, and retrieve the Book of the Dead, and give that little countess a scare.
With that, she eagerly led the way into the association hall. Chapter 184, Chapter 185, You're so lucky. 2,116 words. What? Viscount Laval is in hibernation?
Hearing the explanation from Leighton, the head of the Mercenaries Association, Sebastian looked surprised.
Sebastian, you know Viscount Laval's race is unique. Beings like him often undergo hibernations lasting years, even decades.
A few years ago, sensing he was about to break through in power, Viscount Laval temporarily resigned from his honorary position and went to find a place to hibernate.
President Leighton answered. A few years ago? Exactly when?
Charlotte felt a slight stir in her heart. If I recall correctly, it was 7 years ago.
It was quite sudden, as Viscount Laval had never mentioned he would hibernate. President Leighton recalled. 7 years ago? Charlotte couldn't help but exchange a glance with Sebastian.
That timing was rather intriguing. It coincided with the year when the mining workshop was infiltrated.
Did Laval mention where he was going? Sebastian asked. President Leighton shook his head.
No, the location of their hibernation is extremely important to them.
Viscount Laval didn't disclose it before he left.
After saying this, he asked.
Countess, Mr. Sebastian, is there something you need from Viscount Laval? If necessary, you can leave a message at the association.
Viscount Laval did say he would return after waking up, but exactly when that will be is unknown.
As you know, his race.
Their sense of time is quite, unique, on par with dragons. There's no need to leave a message, but if you hear anything about Laval, please send someone to inform the Count's estate.
Charlotte shook her head and said. The hibernation of a bloodborne is indeed quite unpredictable, sometimes lasting a few months, sometimes decades, or even centuries. Knowing that Viscount Laval was hibernating meant he was unlikely to be available for a meeting.
Still, it wouldn't hurt to have the Mercenaries Association keep an eye out for any news.
Additionally, Sir Leighton, have there been any new bloodborns in the county in recent years?
Charlotte asked. They had come to find Viscount Laval to learn about the bloodborns.
Since he wasn't available, perhaps the Mercenaries Association could provide some useful information.
Even though the Mercenaries Association in Castel had declined along with the shrinking of the Violet Forest, it remained a network with extensive connections.
Bloodborns, huh? President Leighton frowned as he thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not quite sure. Bloodborne activities are always very secretive. Someone like Viscount Laval is quite the exception. However what? Sebastian felt a slight stir. However, in recent years, Castel has indeed seen an influx of many unfamiliar extraordinary individuals.
Most of them are very low-key and mysterious, which does align somewhat with the behavior of bloodborns. As for more details, we don't know much. The Mercenaries Association respects the privacy of its clients and doesn't pry too much into their affairs, so our information is limited. President Leighton said. Quite a few unfamiliar extraordinary individuals. Charlotte's eyebrow twitched. Extraordinaries aren't exactly common, especially those who have stepped into the numbered tiers. Although the Mercenaries Association couldn't provide precise intelligence, given the infiltration of Castel's mining workshop, Charlotte could infer that these so-called unfamiliar extraordinary individuals were likely members of the Nez Bloodborne clan. She began to piece together a rough timeline in her mind.
About 7 years ago, the Nez clan set their sights on Castell, successfully infiltrating the Castell silver mine and winning over several local nobles.
Their goal appeared to be to orchestrate some plan, one that required a significant amount of mithril. Additionally, there might have been a black dragon beneath the Castell silver mine. The connection between this dragon and the Nez clan was unclear, but it was likely that the Nez clan controlled the dragon's power. Dragons are born at the Starry Sky tier, and after a few years of growth, they reach the Silver Moon tier.
Based on Noah's descriptions, the dragon in the mine wasn't a hatchling, it was at least a juvenile or even a young adult.
In other words, the Nez clan's highest combat power could potentially be at the Blazing Sun tier. With this realization, Charlotte's expression grew serious. It wasn't that she was intimidated by the Bloodborne's strength, but rather that she was thinking of deeper implications. Despite the many days that had passed, she hadn't received any reports from nobles about Bloodbornes, indicating the Nez clan's infiltration was both hidden and powerful.
Their control over Castell seemed almost determined.
From this perspective, the Nez clan's infiltration of Castell likely wasn't just an action by a high-ranking Bloodborne within the clan but part of a systematic plan. In other words, she might be facing the entire Nez clan. This was troubling. While Charlotte's powers as a true ancestor gave her a significant edge over other Bloodbornes, and she had the cheat-like ability of true ancestors' liberation, she wasn't ready to face an entire clan. Unlike the Blood Demon cult, which was hunted by the Holy Court and forced into hiding, the Nez clan was more akin to a well-organized secret society. Their organizational capacity and operational efficiency far surpassed that of the Blood Demon cult, capable of challenging even the Holy Court within their territories. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario.
Given that Castell was nominally under the Holy Court's domain, Charlotte surmised that the Nez clan wouldn't make too much of a scene.
As for Viscount Laval of the Mercenaries Association, to be honest, his sudden decision to hibernate at this critical moment suggested that he might have known something in advance and chose to avoid trouble by going into hibernation.
Master, it seems Laval knew something beforehand and chose to flee.
I know him well. Despite his elegance, he avoids trouble. He probably caught wind of the Nez clan's plans and feared they would target him, so he found an excuse to hide. Sebastian's sullen voice resonated in Charlotte's mind, clearly having reached the same conclusion. Charlotte glanced at him, noting the unprecedented seriousness in the flame elf's expression.
Master.
His voice continued in her mind.
Bloodbornes have a strong sense of territoriality.
In the underground world, Laval is a notable Bloodborne noble in the north.
If he sensed a significant threat, he wouldn't have fled unless it was severe. The Nez clan's plan might be bigger than we thought.
The banquet the day after tomorrow may not be as peaceful as anticipated.
Charlotte nodded slightly. Sebastian was right.
If the Nez clan had grand schemes, the banquet she planned might indeed be part of their scheme. Charlotte had intended to use the banquet to distinguish friend from foe, ideally dealing with the traitorous nobles in one go. But now, it seemed that the conspirators might see the banquet similarly.
If the Nez clan could infiltrate Castell's nobility to control the silver mine. So, with her as the young countess returning to the territory, what could be more convenient for controlling the north than by controlling her, the Lord of Castell?
Charlotte could almost foresee that if the Nez clan was truly determined to take over Castell, then at this banquet, they would likely make a move against her.
Doesn't matter.
If soldiers come, we fight them. If water comes, we block it with earth.
If they plan to strike at me during the banquet, it might actually be an opportunity. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Charlotte replied in her mind.
Since she would inevitably have to confront the Nez clan, it would be more advantageous to fight on her own territory rather than in theirs. After chatting with President Layton of the Mercenaries Association for a bit longer and confirming they couldn't get any more information, Charlotte decided to leave. Sir Layton, if there's any useful information in the future, Castell is always willing to reward you.
Consider this an advance payment. Charlotte said.
She gave Sebastian a look, and he immediately understood, retrieving a pouch of gleaming gems from the storage space and placing it on the table. Seeing the gems, President Layton became even more enthusiastic. Of course, the Mercenaries Association is happy to serve you. Leaving the gems behind, Charlotte stood to take her leave, but as they exited the VIP room, they saw a receptionist hurrying over to whisper something to President Layton. Layton's expression turned visibly peculiar. A commission for an auction? That castle? Are you sure? The receptionist nodded vigorously. Layton's expression grew even more intricate. Charlotte felt a stir in her heart. Sir Layton, is something the matter? Countess. Layton looked at Charlotte with a peculiar expression. It seems you are truly favored by the gods. As soon as you mentioned it, we received information possibly related to Bloodborns. Oh? What information? Charlotte's interest was piqued. Have you heard of Spire Castle? Layton asked. Spire Castle? Yes, Spire Castle. It's an old castle on the southwestern border of Castell County. It's been abandoned for a long time, so not many people know about it anymore. It's said to be held by a fallen noble family. Because it's on the border between Violet and Castell, its ownership has always been unclear. The nobles who lived there in the past allegedly pledged allegiance to both Violet and Bord. However, rumors say that a very ancient Bloodborn once lived there. Layton's expression became even more peculiar. Just now, someone came in to commission the association to auction off Spire Castle and the surrounding lands. By the way, the person who made the commission is a registered Bloodborne mercenary, and like you, they are also inquiring about other Bloodborns. A Bloodborne mercenary? Charlotte felt a stir and inexplicably thought of two figures, one large and one small. She had been asking about others and had forgotten that there were Bloodborns registered as mercenaries in the association. Unlike other parts of the Crescent Kingdom, the more open north allowed Bloodborns to register as underground mercenaries openly. Charlotte's interest was immediately piqued. Interesting. Sir Layton, what kind of person is the commissioner? Layton bowed apologetically. Countess, although we just accepted your commission, the guild has its principles. If the client wishes to remain anonymous, we cannot disclose their information. To be honest, telling you they're Bloodborne is already overstepping our boundaries. Charlotte felt a stir. So what do you mean? Layton smiled. While we can't disclose information, we can facilitate a meeting. No one in Castell is wealthier than you. If you're interested in buying the castle. Charlotte gave the old president a peculiar look, thinking he was quite the talent. Persuading her to buy a castle? It not only provided her with information but also completed a commission and potentially earned a middleman's fee, a triple win. However, she was indeed somewhat interested. Sir Layton, how much is Spire Castle worth? Layton took the documents from the receptionist, adjusted his monocle, and respectfully answered. The castle, along with 50 hectares of forest land, considering the remote location and the castle's state of disrepair, is estimated to be worth around 1 million gold tana. But the exact price depends on the seller's expectations and urgency. Land on the Castell border with some territorial disputes with Violet. Alright, no need for an auction. Let the seller name a price, but I want to meet them first. After all, a castle is not a small expense. Charlotte said. 1 million gold tana was not a small sum. Honestly, Charlotte wasn't particularly eager to buy the castle. She mainly wanted to meet the seller. Since she was already here and the seller was also inquiring about Bloodborns, there might be some valuable information to discover. Not to mention, the identity of a Bloodborne mercenary reminded her of the two who attacked her that day. Oh, and don't reveal my identity to them. Charlotte added. At the Mercenaries Association reception. The Bloodborne girl Agnes paced nervously back and forth. When the receptionist returned, she eagerly stepped forward. How did it go? What did President Layton say? The receptionist smiled. Miss Agnes, you're in luck. A VIP client of the association was just meeting with the president.
Upon learning of your commission, they were very interested and want to meet with you. Would you like to meet them? Is someone willing to buy directly? Agnes' eyes lit up.
She was eager to sell the castle quickly and had planned to auction it off for that reason.
But if she could find a buyer directly, that would be even better. Of course. I'd be happy to meet them,
she answered without hesitation.
A wealthy patron. This time, she had encountered a wealthy patron. Chapter 185, Chapter 186, Oh, we meet again. 2016 words. This is an authentic Daniel piece. They say one of these is worth at least 6,000 gold tana. Korea silk. The curtains here are woven from Korea silk, with a trace of Parsu style. It must be the work of a master from the East. Porcelain. This is carved porcelain from the Far East. This is amazing.
I once saw something like this at an auction in the capital with my father. It probably costs at least 10,000 gold tana.
Rich.
No wonder this is the top VIP room of the Castel Mercenary Association. It's so luxurious, it almost rivals our old home. In the VIP room of the Mercenary Association, the young blood-born girl Agnes looked around, touching the various luxurious furniture and decorations, her eyes shining with excitement.
However, her excited antics made the middle-aged knight next to her twitch an eyebrow.
Miss, please, be careful. The things here are worth thousands of gold tana each.
If you accidentally break something, we can't afford to pay for it. Oh, I know. I'll be careful. Besides, once we sell the castle, we'll make a lot of money.
I calculated it, and even though the Spire Castle is a bit remote, it should sell for tens of thousands of gold tana.
We'll be rich too, Agnes said excitedly. However, hearing the girl's words, the middle-aged knight seemed hesitant. About the client the Mercenary Association mentioned, I have an uneasy feeling. Do you think it's really that coincidental? We just came to commission the castle for auction, and the Mercenary Association immediately found someone interested in buying it and wants to meet us?
Seeing her knight's worried expression, Agnes felt a pang of unease.
You mean, Miss? Lahelle's expression became serious. As you said, Spire Castle can be auctioned for tens of thousands of gold tana. That's not a small amount. Even in wealthy Castel, there are very few who can easily come up with that much money.
This is Northport, the capital of Castel. Someone who is a VIP customer of the Mercenary Association and interested in buying a castle and its land, and can easily come up with such a large sum, could it be?
Agnes raised an eyebrow. Are you worried we might have run into the little Countess of Castel? Lahelle hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Agnes immediately jumped up.
Don't say such unlucky things.
But, we should be cautious. The Countess of Castel is very mysterious. Even the Book of the Dead that you couldn't control listens to her. She must not be simple,
the middle-aged knight reminded her. Agnes pursed her lips and said,
I know she has secrets.
She might even be, as the rumors say, a saintess of the Holy Court, a divine favored one walking the earth, possessing powers unknown to mortals. But there's no need to worry too much.
I secretly investigated yesterday.
She should be at the Castel silver mine right now.
I heard there's a big problem there. Hey, the Castel silver mine seems to be targeted by those guys too. She'll be busy for a while,
the girl said gleefully.
Of course, you have a point. There aren't many wealthy patrons who can come up with that much money.
They might know her, so we should be careful.
Even if we meet, we should disguise ourselves.
I've already told the receptionist not to reveal our true identities. After all, we are registered mercenaries, and the Mercenary Association has its principles. With that, Agnes rummaged in her pocket and took out 2 masks, putting one on herself and handing the other to the middle-aged knight Lahelle.
Here, put on the mask.
Once the deal is done, we'll change out of these ragged clothes, and no one will find us. After some thought, she went to the window and opened it, ensuring an escape route was ready.
Taking the mask from the girl, Lahelle put it on as well.
But looking at his rusty armor, he couldn't help but mutter.
Let's hope it's not really her.
Stop saying such unlucky things.
Change your mindset.
Now we are mysterious blood-borne mercenaries.
Agnes glared at him.
While they were talking, the receptionist who had led them to the VIP meeting room returned. Honored Miss, honored sir, the client who wants to meet you has arrived. With that, the receptionist stepped aside respectfully.
Agnes and Lahell immediately became alert.
The next second, they saw two familiar figures, one tall and one short, entering the room accompanied by the branch president of the Mercenary Association, Leighton.
A golden-haired girl in a black and white Gothic noble dress and an elegant elf butler in a black tailcoat.
Who else could it be but Charlotte and Sebastian? The blood-borne girl Agnes's smile froze almost instantly, and Lahell's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. At the same time, seeing the two masked figures, Charlotte and Sebastian were momentarily surprised, but their expressions quickly turned peculiar.
Charlotte's gaze lingered on Agnes's worn noble dress and Lahell's still ragged knight armor.
She smiled slightly and said,
Miss Agnes, Sir Lahell, the world is indeed small. We meet again. Agnes froze completely.
She swallowed hard, adjusted her mask, and forced a laugh, lowering her voice.
This beautiful lady, you must be mistaken.
Charlotte looked at her with a half-smile. Miss Agnes, before disguising, you should have changed your clothes too. The sleeve you tore when you escaped last time is still not mended.
Agnes.
Sebastian's gaze fell on the chest plate of Lahell's armor, which bore a sword mark he had left himself, and he asked with a smile.
Sir Lahell, does the wound still hurt? Lahell.
Seeing the two people suddenly on high alert and the Countess and her servant with faint smiles, the branch president of the Mercenary Association, Leighton, was slightly taken aback.
Lady Charlotte, do you know each other? Know each other?
Of course. Just over half a month ago, these two mercenary friends gave me quite a gift, almost left my Castell convoy stuck in the Violet Forest with an undead army. Charlotte said with a smile. Hearing her words, President Leighton's face changed color. By now, the news that the Countess of Castell was attacked on her way to her territory had spread through the trading caravans.
Though mercenaries follow the money, some things shouldn't be spoken of openly. Attacking a noble is a taboo under the sacred code.
Moreover, this matter likely involved the third prince of the Crescent Kingdom.
Seeing Leighton's reaction, Charlotte realized he probably didn't know about Agnes and Lahell's deeds. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Lahell. Retreat. The blood-borne girl Agnes shouted.
Without hesitation, she turned and fled, jumping out of the VIP room window like a nimble rabbit.
The middle-aged knight Lahell acted quickly too.
He grabbed the priceless carved porcelain nearby and hurled it towards Charlotte and the others. Charlotte slightly shifted to dodge the porcelain, while President Leighton's face changed, and he hurriedly caught the falling porcelain before it hit the ground, sighing in relief when it didn't break. Taking advantage of this distraction, Lahell followed Agnes and jumped out the window to escape.
Sebastian, chase them. Charlotte commanded. Yes, master. Sebastian swiftly jumped out of the window and gave chase. Charlotte didn't follow but instead looked at President Leighton, who was guarding the porcelain, with a meaningful smile.
Feeling guilty under Charlotte's gaze, President Leighton gritted his teeth and turned to the receptionist.
Send people to assist Mr. Sebastian in capturing them.
After giving the order, he carefully placed the porcelain back in its original spot, and then apologized to Charlotte.
Countess. I'm sorry. We had no idea they were the ones who attacked you, and that they used necromancy.
They must have used a private contract.
Our mercenary association can only supervise the general process, not the specific details.
Charlotte nodded slightly but didn't respond, continuing to look at him with that half-smile.
She understood some about mercenary matters.
With so many registered mercenaries in the north, no one could know all the details of every contract. Especially contracts for tasks like ambushing nobles, which are gray areas in the mercenary world. Even if a mercenary contract is signed, it might indeed be, as President Layton said, a secretive contract with undisclosed details. However, understanding aside, dissatisfaction still needed to be expressed. After all, Agnes and Lahel were registered mercenaries with the Northern Mercenary Association. Such grey contracts were part of the association's own oversight issues. Under Charlotte's meaningful gaze, President Layton felt immense pressure. The Mercenary Association had good intelligence. He knew what the young countess had done in Silver Mine City recently. To have quickly regained control of the Castell silver mine, this young countess was not to be underestimated. Although the Mercenary Association was a continent-wide organization and didn't fear the nobles of any kingdom, the headquarters was different from the branches. Even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. And besides, he didn't want to get involved in the Crescent Kingdom's political struggles. Thinking this, President Layton resolutely said, "Countess, this is our fault. The Mercenary Association will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Charlotte nodded slightly, then casually sat down in the room and picked up a piece of parchment from the table. Her mood turned strange as she read it. It wasn't just any parchment, it was the deed to Spire Castle, certified by the Holy Court, dating back to the Crescent Kingdom's great expansion period. Agnes had fled quickly but left the deed behind. At this moment, Sebastian returned, but he was alone. "Did you lose them?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Sebastian's expression was displeased. They disappeared into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, they were gone, likely using teleportation magic again. But before they escaped, I fought with them briefly. Lahel should be seriously injured again. Doesn't matter. They can run, but they can't hide forever. This time, they even left their property behind. Charlotte handed the parchment to Sebastian, who took a look and then had a strange expression. A sacred deed? Do they really abandon everything? Without this, they lose their legal rights. The Holy Court manages the Crescent Kingdom's land rights. Well, let's see if they dare to return now. Charlotte chuckled softly. She turned to President Layton with a smile. "Sir Layton, Agnes and Lahel attacked a kingdom noble. I'll take their deed. Any objections?" President Layton, steeling himself, replied. "No objections. Attacking a kingdom noble is a serious crime. As the Lord of Castell, you have the right to reclaim their land in Castell." He then patted his leg and said, "I'll immediately arrange to revoke their mercenary status and issue a high-priced bounty for their capture." "Good, but the bounty content needs to be decided by us," Charlotte said. "Of course, as you wish. Just inform us, and we will cooperate." President Layton responded respectfully. "No need to rush the bounty. I'll take care of it after the Northport banquet." Charlotte closed her eyes for a moment, then suddenly said, "Banquet?" President Layton was puzzled, not understanding the connection between the bounty and the Countess' banquet. But Charlotte didn't explain further. Seeing this, President Layton didn't press the issue and, after apologizing again, respectfully saw Charlotte out. "Master, should we contact Baron Angus of the Valet family? Spire Castle is nearby, and if we order him to send troops now, we might still catch those two Bloodborns. Although they escaped again, Lahel was wounded by me. Baron Angus should be able to handle them," Sebastian asked respectfully. "No, we turn around and head to the Outer District." Charlotte shook her head. "The Outer District? What are you planning to do?" Sebastian was puzzled. Charlotte smiled slightly. "Of course, we're going to catch some little mice." With that, she closed her eyes to sense again and chuckled. "This time, they haven't teleported far. They're still in the city." Chapter 186, Chapter 187, I've caught them. 1997 words. Northport, Outer Island District, Shallow Water Street. Outside the tall city walls, low, densely packed buildings were constructed against the walls, forming a crooked water street. Small, nimble boats darted through the water, with raggedly dressed boatmen strenuously pushing with their poles and calling out for passengers. Next to the waterway, in a simple, modest inn.
In a waterside room, a brilliant flash of light appeared. A huge circular magic array materialized in mid-air, and two bedraggled figures stumbled out of it. They landed hard, hitting the damp wooden floor with a thud. The entire room shook slightly as if it might collapse at any moment. These were none other than the bloodborne girl Agnes and the middle-aged knight Lahel. Both looked extremely disheveled. Agnes' face was pale, showing signs of overextending her magical power, while Lahel was worse off, with bloodstains dotting his body and a large dent in his chest armor. As soon as they landed, Agnes struggled on her feet, limping over to Lahel with a look of anxious concern. "How are you? How's your wound?" "Cough, cough. I won't die just yet." Lahel coughed violently, speaking weakly. After a moment, he added apologetically, "I think we left our land deed back at the Mercenary Association." "Forget about the deed. It's not important. We can't go back now anyway since we've been exposed. Just stop the bleeding and heal up. I'll help you up, and you need to drink some blood." "Damn it, I knew this cheapin' wouldn't have any proper medical supplies." Agnes cursed as she rummaged through the room. The next second, the door to the room burst open with a loud bang, startling Agnes. She grabbed a weapon from the floor and glared at the crooked wooden door. A plump woman poked her head in and shrieked sharply. "What's all this noise? You're disturbing the neighbors. And be careful. Do you have any idea how expensive it would be to fix this room if you break it?" But as soon as she spoke, the woman locked eyes with the bloody pair and froze. Then, she quickly shut the door. Her sharp voice trailed off as she moved away. "Damn mercenaries, always causing trouble. Old man, if you take another payment from a mercenary, I'll break your legs. Double. The room rate must be doubled. Cough, cough. Miss, who was that?" Lahel coughed violently, gripping his sword hilt with wary hands. "Don't worry, it was just the innkeeper." "Stop holding your sword, it's already broken," Agnes replied. Lahel looked down at his sword, which had been shattered during the fight with the elf, and fell silent. After a few seconds, he sighed deeply, his voice tinged with complexity. "It's only been a few days, but it seems he's gotten even stronger." "Enough about his strength. Drink your blood and recover so we can get out of here." Agnes handed Lahel a blood bag. Lahel obediently took the blood bag and drank it, his complexion gradually regaining some color as the blood flowed through him. A short while later, the plump innkeeper returned. Seeing the curious look on her face, Agnes stepped in front of Lahel, who was still drinking blood, and said warily, "We'll pay the fee, just leave us alone." The innkeeper snorted and threw a bulging package onto the floor, grumbling, "You must pay double. And don't die in my inn, I have a business to run." With that, she left again. Agnes picked up the package the innkeeper had left and was taken aback. "What is it?" Lahel asked weakly. "Don't move." Agnes stopped him from making any sudden movements and, with a softer tone, said, "It's bandages and hemostatic herbs." With the innkeeper's supplies, Agnes quickly bandaged Lahel's wounds. As bloodborne, any injury could theoretically heal with enough extraordinary blood, but their supply was already low, and the blood bags were nearly empty. While the bleeding was stopped, Lahel's condition remained poor, making him unfit for battle anytime soon. "Sorry, miss. I worried you again." Looking at the worried girl tending to his wounds, Lahel said apologetically. Agnes shook her head and said, "No, it was my mistake today. I didn't think we'd actually run into her. No, I should have expected it. With the banquet coming up the day after tomorrow, she was bound to return at this time. Damn it! How could we be so unlucky to run into her while trying to sell the castle?" Agnes cursed, venting her frustration on the Castell ancestors. But soon, she heard noisy commotion coming from the waterway. Her heart skipped a beat, and she cautiously approached the window to peek outside. She saw several longboats belonging to the city guard gliding over the water, carrying fully armed soldiers. Agnes' expression changed slightly. "They've deployed the guards this quickly?" "No. They know we're still in the city. La hell! We need to leave here immediately. However, the middle-aged knight didn't move. La hell? Agnes repeated. Looking at his injuries, Lahell sighed deeply.
Miss, you should go first.
My injuries are too severe, I'll only slow you down. Don't talk nonsense. I'll help you up, and we'll go together. Agnes insisted.
But the next moment, the door opened again, and the innkeeper's plump head popped in.
Agnes looked at her warily, while the innkeeper looked back with curiosity. The city guards are searching for a man and a woman. Is it you? Agnes. Did you commit a crime? Agnes.
Seeing the gossipy innkeeper, Agnes became even more alert. But then, she saw the innkeeper pull out 2 tattered cloaks and throw them to them. Cover yourselves and escape through the back door. There's a small boat there that can get you out of Northport.
Agnes was stunned. You're helping us? Why are you helping us? The innkeeper chuckled. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Castell doesn't give people like us a chance to live.
Their family is big and powerful, and no one dares to oppose them. Anyone who stands up to them is worthy of respect.
Agnes bit her lip. You? All right. Go quickly. The pursuers will be here any moment. The innkeeper waved them off. At the entrance of Shallow Water Street,
Charlotte stood on a longboat, looking at the dense, chaotic low buildings in front of her, her expression complicated.
Northport, a city famous for its wealth, has such a rundown area?
Beside her, Sebastian glanced around and sighed slightly.
Shallow Water Street, Northport's famous slum.
It hasn't changed much in 10 years.
No, it seems to have expanded. A slum.
I've seen so much wealth in Castell on the way here, I didn't think Northport had a place like this. Master, there's no such thing as a city without slums. Where there are rich people, there are naturally poor people.
It's normal. Is it normal? Charlotte couldn't help but repeat, clearly dissatisfied with this explanation.
Soon, several fully armed guards rowed their longboats to her, saluted respectfully, and reported. Countess, we have surrounded Shallow Water Street and are searching house by house for the fugitives.
Charlotte nodded slightly but suddenly heard a sharp voice not far away. What are you guards doing barging in here? What if you damage my house?
No suspicious people here. I've told you, we have no suspicious people. Attracted by the voice, Charlotte looked over and saw a plump woman standing in front of a rundown inn, angrily confronting the guards. Around her, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, many of whom were low-level freelance mercenaries. Though they were watching, their eyes showed caution and hostility towards the guards. Charlotte surveyed the area. With the influx of guards, many residents of Shallow Water Street were poking their heads out to watch. With her keen senses, Charlotte could clearly feel the fear, vigilance, and hostility in their gazes. Just as she had felt when she first entered Castell's territory. However, unlike then, she was not revealing her identity as a member of the Castell family now, and this place was not one of the subordinate noble territories. These people were merely wary because they saw the city guards representing the Castell family.
Don't seem to welcome us?
Charlotte's gaze slowly swept around, and she asked softly.
Countess, slum dwellers are always difficult.
These people are unruly, disrupt public order, and often harbor criminals.
They never welcome us. One guard said.
Hearing this, the other guards nodded in agreement. However, Charlotte frowned slightly. Clearly, she was not satisfied with this explanation either. Closing her eyes again, she activated the Gospel of Blood. Using blood summoning, she sensed her surroundings and then slowly opened her eyes.
I found them. But they're not here anymore. She then looked at the civilians arguing with the guards in Shallow Water Street and sighed, saying to Sebastian, Let's go. We need to capture them ourselves. If we don't, they'll really escape. Outside Shallow Water Street,
Agnes, cloaked, pushed the boat pole and looked at the gradually receding Northport, breathing a sigh of relief.
Phew, we finally escaped.
Thankfully, the innkeeper provided this boat, or we would have been trapped in Northport today.
She then added, a bit smugly. Lahell, it seems the Castell family isn't as beloved in the north as they are rumored to be. Did you see? When they knew we were being hunted, many people covered for us. Maybe the rumors are true. Most of the people in Castell's territory are unhappy with the young countess who sided with the church. I bet it won't be long before she's chased out of Castell like the previous Count of Tulip.
Agnes' mockery made her feel better. But the next moment, she heard a familiar voice from the back of the boat.
Chased out of Castell? The voice was somewhat young and pleasant but utterly emotionless. Agnes stiffened.
She turned her head stiffly and saw, to her horror, two figures at the back of the boat. A beautiful blonde girl in a black and white dress with an expressionless face. And the elf butler in a tailcoat holding an umbrella for her. Agnes' hair stood on end, and she shouted, "Move!" She threw her boat pole at the two figures and reached for a scroll to tear it. But before she could act, Sebastian flashed in front of her and snatched the scroll from her hand.
Seeing the complex scroll, Sebastian raised an eyebrow.
A teleportation scroll?
Miss Agnes, using this when your magic is nearly exhausted is quite dangerous. You could easily get lost in another dimension. Miss! Lahell cried out.
He gritted his teeth, grabbed his broken sword, and charged at Sebastian with a roar, his energy surging, as if ready to fight to the death.
But Sebastian swiftly knocked him down with a chop to the neck.
Already severely injured, Lahell was no match for Sebastian, who quickly subdued him.
Lahell! Seeing the captured knight, Agnes cried out.
But the next moment, Sebastian summoned anti-magic chains with a snap of his fingers, binding her and gagging her, just as he did with Lahell.
Master, we caught them.
Sebastian dragged the struggling girl before Charlotte and reported respectfully.
All right, bring them back to the Count's estate.
I want to interrogate them myself. Charlotte glanced at the furious Bloodborne girl and nodded slightly. Although she had successfully captured the two Bloodborns, Charlotte was not in a good mood.
Remembering the hostility she felt from the residents of Shallow Water Street, Charlotte suddenly felt that the vibrant Northport was not as glamorous as it seemed on the surface.
As she looked back at the scenes she had witnessed during this pursuit, she sensed an undercurrent of unrest beneath the calm.
Let's go back.
Turning around, she took one last look at Shallow Water Street and said,
Chapter 187, Chapter 188, Are you a Bloodborne? 1981 words. Name? A. Agnes. Surname? Who is your Bloodborne elder? When and how did you become Bloodborne?
In the interrogation room of the Count's estate, Charlotte sat gracefully behind the interrogation table, sipping the tea Sebastian had prepared while questioning the tightly bound Bloodborne girl. As for why it wasn't milk tea, simply because she felt drinking milk during an interrogation seemed too informal. However, it was obvious that the girl before her was not cooperative. Apart from stating her name initially, Agnes responded to none of Charlotte's questions, silently glaring at her with defiance.
Charlotte didn't get angry.
She gently stroked the Book of the Dead on the table, and behind her, the spirit of the book, manifested as a blurry figure, cautiously stood, massaging her shoulders in an ingratiating manner.
Charlotte took another sip of tea and smiled, saying, Miss Agnes, I have many ways to make you talk.
However, I am a reasonable person, and unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to resort to extreme measures. I hope you will cooperate a bit, after all, my patience isn't limitless. Seeing Charlotte's delicate hand gently stroking the Book of the Dead, Agnes' face turned pale. She pursed her lips and stubbornly said,
This time I've been caught. I have nothing to say. Do what you will.
I will never bow to the Castells.
Castell. Castell again. It seems you hold quite a grudge against Castell, or perhaps a deep-seated enmity?
Charlotte smiled faintly. Agnes turned her head away, maintaining her silence. Charlotte set down her teacup thoughtfully.
Let me guess? You were once a noble. Could it be you were enemies of the Castell family in the past? Agnes remained silent.
Charlotte quietly observed her, then suddenly chuckled.
It seems you really don't want to cooperate. With that, her expression turned indifferent, her deep blue eyes suddenly transforming into a blood-red hue, emitting a crimson glow.
A faint aura of authority emanated from Charlotte as she gazed into Agnes' eyes, her voice cold and commanding.
Answer my questions.
As Charlotte's command rang out, Agnes felt as if a thunderclap resounded in her mind, causing her thoughts to become muddled. Simultaneously, everything around her seemed to dim, leaving only the pair of crimson eyes with a hint of gold in her world. At that moment, Agnes felt as if her soul was being drawn into those eerie eyes.
Her thoughts slowed, and then,
as if being opened from the outside, she lost all resistance, her eyes losing focus.
De Violette. My name is Agnes de Violette. De Violette?
Charlotte frowned slightly, not recalling the surname in her memory.
But the next second, she felt a strong resistance from Agnes' mental world.
A faint glow erupted from the bloodborne girl's body, a hazy image of a scythe appearing behind her. At the same time, Charlotte sensed her control over Agnes being severed by something.
Agnes' vacant eyes regained focus instantly.
She stared at Charlotte in disbelief, even a hint of fear in her expression.
Mental domination. It's mental domination. How can you use Bloodborne's mental domination? You are a Bloodborne?
Charlotte frowned, not expecting her control to be broken so quickly. It seemed the Bloodborne girl had some protection for her mind, and not a low-level one at that, breaking Charlotte's innate magic without her using divine power. However, when Charlotte looked at Agnes again, she was surprised to find the girl seemed even more exhausted.
Charlotte pondered.
It appeared that while Agnes could break free from control, it came at a cost.
If she used mental domination a few more times, the girl's spirit would eventually be completely dominated.
However, seeing Agnes's worn-out state, Charlotte dismissed the idea of using mental domination again. Mental domination could dominate a target's mind, but it also had side effects. Using it once was fine, but repeated use could completely destroy the target's mind. Charlotte hadn't intended to go that far, as it conflicted with her initial goal of interrogating her. For her next plan, she needed the Bloodborne girl to remain herself. Seeing the terror on Agnes' face, Charlotte's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems you recognize this power.
If you don't want me to use it again, then answer my questions honestly. Agnes' expression was conflicted.
She pursed her lips, stubbornly maintaining her silence, even though she knew she might completely collapse under repeated mind control. However, Charlotte noticed the girl's uneasy glances around the room, as if searching for something. Charlotte's mind stirred, and she looked at her calmly.
Miss Agnes, remember, you are not my only subject of interrogation.
You might be willing to let your mind be destroyed rather than answer my questions, but your knight may not be able to resist mental domination.
Agnes' expression finally changed. You intend to control Lahel? She almost immediately responded with anger and urgency. Where is Lahel? What have you done to him?
Seeing the girl suddenly becoming agitated, Charlotte knew she had found her weak spot. She chuckled softly and said, Your knight is still safe. He's gravely injured, and even with Bloodborne's healing capability, it's hard to recover quickly. He is currently receiving treatment, so I started questioning you first.
Then, Charlotte's expression turned cold. However, if you don't cooperate, I will have to interrogate your knight.
He may not know as much as you do, but he should be able to answer my basic questions.
This time, Agnes remained silent.
Charlotte, however, shifted her tone again, regaining her smile. I think you've already realized that I have no intention of killing you, at least, not for now.
You don't have many choices. You can refuse to answer my questions, and I will keep trying.
Perhaps I won't get anything from you, but you will undoubtedly break under my mental domination.
And I can still get the answers I want from your knight.
After you collapse, he might continue to be controlled by me, forget about you completely, and serve me loyally as a knight until his death. Hearing Charlotte's words, Agnes glared at her with wide eyes, full of anger.
You dare!
Of course, I dare. Charlotte took a sip of tea and said calmly. Then, she changed her tone again, smiling sweetly. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Of course, there's another way. You can voluntarily tell me everything I want to know, and I promise not to harm your night. Perhaps there's still hope for you. Other than that, you have no other choice. Agnes stared blankly at Charlotte, biting her lip in anger. You're a devil. Thank you for the compliment. Charlotte smiled, revealing a pair of small fangs, looking as innocent and charming as a little demon with horns. What's your answer to this devil's proposal? She asked with a sweet smile. Agnes continued to glare at Charlotte. But soon, she succumbed to the piercing gaze of those crimson gold eyes, her defiance draining away. When one's fatal weakness is exposed, even the strongest person will fall. The girl seemed to lose all her strength in an instant, lowering her head slightly, and muttered. The one who turned me into a Bloodborne was Count Hole, a fourth-generation Bloodborne from Shedite. I was captured and turned into a Bloodborne 18 years ago. 18 years ago. That meant she was at least in her 30s or 40s. Charlotte's eyebrow twitched. The Book of the Dead's sense of time was inconsistent and not very reliable. This was the first time she knew the exact duration Agnes had been a Bloodborne. Shedite, huh? It seemed not all Dark Clan Bloodborns were like the blood-crazed cultists despised by other Bloodborns. And then? Did you kill Count Hole and disguise yourself with your knight? Charlotte asked. Agnes glanced at the book spirit behind Charlotte. It was that thing that told you, right? Don't you already know everything? Why ask me? Just confirming with you. Charlotte took another sip of tea and continued. Where did Count Hole transport the mithril he collected? Mithril? What mithril? Agnes looked puzzled. Charlotte frowned. They had been pretending to be Count Hole for so long and didn't know about the mithril mine? You don't know what Count Hole was up to? She asked. How would I know? I just knew he and some other Bloodborns were up to something big, but I didn't know the details. It's been only 2.5 years since I killed him and gained freedom. Agnes shook her head. 2.5 years? So, the real Count Hole was managing the Returning Star United Trade Association 2.5 years ago? Charlotte frowned. Mithril mine? The Castell Mining Workshop? So that's what the workshop was about. Seemingly realizing something, Agnes widened her eyes. Charlotte. She suddenly felt that the girl in front of her might know less than she did. This was absurd. They had been disguising themselves as Count Hole for 2.5 years and hadn't infiltrated the enemy's ranks? The real Count Hole had been dead for 2.5 years, meaning the Returning Star United Trade Association had been without management for that long. However, from the investigation of the mining workshop, the Bloodborne's plan continued without interruption, and the trade operations continued normally. Ridiculous. How could the Nez clan not have noticed anything wrong with Count Hole for 2.5 years? In 2.5 years, you didn't find out what Count Hole was doing? She couldn't help but complain. We don't dare. Every time we attended meetings, the Bloodborns present had incredibly strong auras. It was hard enough to maintain our disguise, let alone investigate what they were up to. Agnes complained. Incredibly strong auras? Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Meetings? Charlotte raised her voice. Agnes pursed her lips, seemingly reluctant to speak, but under Charlotte's intense gaze, she finally relented. They used crystal ball projections for remote meetings. Many Bloodborns attended, and I could tell from their accents that they were from the Falling Star Kingdom. Do you know their specific identities? Charlotte asked. Agnes thought for a moment and said. They rarely mentioned their identities, and seemed quite familiar with each other. I remember 3 names, probably the highest ranking among them, Count Yurst, Count Nottingham, and Count Lachlan. 3 counts? Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. These names weren't unfamiliar, as she had seen them in the information provided by Anna, the Witch of Prophecy. Yurst, Nottingham, Lachlan, these were place names in the Falling Star Kingdom, representing 3 bloodborne counts of the Nez clan.
3 bloodborne counts were targeting Castell County. And that didn't even include Count Hole, whom Agnes had killed.
Frankly, Charlotte was curious how a bloodborne girl without a silver moon strength managed to kill a blazing sun bloodborne.
Agnes continued to recall and speak. Among those 3 counts, the highest ranking should be Count Yurst. He almost always called the meetings.
Oh, and they often mentioned His Grace, who seemed to be the real orchestrator behind the scenes. However, His Grace never attended the projection meetings, and it was always Count Yurst who relayed his messages.
His Grace? Charlotte's eyebrow twitched.
In Vampire Society, His Grace referred to a bloodborne duke.
And a bloodborne duke corresponded to the 4th tier of the extraordinary, legendary.
This was a true high-ranking bloodborne, at least elder level, possibly even the clan leader.
Thinking of this, Charlotte's heart sank. The Nez clan's infiltration of the Castell County was orchestrated by a duke-level bloodborne. Do you understand why it was so hard for us to stay hidden?
Under such circumstances, we wanted to be as inconspicuous as possible.
How could we dare investigate what they were up to? Agnes said weakly. Chapter 188, Chapter 189, You're definitely not an ordinary bloodborne. 2055 words.
Indeed, if she put herself in Agnes' shoes, knowing that behind Count Hole were 3 other counts and a duke, Charlotte thought she might have fled long ago.
It took real courage for someone as bold as Agnes to dare to impersonate an identity.
Have these 3 counts all come to Castell?
Charlotte asked again. Agnes shook her head. I'm not sure. We've only seen them during meetings, and we can't even see each other's figures clearly. If Count Hole didn't use a special magical tool to disguise his real voice every time he attended the meetings, we wouldn't even be able to impersonate him.
However, from the snippets of conversation during the meetings, it's highly likely that the highest-ranking Count Yurst is remotely commanding from the Falling Star Kingdom. As for Count Nottingham, Count Yurst always asks him about things in the Roman Principality, so it's likely he's stationed there.
When it comes to matters involving Castell, they always ask us and Count Lachlan, especially the latter. It seems clear that Count Lachlan is the one who has actually come to the Castell. So, the one personally involved in infiltrating Castell might only be this Count Lachlan?
With this answer, Charlotte felt somewhat relieved. 3 Blazing Sun counts and a legendary duke would be quite overwhelming, but if only 1 Blazing Sun count was involved in the infiltration of Castell, it would be much more manageable. This also aligned with the current state of Castell. To be fair, if 3 Blazing Sun counts had really acted against Castell, Charlotte thought her family's territory would have changed hands long ago. In reality, although Castell had been significantly infiltrated, she still had some degree of control. This was evident from the fact that the nobles still needed to use rumors to undermine her authority in the territory. Only when there is still a threat does one resort to such underhanded methods. Also, if only Count Lachlan was involved in the infiltration of Castell, it indicated that the Nez clan had broader ambitions than just targeting Castell. If their goal was solely Castell, it wouldn't be just one count working while the others watched. Charlotte believed this suggested that the Nez clan's plot was larger than just taking over Castell, and infiltrating Castell might be just a necessary step in their plan, with the other counts having other tasks. This was actually good news. It implied that as long as she was cautious, Charlotte might temporarily avoid attracting the attention of the bloodborne duke. She really didn't want to deal with a bloodborne duke. To become a bloodborne duke, one had to be favored by the bloodborne nobility, and one misstep could bring real trouble. However, Count Hole also disguised his identity during meetings? Noticing this detail Agnes mentioned, Charlotte felt a twinge of interest. Disguising oneself in meetings with one's own kind seemed unnecessary unless they weren't truly allies. If so, Count Hole and the Nez clan were likely just collaborators, perhaps even wary of each other. This could explain why the Nez clan hadn't noticed anything wrong when Count Hole encountered problems. However, the fact that the Nez clan's plan continued despite Count Hole's demise indicated that his responsibilities weren't critically important. Or rather, didn't require much direct oversight from him. Considering that Sebastian's investigation showed the main activity of the returning Star United trade was acquiring mithril, Charlotte guessed that Count Hole was probably in charge of transporting the mithril. This was indeed important. However, if the trade was already running smoothly, Count Hole himself wouldn't be that crucial. Thinking along these lines, Charlotte asked again.
On a daily basis. Do they interact with you much during meetings? Agnes hesitated for a moment and then answered. Not really. Most of the time, we're just listeners. They don't ask us many questions. I always felt they were a bit wary of us. Thanks to this, we were able to maintain our disguise. Hearing Agnes' words, Charlotte's expression turned somewhat strange. Count Hole encountered problems, and the Nez clan didn't notice. They were even wary of Agnes and her knight during meetings. This sounded as if Count Hole had been sidelined by the Nez clan long ago. Besides the 3 bloodborne counts, did Count Hole have any other contacts? Charlotte thought for a moment and asked. I'm not sure. I was just treated as a maid before and only gained his trust for 3 years. Agnes shook her head. But she seemed to remember something and, after some thought, said. However, he seemed to have a good relationship with elves. I recall seeing elves visit him occasionally in the castle. Elves? Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, she thought of the Nez clan's branch on Luna Island. Jacode had mentioned that the elves on Luna Island were also involved in the Nez clan's plans. Could Count Hole's work be related to this? You never investigated what they were up to? Charlotte couldn't help but ask. I told you, we didn't dare. If you didn't dare to investigate what they were doing, why take the risk of impersonating Count Hole? Agnes fell silent. After a long time, she finally said dejectedly. Because Count Hole mentioned that if the plan succeeded, they could establish themselves in the human world, even gaining titles in the sunlight. I want a title. I want to return to the human world and regain a title. Regain a title? Charlotte looked surprised. Agnes glanced at her and sneered. At this point, why pretend? When you heard the name Violette, you should have known, right? My family was ruined because of your Castel. Charlotte. Ruined by Castel? Heavens, she really didn't know that. Not to mention, Agnes became a bloodborne 18 years ago. At that time, not only had the current Charlotte not transmigrated, but the original Charlotte hadn't even been born yet. Even the archives in the Castel Mansion's study didn't mention the Violette name. I don't know much about the family's past, and the name Violette is unfamiliar to me. Charlotte thought for a moment and said. Hearing Charlotte's words, Agnes looked shocked. She widened her eyes in disbelief. You don't know? You really don't know? Has Castel forgotten about Violette after just a few years? I really don't know, but, if you tell me, I'll listen. Charlotte adjusted her sitting position and said. Agnes pursed her lips, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Our Violette family was the Violet Ducal family before the Starmoon War. But during the Starmoon War, we lost our territory due to Castel's betrayal, ultimately leading to the destruction of our family and our removal from the nobility. Violet? Charlotte was slightly taken aback. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. This was the first time she'd heard of this. She only knew that the current Duke of Violet was reappointed by the Crescent royalty after the end of the Second Starmoon War, but she had no idea that there had been a Violette family before. And you are? I am the daughter of the former Duke of Violet, Agnes de Violette. Agnes said, straightening her back. Charlotte nodded slightly. She couldn't comment on old disputes involving the previous generation. Honestly, she didn't know much about the Starmoon War either. She only knew that the Violet Duchy was the main battleground, and the entire duchy was almost completely devastated. However, if it was indeed Castel that led to the destruction of the Violette family, then this grudge was significant. Alright, I've told you everything I know. Do as you wish, but please uphold the honor of the nobility and do not insult me or my family. Agnes said coldly.
Seeing her resolute demeanor, Charlotte smiled.
Aren't you afraid that I might really kill you?
Agnes pursed her lips and said,
Death is better than being a prisoner of my enemy. Don't expect me to bow down.
Castell ruined my family, and I will never submit to Castell.
We will always be enemies until death. Charlotte smiled even more. Unyielding until death? The way you just told me everything in detail didn't seem very unyielding. Agnes.
Her face turned white, then red, and finally, she snorted and turned her head away. Seeing the blood-born girl glaring at her, Charlotte felt a strange sense of amusement. She stopped teasing her and asked her final question.
All right, Miss Unyielding Agnes, I have one last question. How do you participate in those remote blood-born meetings? Since you can disguise your identity, you must be using some kind of magical tool, right? Agnes glared at Charlotte but remained silent.
Charlotte smiled slightly.
Miss Agnes, I have limited time. If you can't answer my question, I'll have to ask Mr. Lahell. Agnes. Her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she couldn't believe Charlotte's audacity.
However, under Charlotte's playful gaze, she finally gave in and gritted her teeth. It's a communication crystal, a magical crystal for remote communication.
Oh? A communication crystal? Where is it?
Charlotte asked.
My backpack. Agnes said. The backpack again.
Charlotte clicked her tongue and rang the bell. Soon, the door to the interrogation room was knocked on, and a guard entered respectfully.
Countess, do you have any orders?
Search her backpack and bring the crystal from it.
Charlotte ordered.
A short while later, the guard returned with a crystal-clear orb.
Countess, is this it?
Charlotte looked at Agnes, who nodded woodenly. Confirming it, Charlotte took the crystal ball while the guard respectfully withdrew. Charlotte carefully examined the crystal ball, which was about the size of her palm. Its center glowed faintly, and upon close inspection, she could see a cluster of rotating runes.
Are you planning to use it to infiltrate those blood-born meetings? If that's your plan, I advise you to give up. Agnes said, glancing at Charlotte. Oh?
Charlotte looked at her with interest, gesturing for her to continue.
Agnes paused and then explained.
This communication crystal was given to Count Hole by the Nez clan. It's specially processed and requires bloodline authorization to activate. Only the relevant bloodborns can use it. Unless you are a blood relative of the related bloodborns, like a descendant.
Of course, higher noble bloodlines can also use it, like those of the third-generation bloodborn elders.
We can use it because I am a direct descendant of Count Hole, and Lahell is my direct descendant.
You may be a bloodborn, but you are not of the Nez clan's bloodline, nor are you related to Count Hole. Moreover, like me, you are a newly turned bloodborn, so you have no connection to noble bloodlines and can't use it. Agnes looked directly at Charlotte and said. Unless, you want us to continue infiltrating the meetings for you.
Charlotte gave her a meaningful look.
Remote meetings can only be known by the participants, right? So what? You have no other choice, Agnes said. Seeming satisfied that she had finally turned the tables, Agnes looked more confident.
However, Charlotte didn't engage her further and instead began examining the crystal ball on her own.
Seeing Charlotte's actions, Agnes twitched. Are you going to try it yourself?
She shook her head and said.
I tell you, you can't do it. You can't even activate it, let alone join a bloodborne meeting. Your rashness will only cause the crystal to self-destruct and alert the bloodborns behind it. Your bloodline. Agnes didn't finish her sentence. Because the crystal ball in Charlotte's hand suddenly glowed, clearly activated. Agnes' eyes widened in disbelief. It activated? How is this possible? How could you activate it?
She looked at Charlotte with suspicion.
You can activate the Nez clan's encrypted crystal? You're definitely not an ordinary bloodborn. You even broke my family's Scythe Guardian. Even Count Hole's mental domination couldn't break my Scythe Guardian.
Taking a deep breath, Agnes stared into Charlotte's eyes.
A newly turned Bloodborne can't have this kind of power.
It's impossible to have this kind of power.
Who are you? Who exactly are you?
Charlotte smiled faintly, revealing a pair of cute fangs. She placed her delicate finger on her pink lips, her voice clear and melodious, her mischievous look like a little devil playing a prank.
Guess? Agnes. Chapter 189, Chapter 190, Northport Expansion Plan. 2,447 words. How often do the NESCLAN's remote meetings take place? Is there any pattern to them?
Charlotte asked, ignoring Agnes' astonished expression while playing with the communication crystal.
Agnes remained silent for a moment before responding.
The remote meetings only happen on the 1st, 11th, and 21st of each month. It seems that the crystal controlled by the NESCLAN requires recharging.
However, the meetings don't necessarily happen every 10 days.
Typically, the crystal ball will emit a signal and its glow will turn red 3 days before a meeting.
So, the 1st, 11th, and 21st, huh? Charlotte mused.
Today is July 22nd, which means Agnes and her knight likely communicated with the Bloodborns just yesterday, and the next meeting should be on August 1st.
Did you have a meeting yesterday?
Yes.
What did they discuss?
They inquired about our progress and mentioned something about a workshop having issues.
A workshop, huh?
Charlotte nodded slightly.
This definitely refers to the Castell mining workshop.
It's clear that Charlotte's actions have already raised the suspicions of the Bloodborne behind the scenes, potentially disrupting their plans.
I've told you everything I know. You still haven't told me who you are. Agnes gritted her teeth.
Victors take all.
I've lost, but at least, let me die knowing why.
Charlotte glanced at her and chuckled.
When did I ever say I was going to kill you? Agnes was momentarily stunned. However, Charlotte offered no further explanation, getting up and leaving the interrogation room. She left Agnes alone, stewing in her thoughts and suspicions.
At the same time, Sebastian also emerged from another interrogation room. Seeing Charlotte, he naturally approached her and said respectfully,
Master, Lahel's interrogation is complete. Oh? How did it go? It went quite smoothly. At first, he was reluctant to speak, but after I used Agnes as leverage, he revealed everything he knew. Sebastian said with a slight smile, presenting the middle-aged knight's confession.
As Charlotte accepted the confession, she gave Sebastian a curious look, thinking that the master and servant really were alike, even down to the reasons for their confessions. Of course, Sebastian and Charlotte had chosen similar methods. After reviewing Lahel's confession, Charlotte found it matched Agnes' statements, with no discrepancies. It was clear Agnes hadn't lied to protect her knight, and the same went for Lahel.
Master, we've asked all we could. What should we do with them now? Sebastian asked respectfully. Charlotte pondered for a moment and then said, Keep them locked up for now. They might still be useful.
Honestly, although Agnes and Lahel had summoned the undead to attack her convoy, since they hadn't caused much damage, Charlotte didn't harbor intense hatred towards them and had no real intention of killing them. Now, knowing the reason for Agnes' hatred towards Castell, she felt even less inclined to act ruthlessly, despite Agnes clearly hating her guts. Knowing that Agnes and her knight had a way to participate in the Bloodborne's remote meetings, Charlotte indeed planned to infiltrate one. However, she didn't intend to attend personally. The reason was simple. Although she had successfully activated the NESCLAN's communication crystal, the crystal hadn't been as calm as it appeared. When Charlotte activated it, she felt the crystal trembling. It seemed the communication crystal reacted strongly to her bloodline. Agnes mentioned that the communication crystal required a specific bloodline to activate. Clearly, with the Gospel of Blood and having undergone deep physical modifications by it, Charlotte's bloodline strength far surpassed that of an ordinary bloodborne. Charlotte didn't know if her current body's bloodline strength qualified as true ancestor, but it was certainly stronger than that of a third-generation bloodborne like Count Hull, who Agnes could overpower. In this situation, Charlotte wasn't sure if infiltrating the meeting herself might cause something unexpected. From the description, she estimated that this kind of remote communication might be an advanced use of the mental world. If that's the case, her stature might be too high, and she could end up transforming the entire meeting space into her Dark Knight castle the moment she entered.
That would be problematic.
She's too weak now, her cheat abilities are limited in time, and she still needs to hide her identity.
Charlotte pondered that she might need to use Agnes and Lahel for this.
Directly entering the meeting might cause anomalies, but if she could infiltrate through Lahel's mental world, like using Divine Blessing to possess and attend the Nez clan's meeting, it could work.
This, however, would require Lahel's cooperation.
She wouldn't need him to become her blood servant, just to open up his mental world to her, similar to how she entered Lottie's mental world before. But there's no rush. There's still about 9 days left. Right now, Charlotte was more curious about the banquet at the Count's estate the day after tomorrow, and what the nobles and infiltrating bloodborns in the territory might do. With this in mind, Charlotte scanned her mansion and asked,
"Where's Nice?
He should be trying to charm the maids. Just before I entered the interrogation room, I saw him meowing and acting cute to some of the maids," Sebastian said with a slight smile, always ready to make Nice look bad in front of Charlotte.
"Charlotte."
Her expression darkened as she said,
"Tell him to meet me in the study." Before long, Nice trotted into Charlotte's study.
"Great Lady Charlotte, you called for me?" Looking at the black cat, which seemed to have grown fatter and with shinier fur since coming to the territory, Charlotte clicked her tongue and said,
"Nice, it seems you're living quite well. How are the maids?"
Hearing Charlotte's words, Nice's eyes lit up.
"They're wonderful. The maids here are of much higher quality than those in the manor."
"I, the great cat lord."
Nice didn't finish his sentence,
because he quickly noticed Charlotte's amused expression.
"Go on, why did you stop?"
Charlotte asked with great interest.
Nice swallowed hard, shivering slightly.
Quickly shifting the topic, he said,
So, why did you call for me?"
Charlotte ignored the private life of the lecherous cat and got straight to the point.
"What's the highest level of protective and sealing magic and divine rituals you can currently perform?" Nice thought for a moment and replied honestly,
"Well, for magic, I can only cast up to second-tier spells.
But divine rituals are a bit better, thanks to the power I can draw from Mitra, the great god of contracts.
So, I can cast up to third-tier divine spells."
"Charlotte. Did he just say draw? Was he trying to say leech?"
Ever since taking him as a servant, she had never seen this lecherous cat pray to any god. Now, it seemed he must be exploiting some loophole to use divine rituals.
"We rely on your support.
Read at https://novelplex.org.
Donate now."
This guy definitely isn't a real follower of the so-called god of contract, Mitra. Charlotte gave Nice a strange look, then said,
"Nice, I need you to cast all the highest level protective and sealing divine rituals you can during the banquet at the Count's estate. Can you do that?" Nice's eyes lit up.
"Is it to deal with those bloodborns that might infiltrate?"
"Don't worry. Leave it to me.
I'll make sure all those uninvited guests are sent to another dimension."
Charlotte's eye twitched. "That's not necessary. I need them alive."
But after thinking for a moment, she added, "Still, it wouldn't hurt to have an emergency option to banish them to another dimension."
"Meow.
Leave it to me, I'll handle it." Nice patted its chest confidently. After giving Nice the order to prepare the divine rituals, Charlotte finally found some time to relax and planned to check out the Count's library. However, it seemed that her return to Northport from the mining workshop would not allow her any rest. Before her sweet milk on the desk could even cool, she received a request for a meeting from Maddock Oren, the mayor of Northport.
"Let him in,"
she said to Sherry, the maid who reported this. Sherry respectfully withdrew, and soon, the plump mayor of Northport, Maddock Oren, hurriedly entered.
"Countess, I heard you captured the mercenaries who attacked you on Shallow Water Street?" the chubby old mayor asked as soon as he entered the study.
Charlotte was a bit surprised.
"The news spread that fast?" Maddock Oren nodded.
"Yes, it spread quickly. After all, the city guard mobilized to Shallow Water Street this morning, and even the Mercenary Association sent quite a few mercenaries.
It was quite a commotion. He sighed. This is also my failure.
I didn't expect those audacious mercenaries to hide in Shallow Water Street, nor did I expect the impoverished residents there to dare harbor criminals. But Shallow Water Street has been a problem for a long time. Please give me more time, and I assure you I will resolve the public security issues there. Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter.
Maddox Oren said, gritting his teeth.
Charlotte gave him a strange look.
The mercenaries who attacked me were not local to Northport. Why bring up Shallow Water Street? Maddox Oren was stunned. Aren't you quite dissatisfied with Shallow Water Street? Charlotte frowned. Me?
Her expression turned cold.
Who said that? Maddox Oren hesitated, then said honestly. The city guards told me.
The guards said you were very displeased with Shallow Water Street's harboring of criminals when searching for fugitives. Charlotte paused, quickly recalling her interaction with the guards. She did express dissatisfaction, but it was directed at the guards who described the residents of the slums as unruly troublemakers. It seemed her expression had been misunderstood by the guards and even communicated to the mayor, Maddox. At this moment, Charlotte somewhat understood why people in high positions often carefully controlled their words and actions. Because their demeanor could easily be interpreted as their stance, influencing those beneath them. I wasn't displeased with Shallow Water Street's harboring of criminals. I was astonished that a wealthy place like Northport still has such impoverished areas. After all, no lord would be happy seeing their subjects living poorly. Charlotte said thoughtfully.
Hearing this, Maddox Oren breathed a sigh of relief. Shallow Water Street has been a long-standing issue in Northport. I've always wanted to solve it, but shamefully, I've never been able to eradicate it. Charlotte's interest was piqued. How long has Shallow Water Street, or such a slum, been around? Maddox Oren respectfully answered.
A long time, likely since Northport's land was fully developed.
You know, Northport is built on the water. Initially, it was a small island on a shallow sea.
Over time, successive counts expanded it to its current size.
However, as Northport couldn't expand further, the population kept growing rapidly due to the booming alchemy workshop industry. Eventually, it reached its limit. Shallow Water Street emerged under such circumstances.
Those who couldn't afford to live in the city built houses along the outer city wall by the water, eventually forming today's Shallow Water Street. No, honestly, it has grown beyond just a street, it's almost a district now.
Charlotte frowned. Since it's due to lack of land, has there been no plan to expand Northport over these years? I saw Shallow Water Street is completely exposed outside the city walls. In good weather, it's fine, but during storms, it must suffer significant damage every time, right? Maddox sighed. You're right. After every storm, Shallow Water Street is a mess. Post-storm relief has always been a headache for the city hall.
As for the city's expansion plans, there have been several, but none have been executed. The earliest was 80 years ago, but it halted due to the Star Moon War. Expanding Northport requires a lot of money, and at that time, all funds were diverted to the war efforts. So, the plan was postponed. No one expected the intermittent Star Moon War to last over 80 years, thus delaying Northport's expansion until the war ended. But soon after the war, your father, the previous count, sacrificed himself, and the expansion plan stalled again.
Until now. Charlotte pondered. How much would it cost to expand Northport? Maddox thought for a moment. It's a complex calculation. Recruiting high-level mages or even legendary mages costs a fortune. We no longer have a Blazing Sun mage.
Charlotte considered for a moment, then ordered.
Prepare a detailed estimate for me.
I need to see the overall cost of expanding Northport, and also gather all information about Northport and Shallow Water Street and bring it to the Count's estate.
Since she became the Lord, she had to start taking action.
Consolidating power was one aspect, improving her territory was another. Places like Shallow Water Street were never mentioned in the study materials at Castell Mansion.
She only discovered them after personally visiting the territory.
Comparison often highlights issues. Compared to the comfortable lives within the city, it's natural for residents living in such conditions to harbor resentment. Charlotte felt she couldn't ignore what she had seen. While consolidating power among the nobility, she also needed to take action to win the people's approval, laying a foundation for future governance.
Understood, Countess. Are you planning to expand Northport? Maddock asked eagerly. Charlotte gave him a glance. It's just a preliminary idea. Let me see the information first, and don't spread this around yet. Yes, ma'am. Maddock bowed respectfully. Maddock's efficiency was impressive. It was clear he wanted to make a good impression on Charlotte. The next day, he had the information delivered to the Count's estate by cart. Countess, this is all the information on Northport and Shallow Water Street. However, regarding the expansion funds, it will take more time to calculate due to the complexity. Different expansion plans require different amounts, and we need to revise old plans. No problem, there's no rush. Charlotte said, instructing the maids to send the materials to her study. Charlotte didn't review the information immediately. She had to prioritize tasks. Expanding Northport wasn't a decision to be made in a day or two. The immediate focus was preparing for the banquet and meeting her vassal nobles. The banquet at the Count's estate was the next day, and she needed to make some preparations today. Specifically, setting up a thorough defense with Nice at the Count's estate, ready for any potential bloodborne infiltration. If the Nez clan didn't act, so be it. But if they did, she intended to capture them all. The day passed quickly, and soon, the day of the Count's estate banquet arrived. Chapter 190, Chapter 191, The Big Three Families. 2,110 words. As the most bustling city in the northern region and a renowned port of the Crescent Kingdom, Northport was always lively and busy. However, today Northport was even busier than usual. At the port facing the Starlight Strait, one sailing ship after another arrived from the north and south, slowly docking at Northport's Deepwater Wharf. These ships varied in size, from the common two-masted square-rigged vessels to the recently popular Carrack three-masted ships. Unlike the usual merchant ships engaged in maritime trade, each of these vessels flew a variety of flags, each displaying increasingly intricate and elaborate crests, many directly imprinted on the sails. These were noble crests, each representing a noble family. The only route from the continent's peninsula to Northport, the Castell Bridge, was equally busy. Luxurious carriages from all directions converged and headed towards Northport, creating a rare traffic jam. Like the ships at the port, each of these carriages bore a finely crafted crest on its side, each representing a noble family. The Northport City Guards, dressed in standardized chainmail, were already lined up along both sides of the bridge, maintaining order from one end of the mainland to the city of Northport. Seeing the rare but well-known crests of the north, the merchant caravans entering and exiting Northport had no choice but to make way for these carriages, which likely carried barons or even viscounts. Passers-by and merchants curiously eyed the noble carriages, engaging in constant discussion and complaints. What's happening today? It's not the festival of expansion, so why are so many nobles here? We need to get to the port to load goods. Load goods? You might have to wait until tomorrow. Northport is incredibly busy today. I heard the Count is hosting a banquet and summoning all the nobles from his territory. All the nobles? No wonder. I thought I saw the Gris family carriage earlier. And they had armored knights escorting them. Hey, the Leon Castell family's carriage also arrived about a quarter of an hour ago. Leon Castell? So, 2 of the 3 Viscount families are here. What about the Romanfort family? No idea. They usually don't attend the Count's events. I heard someone saw a black Carrack ship in the outer port, which looked like theirs. Damn! If I knew the Castell Bridge would be this crowded, we would have sailed into the port too. Then you'd be disappointed. The port is even more crowded. Many cargo ships are anchoring outside due to lack of berths. Remember, the Castell nobles never lack ships. Whatever you can think of, they've already thought of. Damn it! Couldn't these nobles have arrived a few days earlier?
The merchant caravans complained incessantly, but facing the rulers of Castell, they had no choice but to step aside.
Meanwhile, the center of all this congestion, the Castell Count's estate, was equally bustling. Carriages and longboats from all directions converged here.
Longboats docked at the estate's waterway berths, and carriages, guided by stewards in black and white uniforms, entered the square beside the mansion.
Elegantly dressed nobles disembarked from their carriages or boats, their eyes scanning each other's family crests, exchanging smiles and greetings.
Some were elegant and reserved, some flattering and fawning, some confrontational, and some smiling with hidden daggers. Everything depended on the status and previous relations between the families. Regardless of whether they were the haughty great nobles or the cautious new nobles, upon entering the Count's estate and facing the estate's stewards, they all put on elegant and appropriate smiles, showing the utmost respect for Castell.
Maddock Oren stood at the estate's entrance.
The mayor of Northport personally took over the duties of the Count's steward, donned the Castell butler uniform, and smiled as he directed the mansion's stewards and maids to guide the arriving nobles. Suddenly, a luxurious carriage slowly approached, escorted by knights, led by none other than Baron Sharon, who had escorted Charlotte north. Seeing the crosscut family crest with a black eagle and silver shield on the carriage side, many minor nobles voluntarily made way, and Maddox's spirits lifted as he went forward to greet them, smiling even more brightly. At the same time, a young male noble in elegant attire stepped down from the carriage and then turned to help an elderly noble down. Seeing the elderly noble, Maddox stepped forward, nodded to the familiar Baron Sharon, and then respectfully greeted the elderly noble.
"Viscount Leon Castell, welcome to Northport. It must have been a tiring journey."
Then, he glanced at the young noble beside him and smiled. "And this must be your eldest grandson, Lord Derek. I hear he is already a starry sky knight at such a young age.
Surely, he will be another silver moon in the future." Hearing Maddox's words, the young noble clearly enjoyed the compliment, standing a bit straighter. The elderly noble smiled gently, shaking his head. "He's still far from it. Already 20 and still so reckless.
It would be enough if he can properly take over our Leon Castell responsibilities."
"You are too modest."
"I heard that Lord Derek became a starry sky knight at 18, showing great talent in swordsmanship."
"He will certainly become a silver moon like you." Maddox smiled. The elderly noble smiled and shook his head.
"If we talk about talent, the Countess is truly exceptional. I heard that the Countess became a starry sky knight even before coming of age, and it seems she was a starry sky knight from the moment she awakened."
"The Countess is the real genius." Then, the elderly noble curiously asked, "Maddock, I heard the cause of the mithril depletion in the mine has been uncovered? Someone was manipulating the workshops? What exactly is going on?"
"You know, our Leon territory is in the south. Although we have shares in the mine, we haven't been much involved in managing the workshops, only having a marginal steward there." The elderly noble's expression grew serious as he finished. "Such a significant matter being concealed for so long, this is no simple affair."
Northport's Mayor Maddox sighed.
"Yes, since the Countess returned from the workshops, her mood hasn't been great.
It seems the situation is more complicated than we thought.
However, the Countess hasn't shared the details with me, so I'm not entirely sure."
Then, he smiled and added, "But if there's something you wish to know, you might ask the Countess directly. After all, the Leon Castell family and the Count's household are one and the same family." The old noble sighed. "Speaking of the Countess, I feel deeply ashamed.
I should never have returned if I had known the Countess would face so many difficulties at the Castell Manor. I should have stayed by his side." The young noble beside him couldn't help but interject.
"Grandfather, it couldn't be helped. Who could have foreseen that Lady Elaine would corrupt and become a bloodborne? As for the silver mines,
I'm sure the Griss family is involved.
Their fief is closest to Silver Mine City.
I heard that the Griss family steward even argued with the Countess during the recent reorganization of the mining workshops." Hearing his grandson's words, the old noble frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the interruption.
At that moment, a lazy female voice came from behind them with a light laugh. It seems the Leon Castel family is quite well informed. Apparently, they're not completely ignorant about the mine situation. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Hearing this voice, Maddox's eye twitched. He looked up to see a stunning woman in a burgundy gown elegantly stepping down from a carriage, flanked by armored knights. A silver badge with a fire dragon emblem adorned her ample bosom. Recognizing the woman's identity, Maddox hurriedly bowed again. Viscount Laura de Gris, welcome to Northport. The woman nodded slightly at Maddox, then glanced at the young noble Derek and addressed Viscount Leon Castel. Lord Emery, you should manage your heir better. I, Laura de Gris, have a clear conscience regarding the Castel silver mines. The honor of the Gris family does not allow such slander. With such an ill-mannered heir, I truly worry for the future of the Leon Castel family. Hearing her words, the old noble frowned slightly, while Derek snorted and said, The Gris family is well known for their military arrogance in Castel. Who knows what role you've played in the mining workshops? He then looked at the woman with disdain. The Gris family, once formidable in the Star Moon War, now has only a woman in charge. It seems the Gris family is indeed in decline. The woman's expression changed slightly at Derek's words. But quickly, she laughed lightly and said to Maddox, Sir Maddox, did you hear that? The Leon Castel family clearly looks down on our countess. They seem to forget that our countess is also an excellent woman. She then raised her voice to the surrounding nobles. Did everyone hear that? The Leon Castel family despises female nobles. Her words caused the passing nobles to exchange strange looks and whisper among themselves. Derek's face changed, and he hastily said, No, I didn't mean that. I didn't. Enough. The old Viscount Leon Castel glared at him, then calmly addressed the woman. Lady Laura, our family's affairs do not concern you. You should focus on preparing for the Countess' wrath. He gave her a meaningful look. Although Derek was reckless, he wasn't wrong. In terms of influence, besides the Count family, no one can match the Gris family in the Castel mining workshops. The woman's expression changed again. But she quickly regained her composure, smiling coldly. If that's the case, I'm also curious. The Leon Castel family used to lead the mine investigation team. How did you fail to discover that the mithril depletion was fabricated? She narrowed her eyes. Or could it be that the Leon Castel family, who always prides themselves on loyalty, has long harbored treasonous intentions? The old noble finally erupted in anger. Outrageous! The powerful aura of a silver moon spread out, causing Maddox to stumble, nearly falling. However, Laura also let out a cold snort, her own formidable aura clashing with the old Viscount's. Silver moon? Viscount Leon Castel looked at Laura in surprise, slowly retracting his aura, his expression curious. I didn't expect Lady Laura to have become a silver moon without any indication. I'm truly curious how you managed it, especially since, if I recall correctly, you became a starry sky knight only 3 years ago. Humph, that's none of your concern. Laura's eyes flickered slightly, her tone cold. The two Viscounts glared at each other, tension rising. Maddox, watching from the side, felt a headache coming on. Further away, other nobles had already moved aside, entering the Count's estate through a different route. The Leon Castel and Gris families were two of the 3 most powerful families in Castel County, and no one wanted to provoke them. These 2 families, one in the south and one in the north, guarded their respective regions. Their long-standing enmity was well known in the Count's territory. As the 2 Viscounts confronted each other, another commotion arose at the Count's estate's waterway dock. A longboat arrived, and several black-clad swordsmen escorted an elderly man ashore. The old man, in a black robe and holding a cane, seemed sleepy but had meticulously groomed gray hair. Seeing him, the other nobles instinctively made way, and those further away began to whisper. It's the Romanfort family. They've come too. Isn't the Romanfort Viscount's relationship with the Count's estate strained since the Star Moon War? Who knows? That was a long time ago.
Maybe they're trying to mend ties with the new count.
Really?
But I heard that the Duke of Falling Star Kingdom has been trying to woo them.
After all,
they're a branch of the Roman family and related to the Falling Star royalty.
Shoo, don't mention that. Be careful the Roman privateers don't burn your merchant fleet.
As the nobles whispered, the elderly man approached the count's estate.
Seeing his pale face, Maddock felt the pressure mounting.
He forced himself to bow respectfully.
Viscount Roman IV, welcome to Northport. The Viscount Roman IV nodded slightly without saying anything.
He didn't spare a glance at the Leon Castell or Gris families and walked straight into the Count's mansion. The Viscounts of Leon Castell and Gris exchanged a glance, snorted, and also entered the mansion. Seeing this, the other nobles breathed a sigh of relief and followed them in. In the years when the Count was absent, the three Viscounts held the most sway in Castell. Any one of them commanded the respect of all present nobles.
Thus, all three Viscounts of Castell County had arrived. Chapter 191, Chapter 194, Assassin. 1894 words.
Charlotte was quite surprised. Before receiving her vassals, she had imagined various scenarios, but she hadn't expected the current situation. One by one, the nobles presented themselves, all pledging loyalty while also accusing their colleagues. If the accusations were taken at face value, nearly all the nobles in the Castell territory, from top to bottom, were implicated. The three Viscount families, in particular, had been reported countless times.
In a word, it was chaos.
Yet, none of the accusers were making baseless claims, they came with documents and evidence. Although Charlotte couldn't immediately determine the truth, the evidence was coherent and well organized. At least on paper, verifying the claims seemed easy. After seeing more than a dozen major and mid-tier nobles, Charlotte's headache grew worse. The pile of accusation documents beside her had become a small mountain, with almost every noble implicated in some crime. The three leading Viscount families were depicted as treacherous conspirators, rebellious by nature, and deserving of the harshest punishments. The information on Castell Manor had been almost completely overturned. Every family seemed problematic, even the loyalist Baron Angus, who personally welcomed Charlotte back to the territory, was reported for colluding with nobles from the Roman duchy and collaborating with suspected bloodborns.
Sebastian and Nice were equally astonished.
The usually eloquent flame elf managed to stammer out a comment.
Master, at least, they've all pledged loyalty.
In a way, it shows they still have some reverence for Castell.
Charlotte. Yes, they've pledged loyalty, but they've also all been reported.
It felt like a game of werewolf, and she had no idea how many wolves were among them. Moreover, apart from Laura, the head of the Gris family who openly revealed her identity, none of the other nobles were bloodborns. Not only that, Charlotte even used the power of the gospel to secretly check, finding no signs of mind control among the nobles. Everyone came of their own volition, actively pledging loyalty and making accusations. After this round of audience, instead of uncovering nobles connected to the Nez clan, the situation in Castell had become even more confusing. Charlotte sighed softly, her deep gaze penetrating the curtains to observe the nobles at the banquet. The audience had ended, but the banquet continued. As the music changed, the atmosphere grew livelier, with more nobles joining the dance floor, full of laughter and elegance. If it weren't for the mountain of accusation documents beside her, it would be hard to believe these dancing nobles had just been indignantly making accusations. Charlotte even noticed nobles who had reported each other dancing together, smiling and graceful. Despite the seemingly joyous and peaceful atmosphere, Charlotte's keen senses detected the undercurrent of tension behind their masks. Although the nobles were enjoying the banquet, she could feel many covert glances directed towards the curtains, waiting for her next move. The dance floor, seemingly the center of the banquet under the crystal chandeliers, was not the true focal point. The true focal point lay with the beautiful figure behind the curtains.
What do you think of the recent audience with the nobles?
Charlotte asked, drawing her gaze back. Hearing her serious tone, Sebastian quickly composed himself.
After pondering for a moment, he said,
Master, I've traveled across the continent and witnessed the rise and fall of many human families. Unlike our elven race, humans have very short lifespans and much stronger desires.
Your family hasn't effectively ruled Castell for 10 years. Such a long time is enough for ambitions to grow.
Charlotte's heart stirred.
Are you saying?
Sebastian considered his words carefully and continued. I believe that given the substantial evidence and confident accusations, it's likely that their reports aren't baseless. Perhaps, they're all true, or at least partially true, even if exaggerated or embellished. You mentioned that the nobles of Castell have been deeply infiltrated. For various reasons, many of them might indeed have contacted the Nez clan's bloodborns.
Of course, this doesn't mean they've all betrayed you.
They might be fence-sitters, keeping options open. After all, before you successfully inherited Castell, its future was uncertain, and nobles hate uncertainty. However, despite the surprising number of accusations, we can piece together part of the truth from them.
For example, there are indeed bloodborns from the Starfall Kingdom infiltrating Castell, and many nobles are secretly gathering troops and preparing for war. This is not baseless.
I believe it's part of the Nez clan's plan. If they've infiltrated so many families, they might be using Castell's nobles to prepare an army, planning a war.
If that's the case, this is no ordinary conflict. To overthrow Castell, they wouldn't need such a large operation.
The fact that nobles are willing to accuse each other suggests that the bloodborns behind the scenes have made significant moves.
Charlotte pondered Sebastian's analysis.
Some of his thoughts aligned with hers. She also felt that given the nobles' confident accusations, there must be some truth to them.
However, she hadn't considered Sebastian's theory that the Nez clan might be using Castell's nobles to prepare for war.
Using the nobles' power to prepare for war? If they can achieve that, they must have thoroughly controlled the nobles, right? Charlotte asked.
Hey, that's not necessarily the case. Nice suddenly spoke up.
Oh? Charlotte looked at him inquiringly. Meeting her gaze, Nice straightened his chest proudly, like a student ready for an exam, and said confidently,
Lady Charlotte, don't you find it odd that all these nobles chose the same way to meet you?
They all came with accusation materials, all pledged their loyalty to you, and all reported rival families. If it were just one or two families, it would be understandable, but for every noble family to do this, it clearly indicates a more powerful force behind the scenes.
Sebastian is right about one thing: the force behind this, or to be more straightforward, the bloodborns from the Starfall Kingdom, might indeed have stirred things up too much. They've certainly infiltrated many noble families, but they may not have complete control or perhaps acted too hastily, leaving traces.
And now, you've arrived, clearly investigating the truth behind the scenes, even representing the Holy Court on paper. At this time, everyone reporting simultaneously can muddy the waters, making it hard for you or the church behind you to take any action.
In this way,
on one hand, the Nez clan can buy more time to fully control Castell.
On the other hand,
they can confuse you, undermine your trust with the nobles, divert your attention, and create opportunities to strike.
Sebastian continued Nice line of thought. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now.
Nice glared at Sebastian, clearly displeased with his interruption, but quickly refocused on Charlotte, looking serious.
Lady Charlotte, the Nez clan, they might be planning to make a move against you.
Charlotte's eyes flickered. She understood what Nice was implying.
The Nez clan didn't need to completely control Castell's nobles.
They only needed to infiltrate enough to influence the nobles' decisions.
In other words, the Nez clan just needed to infiltrate the management of each noble family, not necessarily control their leaders completely.
By turning Castell's nobles into a disorganized group, and then, if they could control her as the Lord, they could naturally command the leaders of each family. At the same time, by combining this with a bottom-up infiltration of each family, they could eventually fully control each family.
By that time, the Nez clan would have complete control over Castell.
Thinking about this, Charlotte had some guesses about the Nez clan's plans. But at the same time, she felt like she was overlooking something, which made her uneasy. Just then, Charlotte noticed a noble leaving the dance floor and heading straight towards the curtains.
It was a middle-aged noble, dressed in a traditional but somewhat old and worn noble's outfit.
He looked anxious, walking faster and faster, soon reaching the curtains. The Castel guards on either side of the hall quickly approached, raising their weapons to block him.
"Who are you? What do you want?"
"If a noble below the rank of Baron wishes to see the Countess, please apply at the desk over there."
Northport Mayor Maddock looked at the newcomer and frowned. The middle-aged noble didn't answer Maddock's question. He raised his head, facing the curtain, and shouted, "Countess! I am Arl, a knight of the Leon Castel fief. I want to report that the Leon Castel family is plotting rebellion." His voice was loud, drawing everyone's attention in the hall. The half-elf musicians instinctively stopped playing, and after a murmur of discussions, all eyes fell on Viscount Leon Castel in the hall. Viscount Leon Castel's expression changed. "Nonsense! Stop him!" He angrily ordered the Castel guards. The guards didn't move, still blocking the curtain, seemingly waiting for the Lord's command.
Charlotte exchanged glances with Sebastian and Nice, her heart skipping a beat. She subtly signaled Nice, then looked at the nobles outside the curtain and ordered the guards.
"Draw back the curtain."
The guards respectfully pulled back the curtain, and the middle-aged noble looked up at Charlotte. He was a weathered-looking noble, his expression resolute.
"Countess! I have solid evidence of Leon Castel's betrayal."
He knelt on one knee, pulling out a parchment scroll from his chest and holding it high.
"Bring it here,"
Charlotte said calmly. Following her order, a guard took the scroll from the middle-aged noble and turned to present it.
Just then, another loud shout echoed through the hall. "Countess, watch out! They are assassins."
Charlotte looked over in surprise, seeing Vincent, son of Viscount Roman IV, rushing over with several black-clad swordsmen, looking urgent. Meanwhile, the guard holding the scroll suddenly leaped towards Charlotte. Sebastian snorted coldly, stepping in front of Charlotte, but the guard's move wasn't altered, he charged straight at Sebastian instead. Seeing the empty eyes of the guard and the glowing scroll in his hand, Charlotte's heart skipped a beat.
"Sebastian, retreat!" she commanded. But it was too late. Brilliant light suddenly erupted between the guard and Sebastian, enveloping them instantly.
A circular magic array formed beneath them, and in an instant, both figures vanished. At the same time, the middle-aged noble shouted, replacing the guard as he charged towards Charlotte. His eyes were bloodshot, and he drew a gleaming dagger from his chest as he leaped.
Mayor Maddock's expression changed dramatically.
He quickly stood in front of Charlotte, grabbing a chair as a weapon and shouted,
"Everyone, protect the Countess!" But it was too late.
Another guard leaped up, cutting down Maddock along with the chair, while the middle-aged noble continued his charge towards Charlotte. Charlotte could see his grotesque face, the large pores, and sweat clearly now. However, just as the noble was about to strike, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air suddenly cut through the hall.
A crossbow bolt gleamed as it flew, piercing the middle-aged noble's head.
The noble collapsed to the ground, his dagger sliding across the floor, sizzling and smoking where it touched. Vincent, son of Viscount Roman IV, landed in front of Charlotte. He discarded the emptied crossbow and drew his sword, swiftly cutting down the guard who tried to continue attacking Charlotte, like a knight descending from the heavens. "Protect the Countess," he ordered the black-clad swordsman accompanying him.
Chapter 192, Chapter 195, The Real Assault. 1008 words.
The sudden assassination attempt came quickly and ended just as abruptly. Regardless of their rank, nearly all nobles are extraordinary individuals. After their initial shock, they quickly followed the lead of the Romanfort family, subduing the guards who attempted to assassinate their lord one after another. Charlotte didn't even have to utter a word, everything was swiftly resolved. However, before the nobles could present the traitorous Castel guards to Charlotte, these guards began to convulse and soon died one by one. In the end, all Charlotte saw were lifeless corpses with vacant eyes. She gave Nice a look, and Nice immediately understood, leaping over to inspect the bodies.
"It's mental domination magic.
They were forcibly controlled,"
he said.
Charlotte nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the nobles who had come to protect her, finally resting on Vincent, who led the black-clad swordsman and stood in front of her. At the same time, the nobles looked at her, their faces full of unwavering loyalty and concern, as if they had personally thwarted the assassination. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop.
Everyone awaited the Lord's command.
Charlotte remained calmly seated on the Lord's throne. Her demeanor was serene, sharply contrasting with her youthful appearance. After giving a long, deep look at Vincent, the son of Viscount Romanfort, who stood naturally beside her, she picked up her teacup, took a sip of tea, and said calmly,
"Continue the banquet." The nobles hesitated. However, seeing their lord's seemingly indifferent reaction to the assassination, they eventually resumed their dancing. The half-elf musicians hesitated briefly before resuming their music. But the banquet's atmosphere was gone.
Soon, servants arrived to drag away the corpses, and the injured nobles received treatment one after another. Thus, the unexpected assassination attempt quickly concluded and was soon forgotten. At least, it appeared to be forgotten. During this brief assassination attempt, apart from the assassins, no one died. The banquet continued. After staying for a while longer, Charlotte slowly rose and decided to leave the hall. The recent assassination was definitely not the Nez clan's main objective. If they wanted to control her, they certainly wouldn't choose to assassinate her. Charlotte believed this was merely an introduction to create an opportunity for the real attack. As for who the Nez clan's real accomplices were, she already had a vague suspicion after witnessing everything. Of course, mere suspicion wasn't enough. Next, it was time for further verification and a crackdown. Thinking this, Charlotte's deep gaze swept over the Romanfort family's black-clad swordsman. She then ordered the Northport mayor, who still looked apprehensive. "Maddock, investigate when these guards were controlled." Maddock received the order and withdrew. However, as soon as Charlotte left the hall, Vincent of the Romanfort family quickly followed her, accompanied by several black-clad swordsmen. Charlotte gave him a meaningful look. "Sir Vincent, is there something you need?" Vincent, with a solemn expression, responded concisely. "Lady Charlotte, the guards were controlled without anyone noticing. There may be a traitor in the hall, someone very familiar with the mansion, possibly someone close to you. Leaving now is too dangerous." Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "What do you suggest?" Vincent solemnly replied. "Before my father left, he said you might be in danger today and instructed me to protect you. At least, please allow me to escort you out of the hall. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now." Charlotte felt a slight stir in her heart. "Oh, so the Viscount did not leave early due to illness?" Vincent paused, then respectfully said, "I apologize, Lady Charlotte. I lied to you earlier. My father did not leave because of illness. He left because he spotted signs of the Bloodborne near you." "My father went to track the Bloodborne." "Oh? If he found traces of the Bloodborne, why didn't he inform me?" Charlotte asked, narrowing her eyes. "Because there were others around when he sought your audience." Vincent replied matter-of-factly. Charlotte was momentarily taken aback by this answer, while Vincent continued, "Lady Charlotte, please allow me to escort you out." Charlotte gave him an amused look and suddenly smiled. "All right." With that, she took the lead and walked out. The black cat-nice also leaped lightly, landing beside Charlotte. "Lady Charlotte, are you planning to fish? Do you suspect Romanfort?" Nice excited voice echoed in Charlotte's mind. After all, this escorting act is too typical. His timing was too coincidental and abrupt, making it hard not to suspect. Charlotte replied in her mind. "If I saw correctly, Sebastian was teleported away, right? Aren't you worried?" Nice asked. "Not really. He was teleported to the sea about 50 kilometers away. He should be able to swim back by tomorrow morning." Charlotte replied. "All right, get ready to catch someone. Perhaps we can soon uncover the Bloodborne behind all of this," Charlotte said in her mind. As she conversed intermittently with Nice in her mind, Charlotte continued to leave the banquet hall under Vincent's escort, heading towards her study. However, Charlotte was slightly puzzled because Vincent seemed to genuinely only be escorting her. Until Charlotte entered her study, he hadn't said a word.
Could she have been wrong?
Charlotte was puzzled. Lady Charlotte, the Castell guards were controlled so subtly.
This indicates that the mastermind is likely someone within the mansion. Please be cautious,
Vincent said respectfully before leaving. Then he bowed once more and left with the black-clad swordsman.
Charlotte. Did he just? Was her judgment wrong? Or did the Bloodborne behind it all abandon today's action? Watching Vincent disappear, Charlotte grew increasingly puzzled. At this moment, Northport Mayor Maddox's voice came from outside.
Lady Charlotte, I have completed the investigation and have come to report.
Come in, Charlotte naturally commanded. Maddox quickly entered the study.
However, what Charlotte heard was not Maddox's report but the sound of the study door being locked. Her heart skipped a beat, and she slowly looked up to see a familiar yet unfamiliar face.
Chapter 193, Chapter 196, The Bloodborne Count appears. 1971 words. Maddox? Is it really you?
Charlotte looked at the mayor of Northport, who had silently locked the door, her expression filled with surprise. No, Charlotte wasn't even sure if the person in front of her could still be called Maddox. Although it was still Maddox's plump, round face, his expression was completely different from the ingratiating and slick city official she knew. Now, his demeanor was serious and solemn.
Yes, Countess, it's me. Maddox calmly took out one magic scroll after another from his chest.
The shimmering magic light emanated from his body, and eerie red patterns appeared on his face.
Meanwhile, Charlotte noticed that Maddox's aura was rapidly growing.
He was no longer an ordinary person, but instantly possessed powerful magic, becoming an extraordinary.
Had become a starry sky mage.
He lifted the scrolls, tearing them one by one.
Glow spread through the room, creating layers of magical barriers that isolated the space from the outside.
After completing all this, Maddox walked directly to Charlotte and bowed, saying,
Countess, now, there are finally no annoying flies around. Charlotte frowned.
She had considered that the traitor could be Leon Castellel or Roman IV, but she had never thought that it could be her own direct subordinate, the mayor. It was indeed hidden right under her nose. Upon arriving in Castell, Charlotte was warmly welcomed by her direct vassals. She had subconsciously believed that her officials were still loyal to her and that only the enfeoffed nobles were problematic. But now, she suddenly realized she might have been wrong from the start.
Yes, if the Bloodborns had infiltrated every aspect of Castell, why couldn't they have infiltrated her direct domain?
However, what surprised Charlotte was that Maddox, who had no aptitude for magic, had now become a starry sky mage.
How was this achieved? Was it those strange patterns on his face? What were they? Charlotte's curiosity was piqued.
But her questions were soon answered.
Forbidden magic runes? Even after all these years, someone still uses this stuff? The Black Cat Knight's voice rang out, filled with surprise and even excitement. Forbidden magic runes?
Charlotte's mind was stirred. At the same time, her long-dormant divine ritual counter ability was suddenly activated again. Familiar scarlet words began to appear in her vision.
Gospel of Blood detected an ongoing divine ritual.
Ritual name, Nicholas Forbidden Magic Runes.
Caster, Humphrey de Lachlan. Recipient, Maddox Oren.
Effect, a blasphemous ritual created by the legendary mage Nicholas. The caster grants the recipient a blessing akin to that of a god. The recipient sacrifices their life potential and soul power to gain immense magical energy and transcendent potential. Interception probability, 100%. Intercept?
A blasphemous ritual by the legendary mage Nicholas? Humphrey de Lachlan? Wait, is this the Bloodborne Count of the Nez clan who infiltrated Castell?
Seeing the information appear before her, Charlotte's heart fluttered.
She squinted at Maddox. You've allied with the Nez clan? Maddox seemed surprised. You know about the Nez clan? Charlotte took a sip of her tea and responded.
Infiltrating nobles, controlling mining workshops, intending to seize control of my Castell.
The disturbance is so big, I'm not blind.
Honestly, I don't understand why these Nez clan members don't just stay in the Starfall Kingdom and instead come to my castle to cause trouble. Then, Charlotte looked at Maddock again and calmly asked.
Maddock, Castell has treated you well. Why betray us? Maddock sighed slightly and said. Forgive me, Countess. No matter how hard I tried, as someone without extraordinary potential, I could at most obtain a non-hereditary barony in the territory.
I am indeed grateful for everything the Castell family has given me, but my contributions to the territory far outweigh what I've received. I am the mayor of Northport, yet because I'm not a hereditary noble, every hereditary baron or knight looks down on me. Hereditary nobility is reserved for the extraordinary.
Since Castell cannot give me what I want, I had to seek it elsewhere. Besides, Castell has no future.
In the face of greater power, even if you are the saintess of the Holy Court, you cannot stop Castell from changing hands. After speaking, Maddock looked at Charlotte with a sincere expression. Lady Charlotte, although I haven't worked with you for long, I can see that you genuinely want to be an excellent lord. But unfortunately, your power is too weak. Without Sir Sebastian, you can't possibly contend with the power of the Bloodborns. You have no idea the extent of our control over Castell. For old time's sake, I sincerely suggest you submit to the Nez clan. If you are willing to pledge your loyalty to the Nez clan, all the nobles in the territory will swear allegiance to you, and you will become the true master of Castell. Being drawn in by the extraordinary power and titles of the Nez clan.
Charlotte pondered. Extraordinary? So you think you're an extraordinary being now?
Indeed, forbidden magic runes can grant great power, but that power is borrowed, and the corresponding price is even more terrifying. In the end, it's nothing but a derivative of a failed experiment.
Do you think with such false power, you can control Lady Charlotte? The Black Cat, Nice, shook his head and said. Maddock glanced at Nice and smiled. Sir Nice is right, I know my power is borrowed. But I don't have many years left to live anyway. Creating a bright future for the next generation is enough. Moreover, after the mission is complete, I will naturally receive the noble embrace of the Nez clan. At that time,
I will be stronger and more noble than ordinary extraordinary beings, not only possessing power beyond the ordinary but also gaining the ability to live forever.
In comparison to the immortality of the future, what do these few years of life and soul power matter? Maddock's expression was fervent, filled with longing. Then he looked at Charlotte again, persuading. Countess, this may be the last time I address you as Countess. Accept the recruitment of the Nez clan.
I know you've made various preparations in the Count's mansion, but unfortunately, even if you're prepared, you're just a first-tier starry sky mage. Even with Sir Sebastian's assistance, you can only contend with a silver moon tier at best.
We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now.
I can tell you clearly, the being behind me is a Bloodborne Count, a real third-tier blazing sun.
There's more than one. You cannot contend with us.
If you are willing to accept the offer, I think, the lords of the Nez clan would be very happy to accept you, grant you the power of the Bloodborne, and make you part of the great Nez clan.
After Maddock's words, Nice gave Charlotte a peculiar look.
A lackey of the Bloodborne, not even qualified as the lowest blood servant, standing before the great Bloodborne true ancestor, persuading her to accept recruitment and become a descendant of a Bloodborne clan that had gone through countless generations. This scene, one had to admit, was quite amusing. Charlotte laughed. She stroked her chin, as if pondering.
Immortality? It does sound like a good suggestion. Maddock also laughed.
But before he could say anything more, Charlotte's tone changed.
But what if I refuse? Maddock's smile gradually faded.
It seems you haven't listened to my words.
He sighed and said. In that case, we'll have to use force to make you obey.
With that, he drew a complex serpentine symbol on his chest and exclaimed loudly.
Oath Bloodborne Spirit Descent. A dark red light burst from Maddock's body.
Simultaneously, familiar scarlet words appeared in Charlotte's vision again.
Gospel of Blood detected an ongoing divine ritual. Ritual name, Nicholas Oath of Spirit Descent. Caster, Maddock Oren. Summoned object, Humphrey de Lachlan. Effect, a blasphemous ritual created by the legendary mage Nicholas. The caster establishes a connection with the summoned object through an oath, projecting the will of the oath object in a manner akin to divine descent before the caster. Interception probability, 100%. Intercept? Will projection? Charlotte's heart stirred. She did not stop Maddox's actions, allowing him to continue. The next moment, a powerful aura rose from behind Maddox. Under Charlotte's surprised and curious gaze, scarlet light slowly gathered and formed a phantom figure behind Maddox. The phantom wore a half mask, obscuring its face, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes and a majestic silver robe adorned with star and serpent patterns, the insignia of the Nez clan. With the appearance of this figure, a faint blood-red mist filled the study, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. It was a spiritual force field. This was a third-tier Blazing Sun powerhouse. The phantom looked at Maddox and spoke in a booming voice. "Maddox, you called too late. Apologies, Count. I originally wanted to try persuading Castell to join us, but it seems I have failed." Maddox respectfully bowed to the phantom and answered. "Acting on your own. If this happens again, you will never receive the sacred embrace." The phantom coldly glanced at Maddox. Hearing this, Maddox's expression grew tense, showing fear. "It won't happen again. Never again." But the phantom no longer paid attention to him, instead turning its gaze to Charlotte. "Charlotte de Castell?" The scarlet eyes stared at the girl behind the desk, with a hint of inexplicable emotion. "Humphrey de Lachlan?" Charlotte also looked at the figure, with a curious expression. Being directly named, the phantom seemed slightly surprised. "You know me?" "Humph. The Roman family, truly unreliable." "The Roman family?" Charlotte's eyes flickered. The phantom's gaze then fell on Charlotte's extraordinarily beautiful face. Scarlet eyes flashed with amazement and nostalgia as the booming voice spoke again. "How similar. So very similar. The inheritance of humanity is truly marvelous. Seeing this face almost identical to when Your Highness brings back so many memories." Hearing the phantom's words, Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. "You knew my mother?" And was the name of the mother of the body Charlotte had transmigrated into, and Charlotte knew her mother was a noble from the Starfall Kingdom. However, no one in Castell ever mentioned her mother's identity, as if it were a deliberately buried piece of history. As far as Charlotte knew, it was related to the Starmoon War that lasted 80 years. But at this moment, hearing the title from the Bloodborne Count, Charlotte's heart raced. "Your Highness?" Charlotte was very curious about her mother's identity, which warranted such a title. However, the phantom clearly had no interest in chatting with Charlotte. It looked down at her, its voice gradually growing excited and trembling, with a hint of gnashing of teeth. "Such nostalgia makes one want to destroy it, makes one want to tear it apart, makes one impatient to see you grovel at our feet, begging for mercy." Its gaze became more and more unrestrained, its voice increasingly angry. "You're said to try persuasion first, to try recruiting you, saying Castell is ultimately not Roman. I have been against this from the beginning. And now, it seems I was right. After all, seeing such a face, no Nez can restrain their inner rage." The phantom grew more solid, emitting an even more terrifying pressure. Accompanying this pressure was a mental shockwave like a tsunami. "Remnants of the Roman family. Suffer the wrath of the Nez clan, become the eternal slaves of our Bloodborne clan." A terrifying aura erupted, and the vast will of a third-tier Blazing Sun transformed into a dark red mental storm, surging towards Charlotte's soul. Seeing this, the Black Katniss couldn't help but cover his eyes, sighing in his heart. Why do these overestimating fools always try to invade this old monster's mental world? Chapter 194, Chapter 197, Beat the Lackey, the Boss Appears? 1944 words. Charlotte knew that the Nez clan had been preparing for a long time and that they would inevitably make a move against her today. What surprised her, however, was that the one targeting her was not an ordinary Bloodborne, but a Blazing Sun Bloodborne Count.
Though the enemy's power was shocking, it wasn't beyond Charlotte's expectations. Since learning from Agnes that there was a Bloodborne count among the Bloodborns targeting Castell, Charlotte had prepared for the worst, to face a blazing sun during the banquet attack. To this end, Charlotte even ordered Nice to set up 5 high-level divine and magical spells throughout the Count's estate, almost draining the last bit of the Black Cat's magic and exhausting it to the brink of collapse. As for herself, she was always ready to unleash her true ancestor form to deal with the possible appearance of the Bloodborne Count.
Charlotte's plan was comprehensive.
What she didn't expect was that the attack would come not from a real blazing sun but from a projection of the Bloodborne Count's will, facilitated by a forbidden spell.
This outcome left Charlotte somewhat frustrated.
If the real blazing sun had descended, she could potentially use her true ancestor's power to keep him there, but dealing with a mere projection of will was more challenging. A blazing sun's greatest strength is their extraordinary mental power.
Destroying a remotely projected will would at most inflict some mental damage on the blazing sun. Yet, the situation was dramatic. The Nez clan aimed to control Castell, and the Bloodborne Count's projected will chose mental domination as the most convenient and likely to succeed approach for the Nez clan. Honestly, this wasn't a wrong judgment. Astari SKKY Extraordinary had no power to resist the mental invasion of a blazing Sunday.
But Charlotte was not an ordinary starry sky. Though her actual power wasn't formidable, her fusion with the Gospel of Blood had altered her soul in ways she herself hadn't fully understood, imbuing it with some divine-like qualities. Even without using her true ancestor powers, the automatic protection of the Gospel would give any invader a hard time.
Both Sebastian, who had suffered mental trauma, and the disgraced, fallen knight of the Holy Court's Inquisition could testify to this.
Seeing the radiant will projection, Charlotte offered no resistance, letting the immense mental force invade her mental world.
She didn't plan to use the Gospel's power to harm the invader immediately.
Mental connections are mutual. Since the opponent had come, she intended to turn the tables and control him instead. It was a bold and crazy idea, but Charlotte decided to try. As the Bloodborne Count Humphrey de Lachlan's will successfully invaded, the Gospel of Blood deep in Charlotte's consciousness automatically opened, radiating red light, and an ancient aura rose from her. The invading will quickly sensed something amiss. Upon entering Charlotte's mental world, instead of a misty soul realm of typical extraordinary, he saw a vast, boundless sea of blood.
Is a little girl's mental world?
Staring at the near-infinite soul sea, the invading will trembled slightly, stunned. He had invaded many mental worlds, including those of powerful extraordinaries. However, even the strongest extraordinary he had invaded did not have a soul realm as boundless as this ocean. The will projection immediately sensed danger, a faint sense of crisis rising. Bloodborns, nearly immortal and old monsters, were masters at self-preservation. Sensing the strangeness of the mental world, the Bloodborne Count Lachlan's will projection wasted no time, turning to flee swiftly from the mental world. His actions were quick. Deciding to leave, he immediately disengaged from the invasion and returned to the real world. However, just then, a soft laugh came from behind him. "Since you're here, why leave in such a hurry?" The will projection's heart skipped a beat. Looking around, he found himself not in the study of the Count's mansion but in a grand, solemn castle. Turning back, he saw not a bookshelf and a girl behind a desk but a tiered, elevated platform. Atop the platform sat a majestic throne, upon which a silver-haired, red-eyed girl was seated. The girl's appearance was identical to that of the Countess of Castell, but her crimson gold eyes and the exquisite black divine robe filled the will projection with a sense of foreboding.
This isn't the real world. This is the mental world. A vivid mental world. How could she have a dominion over the mental world? How did she silently pull me into her mental world? The will projection instantly grasped the situation. Shock, absurdity, confusion, panic, various emotions surfaced. The will projection had intruded into others' mental worlds before, but being passively drawn into a mental world only meant one thing: the other party's soul strength far exceeded his imagination. On the elevated platform, Charlotte, seated on the throne, gently flipped through the Gospel of Blood disguised as an ordinary book, and chuckled. "Come as you please, leave as you wish. Sir Lachlan, do you think my mental world is your backyard? Who are you? Who exactly are you?"
The will projection looked at the petite figure on the throne, his voice filled with uncertainty and suspicion. From her high vantage point on the throne, Charlotte smiled down at the will projection she had drawn into the Dark Knight castle. Just a young countess who recently inherited her territory. As she spoke, she turned the pages of the gospel and, using the mysterious soul connection, summoned. Nice, come see me. The gospel radiated light, and the black cat Nice figure slowly materialized beside Charlotte. At this moment, he too had been drawn into the mental world. However, Nice seemed much calmer, clearly having anticipated this. Seeing the black cat in the mental world and the girl on the throne, the will projection's gaze darkened. By this point, if he hadn't realized he had fallen into a well-prepared ambush, he would have wasted all these years of life. He couldn't stay here any longer. If he remained, the other side could reverse the invasion through his will projection and invade his true self. Quickly, the will projection made a decision. Without hesitation, he struck his chest, intending to self-destruct this thread of will. Even though destroying this thread might leave his true self weak or even comatose for a while. But just as he raised his hand, silver light suddenly burst forth, and chains of illusion shot from all directions, quickly binding him. Simultaneously, he realized with horror that he had lost control over the projection. The god of contracts' heavenly lock. He cried out, never expecting to encounter the high-level divine magic of the god of contracts here. On the other side, the black cat Nice snickered and proudly raised its tail. Trying to run? I can't perform such divine magic in the real world, but here, it's different. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Enough. Is the ritual ready? Charlotte glanced at the smug black cat and asked calmly. He. Lady Charlotte, it's long ready. The servant's final oath is my specialty in contract magic. Nice patted its chest confidently. The servant's final oath? The will projection's eyes widened in shock. Seeing the eager black cat and the calm girl on the throne, he quickly realized Charlotte's intention. You want to enslave me? Charlotte laughed softly. So what if I do? Yes, she planned to use the servant's final oath to enslave him. Although Charlotte had some authority as the bloodborne true ancestor, she was still a low-level extraordinary and had not mastered the forbidden method of turning other bloodborns into blood servants, as the Dark Clan Shedite did. Even though she could suppress targets with her bloodline in her true ancestor form, this form had time limitations. For stability and security, using a fundamental contract like the servant's final oath to control enemies was safer than bloodline suppression. After all, Nice had once dared to use this contract to control a newly resurrected god. Although it had ultimately failed. The will projection was finally panicking. The servant's final oath was infamous, and he knew its terrifying power. Please stop. Perhaps we can talk. He shouted urgently. But Charlotte had no intention of continuing the conversation. If it weren't for her unique abilities, he would have already completed the mental invasion and turned her into a mindless puppet. Begin. She ordered Nice. All right. Nice replied excitedly. As a victim of the servant's final oath, he was pleased to see another suffer from it. As for the potential threat to his status, he wasn't worried at all. He knew the powerful ally he had attached himself to wouldn't truly accept this troublemaker, who had wreaked havoc on Castell, as a servant. The servant's final oath was a temporary measure. In Charlotte's deeper vision, he saw clear coldness toward the enemy. Thinking of this, Nice snickered. He drew a complex symbol on his chest with his paw, and his voice became solemn. Contract, servant's final oath. Silver light shone from Nice, a manifestation of the god of contracts' power within Charlotte's mental world. With Charlotte's permission, Nice temporarily had some control over the mental world's power. Silver light transformed into chains, linking one end to the will projection and the other to Charlotte on the throne. Charlotte quickly sensed a connection forming between her and the will projection. But this wasn't enough. The will projection was just a fragment of Humphrey de Lachlan's consciousness, not his true soul.
To succeed, Charlotte needed to use the servant's final oath to reverse invade Lachlan's mental world and plant the contract deep within his soul. Determined, Charlotte activated the power of the Gospel of Blood. This was the crucial moment. With a chance to control a bloodborne count, she had to seize it with all her might. As Charlotte used the Gospel's power, her image in the Dark Knight castle quickly changed. In an instant, she transformed into her adult form. At the same time, the will projection felt a familiar and terrifying power emanate from Charlotte. A bloodborne. No, you are also a bloodborne. Who are you? Which clan duke are you? There must be some misunderstanding between us. The will projection spoke frantically, clutching at straws. Charlotte didn't respond. Under the augmentation of the divine power of blood, her mental strength surged, using the servant's final oath to channel up the connection towards Humphrey de Lachlan's true self. It felt like traversing countless dimensions. Charlotte sensed herself breaking through an invisible barrier, her vision changing, just like when she had once used the blood totem's power to descend on Sebastian. She saw the true body of the will projection, bloodborne Count Humphrey de Lachlan. In an old castle, in a bedroom, there was a black coffin where Humphrey de Lachlan lay. He appeared as a middle-aged noble in a black cloak, his eyes tightly shut and face filled with terror. Without hesitation, Charlotte launched her final invasion through the mental channel. But just as she broke into his mental world, another dark red light suddenly burst from his mind. An even more powerful, vast, and terrifying aura, far stronger than the one she faced against the flame demon Valeroka, descended. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat as she realized a crucial flaw in her plan. Most bloodborns have elders. Bloodborne clans have strict hierarchies. A bloodborne count, especially a core count of the Nez clan, would certainly have an elder. Her invasion had triggered the mental mark left by Lachlan's elder. And this elder was a legendary. Chapter 195, Chapter 198, A Bloodborne Duke. 2,131 words. Legendary. This is a legendary being. Feeling the overwhelmingly powerful aura, much stronger than that of the flame demon Valeroka, Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Encountering a legendary being was not part of her plan. Although she possessed the ability to absorb other bloodlines in her true ancestor form, making her a nemesis of bloodborns, at this moment, she had only projected a thread of consciousness into Count Lachlan's mental world, augmented by divine power. Perhaps in a direct confrontation, her true ancestor form could easily dominate, using her divine power of blood to crush the opponent. However, the current situation felt more like they were connected through a phone call. Charlotte's phone wasn't even her own, it was the Gospel of Blood's. The phone line was provided by Nice, and the server belonged to Count Lachlan. In this context, relying solely on remote invasion, she couldn't overpower a legendary being like when she had crushed Valeroka. Continuing with the servant's final oath had become a luxury because the legendary will, awakened from Count Lachlan's soul source, was now blocking the direct path to Lachlan's soul. After a brief hesitation, Charlotte decided to detonate the divine power within her consciousness thread that had entered Count Lachlan's mental world, aiming to destroy his mental world entirely. Count Lachlan had already sensed something unusual about her identity. Even if he hadn't discovered her true identity, she needed to eliminate the danger in its infancy to prevent the Nez clan from learning her secret. However, just as Charlotte was preparing to destroy Lachlan's mental world and escape, a dignified and ancient voice suddenly echoed within his mental world. "Who are you, sir? Since when did the noble descendants of blood become lapdogs of the Holy Court?" "Ha! Lapdogs of the Holy Court?" Charlotte was momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, dark red light blossomed, and a tall, ethereal figure gradually materialized in Lachlan's mental world. It was a young man whose age was indiscernible, dressed in a blue-black robe adorned with starlight. His silver-gray hair and extraordinarily handsome features gave him an androgynous appearance. His scarlet eyes shimmered with starlight, exuding both dignity and mystery. As he appeared, the entire mental world was bathed in a deep starlight glow. Charlotte's heart sank. She sensed that Lachlan's mental world was now protected by this figure. The bloodborne before her was undoubtedly Count Lachlan's direct superior and very likely the mastermind behind the chaos in the Castell territory. "I am Yurok Nez." How may I address you? Hiding like this, have you forgotten the honor of the Bloodborne after becoming a follower of the God of Contracts?
The dignified voice spoke again, and the descending Bloodborne Duke cast a cold, wary gaze at her. Hearing this, Charlotte's mood grew more complicated.
He mistook her for a follower of the God of Contracts?
Instinctively, Charlotte focused on the thread of consciousness she had projected and quickly realized what was going on.
It was simple.
She had invaded Count Lachlan's mental world using the Servant's Final Oath, a spell cast by Nyce from the God of Contracts. During the invasion, she naturally followed the path of the contract magic.
Contract magic served as a disguise, masking the essence of her consciousness.
Moreover, since the contract magic was manifested using the divine power of blood Nyce borrowed from her, her divine power also carried traces of the God of Contracts. Honestly, Charlotte had no idea how Nyce managed this transformation. The mysterious black cat had only told Charlotte that it could use the power of the mental world to perform divine rituals from the God of Contracts, given her permission within her mental world. Regardless of how Nyce did it, when Charlotte projected her consciousness and divine power through contract magic, the combined forces created a bizarre result. In the perception of the descending Bloodborne Duke, Charlotte's aura bore the marks of the God of Contracts, Mitra, despite having traces of Bloodborne essence. She had been mistaken for a Bloodborne follower of the God of Contracts.
Realizing the truth, Charlotte's mood grew even more peculiar. However, she quickly had an idea.
Not being recognized was beneficial. Whether it was Charlotte's true identity or her status as the master of the gospel, either revelation would bring endless trouble if discovered by the Bloodborne Duke. Conversely, since the Bloodborne Duke had misidentified her, she might as well go along with it. Completing the Servant's Final Oath seemed impossible now, and even destroying Lachlan's mental world had become quite challenging. However, if she played her cards right, she might not only avoid exposing her identity but also extract some secrets from the Nez clan.
With luck, she could even intimidate the Nez clan into refraining from attacking Castell again, buying her time to consolidate her territory.
Thinking this, Charlotte glanced at Lachlan's mental world. Unable to bear the dual descent of Charlotte and the legendary Bloodborne, Count Lachlan had fainted and his consciousness had fallen into a deep sleep. With Count Lachlan unconscious, no one could expose Charlotte's identity.
As long as she and the self-proclaimed Yorick Nez Bloodborne Duke were here, her identity remained safe.
With this in mind, Charlotte manipulated the divine power hidden beneath the contract magic. The light transformed, and a mist of crimson and silver-gray interwove, creating a vague, graceful figure. Charlotte couldn't change her manifested appearance within an uncontrolled mental world. However, she could blur it. After the true ancestor's liberation, she transformed into her adult form. Now, influenced by contract magic and deliberately blurred by her own actions, a female figure that even Charlotte herself couldn't recognize was born. She chuckled softly and said leisurely,
"The honor of Bloodborns? Hidden in darkness, using filthy tricks like rats, you dare speak of Bloodborne honor? Who I am is not important.
What's important is that the descendants of Nez, you've crossed the line." She didn't know it before she spoke, but the moment she did, even Charlotte herself was startled. During her true ancestor form, she hadn't paid much attention to her voice. Now, in Count Lachlan's mental world, her voice, amplified by divine magic, had changed along with her body. Gone was the childish tone, replaced by a commanding and seductive one. Duke Yorick's expression remained unchanged, but a dark look appeared deep in his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he laughed lightly.
"Embracing the darkness is the very essence of a Bloodborne's existence. Those who betray their bloodline are the true desecrators."
"Ha! You don't even dare to say your real name. It seems you know well that siding with the Holy Court is a disgrace that the noble Bloodborne abhors." With a stern expression and a grand voice, Duke Yorick continued.
"As for crossing the line,
if anyone has, it's the Holy Court. The Videl Treaty clearly delineates our rights and duties, yet you have violated it, undermining the authority of Nez and Starfall."
"Undermining the authority of Nez and Starfall?"
Charlotte's heart skipped a beat.
"We rely on your support.
Read at https://novelplex.org.
Donate now."
She knew the Nez clan had significant influence in the Starfall Kingdom, almost like the uncrowned kings. While they didn't control the monarchy as thoroughly as the wild clan Vadalat in the Korea Kingdom, they were an undeniable power among Starfall nobility. However, as far as Charlotte knew, the Holy Court didn't interfere much in the Starfall Kingdom. Their relationship with the Nez clan, while adversarial, was mostly one of mutual non-interference. But listening to Duke Yorok now, it seems something had gone awry within Starfall? After some thought, Charlotte feigned confusion and asked, "Undermining Starfall's authority? The Church has always maintained non-interference with Starfall's bloodborns. What are you talking about?" Duke Yorok snorted, laughing derisively. "Non-interference? It seems you haven't earned the full trust of the Holy Court." Charlotte's mind raced. She wanted to inquire further, but seeing the Duke's scrutinizing gaze, she decided to hold back. Posing as a follower of the God of Contracts, it wouldn't be wise to reveal her ignorance about the Church. After some thought, Charlotte decided to shift the focus to her own territory. The Church has its own principles, but the Order of Castell cannot be challenged. The land of my lord's faith must not be desecrated. If you continue to meddle in northern affairs, it will be akin to declaring war. Duke Yorok fell silent. After a long pause, he looked at Charlotte and said softly, "Is this the will of the Holy Court?" Charlotte neither confirmed nor denied it. Duke Yorok remained silent. Charlotte watched him, curious about how he would respond. Like her, this legendary being wasn't present in the flesh, he was also a consciousness projection attached to the unfortunate Count's mental realm. Considering this, he probably couldn't fully grasp her strength and wouldn't dare act rashly. Meanwhile, Duke Yorok met Charlotte's gaze. His starlit red eyes glowed brighter, and Charlotte felt his aura rising sharply. Is he really going to make a move? Charlotte cursed inwardly, increasing the output of her divine power and preparing to destroy the mental world if necessary, even if it exposed her divine power of blood. Exposing her divine power of blood would only reveal her true ancestor's power. But if Count Lachlan survived, it would be more than just exposing her divine power of blood. Just as Charlotte was about to make a show of force, Duke Yorok suddenly stopped. He looked at her deeply and then said, "I understand." With that, his ethereal figure began to dissipate, as if he were retreating. He's leaving? Charlotte was stunned. However, just as Duke Yorok's figure vanished, Count Lachlan's mental world abruptly shattered, detonated by the Duke himself. Charlotte wasn't the one who did this. It was Duke Yorok. This blood-born Duke had wiped out his own count from the soul level before leaving. Charlotte felt a strong force eject her, and in an instant, she was back in the study of the Count's mansion. She had exited the mental world and returned to reality. Count Lachlan's presence was gone, and Mayor Maddock was foaming at the mouth on the floor, seemingly suffering backlash from Lachlan's soul annihilation. After ensuring he was still alive, Charlotte pondered over what had just happened. The sudden appearance and departure of the blood-born Duke, and the information he revealed, left her deep in thought. Killing his own kin without hesitation before leaving, it seemed the Nez clan had grand schemes afoot. Judging by the clues, their actions were likely tied to internal strife within the Starfall Kingdom. What exactly was the Videl Treaty? Charlotte was puzzled. However, since it involved the Holy Court, she had a professional to ask. "Niece, what is the Videl Treaty?" "The Videl Treaty? Why are you asking about that? Just tell me if you know." Okay, it should be a treaty signed 300 years ago between the Church and the heretics of Starfall Kingdom. You know, Starfall is overseas, and the Church's control there isn't very strong, especially after the decline of the Holy Legions over the centuries. The Videl Treaty was a compromise with the heretics active in the Starfall Kingdom. What does the treaty stipulate? Let me think, I don't remember the exact terms, but generally, it allows the Holy Court to turn a blind eye to the heretics in Starfall, provided they operate underground and don't disrupt the Church's preaching or the Kingdom's order. It sounds somewhat similar to the situation in the Korea Kingdom? Hey, it's different. The Bloodborns in the Korea Kingdom are much more dominant. The Church's rule is almost nominal. I've heard that priests there don't even dare to leave their churches at night.
Charlotte. And what about the Starfall Kingdom? Has the Holy Court done anything there in recent years? I wouldn't know. I've been in the Crescent District all this time and don't know much about the Starfall District. But if I had to guess, maybe only the Civil War from 13 years ago? Nice replied. Civil War? Charlotte's interest was piqued. The Lilac War, the internal struggle for the throne of Starfall Kingdom that lasted 3 years following the end of the Star-Moon War. The prolonged wars left the kingdom in ruins, and eventually, 2 branches of the Roman family fought for the throne. Nice explained. The Lilac War. Charlotte mused. She had read about this war in records, but it had been over a decade ago. Of course, more than 10 years had passed since then, and the Starfall Kingdom had long since returned to normalcy. But now, it seemed that things in the Starfall Kingdom might not be as peaceful as they appeared. Chapter 196, Chapter 199, A Minor Trouble. 2,104 words. Nice, did the Holy Court also participate in the Lilac War? How much do you know about this war? Mulling over the internal conflict in Starfall that the Black Cat Nice mentioned, Charlotte pondered and asked. I happened to see some documents from the Cardinal in the Crescent Diocese. Speaking of which, it's related to the Crescent Kingdom. After the Star-Moon War ended, the then King of Starfall, Henry the Fool Roman, was overthrown by the nobles of Starfall Kingdom. Since Henry the Fool had no heirs, 2 branches of the Roman family started a civil war over the throne. Because both branches used lilacs as their emblem, this war was also known as the Lilac War. Among them, the more powerful Roman branch used the red lilac, while the slightly weaker branch used the purple lilac. At the start of the war, the red lilac family was dominant. However, the purple lilac family later received assistance from the Holy Court and the Crescent Kingdom, eventually turning the tide and defeating the red lilac family. Seeing the tide had turned, the red lilac family eventually relinquished the throne and submitted to the purple lilac family, leading to reconciliation. The head of the purple lilac family, Edward Roman, eventually ascended the throne of Starfall, becoming the current King Edward III. Lady Charlotte, if the Holy Court did anything significant in Starfall, it would be this event. Nice scratched his head as he spoke. And the Church's missionary work in the Starfall Kingdom has also progressed well over the years? Charlotte pondered for a moment and asked again. Nice nodded. Of course, after helping the purple lilac family defeat the red lilac family, the purple lilac family naturally needed to show their gratitude. Not only the Church but even the Crescent Kingdom gained many benefits from this. And what about the red lilac family? Were they purged afterward? Not really. Although they fought fiercely, they are ultimately family. Rather than a total victory, it was more of a compromise. You know, after the war, King Edward III married the daughter of Duke Lancaster from the red lilac family. Charlotte gave Nice a surprised look. You seem to know quite a lot. Just a bit. The romantic affairs of the Starfall royalty are widely known, especially the stories about Edward III and Duke Lancaster's daughter. Some enthusiasts even wrote books about it. Nice chuckled. Charlotte. Looking at Nice's expression, she could tell those books were probably not serious literature. However, although Edward III didn't purge the red lilac family, he did purge many nobles, earning him the nickname Tyrant Edward. Nice thought for a moment and added. Purge many nobles, huh? Charlotte nodded slightly, deep in thought. From the limited information she knew, the Holy Court, being highly esteemed, rarely intervened in mundane conflicts. Such involvement in a kingdom's civil war was unusual. Considering the position of the Nez clan and Starfall Kingdom's nobility, combined with what Nice mentioned, Charlotte quickly formed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that during the Starfall Civil War, the Nez clan supported the Red Lilac family? On the surface, it was a battle for the throne between 2 branches of the Lilac family. But in reality, it was a struggle between the Nez clan and the Holy Court for control over the Starfall Kingdom? The 2 branches of the Lilac family were merely their proxies? And in the end, the Nez clan lost? This speculation made Charlotte's heart race. However, as she connected the dots, she felt this could very well be the truth. The Red Lilac family, supported by the Nez clan, lost. The Holy Court's influence in the Starfall Kingdom strengthened, squeezing the survival space of the Nez clan. Charlotte didn't know what the Nez clan faced after the Lilac War, but judging by Count Lachlan's anger, the Nez clan likely suffered significant losses. It seemed the Nez clan was preparing for war. If viewed from this angle, were they planning to instigate a second civil war in the Starfall Kingdom? Is that why they were reaching into Castel? At this thought, Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. This was highly likely because if the Nez clan wanted to start a war in the Starfall Kingdom, they would need a secure base. As the northern lowlands across the sea from the Starfall Kingdom, Castel was perfect for this. Additionally, there was the Roman Duchy. Duke Nottingham of the Nez clan was likely stationed in the Roman Duchy. Like Castel, if Charlotte's guess was correct, the Roman Duchy could also be a staging ground for the Nez clan's counterattack. Of course, this was just a hypothesis. However, Charlotte felt it was very close to the truth. Even Count Lachlan's hatred towards the Roman family could be explained. Regardless of being red or purple lilacs, they were all Romans. In the Lilac War, the two Roman branches ultimately reconciled. If the Nez clan truly supported the Red Lilac family, it would be akin to being betrayed by the Roman family. Yet, Charlotte was puzzled why the Nez clan's anger extended to her as Castel's lord, and why Count Lachlan referred to her mother as Your Highness. Could it be her mother's true identity was royalty of Starfall? This was not impossible because Charlotte had long known that her mother came from a major noble family in the Starfall Kingdom. Due to sensitive circumstances, all past ties were hidden when she moved to the Crescent Kingdom. Charlotte hadn't paid much attention to this before. But since she might now be dragged into the conflict of Fallen Star Kingdom, she thought it might be time to investigate. Nice, since you've read so many books about the Starfall royalty, have you come across a royal member named Anne? Charlotte asked. There are many Anne in Starfall Kingdom, and quite a few in the royal family. Which Anne are you referring to? Nice scratched his head. Seeming to recall something, he suddenly raised his chubby face and asked. Are you suspecting your mother is part of the Starfall royal family? Charlotte nodded. To be addressed as Your Highness, she should be a princess or someone of similar status, right? A saintess or some exceptionally high-ranking women can also be addressed this way. But your mother was a devout believer of the Holy Court. She probably doesn't fit that category. She often fed me small fish at the church before you were born. Charlotte. There were so many issues with that statement that she didn't know where to start. Noticing Charlotte's strange expression, Nice quickly corrected himself. No. Sorry, I meant before your current body was born. Scratching his head, he said. Honestly, you're much more human than I imagined, to the point where I always forget your true identity. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Charlotte. Why did that sound so odd? Lady Charlotte, are you curious about your mother's background? If you want to find out, perhaps I can help by asking some people to investigate. Despite how I look now, I still have many friends in the church. Several have been transferred to Starfall Kingdom as priests, and even some as high priests. If I ask them to investigate, they might find some clues. Nice patted his chest as he spoke. Charlotte was moved and nodded. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Got it. Nice happily wagged his tail. With Sebastian rarely absent, it was finally Nice's turn to show off in front of Charlotte. The poor black cat had no idea that over time, with each confrontation with Sebastian, it was slowly becoming more subservient. All right, call someone in and lock up Maddock. Once he sobers up, interrogate him thoroughly. Charlotte said, glancing at the Northport mayor foaming at the mouth on the ground. This anticlimactic attack did not affect the banquet at the Count's mansion. In fact, because the main conflict occurred in the mental world, the nobles in the banquet hall didn't even realize Charlotte had been attacked by a bloodborne. Not being able to control Count Lachlan was unfortunate, but Charlotte didn't come away empty-handed. At the very least, she had a rough idea of what the Nez clan might be up to. Maddock was likely just a small player, but by using him as a breakthrough,
more information could be uncovered.
Moreover, although Count Lachlan was killed by Duke Yorick, Charlotte managed to roughly pinpoint his location during the spiritual invasion. Duke Yorick clearly didn't have the confidence to save Lachlan from her, hence why he acted as he did. It was evident that Count Lachlan knew significant information about the Nez clan.
Charlotte planned to send people to launch a surprise attack once Sebastian returned. However, she didn't have high hopes. Lachlan's castle was indeed within the county, but it was quite far from Northport. It would take 2 or 3 days to reach it. 2 or 3 days. Charlotte estimated that would be enough time for Duke Yorick to clean up. By the time she sent people there, the castle might be empty. However, the coming period would be the best time for Charlotte to consolidate her territory. Count Lachlan was likely the Nez clan's representative infiltrating Castell. With him dead, the hidden bloodborne forces in Castell would certainly be thrown into disarray. Duke Yorick was frightened away by her, and he wouldn't act rashly in the short term, giving Charlotte time. However, Charlotte didn't think this was a permanent solution. In fact, her performance had some flaws. If Duke Yorick investigated, he might easily link the mysterious bloodborne expert with Charlotte of Castell. The probability of discovering they were the same person was very low, but guessing there was a connection was almost certain. The only consolation was that the Nez clan and the Holy Court were enemies. Duke Yorick couldn't ask the church to verify if there was a bloodborne worshipping the god of contracts. But nothing was absolute. The Nez clan excelled in divination. Who knew if they would use it to confirm some information? As for whether the Nez clan would continue targeting Castell, honestly, Charlotte wasn't sure. All she could do now was strike them unexpectedly before they had time to react. Thinking of this, Charlotte picked up the documents provided by the nobles at the banquet. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. It seems these materials, likely meant to confuse the situation, could be quite useful. In a lush forest, tall trees blocked out the sun, and low shrubs were dense and green. White spires, ingeniously crafted, rose among the trees, surrounded by flowers and vines, forming a city in the forest like a dream. In the tallest spire at the city center, 2 slender figures sat facing each other, leisurely playing a game of Myria chess. One was a handsome young man in a star-studded blue-black robe, with silver-gray hair naturally cascading down his back. If Charlotte were here, she would recognize him as the bloodborne duke she had just confronted in the mental world, Yorick Nez. The other was a beautiful elven woman. Wearing a luxurious gown adorned with flowers and grass, with silver hair and golden eyes symbolizing elven royalty, she looked noble and mysterious. Suddenly, Yorick Nez's movements paused slightly, the black priest chess piece in his hand stopping mid-air. Noticing his momentarily serious expression, the elven woman smiled slightly and said, "Sir Yorick, what's the matter?" Duke Yorick's eyes flickered as he slowly placed the priest piece down. "Elder, there's a problem in the clan. I'm afraid I can't continue our game today." "Oh? What happened?" the elven woman asked curiously. A red glint flashed in Yorick's eyes as he said nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious, just a minor issue in Castell." With that, he rose from the chessboard, bowed to the elven woman, and said, "Elder, may I use a meditation room on your island?" The elven woman smiled. "Of course. The Nez clan is a friend of our Luna Island. With my emblem, my kin will naturally lead you to our finest meditation room. Thank you for your generosity," Duke Yorick said. Then, he hurriedly left the spire. A minor issue. Looking at the chessboard where the black pieces had a clear advantage, the elven woman chuckled softly. For a bloodborne duke with a strong competitive spirit to put down his chess piece and rush to a meditation room for divination, it doesn't seem like a minor issue. Chapter 197, Chapter 200, Divination. 2,149 words. Duke Yorick hurriedly left the spire and, guided by a beautiful elven attendant, entered the most tranquil meditation room on Luna Island. As soon as he entered, his previously calm demeanor turned grim. He quickly approached the magic platform in the meditation room, took out a shimmering crystal ball from his pocket, and gently placed it on the crystal stand on the platform. "Crystal spirit, appear before me." Duke Yorok recited an incantation and gently rubbed the surface of the crystal ball. A myriad of colors flickered within the crystal ball, and a phantom-like purple shadow slowly emerged above it. As soon as the purple shadow appeared, a cheerful and frivolous voice immediately echoed from the crystal ball.
"Good morning, Lord Yorok.
It's 10 p.m. Luna Island time, and it's been 2,569 days, 12 hours, and 31 minutes since you last summoned Adast for divination. The last time you summoned me was when there was a change in the ruling family of the Northern Lowlands. Since then, you haven't called on Adast again. The days without your summons have been a lonely and tedious wait. Poor Adast could only pass the time by singing in the void. You might not believe it, but Adast seems to have a bit of talent for singing. During this period, Adast composed 3 songs and 7 poems, and now I'll..."
"Shut up, Adast!"
Duke Yorok snapped, pressing down on the crystal ball as if silencing a chattering pet.
The crystal ball fell silent instantly. "Prepare for the highest level of star divination," Duke Yorok commanded coldly.
The crystal ball did not respond.
Duke Yorok frowned. "Adast?"
The crystal ball flickered slightly, and the frivolous voice spoke again, tentatively.
"Lord Yorok, didn't you tell me to shut up?" "Duke Yorok."
The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he clenched the crystal ball. He took several deep breaths, barely restraining himself from smashing the talkative crystal spirit. If the spirit of the sacred object wasn't fixed from the moment of its creation, he would have long shattered this family heirloom and reforged it with a less talkative spirit.
"I just don't want to hear your pointless babbling.
Prepare the highest level of star divination and tell me if you can do it now," he asked, holding on to the last bit of his patience. Hearing Duke Yorok's words, the crystal ball's voice quickly became cheerful again.
"Okay, Lord Yorok, it's wonderful to be at your service again. Tonight's constellations are clear, perfect for divination. Adast is always ready to serve you. But you don't look well. Are you unwell, or have you encountered some trouble?"
"If you're unwell, Adast knows of an excellent calming herb on Luna Island that's very beneficial for blood descendants like you."
"Shut up!" Duke Yorok pressed down on the crystal ball, grinding his teeth. His aura nearly erupted. The crystal ball went silent once more. Duke Yorok took a deep breath, calming his aura, and said coldly, "Just answer my question. If you say one more word of nonsense, I'll throw you into the latrine of the beastmen."
The crystal ball trembled slightly, seemingly shivering, and the frivolous voice now sounded much more subdued.
"Okay, what would you like to divine?"
"I want to divine the success rate of the returning star plan again."
After some thought, Duke Yorok said in a deep voice, "The success rate of the returning star plan? Lord Yorok, didn't you already divine this 4,021 days, 13 hours, and 45 minutes ago?
And then again 2,569 days, 12 hours, and 34 minutes ago.
If you've forgotten the previous results, Adast would be happy to recount the star signs."
The results from 4021 days, 13 hours, and 45 minutes ago indicated that while there were risks, the plan would proceed smoothly if the correct path was chosen. The stars pointed to the Northern Crescent as the land of hope. As long as you gained the support of the Northern Crescent, the returning star plan would be secure. The results from 2569 days, 12 hours, and 34 minutes ago indicated that the returning star plan was already on track. As long as it followed the predetermined star trajectory, there was almost no chance of failure.
This divination was not disrupted by the Holy Court's blessings, and Adast can ensure the accuracy of the results. Do you really want to perform a third divination? Adast believes that divining a certain outcome is pointless.
Star divination, being the highest form of divination under the gods, is highly reliable and accurate.
Repeating the divination is just a waste of resources.
The phantom shadow on the crystal ball started babbling again, but this time, Duke Yorok didn't show any impatience. His expression was extremely serious, his eyes flickering with uncertainty.
Noticing Duke Yorok's expression, the phantom shadow cautiously asked, "Lord Yorok, has something happened?"
Duke Yorok glanced at the crystal ball and said in a deep voice,
"That's why I'm summoning you for a third divination. A powerful unknown bloodborne appeared in the northern lowlands, disrupting our plans. An unknown powerful bloodborne?
With all due respect, star divination is the highest form of divination under the gods. Unless someone knows the results and alters the destined star path, no one can change it.
The phantom shadow said.
However, as it spoke, it quickly noticed Duke Yorok's growing impatience and hastily corrected itself. Of course, if Lord Yorok really wants to perform another divination, Adast is very willing to serve.
Then begin. Duke Yorok rubbed his temples.
Alright, please arrange the star sacrifices according to the ritual. Since this is the third divination for the same purpose, the sacrifices will be 4 times the initial amount.
Duke Yorok nodded.
With a flash of light, he procured a starfall stone, a tear of the moon goddess, ritual gold, star illusion incense, and other rare magical materials. Carefully, he arranged them around the crystal ball in a hexagram pattern and then began chanting an intonated incantation. Specks of starlight blossomed on the crystal stand, a mystical star formation appearing under the crystal ball.
Duke Yorok exhaled slowly and commanded. Adast, begin. As you command. The phantom shadow replied respectfully.
Then, a brilliant light shone from the crystal ball, the phantom shadow transforming into countless photons that flowed into it. Points of starlight continuously swirled within the crystal ball, casting a myriad of colors and projecting a magnificent and mysterious star river onto the meditation room's dome. Duke Yorok, solemn and focused, stared intently at the luminous crystal ball, his hands unconsciously clenching, clearly anxious. After a long while, the radiant light gradually dimmed, and the splendid starry river on the dome swiftly contracted, returning to the crystal ball.
After flickering for a moment, the phantom shadow reappeared above it. What are the results? Duke Yorok asked hastily.
Very strange. The divination results have changed.
And they've changed so drastically.
The crystal ball flickered as the phantom shadow's astonished voice emerged.
We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Duke Yorok's eyelid twitched, his heart skipping a beat. What exactly did you see?
Terrible, absolutely terrible. The starlight is dim, the main star is reversed, and even the secondary stars that should have returned to their orbits have changed paths. This almost signals the collapse of the returning star plan. Not only that, but the main star is dim and on the verge of disintegration. This means that not only is the returning star plan in jeopardy, but the person executing the plan is also at great risk. The phantom shadow said solemnly.
Then, it couldn't help but ask. Lord Yorok, what have you done? Did something go wrong, angering the other bloodborns or provoking a prince to act?
Forgive Adast for speaking plainly, but Adast hasn't seen such a dire divination result in over 1,000 years.
The last time was when one of your kin tried to divine his fate after accidentally sleeping in Lord Abaddon's coffin.
And he was later turned into a specimen hanging in the castle by Lord Abaddon.
The current divination results are similar.
Your returning star plan is almost certain to fail, and not only that, but the future of the Nez clan is also obscured by dark clouds, making an already dangerous path even more perilous. Lord Yorok, did you desecrate a god statue or something?
This isn't just a powerful bloodborne interfering with the plan.
Honestly, seeing these results makes Adast want to run away, but unfortunately, Adast has no legs.
Duke Yorok. It's really that serious?
He widened his eyes, filled with disbelief.
Adast, could you have made a mistake in your divination?
Lord Yorok, Adast also wishes this result were wrong, but as an elder of the Nez clan, you should know better than anyone whether a star divination result can be wrong.
Duke Yorok fell silent.
I want to divine the future situation and direction of the northern lowlands.
After some thought, Duke Yorok said. The future situation and direction of the northern lowlands?
Lord Yorok, forgive Adast for speaking plainly, but if the returning star plan fails, divining the northern lowlands will be meaningless. Adast can already tell you with the crystal ball that the Nez clan won't be successfully controlling it.
Even so, do you still want to proceed? Do as I say and prepare for the divination. Duke Yorok said coldly.
The unexpected result of the first divination made him realize that divining the northern lowlands might also yield poor results. However, he needed more than just the outcome. He needed to understand what he was up against by divining the northern lowlands. Although he couldn't gauge the strength of the mysterious bloodborne expert, a follower of Mitra alone shouldn't have the power to endanger the entire Nez clan. He needed more information through divination. Alright, please place the necessary star offerings according to the ritual. Hearing Duke Yorok's command, the phantom shadow obediently responded. Duke Yorok nodded, taking out various rare magical materials again, and reluctantly arranged them, chanting a rhythmic incantation. Soon, a myriad of starlight descended once more, and the star crystal began its second divination. Moments later, the starlight faded, and the phantom shadow flickered slightly. The frivolous voice reappeared, but this time it sounded more puzzled. Strange, very strange. Adast's divination yielded no result. No result? Duke Yorok's gaze tightened. He frowned. Are you sure? Did something go wrong? Impossible. Adast, crafted by Lord Casey himself, is the finest divination object in Myria. No one is better at star divination than Adast. Adast is certain the divination was effective, but there was no result. Strange. Very strange indeed. The phantom shadow shook its head. Hearing this, Duke Yorok's expression changed subtly. The divination was effective? Are you certain it was effective? He asked. Absolutely, Adast is completely sure. The phantom shadow confirmed. Duke Yorok fell silent again, his expression shifting, eyes filled with suspicion. An effective divination without a result could only mean one thing: the target of the divination was being concealed or protected, preventing any feedback. However, preventing feedback from a divination is much more challenging than performing the divination itself, especially when the diviner is using a sacred object and is a legendary. While Duke Yorok wouldn't arrogantly claim his divination skills were the best in Myria, he was confident that few could obstruct him from using the star crystal. A more powerful force had directly interfered. Thinking of this, Duke Yorok's expression grew more and more uncertain. Could it be that the gaze of Mitra, the god of contracts, had truly fallen upon Castel? Was it Mitra's power preventing his divination? Was the mysterious bloodborne expert truly a follower of Mitra, and did the Holy Court intend to act against the Nez clan? If this were the case, it would be troublesome. The Nez clan didn't have enough strength to contend with the Holy Court at the moment. Information. He needed more information. The gods had not walked the mortal realm for many years, and those who carried out their will were the gods' agents. If the Holy Court truly had plans for the Nez clan, he needed to quickly investigate the true identity and specific strength of that bloodborne expert. Lord Yorok, are you all right? You don't look well. The phantom shadow cautiously asked. Duke Yorok took a deep breath and asked. Adast, do you still have enough starlight stored to continue divination? Of course, Lord Yorok, you haven't used me for 7 years. There's enough starlight left for 2 more star divinations. The phantom shadow replied. Duke Yorok nodded, his eyes flickering slightly. In that case, perform 1 more divination for me. This time, I want to divine the identity of the powerful bloodborne expert I encountered today. Chapter 198, Chapter 201, Changed Fate. 20-30 words. Divining the identity of the bloodborne expert you mentioned? Lord Yorok, forgive Adast for reminding you once again, a bloodborne capable of threatening you must be at least as strong as a legendary, and such a being would certainly attract the attention of a god. If this powerful bloodborne indeed has divine support, if Castel has truly entered a god's sight, then this bloodborne is likely a divine agent, and our divination will yield no results, just as it did earlier. After all, the current star divination no longer has the blessing of Lord Casey's power. Moreover, if our divination catches the attention of a god, that god might turn their gaze upon us. Lord Yorok, gods loathe having their secrets pried into by mortals. You surely do not wish to rashly draw the attention of an unknown god? The star crystal spirit, Adast, spoke solemnly. Listening to its words, Duke Yorok gradually calmed down and fell silent. After a moment, he sighed softly and said, "You're right. I was impulsive. But it's difficult to stay calm when a plan I've been plotting for years suddenly faces a crisis." Adast was right. When dealing with matters involving gods, caution is a necessity. Otherwise, it could place oneself in immense danger. Perhaps I should temporarily halt the returning star plan, at least the infiltration of Castell, until a more thorough investigation is conducted. Duke Yorick thought. Lord Yorick, this is not your fault. Adast understands your commitment to the returning star plan, as it concerns the future of the Nez family, the orders of the Council of Elders, and the safety of Lady Eugenia. Ha! What is it? Wait. The divination result has changed. The divination result changed? Duke Yorick was slightly stunned. Divination results typically last for a period, but it's rare to hear of results changing abruptly. Unless the diviner did something that influenced the content of the divination. Duke Yorick's expression turned serious, and he quickly asked, "What has changed?" "The main star's fate and the subordinate star's paths, meaning you and the fate of the Nez family. Although still obscure, it's not as shrouded in darkness as before. Furthermore, the main star and fate star seem to be balanced between darkness and light. On one side is the annihilation star Abyss representing destruction, and on the other is the boundless star Sea filled with hope." Adast's voice was full of wonder. "Lord Yorick, what did you just do?" "Not only did the main star and subordinate stars change, but even the future of the returning star plan seems to have altered. Although hope remains slim, a ray of starlight has appeared in the sky." "What did I just do?" Duke Yorick frowned. He seemed to recall something, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be the thought I had of temporarily halting the infiltration of Castell? Thinking of this, Duke Yorick suddenly felt like he had grasped something, a flash of light crossing his mind. "Adast, quickly! Help me divine the opportunity for the Nez family to achieve the returning star plan and overcome the Descent of Divinity crisis." While arranging various magical materials to set up the star array, Duke Yorick urgently commanded, "At your command." Starshine spread once more, projecting the boundless star sea onto the ceiling of the quiet room. Soon, Adast's astonished voice came through. "Ha? What is it?" Duke Yorick hurriedly asked. "Really strange. Although there was a faint indication during the first divination of the returning star plan, this time, divining the opportunity for the Nez family to break the crisis yields nothing but a blank." Duke Yorick's eyes flickered slightly. "Are you sure the divination result is blank?" "Yes, Lord Yorick. It seems we've encountered some kind of force again, something is blocking my divination. Perhaps it's divine power." Duke Yorick completed the unfinished sentence of Adast, his eyes gradually brightening, and his spirits visibly lifted. "Adast, thank you. If we get through this crisis, when Lord Casey is awakened, I will certainly commend you." Lord Yorick, have you figured something out? Judging by your expression, you seem to have suddenly gained confidence. Could it be that you already know the key to breaking the crisis?" Adast asked curiously. Duke Yorick shook his head. "I don't know." But then he continued. "However, I do know where the key lies, or rather, who it involves." "You mean Castell?" Adast inquired. "Precisely." Duke Yorick nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming. The divination results from Adast turned up blank twice, likely due to the same force. His first failed divination was about Castell's future, and the second was about the Nez family's key to overcoming the crisis. These two divinations, when considered separately, yield no clues. But now, seeing them together, the answer is obvious. The key to overcoming the Nez family's crisis lies in Castell. Reflecting on the timing of the change in the first divination result, Duke Yorick's eyes flashed. Perhaps he had misjudged some things from the start. "Adast, I heard that you experienced the entire length of the 1,000-year Holy War?" "Yes, indeed. It was an exceedingly dark war. Adast witnessed the once flourishing Bloodborns being torn apart, continuously retreating under the iron hooves of the holy court.
Countless dukes and counts fell, and even the princes were replaced.
I must say, you being in slumber during that time was a blessing.
Enough of the idle talk, just answer my questions.
Yes, I experienced the whole war.
Did the god of contracts become a god during that time? We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Yes. What is the exact relationship between this god and us Bloodborns? Naturally, it is a hostile one.
As a staunch supporter of the god King Harold, the god of contracts fully participated in the 1,000-year Holy War, and our relationship with this god can be described as one of irreconcilable conflict. In fact, even the signing of the Videl Treaty and the Coria Peace Accord faced significant opposition from the contract followers within the Holy Court because the Bloodborne bloodline siphoned off part of the contract's authority.
Duke Yorok's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. I see. Lord Yorok, do you need to perform one last divination? Although the last two attempts failed, it was merely unfortunate coincidence. Adast's divination skills are not that lacking. Give Adast one more chance, and I will definitely. No, it's enough. I'll summon you again if needed. Duke Yorok waved his hand, dismantling the setup around the crystal seat. Well, all right. Thank you for your use. The wise Adast is always ready to assist you with divination. As Adast continued to ramble, Duke Yorok quickly put away the crystal ball.
This spirit of the sacred object was good in many ways, but once it started talking, it wouldn't stop, making one's head buzz. Putting away the crystal ball, Duke Yorok paced the quiet room, lost in thought. His conversation with Adast made him reconsider some details he had previously overlooked, most notably the relationship between the god of contracts and the Bloodborns. Given that the god of contracts had an irreconcilable conflict with the Bloodborns due to authority issues, how could this god possibly take Bloodborne as a follower? Moreover, a legendary one at that. Even if that god did take one as a follower, the powerful Bloodborne Yorok met did not seem like a devout follower who despised Bloodborns. In their brief interaction, the Bloodborne never expressed any faith in the god of contracts, nor did they respond to questions about the Holy Court's intentions. Now that he thought about it, he might have been wrong from the start. The Bloodborne might not be a follower of the god of contracts at all. Relying solely on faith markers to discern allegiance is inaccurate. It is rumored that a legendary mage in human civilization once created a blasphemous spell to steal divine power. What I saw might not be the truth. That powerful Bloodborne might merely be using the identity of a follower of the god of contracts. With this realization, Duke Yorok's mind cleared. He quickly thought of more things. If the star divination was obscured, there might truly be a power of divinity behind her, but this god is likely not the god of contracts. Not the god of contracts, but impersonating one. It seems that their relationship with the Holy Court is quite intricate. Could it be an ancient god that has awakened? In that case, the new Countess of Castell is very likely a follower of this mysterious god. I now understand the key to breaking the crisis. With this thought, Duke Yorok stopped. He quickly approached the magic table, retrieved a slightly smaller crystal ball from his storage space, and placed it on the crystal seat while chanting incantations. Gradually, a crimson glow emerged from the crystal ball, and a blurred projection appeared within it. Lord Yorok, what are your orders? The blurry projection asked respectfully. Yurst, what mission is Lachlan executing these days? Duke Yorok asked. The projection responded promptly. Lord Yorok, I was just about to report this to you. Lachlan is in the final stages of infiltrating Castell. If all goes well, we will completely control Castell by tomorrow. Duke Yorok was stunned. Completely control Castell? He has acted against the new Countess of Castell? Yes, today the Count's estate in Castell is hosting a banquet, which is ideal for the final infiltration plan. By now, Lachlan's men should already be in action. Duke Yorok. The face of this legendary Bloodborne turned green instantly. Quickly send out orders to halt all infiltration of Castell.
Stop all hostile actions against Castell immediately. The blurry figure was taken aback. Halt the infiltration of Castell?
Lord Yorick, we are on the verge of controlling Castell.
Why stop now? Duke Yorick sighed.
Yurst, pay more attention to the returning star plan and stop being so absorbed in your experiments. At this rate, I'm worried that the enemy might attack us, and you would still be oblivious.
Lord Yorick, has our activity alerted the Holy Court? I will contact Lord Lachlan immediately to halt the operation.
No need to contact him.
He's already dead.
Dead? The figure in the crystal ball was startled.
Yes, dead. Duke Yorick sighed, his eyes clouded.
Lord Yorick, should we report this to the Council of Elders immediately? The fall of a count is no small matter, especially since Count Lachlan was a member of the council.
The blurry projection asked.
Duke Yorick's eyes flickered slightly, and he shook his head gently. I will explain to the council myself. All right, but it may take some time to take over Castell, as Lord Lachlan was in charge there, and I am unsure how many blood servants he developed.
Things might be chaotic for a while. Duke Yorick. Use whatever means necessary.
From now on, I don't want to see any of our people acting against Castell's nobility, especially the Count of Castell.
Not a single case. He ordered sternly. Understood. I will contact Count Nottingham. He is currently stationed in the Roman Duchy, closest to Castell and best suited to take over.
The blurry figure replied hastily.
Duke Yorick nodded slightly. Very well. Do you have any other orders?
The blurry figure asked respectfully.
Duke Yorick thought for a moment and said, One more thing.
I order you to use all available resources to secretly investigate the background of the current Countess of Castell.
Within a week, I want all information on her. Achoo!
In the Count's mansion in Northport, Charlotte, having just finished the banquet, sneezed as she changed into her nightgown with the help of her maid. Suspiciously, she looked at the tightly closed window, rubbed her nose, and muttered to herself.
Why do I feel like someone was spying on me?
After gulping down the warm sweet milk on the table, Charlotte thought for a moment, then walked to the window and drew the curtains even tighter.
Chapter 199, Chapter 202, Knocking on the Nobles. 1,674 words. The banquet at the Count's estate was fairly successful.
Although there was an assassination attempt in full view of everyone and Charlotte seemingly did nothing about it, she managed to achieve her initial goal of formally meeting her vassals. Moreover, thanks to these highly adept nobles in internal strife, she ended the banquet with a large amount of leverage over various noble families.
It could only be said that the bloodborne behind the infiltration of Castell was too hasty.
However, Charlotte knew this was only the beginning. While she now had a preliminary understanding of her vassals within the territory, her authority had not yet been established. Regardless of how deeply the noble families were infiltrated by the bloodborne or how respectful everyone appeared at the banquet, the fact that the Castell family's power was waning and noble ambitions were growing had not changed. But it wasn't all bad news. The Nez clan, which had been operating from the shadows, was now out in the open. Although she was not sure what their next move would be, Charlotte had a vague idea of their purpose in infiltrating Castell. As for how to reprimand her vassals, establish her authority, and expel the Nez clan's forces, Charlotte had further plans. Master, Sebastian has let you down, allowing the assassin to exploit a magical scroll. Sebastian returned earlier than Charlotte expected, arriving early the next morning. The flame elf rushed to apologize as soon as he returned to the castle, still dripping wet and with some seaweed on his head. Yet, despite his state, he knelt and bowed elegantly.
Sebastian did not question why Charlotte had not summoned him directly.
Nor did Charlotte bring it up. There was no point in mentioning that she didn't want to expend additional blood divine power and estimated that the assassin wouldn't pose a significant threat to her, hence she didn't summon him. As for Sebastian, judging by his apprehensive demeanor, he likely thought Charlotte's lack of summoning was a sign of her displeasure. Admittedly, it was somewhat embarrassing for a high-level Silver Moon extraordinary being to be outwitted by an assassin who hadn't even reached entry level.
You have indeed become complacent. From now on, you must be more cautious and never underestimate any enemy. Charlotte spoke calmly. Sebastian bowed even lower. Great master, I will remember this lesson and never repeat it. All right, no need to dwell on it. Since you're back, you must have heard about Madoc. Charlotte took a sip of her steaming sweet milk and asked. I heard from Nice. Sebastian replied. But his expression carried a hint of gritted teeth, especially when he mentioned Nice's name. Seeing his expression, Charlotte could guess what had happened. Nice had probably gone to the gate of the Count's estate right after receiving her orders, just to mock Sebastian when he returned. These two never missed a chance to kick each other when they were down. Since you know, it's straightforward. I've pinpointed the coordinates of that bloodborne Count. I command you to immediately organize a team to investigate. If necessary, you may summon me to descend. Charlotte said sternly. Sebastian straightened, respectfully bowing his head. At your command. All right, you may go. On your way out, call in Viscount Leon Castel. I've seen him pacing around below for a while. Charlotte glanced at the small square below and said. As you command. Sebastian bowed and left respectfully. Not long after, Viscount Leon Castel entered the study with the help of a maid, trembling slightly. Countess. The old Viscount knelt as soon as he entered. His eyes were red, with large dark circles, indicating he hadn't rested well. It's understandable. Besides the treason of Madoc, which the nobles were unaware of, the assassin's attack last night happened in full view. Although the attacker wasn't from the Leon Castel family, the assassin's accusation against them thrust them into the spotlight. Some things, said privately and publicly, have completely different effects. In any case, after last night's incident, the old Viscount was bound to come and explain himself to his lord. Stand up. I know why you're here. In fact, even if you hadn't come, I planned to summon you. Charlotte said. Countess. I had no knowledge of the assassination. Regarding the Bloodborne. I did have dealings with them, but it was to feign compliance and uncover their intentions. My loyalty to Castel is unwavering. The old Viscount spoke excitedly, his words becoming somewhat incoherent. Charlotte nodded slightly and said gently. I understand. I have never doubted the loyalty of the Leon Castel family. Countess. The old Viscount looked moved. However, I have also received some other information, all related to the Leon Castel family. Charlotte's tone shifted as she picked up a stack of parchment from her desk and handed it to the maid, Sherry, to pass to the old Viscount. The parchments contained reports from other families accusing the Leon Castel family. The old Viscount took them with trembling hands and started to read, his eyes widening and his hands shaking as he read further. This is slander. The Leon Castel family has never done such things. Oh? Really? Charlotte lowered her eyelids, her expression turning cold as she used her blood divine power to exert the might of her authority on the Silver Moon Viscount. At that moment, Viscount Leon Castel felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Charlotte. Even though he didn't sense any power surpassing the starry sky from the young girl in front of him, an inexplicable fear and anxiety gripped him. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. The old Viscount swallowed hard, his scalp tingling. Enough, there's no need to explain. Charlotte interrupted him. Viscount Leon Castel, I trust your loyalty. However, as you said, the Bloodborne's influence has infiltrated every aspect of our territory. I believe not everyone in the Leon Castel family shares your steadfastness. Many of the incidents documented here are easily verifiable, and I fear they will not stand up to scrutiny. The noble families of Castel need to be reorganized, and the Leon Castel family is no exception. The information here could be enough for me to strip your family of its title, but I don't intend to do that. Because I trust you, Viscount. Among the three Viscount families, the Leon Castel family is the most loyal. I believe that, even if the things recorded here are related to your family,
they were not your orders but the machinations of the Bloodborne infiltrating your ranks. My purpose in showing you this information is simple: I command you to reorganize your family. The past is the past. From now on, I don't want to see such things happening in the territory again. Countess. The old Viscount looked moved again. Charlotte continued. Of course, my trust in you is also because you gave me a heads up. Now that the banquet is over, I can be open with you. In fact, I knew about the assassin's plan before the banquet. The old Viscount was stunned. You knew? I have my own intelligence sources, Charlotte said calmly. The old Viscount hesitated, then couldn't help but ask. Then why did you? Why did I still hold the banquet? Charlotte glanced at him and said calmly. Because I was also looking for an opportunity, a chance to bring out the mastermind. She chuckled softly and added. In fact, things went quite smoothly. With just the two of us here, I can tell you some things. Viscount, the Bloodborne of the Starfall Kingdom has been infiltrating the families of Castell for a long time. Last night's assassination, the mastermind was them. However, last night's assassin was not their real killer move. In fact, after I left the banquet hall last night, they launched another attack on me. You were attacked again? The old Viscount's eyes widened. It's fine. The fact that I can stand here and talk to you means everything has been resolved. Charlotte nodded and said. She smiled slightly. Viscount, do you know why I'm telling you all this? The old Viscount hesitated and bowed his head respectfully. I do not know, my lady. Because I have a task for you, or rather, for your Leon Castell family. Charlotte's expression turned serious. Viscount Leon Castell straightened up. Please give your orders. The Leon Castell family will do everything in its power. I need you to form an inspection team to investigate every noble family in Castell County and root out all the Bloodborns. Charlotte said calmly. Investigate all the noble families? The old Viscount's eyes widened. Is there a problem? Charlotte lowered her eyelids. Countess, there is indeed a problem. If we inspect all the noble families, it will likely cause dissatisfaction among the vassals and could destabilize the territory. Especially since the Bloodborne's power is so brazen and likely stronger than we imagine. They will not sit idly by while we conduct this inspection. The old Viscount spoke with difficulty. If you're worried about the Bloodborne, rest assured. For the foreseeable future, they will be without a leader and unable to cause trouble. Charlotte chuckled. Without a leader? The old Viscount was stunned. Charlotte nodded slightly, taking a sip of her sweet milk, and said calmly. The Bloodborne infiltrating Castell is the Nez clan, one of the 6 major Bloodborne clans, and the organizer behind the scenes is a Bloodborne count named Lachlan. Last night's second attack on me was orchestrated by this Bloodborne count. She smiled and looked at the old Viscount. And he is now dead. Dead? A Bloodborne count is dead? The old Viscount was stunned again. Charlotte did not elaborate further but pointed to the pile of parchment on the desk. As for whether other noble families will oppose. If they do, just show them this. I've just taken over and honestly don't want to cause too much upheaval. I hope each family will remain loyal to me. But if someone is truly blind. Charlotte's expression turned cold. I won't hesitate to reappoint new nobles. Chapter 200, Chapter 203, Charlotte's Counterattack. 2,207 words. Viscount, I'm giving you 3 months. Within 3 months, all nobles in the county must undergo inspection. Any noble who refuses will be considered as having voluntarily renounced their title. Here is the list of specific items that need to be inspected and the register of accusations against each family. Take it back and review it carefully. Charlotte pulled out a pre-prepared set of inspection documents from the drawer and had the maid hand them to Viscount Leon Castell. The Viscount was already subdued by the pressure of the Majesty magic augmented by blood divine power. Yet, when he saw the content to be inspected, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Countess! This might be
Is it difficult? Charlotte gave him a faint glance.
The old Viscount instinctively lowered his head. After a long silence, contemplating the accusations against the various noble families alongside the inspection contents, he sighed.
Your Grace, I accept the order. However, the Bloodborne is extremely adept at hiding their identity.
Even with your mandate, it will be challenging to uncover all of them. Furthermore, these inspections nearly uncover the very foundations of each family. Even if the Bloodborne behind the scenes lost their power to resist, if the nobles unite against this, it might still lead to serious repercussions, despite the leverage you hold over them.
Charlotte smiled slightly and said, You need not worry about identifying the Bloodborne members. Since I'm entrusting this task to you, I'll provide you with specialized personnel to verify their identities.
Your responsibility is simply to ensure all nobles submit to the inspection. Viscount, as the external affairs manager of the county, I believe no one is more familiar with the situation of each noble family than you. As for whether the nobles will oppose,
Charlotte chuckled dismissively.
If they truly unite, let them. I will declare all resisting nobles as rebels in the name of the Countess of Castell. Their titles will be revoked, and I will call upon loyal nobles to help suppress the rebellion. Those who distinguish themselves in this endeavor will have a chance to earn these revoked titles. The Viscount was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond.
Charlotte continued.
Of course, this task is not easy, so I'll assign you some professional assistants capable of dealing with nobles who intend to rebel.
The Viscount's eyes widened in disbelief. Professional assistants? To deal with rebellious nobles? Are you deploying the county's guard? Charlotte smiled. Not necessarily.
The county's guard has its own tasks. If the nobles unite, even the guard cannot swiftly subdue them.
The personnel I'm assigning are more specialized. More specialized personnel? The Viscount's eyelid twitched, seemingly connecting some dots. Charlotte didn't elaborate further. She leaned forward, gazing intently at the Viscount and said meaningfully, One more thing.
I know you are a devout follower of the Holy Court. However, due to the special circumstances in the county, refrain from promoting the idea that I'm here to spread the Holy Court's faith or that I'm a saintess of the Holy Court. Charlotte emphasized the words devout and promote. Feeling as though he had been thoroughly seen through, the Viscount quickly lowered his head.
That's all I have to say. Any questions?
Charlotte adjusted her posture, resting her chin on her hand with a smile.
The Viscount swallowed hard inside. No, Your Grace.
Seeing his dejected demeanor, Charlotte smiled and said, Viscount, don't feel too pressured.
There is an old saying in the ancient Eastern Kingdom, a new monarch brings new officials.
Although I am not a monarch, I am the ruler of Castell. Complete this task, and the Leon Castell family will undoubtedly be the greatest contributors. And I will not treat contributors unfairly. Upon hearing this, the Viscount couldn't help but look up, meeting her deep blue eyes. After taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully and said,
I understand, Your Grace.
After taking on the task of inspecting the nobles, Viscount Leon Castell left with a heavy heart. As soon as he left, the study window opened from the outside, and the plump body of the black cat Nice squeezed in.
Charlotte glanced at him, frowning. Why don't you ever use the front door? I didn't want to interrupt you while you were meeting with the vassal, so I came through the window out of habit. Nice expertly rolled onto the desk, grabbed a snack, and savored it. Charlotte decided not to expose the lazy cat's reluctance to climb the stairs and got straight to the point. Have you finished interrogating Maddock? Of course. When Nice gets involved, it's always swift. Oh? Judging by your tone, it didn't take long? Not at all.
If it were someone else, it might have been different, but with Maddock and his forbidden magic tattoos, I have 1,000 ways to make him talk. Seeing Nice's smug expression, Charlotte recalled the texts on the divine ritual counter and felt a sudden urge to ask.
Nice, do you know the legendary mage Nicholas? Who's that? I don't know him. Never heard of him.
Nice quickly shook his head like a rattle. Charlotte was too familiar with this reflexive denial. Whenever he was hiding something, he would always react this way. She stared deeply at him and suddenly smiled. Speaking of which, I've never seen you pray to the god of contracts. Aren't you a devout follower? Ah. Well, Your Grace, I do pray privately every day. Praise the contract. Nice solemnly drew the symbol of the god of contract Mitra in the air, sincerely praying. The gesture didn't look very practiced. Charlotte silently watched, not speaking. Under her intense gaze, Nice nervously averted his eyes. He coughed twice, and a register appeared in his paw with a flash of light. Your Grace, here is the list Maddock provided. It contains the nobles and officials in the direct domain who were infiltrated by the Nez family. As it spoke, its expression became peculiar. I must say, it's impressive your direct domain has lasted this long. After reviewing the list, it's practically a sieve. Charlotte. Although knowing he was trying to change the subject, she had to admit he succeeded. She didn't continue probing Nice secrets and instead took the register to review, her eyelid twitching. This many? Fortunately, there are no bloodborns. Most of those influenced are court nobles and city hall officials. Given that the direct domain is the central hub for the Holy Court in the north, even if the priests were incompetent, the Nez family probably didn't dare to be too audacious. So, I should be grateful to the Holy Court? Charlotte couldn't help but retort. After a moment's thought, she nodded in agreement. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. In every sense, I suppose I should indeed be grateful to the great Lord. Praise be the Holy. Charlotte also drew a cross symbol on her chest, her movements far more fluid than Nice. After finishing speaking, she handed the list back to Nice and praised. Well done. Now that we have the list, go ahead and arrest these people. No one on this list is to be spared, and all their properties are to be confiscated. The expansion plan for Northport needs a lot of funds, so let's start with these confiscated assets. Lady Charlotte, there are quite a few people on this list. Are you sure you want to take action? Of course, we have to take action. I am already planning to act against the nobles, so why would I leave out the direct domains? This is our foundation. Charlotte replied without hesitation. Nice seemed quite pleased with the word "our," so much so that his tail was held even higher. However, he was still somewhat puzzled. Lady Charlotte, I understand you want to quickly control the county, but aren't you worried about causing chaos in the county with such drastic measures? I remember you mentioned before that you wanted to proceed cautiously. Charlotte smiled and said. That was before. Back then, I didn't know the extent of the Nez family's infiltration into the county, so I had to be cautious. But now. Her eyes flashed as she continued. The Nez family's infiltration into the county is indeed severe, but perhaps for efficiency or balance, they haven't consolidated the infiltrated noble forces. This can be seen from the nobles' mutual denunciations. Even if the nobles are infiltrated, their forces are scattered and independent. Perhaps this worked well when Count Lachlan was alive, but now that he's dead, the Nez family's control has undoubtedly weakened significantly. Re-establishing control over the infiltrated forces won't be easy because underground work is inherently difficult. Therefore, I must seize this opportunity. She stroked her chin thoughtfully and added. Speaking of which, it was unexpected that the bloodborne Duke would kill Count Lachlan so decisively. A bloodborne count is no minor character. This swift action makes me believe they might have had a personal vendetta. The bloodline is a strong bond for bloodborns. Such actions are surprising. It suggests either deeper secrets within the Nez family or a real grudge between the Duke and Count Lachlan. I suspect the Nez family has its own factions, and they might not be as united as we imagined. Nice nodded. I understand now. But why did you assign this task to Viscount Leon Castell? Do you really think they are loyal? Charlotte took a sip of her sweet milk and said slowly. I know they cannot be completely loyal. In fact, I don't think Viscount Leon Castell is as devout a holy believer as he appears. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored the church's decline in Castell. In truth, I believe Leon Castell is more like a fence-sitter with his own little schemes.
He might not openly betray me, but he's probably been colluding with the Nez family in secret. But that's no longer important. With Count Lachlan dead, the Nez family's duke must be uncertain about my backing. There are no secrets that cannot be leaked.
Once the nobles learn of the blood-born count's demise, they will be filled with doubt. In such a situation, fence-sitters will choose the side that benefits them the most.
Moreover, the Leon Castell family is one of the weakest among the 3 Viscount families.
They have influence but lack strength, so I'm not worried about them growing too powerful during the noble inspections.
Nice had a sudden realization.
I see, by having them conduct the inspections, they will be pitted against the other nobles.
Even as fence-sitters, once you deal with the Nez family's infiltration, they will have no choice but to follow you. Charlotte nodded. Exactly.
You are truly wise.
Nice couldn't help but say. Speaking of which, I also have something to ask you,
Charlotte said, changing the topic and looking at the black cat.
Nice, you must know more than just contract magic, right? Nice was taken aback and began to play dumb. What are you talking about? Do you know holy magic?
Charlotte asked, staring at him.
Nice opened his mouth. Do you?
Charlotte pressed, not breaking her gaze.
Under her increasingly intense gaze, Nice swallowed and finally confessed. Well, maybe a little. What about detect evil? I know that too. Good. Charlotte nodded and said. Since you know a little, I'll give you another task. When the inspection starts, you'll be an assistant.
With your keen senses in detect evil holy magic, no vampire should escape your notice.
An assistant for the noble inspections?
Nice eyes lit up, and his amber pupils seemed to sparkle with the shape of a golden tower. He straightened up, gave a human-like bow, and said excitedly.
Nice will complete the task.
All right, once you're done, go report to Viscount Leon Castell. Remember, you're an assistant but also a supervisor.
Call my name if necessary. Understood. After receiving the task, Nice left.
Charlotte pondered for a moment and then called her maid, Sherry. Sherry, bring me some official stationery for noble correspondence.
Sherry quickly brought the stationery and ink. Charlotte picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and after a moment of thought, began to write.
However, after awkwardly writing a single word, she stopped. This was quite embarrassing. Although she had inherited most of her predecessor's memories, Charlotte hadn't quite inherited her writing skills. Or rather, even her predecessor had focused more on etiquette, not these skills. After some thought, Charlotte looked at Sherry.
Shirley, have you learned to write? Sherry nodded. I have. Good, I'll dictate, and you write. Charlotte handed the stationery to Sherry.
Sherry took the paper respectfully, and Charlotte, after a moment of contemplation, began to dictate.
To the Honorable Viscount Remigio.
I have returned to the territory for over a week now, and Castell's situation is more complicated than I imagined. The Remigio family has always been a friend to the Castell family.
As the Lord of Castell, I have a matter I wish to collaborate with you on. Would you be interested in accepting employment to earn a large sum of extra commission income while guarding the Castell silver mine? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.